When Lufan touched the crystal, a giant dragon spirit appeared before everyone. The ground shook, and the teachers thought a legendary class was being born. But when the light faded, the result left everyone speechless. Lufan had awakened the most useless profession in the world, dragon tamer. At first, everyone was silent. Then the students mocked him, saying it is the weakest class in history, a profession with no power and no future. Even the teachers couldn't hide their disappointment. Lufan was supposed to be special, the top student in his class, known for his talent and potential. But here's the catch. No one has ever seen a real dragon, let alone tamed one. And a dragon tamer without a dragon can't fight, can't level up, and can't grow stronger. It's a dead-end class, one that no one has ever succeeded with. Still, Lufan refuses to give up. After the ceremony, he studies his newly awakened super treasure map system, a strange ability that creates treasure maps leading to rare items. He decides to follow one of these maps, hoping to find something that can change his fate. Deep in the mountains, after fighting through dangerous beasts and surviving an ambush by bandits, Lufan discovers a glowing dragon egg buried under ancient stone. As he reaches for it, the egg begins to crack. A roar echoes through the valley, and a newborn black dragon bursts out. The bandits panic, and in that moment, Lufan's instincts take over. He raises his hand and activates his dragon taming skill, and against all odds, the dragon accepts him as its master. When the bandits attack again, the black dragon spreads its wings and releases a blast of dark flames, wiping them out in seconds. For the first time, Lufan feels the power of a true dragon tamer. Then, he starts thinking about giving it a name. While suggesting various names for his dragon, he notices it licking his injury. Suddenly, it pushes Lufan back. Our boy is astonished to see the dragon transform into a girl. He now understands that she can transform into a human as well. Then, he checks his status screen and concludes that he was right, that taming the dragon has indeed unlocked this skill. The first skill is Dragon Inspiration, which allows him to increase both his and his pet's strength by 30%. He can use Dragon Fang Strike to attack his opponents. Additionally, with Dragon Claw, he can transform his hand into a dragon's claw for combat. With these attributes, he realizes that he can be powerful even without summoning his dragon. He then checks his dragon's power level and concludes that even at level 1, she is stronger than any human at level 20. Besides, their blood connection directly doubles all of his attributes. That explains why he felt his strength surge after taming her. Now he smugly thinks that even the 3 strongest hidden classes have no chance against him as a dragon tamer. Even in her human form, she remains powerful. Then, he thinks about giving her a name and calls her Xiaoye, which she immediately likes. After that, he asks if she is hungry, and she nods enthusiastically. Deciding to hunt some beasts to feed her, he prepares for their next move. He thinks about the entry test for that university, where many candidates focus on leveling up outside. The top 2 universities are South Province Scholar and Dragon Kingdom, and he needs to level up in order to enter into one of them. He then orders his dragon to go to the depths of the rocky plains to hunt some tougher monsters. But before that, they spot a herd of plain hyenas at level 2 rushing toward them. He knows that he has defeated the level 10 bloodthirsty fox, but he didn't come out unscathed. While he contemplates, Xiaoye rushes toward them, which he approves because now, with his dragon taming skill and power, the rocky plains pose no danger to them. She fires a breath of lava flames at the monsters, which helps him reach level 2 and her level 3. He likes the progress, but knows he needs to hunt a bigger target to level up faster. So, he stops his pet and asks her to concentrate on another monster hiding in the shadows. That monster turns out to be a 3-skull bloodlion, a level 25 elite monster. Normally, a monster hunter team is needed to hunt this kind of beast, but he is confident in Xiaoye's skills and orders her to go ahead. The lion roars, and in the next moment, charges up its skill, summoning a massive fireball. At that moment, he asks his dragon to coordinate with him to interrupt its skill. She is ready with her fire. Then, she transforms into a dragon and uses her mighty jaw strike, grabbing one of the lion's skulls while our boy attacks it with Dragon Fang Strike. Finally, both of them defeat the lion. He is satisfied to earn a number of points, leveling up to 4 while Xiaoye reaches level 9. The next moment, he acquires his treasure map for today. Then, he asks his dragon to go treasure hunting, and she happily follows. Meanwhile, in the depths of the rocky plains, Qinqiu asks Uncle Jay about letting go of secret realms without exploring them. He answers that they need at least 5 people to activate it, and suggests sending Kyer in the city to bring more people. The said woman replies that even with her speed, it will take a whole day to get to the city. Qin also agrees that this dungeon, which appears randomly and has higher rewards than other ordinary dungeons, will only stay for 24 hours, and they don't have much time. At that, Uncle G tries to console her, while saying that she shouldn't worry too much since she has a higher chance of getting into a good university with her strength. She knows that, but she still feels sad about missing this chance. Suddenly, they spot our boy going ahead, and he looks cautious. He tries to console them, saying he is just passing by. Uncle G tells him that this is not a place where a material hunter should wander. Ignoring Uncle G, Chinchou goes ahead and offers him a chance to join them in entering the Fortune Secret Realm. If they succeed, he will be rewarded with 1,100 dragon coins. His steps halt upon hearing the name of the dungeon. He concludes that there must be some rare rewards since the richest family of Zhanghai City wants to go in. Q adds that they just need enough people to enter the dungeon as he doesn't need to do anything to get his reward. At that, Lu Fan haughtily tells them that he is not interested in money, but they can play by the rules. To clarify, Kyer asks whether he wants his share of the final rewards based on his performance, which he agrees to. Q observes that their average level is 20, while the outsider looks quite weak and arrogant compared to their strength. At that, she extends her hand and agrees to cooperate with him according to his rules, even offering the reward to him as well. Then they ask him to get ready. While moving ahead, he thinks that summoning Xiaoye now wouldn't be a good idea. He can summon her when he gets the secret rewards. Uncle G notices that he doesn't have any equipment. In response, he flashes his Ink Dragon Deer Sword, which he obtained after defeating a lion and acquiring an advanced treasure map. Uncle G compliments his sword and understands that he can't be a material hunter but a newly transferred student. Kyer adds that they don't need to worry, as she can subdue him if needed. After a while, they confront decayed zombies, which are countered by the team. Jia, while having a level 20 skill, charges forward to kill the zombies. Meanwhile, our boy checks their skills and levels and concludes that the team is quite reasonable, especially with G entering the second class. At that moment, Chu activates her Holy Light Star Rain to attack the zombies. Uncle G is startled to see that. She explains that it is the specialty of her hidden class, which allows her to both heal and attack with Holy Light. However, her strength is lower than that of a typical Holy Light mage. Seeing that, our dude concludes that her magic is quite effective against the zombies. Suddenly, the elite monsters are alerted, which are bloodthirsty zombies at level 20. Uncle G immediately orders Kyer to protect Chu and Lu Fan, while he and Jia handle the front line. G attacks a zombie with Full Moon Slash, while Jia also slashes at one of them. But he is baffled to see his sword stuck inside the zombie's stomach. The next moment, the zombies release their corpse poisoning. This kind of poisoning requires a priest to purify it, and even Chu is unable to use Holy Light against it. Jia shouts for help as the zombie starts absorbing his sword. G immediately orders him to release his sword and asks Kyer to help with the zombie. With a flashy expression, our boy tells him not to trouble her, because he can handle it. Lu Fan is ready with his sword while G warns him to get back, thinking he has gone insane. Ignoring him, our dude confidently slashes the zombie with his sword, which leaves everyone stunned by his strength. He then asks them to go ahead, but G, now cautious, asks about his level, as it seems impossible for a new student to have such high attack power. Meanwhile, Q asks Jia to let her heal him. Our boy answers that he is a level 14 student preparing for the grand exam. While healing Jia, Chu thinks that Lu Fan is in the same year as her. Besides, he has higher attack power at level 14 than Sun Ji, who is level 28. Suddenly, another zombie moves to attack her from behind. Before any of her companions can protect her, she is saved by our dude, who slashes the zombie while stating that the village zombies are getting stronger. Then he asks for permission to be in the front row, which makes G wonder whether he is the same person rumored in the city. Q agrees, while allowing him to go forward with GE, while she stays in the middle with Jia, and Kyer covers the rear. At that moment, he introduces himself. Upon hearing his name, Chu confirms that he must be the dragon tamer she has heard rumors about, but she doesn't believe it, because dragon tamer is supposed to be the weakest class. After a while, they reach the village center of the mystic realm. While looking at Jia, he worries because Chu can't purify his poison, so in this situation, either he will die or become another zombie. Kyer also notices something off because, until now, no guardian has appeared. Again, high-level zombies appear behind Sunjae, who is warned by Jia. The next moment, Jia collapses, making things worse as the guardian also appears at that very moment. Our boy observes that the corpse poison inside Jia has worsened. In this way, it can awaken an iron-skinned zombie, so he warns everyone to defeat it before it can absorb Jia. G tries to attack with Moonlight Slash, but it doesn't even scratch the zombie. While rushing toward the iron-skinned zombie, our boy knows he can't slow down because if it keeps absorbing the corpse poison, it will get stronger. He checks an appraisal on the guardian, which makes him conclude that he needs to hit it twice, but they must do it quickly. He decides to attack with Dragon Blood Armorization. Meanwhile, the guardian is also charging its skill. Lu Fan is ready to attack and instructs Chu to work with him, while the remaining two members should protect Jia. Both of them are ready with their respective skills. After activating Dragon Blood Armorization, he uses Dragon Claw with a bonus as well, while Chu uses Holy Starlight to complement his attack. After their attack, it starts to disintegrate. G explains that it must be continuously absorbing fusion to increase its size. Our boy counters that it means its real body is hidden behind its enormous structure. At that, G concludes that he must be some professional after seeing many experts in the Chin family. At that moment, the outer part of the iron-skinned zombie cracks, and its real body appears. Seeing this opportunity, our dude rushes toward it. With that, he defeats the Guardian, which shocks everyone. Q is especially concerned to see his powerful skills, which she hasn't witnessed before. She now wants to know his true identity. After that, the iron-skinned zombie's treasure appears with level 20. Seeing this, Chu explains that they will distribute the treasure according to the rule and apologizes for underestimating him before. G also compliments him, while saying that he can continue this dungeon on his own while they just tag along. He brushes it off politely, while leaving the matter of distribution to Chu. They open the chest and find a number of strength poisons and a rare kind of antidote potion. Besides that, there are morning bracers of fine quality. Kair is concerned that this is all. Our boy also feels that the reward isn't much. Meanwhile, they give the antidote potion to Jia. Chu gives him the bracers, as well as the antidote potion and a strengthening potion, which makes him think that the Chin family really values their word. They are worried that they still don't see the portal opening after defeating the Guardian. They decide to look around first, but then our boy is stopped by them. He looks at his status screen and concludes that the iron-skinned zombie was not the main boss. Uncle G objects, while asking whether he sensed something. Q also agrees with him because she has sensed some dark presence nearby. He understands that Chu is right because the realm isn't big enough, so they must have made a mistake when they first stepped inside. Finally, the final boss appears from the lake, but our dude can't see any of its skills through his appraisal skill. Sun Ge is immediately alerted and asks everyone to take shelter behind the barricade. He faces the monster head-on, but it pushes him back. Now, one of its hands is going to attack Chu, who isn't prepared for it, and winces her eyes for the upcoming attack. But it never comes because our dude immediately scoops her up to save her from the attack. Both of them crash to the ground, and everyone gathers around them. But Kair senses that ominous presence behind them, and sees that the whole monster has emerged from the water, named the Grieving Spectre, with a level of 25. Kair states that it is the final boss. G offers Jia to remain behind him, but he protests that he wants to fight as well. G protests that he doesn't need to be stubborn, while leaving the attack to Lu Fan, who rushes toward the monster. While rushing toward the monster, he analyzes that G and Jia are behind, and he needs to face the monster. He concludes that there is only one way to defeat this monster: kill its main body. At that moment, the main body shouts while using corpse chi envelopment. With this, the power of everyone is decreased by 20%. Q warns Lu Fan about the iron chains used by the monster to attack him. He barely escapes from them. The monster also lashes those chains toward the other members. Looking at his team, he concludes that they might die while resisting the chains. He asks everyone to back off. He then attacks with Dragon Fang Strike. With that, his skill of Dragon Blood Armor transforms, which helps to increase the power of his Dragon Scale Sword as well as his Dragon Power. Then, with his Dragon Claw, he breaks the chain. G asks him to retreat as the monster is out of their league. Kyo also agrees with him, but he doesn't stop. He asks G to gather everyone and retreat back to the village, as the zombies are already cleared out. When asked about him, he answers that he will cover the rear until they escape. Kair encourages Chu to step ahead while Lu is covering for them. Besides, their power is already reduced by 20%. Then they understand that why they must retreat. To take advantage of the situation, he summons his dragon immediately. On the other hand, his team is baffled to see a giant dragon summoned by Lu Fan. Xiao Ye immediately rushes toward the monster with a giant jaw assault attack. The next moment, she pulls the monster's real body with a chain attached to it. Everyone is stunned to see that the boss monster is dismembered in one blow by the dragon. Seeing a real dragon in front of them, Chu ponders whether the rumors in Jianghai City are truly connected to Lu Fan being a dragon tamer. The story shifts to the tale of a monster who was once a girl 300 years ago. She was raised and protected by the church. The situation worsens when the plague spreads in the city. In the pursuit of saving the people, she ends up becoming a dark witch. With her newfound power, instead of healing anyone, she brings the disease to say goodbye to their living beloved. To see that, the church accuses her of bringing the plague upon them. She tries to explain that she was just helping people, but wonders why they are doing this to her until the church people drown her in the lake. In the present time, Lu Fan's team is astonished to see that he can really summon a dragon. Then they suggest leaving the realm. While looking at the lake, our boy observes that the portal hasn't opened up, which means that the main boss is not dead yet. The next moment, the main monster emerges from the lake, asking why. It also transitions into its next phase. It warns everyone not to escape. At that, Xiao uses the immunity effect to block the monster's attack. Then she uses the Black Dragon Bloodline, which reduces the damage by 50%. The attack is directed towards Kai and Ji as well, but they dodge it just in time. She then apologizes to Chu, who apologizes in return as well. Q falls down, disappointed, as she realizes it was her insistence to come here that has trapped everyone. Lu Fan asks whether they are really going to give up. She answers that she's the only one who can use magic at this point, but she can't do much against the boss monster. Then she asks whether he can still use magic, to which he answers negatively. However, with a haughty expression, he adds that his pet can use magic. Kair comments on how the difference in power levels is too huge. Our boy, on the other hand, starts his magic while answering that the attributes of a dragon can't be compared to those of a human. The next moment, the monster releases a curse of resentment, which the dragon counters with the black dragon bloodline. Meanwhile, our dude uses dragon inspiration to increase his skill attributes, as well as his power. Then he orders Xiaoye to use lava blaze. His dragon pet immediately follows his order and burns the monster to complete destruction. The onlookers comment that it was a calamity. While the monster shrieks in pain, it uses the skill of Will of Resentment, which wakes up all the corpses in the vicinity. On the other side, our dragon girl looks quite smug to reach level 10, while our boy reaches level 5. G spots a portal while Chu is concerned about Kai. But before the group can take a sigh of relief, the zombies of the village are resurrected. Before they can do anything, Xiaoye flies and, with her lava, sets the swarms of zombies on fire. Everyone is shocked to see what she has done so effortlessly, while they are having problems killing zombies. Our boy introduces his pet to them while commenting on how she is an expert at dealing with these small fries like this. He then turns to Chu and reassures her that, now that the boss monster is taken care of, they can return home. But obviously, first they will distribute the treasure. Then he asks whether she has any objection if he chooses first, to which she complies happily. Our boy opens the treasure chest and finds a number of items inside of it, including a holy light staff, twilight robe, ring of mourning, and a class change scroll. He turns to Chu and informs her that he would like to have a scroll. She insists that he doesn't need to leave the remaining items for them because these all are his, according to the rules. He clarifies that he is not being generous because all of the remaining items are more suited for her because of her profession. While checking the chest, she offers him at least accept a ring, because it was him who saved them from dying. At that, he accepts it. Then Ji informs Chu that it's time to leave, and all of them leave the place. After 4 hours in the evening, he is back at his aunt's shop. She immediately hugs him while listening to his story about how much danger he faced in the last few days. He protests, while reminding her that he just comes from the journey and his clothes are dirty. At that, she starts to sob while telling him how she couldn't sleep at night, while worrying about him. He tries to apologize to her for going outside of the city without discussing it with her. Then he wipes her tears. Composed, she turns to the dragon girl and comments on how she had startled her while complimenting her cuteness and strength, which prompts a roar from Xiaoye. Then she asks whether she is hungry, as she might not have eaten anything. Meanwhile, our boy shows his aunt a scroll which he selected especially for her. He explains that with it, she can change her profession to a hidden profession and no longer needs to guard a bun shop. But she is hesitant to accept such a valuable item. At that, she offers him to sell it for a good price so that he can have 2 sets of equipment for preparing for the big exams coming ahead. To answer this, our boy shows her his bank transaction, which shocks her to see that much money in his account. He explains that he got this money by selling materials collected during his journey. Besides, Chu also promised him 100,000 dragon coins. At that, he assures her that she won't have any money problems in the future. Then he gives her the scroll, which she accepts happily this time. As soon as she opens it, she feels the change. When asked, she responds to our guy that she has become the superior hidden occupation called enchantment chef. He asks about the specialty of this kind of hidden profession. She answers that now she can cook food with various buffs. At that, he compliments her cooking, which she tries to shun humbly. He also notices the absence of his dragon pet, who is found sleeping after eating lots of food. At night, in the study of the Qin family villa, Chu is shown in front of her father, who inquires about Lu Fan being the dragon tamer capable of summoning a powerful black dragon. She explains how her team was about to lose their lives because of his stubbornness. With a disappointed face, she adds that Lu Fan was too strong. Both of them have hidden professions, but the strength difference can be compared to a firefly and the moon. At that, her father asks whether she has told anyone about the dragon. She answers negatively while explaining that she promised Lu Fan she wouldn't tell anyone about it. He agrees with her, saying that if the words of Lu Fan's dragon leak out, people who seek power won't sit idly by. She cautiously asks whether he is going to do something about his dragon. He laughs at that, explaining that he is not that kind of person. However, he asks how she is going to repay our boy. She explains that she is going to pay him a reward of 100,000 anyway. He suggests she bring a ring purple card and thank Lu Fan personally. She asks, as he is very curious about Lu Fan, whether he is accompanying her. He would like to do it, but unfortunately, he has arrangements tomorrow. The next morning, the princess of Taizi Kingdom, who has come to Zhanghai City for studies, is shown going ahead with her guard. However, she comes just before the big exams. It seems like she has ulterior motives. She knocks at the door of the bun shop, and Lu Fan's aunt opens the door, going to explain that she can't have any buns today. But before she can complete her sentence, the princess turns to her guard, confirming whether this is really the place. He confirms that, according to the investigation, it is here. Aunt is going to ask about their identity, but the guards push her away. The princess explains that she is looking for someone named Lu Fan. Our boy, who hears this conversation, asks whether they are looking for him. Then he notices his aunt and immediately asks about her well-being. She brushes off his concern. On the other hand, the princess smugly announces that she has come here to look for him. He then asks about her purpose for seeking him out. The guard, Chu Hongtai, introduces himself and the princess. He adds that the princess is going to offer him a breakthrough. He doesn't understand that. Chu Hongtai shows him the dragon egg, which shocks our boy. The princess explains that as long as he agrees to her terms, he can have it. She tells him that if he wants it, then he has to be her slave and bid her every wish. Aunt is baffled to listen to the princess's condition. However, she obnoxiously continues that she has obtained the dragon egg from the armored dragon lair. According to her, it's the only dragon egg in this world. She is quite haughty, assuming that our boy is scared to see a dragon egg for the first time. However, he annoyingly thinks how this dragon belongs to the earth dragon, which is lower in rank than a wyvern. The only thing worth considering is the endurance of dragon armor. He diplomatically tells the princess that the attributes of these are tempting. His aunt tries to point out the princess's behavior, but he assures her to let him handle it. Meanwhile, the princess assumes that Lu Fan might not understand the importance of the dragon egg to a dragon tamer. She tells him that if he becomes her servant, he can get a dragon and become the strongest professional in history. She asks whether he is not tempted by it. He answers affirmatively that he is, but he still refuses her offer, which stuns her. She is quite furious at that, and reminds him what he is declining. Lu Fan tells her that he is not interested in her offer. Besides, becoming a servant to her is a joke to him. Chu Hongtai reminds him that the princess offered him a chance to rise while he is disrespecting her. At that, he scoffs at her, saying that he is not going to be anyone's servant. Princess furiously sends her guard to teach a lesson to our boy. Seeing this, his aunt tries to reason with them, but Chu Hongtai slaps her hard, knocking her to the floor. Lu Fan immediately rushes to her and asks about her well-being. Chu Hongtai, however, scolds her for going against the princess while being a mere commoner. He adds that they have been lenient with them, but now he is going to talk to them in a hard way. Lu Fan, however, tells his aunt not to rush to get up. Chu Hongtai is then about to punch him, but our boy is ready with his weapon, claiming that he is going to kill him for hurting his family. Aunt tries to make him stop, and the guards are shocked to see a weapon in his hand, suspecting that there is something wrong with our boy. Meanwhile, the princess wants to teach him a lesson, but she is shut up by our dude, who punches her while ordering them to leave. Seeing this, Chu angrily rushes to him, daring to hurt the princess. But with one swift hand swing, Lu Fan throws his weapon away. Chu Hongtai turns to the princess with concern, who slaps him in return. She orders him to kill Lu Fan, even if they don't find another dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Chu is calling Lu Fan, who is busy with the fiasco at his home. She is on her way to Lu Fan's home and worries about him not picking up her phone. Suddenly, she is startled by the explosion. The next moment, Chu Hongtai is on the street, prompting a comment from onlookers that the foreigners are causing trouble. The princess orders them to go from there while calling them lowly people. Chu Hongtai turns to the princess, expressing his shortcomings compared to our boy. She scoffs, while saying that how useless he was against a dragon tamer. She then activates her own magic, declaring that she is going to help him. Lu Fan is shocked to see her attributes, which are just the opposite of Chu's. The next moment, Chu rushes to him, asking about the situation. He asks her about her purpose in being there, but before they can talk, they see Chu Hongtai shouting in pain. The next moment, he turns into a monster, courtesy of the princess, who is an advanced spiritual witch. Seeing this, Chu offers to help him. But when Chu tries to attack them, he asks Chu to stay away and helps his aunt, who is inside the shop. Seeing the strength of Chu, who has turned into a monster, our boy concludes that he must use dragon inspiration with Dragon Claw. The princess, on the other hand, is quite happy and encourages her guard to kill him to extinguish her anger. Chu is ready to fulfill her wish, but the next moment, Xiaoye comes into the picture. As soon as she turns into dragon form, the princess is petrified to see that. Our boy claims that this time he is going to take action because he has a real dragon. The black dragon rushes to them while simultaneously attacking Chu Hongtai and knocking the princess. She is in disbelief that the dragon is able to defeat her guard in one blow, while the said guard begs her to help him. She curses him while stating her skill charging, which is interrupted by Xiaoye's black dragon bloodline. Xiaoye then grabs Chu Hongtai with her claw, who begs her to spare him. The next moment, she claws him and throws him away. At that, Chu apologizes to the princess, who is thinking there must be other dragon eggs besides Jin family having dragon eggs. Our boy deadpans, asking won't she just kill him to vent her anger. With teary eyes, she pleads with him not to come to her. She reminds him that he is going to face consequences for attacking her guard and humiliating her. He darkly retorts that she is really trying to scare him when she sent her men to harm his family. Now he doesn't care who she is because he is going to repay her. Meanwhile, Xiaoye is charging her skill to attack the princess. Before he can attack the princess, Mr. Qin stops him. Q tries to stop him, but he comes in front of Xiaoye. Seeing this, our boy orders his pet to stop. Qin ascends from his pet and asks Lu Fan to take his dragon away because there are numerous presidents nearby. Meanwhile, he thinks about how much pressure a person feels to see a dragon closely. Q requests him to follow her father's advice and orders Xiaoye to take her back. She turns back into a human. Q asks Lu Fan to follow her while Mr. Qin turns to the princess. He politely asks about her well-being while informing her that he went to the airport to pick her up but didn't expect to find her there. Then, he informs her that his driver is taking her to the hospital. Inside Lu Fan's broken house, Chu informs them about her father knowing the princess. Aunt hopes there must be some solution to resolve the issue. However, our boy disagrees, while saying that the princess won't let go of this matter easily. Qin turns to him while apologizing for meeting him in this kind of drastic situation. Lu Fan agrees with him, while explaining that it was not his fault anyway. Aunt immediately asks about how he is going to handle the situation. Shin replies that he has sent both the princess and her guard to the hospital, but must explain the situation to the Jin family. He adds that the Jin family not only deals with business, but also has considerable influence in the upper echelons of the kingdom. At that, Han is worried that our boy is going to face punishment because he really hurt a princess. Our dude scoffs at that, saying that no matter how powerful she is, he's not going to compromise his dignity. Chin really likes his morals at that. He then assures them about Lu Fan's safety, but he has a condition. When asked, he explains that Lu Fan has to achieve the South Province companionship in the big exam. He will try to delay the princess until then. Q, however, warns him that it won't be an easy feat because there will be countless students from their province. Xian assures her that if he can do it, then he can help him. With determination in his eyes, our dude agrees to do it. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the princess is quite furious to know that Lu Fan has not been arrested yet. The person on the phone tries to reassure her that he is going to contact high-level officials in Longdu. She shouts at him, pressuring the person while telling them that it was her order. Meanwhile, at the playground of the 3rd middle school, a large swarm of students gathers before the grand exam. They discuss their levels and occupations while seeking team members. Suddenly, all of them notice Lu Fan, assuming he went home to sell buns. They pity him, while wondering how top students can become so low class that no school will want them, yet he still comes to participate in the exam. He listens to their gossip, but he's not here to deal with that. At that moment, the principal announces that the grand exam in South Province is about to start. At that, our boy realizes that the treasure maps he has received have not been used yet. As he examines them, he finds that each one is of intermediate level. He begins to wonder if the 3 maps can be combined, which could help him prepare better for the upcoming exam. Just then, his teacher arrives and asks whether he plans to participate in the grand exam trial. Lu Fan no Diaz, while explaining that his strength has increased significantly over the past few days. His teacher appreciates his determination and hands him a teleportation stone. One of the students nearby comments that the teacher believes in him because of his strong fighting spirit. The teacher then informs them that they must form teams with their classmates to enter the trial. When they wish to exit, they must use the teleportation stone. However, he warns them that any mistakes in the exam could lead to serious injury or even death. Our boy acknowledges the risks and carefully considers his strategy. He also realizes that the total team score will be divided among all members, but he is determined to achieve the highest individual score. Our boy then asks Chu about Xiaoman. She tells him that Xiaoman is her best friend and a formidable fighter, as she is a level 1 swordsman. She invites him to team up with them for the trial, but he politely declines while explaining that he has promised himself to take on the challenge alone. He also mentions that he will go to the exam site by himself. After he leaves, Xiaoman asks Chu why she was so eager to team up with Lu Fan. Q responds that he is incredibly strong and will definitely be the top scorer of the Southern Province. However, she teases her while noticing her slight blush, and asks if she has feelings for him. Embarrassed, Chu quickly denies it while telling her to stop imagining things. Lu Fan soon enters Dragon Nation's Southern Province city, where the Grand Exam Trial Secret Realm is about to begin. As he observes the other participants gathering at the starting point, an announcement is made. The candidates are informed that the portals are divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. Once the levels open, selected candidates must enter the Heavenly Tower using their teleportation stones. The announcement clarifies that the Heavenly Tower will not cause major injuries. However, based on the difficulty level chosen, their final score will be multiplied accordingly. For example, in normal mode, scores will be multiplied by 0.9. It is also revealed that in hard mode, real monsters will be present, increasing the risk. Additionally, if participants use their teleportation stones to exit, their score will be reduced. At that, students consider the risks and understand that choosing the highest level would be extremely dangerous. Only those with hidden professions might stand a chance. The announcement further explains that Fear Mode contains monsters that are nearly impossible to handle alone and is recommended for team challenges. However, the score multiplier for this level is 3, while making it highly rewarding for those who succeed. At this moment, the Hongwu shouts to the professor, while declaring that he will achieve the highest score this time. Xiaoman notes that he is the top expert from middle school and ranks among the top 5 in the 1,000 provinces. Qiu, impressed by his confidence, suggests that they should also take on the challenge alone, just like him. However, Xiaoman disagrees while arguing that they should aim for lower ranking levels since they are no match for him. Meanwhile, in the Grand Exam Trial Principal's office, the middle school head predicts that Hong Wu will be the most formidable student and the likely winner of the exam. He also acknowledges that Chu is skilled and will likely secure a top 3 ranking. However, the principal of No. 3 High School speculates that if Lu Fan has chosen another hidden profession, he might have the potential to surpass even the middle school's top candidates. At that moment, Mr. Qin enters the room and confidently tells the principals that he has a very promising candidate. He strongly believes in this student's potential. The others are curious about whom he is referring to. Qin then reveals that the candidate is Lu Fan, who is a dragon tamer from Number. As the exam begins, the middle school principal notices that all students have entered the Heavenly Tower, except for Lu Fan. Assuming that he has given up on the exam, he dismisses Mr. Qin's claims. However, the No. 3 High School principal observes closely and realizes that Lu Fan is not backing down. Instead, he is waiting for the final difficulty level to unlock. He wonders whether our boy is truly going to choose the Nightmare Trial and if he is becoming overconfident. The Nightmare Trial score is multiplied by 9.9 while making it the most challenging level. However, the principals consider this decision reckless, believing that attempting it is equivalent to courting death. One of them remarks that no one has ever chosen this trial before, and the last person who attempted it 8 years ago was devoured by a beast. Another principal questions whether the students of No. 3 High School are properly educated about the ranking system and rules of the exam. Despite this, he acknowledges that Mr. Qin's judgment regarding Lu Fan seems to be improving. The principals decide to shift their attention toward the Qi Master's performance, considering him the strongest candidate. However, Mr. Qin advises them not to jump to conclusions and instead observe Lu Fan's performance without making premature judgments. Curious, one of them asks why Mr. Qin has such unwavering trust in Lu Fan. As the Nightmare Trial begins, Lu Fan finds himself on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. He quickly realizes that the foggy environment is filled with at least 10 monsters. With no hesitation, he engages in battle while knowing that his trial has officially begun. He swiftly eliminates the monsters at this level while accumulating a score of +990. The middle school principal watches in disbelief, astonished by Lu Fan's overwhelming strength. The other principals also begin to recognize that his level is far beyond their expectations. One of them even wonders if he could be a legendary dragon in disguise. As the rankings update, our guy secures second place, right below Hong Wu, while marking him as one of the strongest contenders in the Grand Exam Trial. A man appears in the principal's office while they are discussing Lu Fan. He introduces himself as Qian Xiong, a special envoy from Longdu. He states that he is there to take our dude back to Longdu for an investigation. He has been searching for him while knowing that he is a dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is handling the beasts in his nightmare level trial. He discovers a treasure map and realizes that he has reached the designated location. Moreover, the treasure map synthesizes while bringing him great satisfaction. He is thrilled that such a high-level treasure map has merged at just the first floor of the trial. Additionally, he obtains a skill book that grants him the growth acceleration skill. He believes this skill will greatly benefit Xiaoye. He also reflects on how, since leaving the village, his dragon has been leveling up more slowly. However, this passive skill presents a valuable opportunity to enhance his dragon's growth. On the other hand, the envoy demands that the principal interrupt Lu Fan's trial and summon him back immediately. The principal refuses while emphasizing that this is an important exam for all students, and the envoy must wait until it concludes. He also assures that he will handle the situation himself. The envoy, however, warns that he cannot bear the punishment on the Our Boy's behalf. Shocked to hear about a potential punishment, the principal is left unsettled. At that moment, Mr. Qin arrives and firmly instructs the envoy to leave. The envoy, however, warns him not to interfere in his mission. He forcefully pushes Mr. Qin back and questions why he is so determined to protect the dragon tamer. He further states that if Mr. Chin continues to obstruct him, the Jin family and Longdu family will not be pleased. He insists once more that the principal must call Lu Fan back immediately. Mr. Chin, while refusing to back down, asserts that the complex relationship between the Jin and Longdu families could have serious consequences, but now that Lu Fan's secret is exposed, nothing else matters. He remains confident that no one will be able to take our dude away today. The envoy, while growing more frustrated, demands to know what this secret is and becomes irritated by the continued defiance of his orders. Both Mr. Chin and the envoy stand face to face, their frustration evident. Mr. Chin, a level 57 knight, and the envoy, a level 57 swordsman, exchange tense words. The envoy warns that he will report all of Mr. Chin's actions to the higher authorities. As their argument escalates, the principal urges them to calm down and not disrupt the student's exam. Mr. Chin challenges the envoy while questioning whether the so-called secret would even matter to the upper ranks. The envoy, however, is also puzzled by how our boy has managed to enter the nightmare level. Meanwhile, inside the trial, Lu Fan considers how far he can progress relying solely on himself. Ultimately, he decides to summon his dragon to gain more experience. Back in the principal's office, the discussion continues about Lu Fan's choice of nightmare difficulty. The envoy remains curious about his unique abilities. Suddenly, a loud roar echoes through the air as our dude summons his dragon. Everyone turns their attention to the trial, witnessing the dragon's majestic form. Even Mr. Chin, despite having seen it before, is surprised by its presence. He finally reveals to everyone that this is Lu Fan's secret, that he has tamed a dragon while making him the first person in history to achieve such a feat. The principal and others are left in complete shock. Afterwards, he reaches the second floor of the nightmare trial and clears it with remarkable efficiency. The principal of the middle school observes his performance and finds him incomparable while realizing that no one can match his abilities. Now, he secures the top position on the ranking board with 58,000 points. As he continues, he clears each level one by one, eventually reaching the 13th floor of the nightmare trial. Once again, he successfully overcomes the challenges. The principal notices a significant change in his strength, not just because of the dragon but also due to his own abilities. He begins to believe that Lu Fan's attributes are increasing at an extraordinary rate, even without relying on his dragon. He also considers the possibility that our boy could achieve first place in the city purely through his own strength. Mr. Chin turns to the envoy and questions whether he still intends to take Lu Fan away after witnessing his performance. The envoy now realizes why Mr. Chin dares to challenge the Jin family. Mr. Chin informs him that he will personally send a video of Lu Fan's major exam to the teacher while making the envoy's presence unnecessary. He then advises him to leave. Meanwhile, our boy reaches the 20th floor, where he encounters another formidable monster named Dark Sacrifice. He recognizes that with the growth acceleration skill, his dragon will continue leveling up at an even faster rate. As the battle begins, the dragon unleashes a powerful lava blaze while its skill charges. The attack proves devastating, and the dragon successfully clears the 20th floor. As a result, the black dragon's level increases to 11, while Lu Fan's level rises to 16. On the ranking board, he now holds 90,000 points while maintaining his dominant lead on the 13th floor of the Nightmare Trial. Determined to push further, he sets his sights on conquering the Heavenly Tower alongside his dragon. After an hour, on the 50th floor of the Fear Trial, Chi Master stands victorious while having successfully cleared the level. However, he feels unlucky about the difficulty of the monsters he faces while believing that they should only appear around the 70th floor. The challenge proves to be overwhelming, making the battle even tougher. He initially thinks that only Chu is capable of competing with him, but then remembers that she is in a team, while meaning her points will be divided. Confident in his advantage, he assumes that the title will be his. Seeking validation, he asks the principals about his performance and urges them to contact the top academies for his admission. Meanwhile, the principals discuss the Tower of Ladder's 50th floor, while acknowledging that previous scholars had failed at this stage. One of them points out that this floor serves as a crucial watershed level, which means that even if Lu Fan passes it, his strength may not increase significantly. However, at this moment, Lu Fan reaches the 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial. As he arrives, he realizes that his dragon has unlocked a new skill due to its continued leveling up. Now, it can transform into the World Ender and Destruction Dragon form. But before he can focus on this, he notices an amethyst mountain giant standing in his path. On the other hand, the principals observe the unfolding battle and note the presence of 3 nightmare bosses. They deem the fight impossible for Lu Fan. One of them predicts that this challenge will slow down his progress in the Tower of Ladder. Yet, despite this obstacle, they also acknowledge that he has already surpassed everyone in Yanghai City. One principal considers him an exceptionally promising student and secretly regrets that he does not belong to his school. Suddenly, the mountain's massive arm swings forward while delivering immense damage. At this moment, our dude realizes that the difficulty level has drastically increased compared to previous floors. He then orders his dragon to take its world ender form. The dragon lets out a harsh roar while shaking the surroundings. The principals realize that he is preparing to face the monster head-on. As the transformation completes, the black dragon shifts into its world ender form, while unlocking new skills called world ending and earth shattering. The onlookers are shocked to see that the dragon can switch between different combat forms. Mr. Qin also finds the transformation incredible. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commands the dragon to unleash a mighty jaw assault. The principals are astonished as they witness the shattering of a level 20 boss. One of them speculates that the attack must have carried a power of more than 2,000 points to break through the mountain giant's defenses. Mr. Qin turns to the envoy while questioning whether he now feels fortunate for not attempting to take Lu Fan away. Meanwhile, the dragon releases a world-ending roar while inflicting a vulnerability effect on its enemies. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan prepares for the final blow. The dragon switches into its earth-shattering form, and as the attack lands, Lu Fan's level increases to 16. He finds no difficulty progressing through the trial and successfully conquers the 50th floor. Recognizing his rapid progress, he decides to focus on further improving his experience. Mr. Qin also realizes that Lu Fan has barely struggled on this floor while confirming his overwhelming strength. One of the principals asks the envoy whether in Dragon City he can determine the exact numerical value of the dragon's growing strength. The envoy replies that, based on a rough comparison, the dragon's strength attribute should be at least 2,500 points. The middle school principal questions whether this level of power is even worth mentioning anymore. As they continue observing, another principal states that since Lu Fan has cleared the 50th floor, the X+1 mode will now be applied. Mr. Qin inquires about this mode while prompting an explanation. The principal explains that the X+1 mode was established by the original designers of the trial tower. He further clarifies that once an examinee surpasses the 50th level, each subsequent floor will feature one boss encounter. This adjustment makes the trial resemble a real secret realm while significantly increasing its danger level. However, in the Nightmare level Tower of Ladder, whether it follows the standard or X+1 mode, everything is replaced by Nightmare level bosses. The principal explains that in the Nightmare mode of X+1, multiple bosses appear on each floor with significantly increased attributes. Mr. Qin finds this impressive but remains focused on Lu Fan, confident that these challenges will not be an issue for him. Lu Fan continues progressing while clearing the 60th floor, and soon after, the Black Dragon's rank increases to 13 while his own rank rises to 18. As he advances, he realizes that the difficulty level has increased significantly after the 50th floor. However, with his dragon by his side, he decides not to rely on complex strategies, and instead pushes forward with sheer strength. He then calls Xiaoye to join him. On the other hand, the principal notes that our guy has rapidly advanced from the 50th to the 70th floor in a remarkably short time. Meanwhile, the middle school principal, who initially found the ladder challenging, now sees that Lu Fan makes it seem effortless. Continuing his ascent, Lu Fan successfully clears the 76th floor. He then orders his dragon to activate the Dragon Blood Armor transformation, further increasing the Black Dragon's rank to 14, while his own rank rises to 19. In this way, he swiftly conquers the 83rd floor. The principal remarks that many scholars in the past have attempted to earn rewards by defeating the tower, but Lu Fan stands apart from them. Unlike the others, he appears capable of clearing all 100 floors. The middle school principal acknowledges that the bosses on each floor are formidable, but he emphasizes that the difficulty of the 99th floor is on an entirely different level. Just as he expresses his concern, he is shocked to see that Lu Fan has already reached the 99th floor. Upon arriving, our dude finds Regicide standing before him. He immediately recognizes this entity and realizes that it originates from an ancient secret realm. He reflects on how all the secret realms seem to be connected to real historical events. Understanding that the best strategy is to focus on a single target while controlling the others, he prepares for battle. However, as the fight begins, he quickly notices that the monster might be indestructible. Realizing that the time has come for a decisive strike, he commands Xiaoye to attack. The dragon unleashes a powerful shot, and Lu Fan praises its accuracy. The monster, unfazed, declares that Lu Fan must pay with his life as a sacrifice for its king. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Fan decides that he cannot afford to waste time on this battle. His priority is to reach the 100th floor as quickly as possible. Preparing for the final push, he commands Xiaoye to get ready, and in response, the Black Dragon releases a devastating lava blaze. The dragon unleashes its lava flame while successfully clearing level 99. As a result, the Black Dragon levels up to 15 and acquires a new skill, Cataclysm. At that, our guy finds this new ability impressive and notices that his own level has increased to 20. Realizing that only the final level remains, he prepares for the ultimate challenge. Meanwhile, the principal's watch as the door to the last trial slowly opens. Mr. Qin remarks that they might be on the verge of breaking history. The principal, astonished, reflects on the 100th floor, while admitting that they never anticipated any candidate reaching this stage. Lu Fan draws his sword and steps forward. Now standing on the 100th floor of the nightmare trial, he surveys the scene before him. A vast broken kingdom's secret realm unfolds, filled with eerie silence. Suddenly, more than 500 undead legions emerge from the shadows. Observing the overwhelming numbers, he recalls that Xiaoye has now unlocked its destruction dragon form. Additionally, the dragon has gained the Cataclysm skill, a 3-stage damage attack. He recognizes that this is the perfect moment to test these new abilities in battle. As tension fills the air, the dragon lets out a powerful roar while shaking the battlefield. Determined to give their best at this final level, Lu Fan looks at Xiaoye with unwavering confidence. He commands the dragon to activate its destruction dragon form. In response, Xiaoye undergoes a dramatic transformation while appearing in its new, formidable state, while ready to face the ultimate challenge. The principal observes the dragon third form with amazement, while Mr. Qin notices the rising flames surrounding it. Meanwhile, more than 500 undead legions advance for an attack. Lu Fan immediately instructs the dragon to prepare for battle and confront the undead army of the Broken Kingdom. Without hesitation, he engages in combat, skillfully fighting off the advancing enemies. As the battle intensifies, he commands Xiaoye to unleash Cataclysm. The dragon's devastating skill significantly reduces the number of undead legions. Watching the battle unfold, the principal of the middle school questions whether this is a skill an examinee can truly master. Mr. Qin, equally astonished, points out that almost all the undead legions have been eliminated. Determined to end the fight quickly, Lu Fan instructs the dragon to use Cataclysm again while aiming for massive destruction. The principals, witnessing this incredible display of power, conclude that Lu Fan has accumulated over 1,000,000 points while breaking all previous records. They marvel at his achievement and speculate about the rewards he might receive. The high school principal acknowledges that the rewards will be exceptional this time while considering the extreme difficulty of the exam. He estimates that Lu Fan should receive at least 3 rare quality items. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, while noticing that all the smaller monsters have been defeated, prepares for the final challenge while declaring the final boss to show up. The world-destroying Emperor, aka Final Boss, emerges. Marking the last challenge of the trial, Lu Fan signals Xiaoye to release his power, and in response, he transforms his hand into a dragon claw. Without hesitation, the dragon unleashes the Everything Burns skill, while flapping its wings with immense force. The monster, overwhelmed by the attack, begins to weaken. Observing this, our dude feels satisfied as the boss's strength visibly declines. Seizing the opportunity, he activates Lament Aura, further diminishing the enemy's power. Without wasting time, he commands Xiaoye to unleash another Everything Burns attack. Fire erupts across the battlefield while consuming everything in its path. As a result of the intense battle, the Black Dragon levels up to 17, while Lu Fan advances to level 22. The principals watch with anticipation while wondering if Lu Fan has crossed the 1,000,000-point threshold. Qin, confident in the outcome, remarks to the high school principal that his school is destined to rise in prestige. Meanwhile, our dude successfully completes the nightmare level exam. Turning to Xiaoye, he asks if he wants to eat something. In response, the dragon lets out a powerful roar, marking their victory. With the 100th floor officially conquered, Lu Fan receives the Wrath of Ice Dragon skill book as a reward. Examining it, he realizes how well it complements his existing skill set. Additionally, he earns an agility ring, further enhancing his abilities. At that, our dude also receives a legendary quality cloak that provides ice damage reduction and boosts fire damage while making it highly beneficial for Xiaoye. Feeling satisfied with his achievements, he decides to take a break and return home to wait for the exam results. At school, the principal praises him for securing the top score while announcing that his photo will be displayed on the Wall of Fame. The middle school principal reminds him that the Wall of Fame is meant for heroes who sacrifice themselves fighting beasts. However, Principal Zhao silences him while stating that his words are a curse, and emphasizing that Lu Fan's record-breaking achievement is extraordinary. He also acknowledges that our guy has now gained significant fame. Mr. Qin, equally impressed, commends Lu Fan's performance. In response, our dude humbly states that he merely fulfilled all the exam requirements. He then inquires whether the princess of the Taiki kingdom will cause trouble again. Mr. Qin assures him that by now, the teacher must have received the results. When Lu Fan asks about the teacher, Mr. Qin advises him to focus on selecting an academy. The principals inform him that many academies will eagerly seek him out and warn him that wealthy individuals might also approach him with offers, while urging him to remain cautious. Meanwhile, his teacher requests him to summon the dragon in front of him while Envoy leaves. However, the principal expresses concern while deeming it reckless, as it could lead to destruction within the school. Despite this, everyone celebrates Lu Fan's record-breaking achievement and congratulates him on his success. In the Dragon Kingdom's northernmost frontier, within the uncharted territory, Marquis Tujing stands in his chamber. A knock on the door interrupts him, and he instructs the visitor to enter. The person apologizes for the disturbance, and Marquis Tujing promptly asks whether any evidence has been found. The man confirms that Qin Shanhai's deductions were correct. His interactions with the envoy reveal that Lord Ruan Changfeng has been secretly colluding with the Jin family. It is also discovered that Jinju's overseas studies and the recruitment of dragon tamers were orchestrated by him. Marquis Tujing is shocked by this revelation. The man further explains that, although there are diplomatic ties between the Jian family and Ruan, he has frequently assisted the Jin family. Marquis Tujing realizes that Ruan was the one who sent the envoy to arrest Lu Fan. He finds it absurd that Ruan has been aiding the princess of the Taiki kingdom. Without hesitation, he orders the man to strip Ruan of all his powers and remove him from the high ranks of Dragon City. He instructs that the decision be executed immediately and states that if Ruan has any objections, he can come and address them directly. Additionally, he emphasizes the need to closely monitor the academy Lu Fan chooses. Determined to provide our dude with the best resources, he sees great potential in having him within the Dragon Kingdom. He also decides to meet him in person once he has time, though he remains preoccupied with his responsibilities. Meanwhile, the princesses is informed him that Ruan has been expelled by the Northern Frontier Marquis. She is shocked, but the caller assure her that there is good news as well. However, she finds it meaningless without Ruan while realizing that it will now be much harder to capture the dragon tamer. The person remind her that the announcement day is approaching and urge her not to waste time on Lu Fan. They also reveal that, along with Lu Fan, another dragon tamer has appeared in Zhanghai City. She sees this as an opportunity and hopes that this new dragon tamer will be more cooperative. Hongwu believes he has completed 72 levels and assumes that he will be the top scorer. He also expects that the top academies will be searching for him. As he looks around, he notices all the principals gathered. Confidently, he tells his principal that he will secure the top position among the schools. However, his principal responds that the results were already expected. Confused, Hongwu calls out again, but the principal simply asks if he has finished the trial. He confirms that the trial is over and that he has achieved a score of 89,000. The principal acknowledges his performance, praises his efforts, and advises him to rest and take care of his injuries. Hongwu is taken aback by this reaction. He wonders if the principal wants him to remain humble, which is why he appears unimpressed by such a high score. Despite his confusion, he feels grateful for his guidance. 7 days later, the results of the nightmare exam are announced. Reporters eagerly gather to interview the top scorers. One of them invites Lu Fan to their estate and inquires about the academy he plans to join. Another reporter praises him and offers a gift if he will visit to Dragon City in the future. A large crowd gathers, all trying to catch a glimpse of him. Amidst the commotion, Mr. Qin appears and explains that everyone is watching because he is the top scorer of the South Province. Lu Fan's aunt then steps in while urging him to go inside as the noise outside grows overwhelming. Inside, Mr. Qin informs Lu Fan that the prize money for the top scorer of the South Province is 50 million, while encouraging him to accept it. Additionally, he has sent some rewards. The first reward is the Roar of the Blue Dragon King skill book. The second is a Thunder Potion, and the third consists of the Green Wind Armor and Flash Wing Boots. He explains that all these rewards were carefully selected by Principal Bai. Our boy realizes that with these rewards, his attributes will significantly increase. Moreover, the skill book contains a unique ability that no one else possesses. Without hesitation, he takes the box. Suddenly, Chu arrives and informs him that the heads of the top 10 academies have arrived in the city. They have all been invited to his house, and he should go meet them for an interview. He finds it quite early for such a meeting, but Mr. Qin reassures him that for a genius like him, it is never too early. He explains that the officials have watched his exam video, which is why they have come to meet him. He also mentions that Lu Fan's top score is confidential, accessible only to top officials of Dragon City and the academy heads. Furthermore, he reveals that his teacher has already handled Jinju. Lu Fan expresses his eagerness to meet and thank his teacher, but Mr. Qin tells him that it is not the right time since he is currently unavailable. Mr. Qin adds that since Lu Fan saved Chu in the village, this is their way of expressing gratitude, and he should accept it. Lastly, he informs him that he will be visiting Zhongshan Garden and hands him a purple card while encouraging him to take it. Q then takes him to meet the academy representatives. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's forest, Jinju appears and inquires about Lu Fan's level. Her guard informs her that his level is 19, while his dragon is at level 14. She finds him remarkable for being able to face a level 30 boss. Beside her, Chen Tianji, another dragon tamer, stands ready. His dragon appears and unleashes a dragon lance strike while leveling up to 15. At the same time, Chen Tianji reaches level 20. The princess is pleased with his progress. She turns to Kui Hongtai and calls him a failure while declaring that his dragon will now belong to Chen. Chen Tianji expresses his gratitude and confidently states that with the combined power of his dragon lance, and the princess's magic buffs, he can easily defeat Lu Fan. Jinju considers the situation and notes that he still has a chance, given that he has accumulated 210,000 points, which might be close to Lu Fan's score. She then commands him to kill Lu Fan and his dragon, while promising in return to help him become the greatest dragon tamer of all time. She warns him not to disappoint her. Chen Tianji is delighted by the offer and pledges his loyalty while vowing to serve as her knight for life. Jinju, while believing him to be far wiser than our boy, orders Kui Hongtai to investigate which academy Lu Fan is applying to. She is determined to take her revenge. At the Qin family villa, Chu approaches Lu Fan while asking about his choice of academy. Though reluctant, she explains that her father wants her to join the same institution as him so they can stay connected. He finds the idea appealing and acknowledges the importance of teamwork in academic settings. Since they have worked together before, he believes it would be beneficial. If they venture into the wilderness together, he assures her that she will be his first priority. However, he has yet to decide which academy to join. She considers his impressive scores but realizes she must keep it up to avoid growing distant. Ultimately, she agrees to apply to the same academy, which he finds reassuring. Later, he enters a room where the heads of various academies are gathered. Before he can speak, the head official from Jiangnan Academy expresses admiration for his performance in the entrance exam video. He is recognized as the first dragon tamer in history to possess a dragon at such an early stage. Curious about his choice, they encourage him not to hesitate. Jiangnan Academy offers a generous annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, along with access to valuable secret realms. Before he can respond, the head of Northern Academy interrupts while countering with an even more enticing offer: 20 million dragon coins annually and exclusive access to secret dreams. A heated argument erupts as they compete for his enrollment. Caught off guard, our boy realizes that he did not expect the selection process to unfold this way. Uncertain about his decision, he is suddenly addressed by Gu Han, who is the head of Dragon Capital Academy. She reveals that although the national trial quota has already been filled for the year, she is willing to grant him a spot. The head of Southern Academy questions her decision while arguing that he has only recently changed his profession and does not qualify for such a significant opportunity. Shocked that such an important quota is being offered to a newcomer, he hesitates while wondering what the national trial entails. Gu Han explains that it is a top-secret realm established by a coalition of 23 countries. Every 3 years, representatives from each nation participate in this elite challenge. Gu Han further explains that to maintain the stability of the realm, only freshers are allowed, while experienced individuals are restricted. The rewards offered are exceptionally valuable. The head of Northern Academy points out that Lu Fan must begin the next trial immediately, as this one is about to start soon. The head of Southern Academy remains astonished by this unconventional recruitment method. Gu Han assures him that if he wishes to rise to the top of the Dragon Capital Kingdom, he is more than welcome. Lu Fan contemplates the benefits of the national trial, while recognizing the opportunity for rewards and rank advancement. Suddenly, he receives a treasure map. Remembering that the last map led him to the Black Dragon Egg, he finally decides to join Dragon Capital Academy. Professor Gu inquires about the Dragon Treasure Map, prompting him to confirm his decision to enroll in the academy. He then requests assistance with something, which she agrees to while ensuring a smooth application process. 4 days later, our dude is ready to leave the place with his aunt, who is sad to leave the place she has called home for so long. He reassures her that they no longer need to worry, as they have enough savings and a villa while allowing them to settle anywhere. His aunt reminisces about the time he first arrived as a child while recalling those early days fondly. As they talk, Xiao Qiu and Tao Xiaoman arrive in a car to pick them up. Lu Fan turns to his aunt, curious whether Tao Xiaoman is also joining Dragon Capital Academy. At that moment, Tao Xiaoman realizes that Chu, who has the same grades, is applying solely to stay close to him. Our boy remembers his request to Professor Gu regarding his aunt's admission. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she expresses her appreciation, while recalling her long-held dream of attending a prestigious academy when she aspired to become a chef. Now she has the chance to start anew. She admits that she never expected him to remember her wishes. He gently reassures her while urging her not to cry. Xiao Qiu then urges Hanji to get into the car quickly, eager to set off for their new journey. They get into the plane, and Lu Fan realizes the hard work his aunt has endured and the sacrifices she made after becoming a professional chef. He also promises to give them a better life. This marks the beginning of a new chapter. Upon arriving at Dragon Capital Academy, they stand outside while his aunt looks around while appearing somewhat anxious. She remains composed, especially when selling rare recipes. As our boy observes the academy, he notices the arrival of the princess. Her guards inform her that they have reached the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. One of them glances at Lu Fan and seems disappointed. Seeing her presence, he grows irritated while questioning why she is there. When one of the guards steps forward to confront him, Jinju intervenes while reminding him that without Ruin, they cannot engage in a fight. Otherwise, they risk being sent back. Meanwhile, the girls find the situation strange, while Chu recalls her father mentioning that Jinju had come to study in the kingdom, making it likely she would be at the academy. Before any further conflict arises, his aunt stops him. Just then, Professor Gu appears, pleased to see both groups together. She invites them inside, marking the next step in their journey. Professor Gu asks if the two groups are unfamiliar with each other, as the academy refers to them as the twin stars of the southern province. Our boy wonders if Chen Tianji, the second ranked in the province, is also a dragon tamer, while the other recalls hearing the name of Lu Fan many times and acknowledges his reputation. To sense the tension between two groups, Teacher Gu asks them to let her escort them to their accommodation. Basically, in a villa area reserved for first-year students, there are 30 villas available. Every year, teachers review entrance exam videos to determine the students' overall rankings, and only the top 30 get to live there. When Professor Gu announces the rankings, everyone turns their attention to her. She states that Lu Fan is ranked first, so he will live in Villa No. 1. Meanwhile, Chen Tianji, who was the second best student in the southern province, is placed 18th overall, meaning Villa No. 18 will be his residence. Lu Fan reacts with clear disdain while believing Chen Tianji has compromised his dignity by accepting Jinju's offer. He thinks it absurd that they are still being called the twin stars. At that moment, Chu seeks confirmation from the professor. She and Tao Xiaoman both suspect that their scores are not high enough for the top 30 and wonder if they should check into the student dormitory instead. The professor confirms their assumption and informs them that he will personally take Qin Chu, Tao Xiaoman, and Han Jie to the dormitory area later. He also points out that the villa area offers better living conditions. Just then, Hanji makes an unexpected request while asking if they could stay with Lu Fan instead. The two girls nearby are visibly shocked by this suggestion. The professor, however, remains neutral while saying that as long as the resident has no objections, there is no rule against it. Hanji then turns to Lu Fan with a mischievous expression while reminding him of the home-cooked meals he enjoys. Not wanting to lose out, Lu Fan quickly assures them that he has no objections at all. Hanji turns to the two girls and confidently states that since our boy has no objections, they will all live together. She reasons that it will help them build rapport and improve their teamwork, which will be useful for future expeditions into the secret realm. Lu Fan then gestures for the girls to follow him while mentioning that the dormitory area is quite far from the villas. He points out that if he ever needs to find them, it would take him half the campus just to get there. Xiaoqiu gives in and agrees, while Tao Xiaoman immediately follows suit while insisting that she will stay wherever she stays. She also admits that the conditions in the villa area are much better. Excitedly, Hanji celebrates while saying that now Xiaoqiu will also get to taste her cooking. However, Tao Xiaoman quickly turns to Lu Fan with a warning while stating that living together is fine, but he better not get any funny ideas about Chu. She makes it clear that she will be watching him closely. Meanwhile, our boy starts thinking about something else. He recalls that a treasure is hidden in one of the villas and realizes that Villa No. 2 is right next to his. Curious, he asks Teacher Gu who lives there. The teacher explains that she only know about the southern part and don't know about freshmen from other areas. However, she remembers that only one girl lives in Villa No. 2. Deciding to find out more, Lu Fan tells his aunt and Professor Gu to go ahead to his villa first. He mentions that he will take a moment to meet their new neighbor. His aunt nods in understanding, but doesn't miss the chance to tease him while reminding him sarcastically to bring a gift. Our dude quickly assures his aunt not to overanalyze the situation, while explaining that he simply wants to see what the second-ranked student is like. However, she immediately thinks that a girl is enough to make him eager to visit. She playfully adds that even though he is already sharing a place with 3 of them, he is still eager to strike up a conversation with the neighbor. Feeling wrongly accused, he wonders why his intentions are being misinterpreted. Afterwards, he is seen carrying a cake as he heads toward his neighbor's villa, while thinking about whether she will like his aunt's treat. He figures that getting invited inside would be ideal, especially since everyone has just moved in. More importantly, he needs to secure the treasure before she discovers it. As soon as the door swings open, he introduces himself while mentioning that he is Lu Fan from Villa No. 1 and hails from Shanghai City in the southern province. With a friendly tone, he offers the cake as a gift and suggests that, as neighbors, they should take the chance to become acquainted. Accepting the cake, the girl introduces herself as Jianying from Yunbei Province. Hearing her soft voice, he briefly notes how adorable it sounds, yet finds holding a conversation with her unexpectedly difficult. After a short pause, he asks if he can step inside for a while explaining that he feels a bit parched and would appreciate a glass of water. The moment he speaks, he realizes how weak his excuse sounds. Aware that his real purpose is far from innocent, he silently criticizes himself for making it so obvious. To his surprise, she allows him in, and he promptly expresses his gratitude. The moment he steps inside, he reminds himself that he cannot linger for too long while securing the treasure remains his top priority. As Lu Fan walks through the house, he glances around and notes that one room appears to be her bedroom. He also spots the bathroom before finally stepping into another room. The moment he looks around, he immediately recognizes what he has been searching for. He realizes that this must be the one place she hasn't entered yet and quickly notices the dragon egg. Confirming his suspicion, he remarks that it is indeed the second dragon egg. Without wasting time, he returns to her and suddenly changes his mind about staying any longer. Casually, he announces that he is no longer feeling thirsty and will head back. Before leaving, he politely says it was nice meeting her and reminds her that they will see each other again at the freshman entrance ceremony the next day. After he leaves, she walks into her room, assuming our boy must be a pervert. Later that night in Villano, our dude examines the jade dragon egg closely. As he observes it, he realizes that it looks exactly like the one he found when he discovered Xiaoye's egg. While thinking it over, he takes out the jade dragon and notes that it isn't a combat-type dragon. Instead, with over 600 spirit attributes, it is clearly meant for support. As he continues analyzing, a sudden thought crosses his mind. Since he and Xiaoye share a bloodline with dragons, all effects might actually be doubled. Recalling the big exam, he remembers that Xiaoye received a 30% boost from the dragon's encouragement. When she unleashed Cataclysm, her spirit attribute even surpassed 7,000. He thinks that if he adds the Jade Light, it will increase his attributes by 60% and will be approximately 12,000. Lu Fan tells the dragon that an important decision needs to be made, that is choosing a name. He suggests Xiao Fei, and the dragon agrees while saying it sounds nice. He then decides that from now on, the dragon will be Xiaoye's younger sister. The dragon lets out a loud roar, and he quickly asks them to stop while warning that they might wake everyone up. On the day of the freshman enrollment ceremony, our boy mentions that life professions and combat professions do not attend together. Xiaoqiu agrees and adds that his sister has to go to a different place for hers. Then, she suddenly remembers something and curiously asks why his room was so noisy the night before. As he starts explaining, a group of boys nearby gets distracted by the sight of two beautiful girls, a priest and a swordswoman. They admire their looks and whisper that they are definitely at the campus belle level. Xiaoqiu, intrigued by the conversation, comments that entering the secret realm with such beauties would make even dying worth it. He jokingly adds that if he could date one of them, it would be a dream come true. However, Tao Xiaoman interrupts while telling him not to be ridiculous. She reminds him that there is a guy with them, though Xiaoqiu insists that since there are two girls, they can't both be his girlfriends. Trying to change the topic, Xiaoqiu shares that he asked Teacher Gu about seating arrangements while learning that hidden professions must sit in the front row. Tao Xiaoman sighs and says that if she can't sit with him, she will just go to the back row instead. As everyone enters, the Qi Master glances at Lu Fan and pauses, feeling like he has seen him before. After a moment, he suddenly remembers and remarks that Lu Fan is the loud martial artist from the entrance exam. He remembers that. The principal turns to him and questions whether he really believes he was the top scorer. He then tells him to check the ranking and compare his score with Lu Fan's. Hearing this, he feels irritated and thinks to himself that Lu Fan has embarrassed him in front of the highly respected principal. Now that he finally sees him again, he is filled with frustration. At the same time, Tao Xiaoman quietly wonders why all the hidden professions are being placed together. She starts to realize that this arrangement means our boy will be spending time with Xiaoqiu every day from now on. As Lu Fan looks around, he notices Jian Ying and greets her. Xiaoqiu, surprised, immediately asks if they know each other. Lu Fan gives a casual reply while saying that they sort of do, since she is their neighbor from Villano 2. Hearing this, Xiaoqiu nods in understanding and realizes that Jian Ying is the one who ranked second overall, a girl who is both beautiful and strong. Meanwhile, some boys nearby chat excitedly while saying that coming to Dragon Capital Academy is amazing. Then, they point at Lu Fan, commenting that he is surrounded by beautiful girls. One of them questions what that even means, adding that just because there are many beauties around, it has nothing to do with him. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the chatter, commanding everyone to be quiet. The speaker introduces himself as Zhao Shengming, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy, and a professor in the Combat Academy's magic department. Without wasting time, he welcomes all the new students on behalf of the academy. He then states that he does not like unnecessary formalities or empty words. Instead, he informs them that their teachers will now distribute ID cards while he explains some school rules. He also mentions that the ID card will serve as an all-purpose credential within the academy. Zhao Shengming continues, explaining that the ID card will also store personal points, which serve as the Academy's universal currency. He adds that students will need these points to access the Academy's secret realms, buy weapons, potions, and other essentials. He also mentions that the initial points each student receives are based on their entrance exam scores. Hearing this, a student raises a concern, pointing out that the difficulty of entrance exams varies across different provinces. He argues that it is easier to get high scores in provinces with lower difficulty, which seems unfair. The vice principal calmly reassures him, stating that the Academy has already taken this into account. He explains that entrance exam scores are adjusted using a difficulty coefficient, which is based on the varying levels of difficulty in each province's trials. He further clarifies that the harder the trial, the smaller the coefficient used to calculate the final points. To give an example, he mentions that this year's trial in the southern province was the most difficult, so their scores will be divided by the smallest coefficient of 96. As Lu Fan looks at his points, he realizes that this amount is all the funds he currently has at Dragon Capital Academy. Meanwhile, the principal addresses the students, explaining that these points are only temporary. He announces that in a month, the freshman assignment will determine their points again. He then reveals that the top 30 performers in this assignment will qualify for the blue class, which comes with many special privileges. He lists some of these benefits, such as access to closed secret realms, the ability to exchange specified skills and equipment, and the right to move into the villa area. Hearing this, Lu Fan responds with curiosity, admitting that he had never heard of the blue class before enrolling. Other students around him also express their surprise, but some get excited at the possibility of moving into the villa area. As our guy processes this information, he realizes that since he is currently in first place, he qualifies for the blue class. However, he also understands that if he loses this qualification later, he will have to move out of Villa No. Noticing the students' reactions, the principal chuckles and reminds them that getting into the blue class does not mean they can relax. He warns that any student has the right to challenge a blue class member to a battle. If a member loses, they must give up their spot to the challenger. He also emphasizes that blue class members cannot refuse challenges. Then, he reveals that there are currently 30 members in the blue class, specifically the top 30 from the entrance exam. Finally, he announces that the first place student, Lu Fan, the top scorer from the southern province and a dragon tamer. Immediately, the crowd erupts in shock. Many students are stunned to hear his name, with some whispering in disbelief. One of them calls him a simp and assumes he must have a dragon to achieve such a high ranking. Another quickly warns him to lower his voice, fearing that if Lu Fan really has a dragon, they could be in trouble. Someone else speculates, noting that there are no available scores or videos of Lu Fan's entrance exam. This makes him wonder if Lu Fan is an unqualified beneficiary, someone who got into the academy through family connections. As the discussion continues, someone points out that only the second-place student from the southern province, Chen Tianji, has searchable exam results. They admire how powerful his dragon is. Meanwhile, another student turns to a girl referred to as Princess and asks when she plans to take Lu Fan down, promising to follow her orders. She remains cautious, saying that since his true strength is still unknown, there is no need to rush. Instead, she suggests testing him first. Xiaoqiu then turns to our boy and comments that the vice principal seems to be pushing him into the spotlight. She notes that by announcing his rank so openly, it feels like he is encouraging everyone to challenge him. Lu Fan responds while admitting that he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Wanting to shift focus, he suggests going to the Secret Realm Hall to check what secret realms the Academy offers. Before they can leave, the Chi Master suddenly steps forward and challenges Lu Fan to a battle. Lu Fan, caught off guard, repeats his words in surprise. The Chi Master confirms his challenge, reminding him that, according to the Vice Principal's announcement, blue class members cannot refuse. As he prepares for the fight, the Chi Master thinks about how Lu Fan's entrance exam results and videos are missing. He assumes that if Lu Fan is truly strong, he must have passed the trial by summoning many sub-dragon species. Believing he has a good chance of winning if he targets our boy directly, he confidently places a bet of 200 points. Lu Fan, unfazed, accepts the challenge and agrees to the wager. Seeing this, Jinju excitedly comments that the fight is already starting and that since Lu Fan is the #1 dragon tamer, it should be interesting to watch. She also notes that a dragon demon's abilities seem similar to those of a summoning mage. The Chi Master steps forward, declares that they will begin on the count of 3, and then the battle officially starts. The Chi Master advances with a powerful strike while unleashing a key accumulation strike. However, he is shocked when Lu Fan counters with a second-tier mage blank skill. Lu Fan recalls hearing about the offensive and defensive abilities of Chi Masters, knowing they can also engage in close combat. Testing his opponent's strength, he questions whether that was his full power. In response, the Chi Master, on the verge of exhaustion, launches a devastating chi-rising wave while aiming to suppress him completely. His strategy focuses on preventing Lu Fan from summoning his dragon pet while closely observing his abilities. Despite this, our boy swiftly breaks through his seemingly unshakable defense. Without warning, he closes the distance and lands a powerful blow. Blood bursts from the Chi Master's mouth as he collapses to the ground. The impact of a single kick makes him realize the overwhelming strength of a blue-class warrior. Onlookers are astonished while realizing that our dude has defeated a Chi Master without even summoning his dragons. Anticipation builds as they expect him to reveal his dragon pet. Meanwhile, the defeated opponent, severely injured and bleeding, struggles to comprehend his loss. Lu Fan remarks on his lack of skill while pointing out that he fell without much effort. Coughing from the impact, the Chi Master is unable to respond. Observing the fight, Jinju turns to her guard while asking if he has analyzed Lu Fan's combat abilities. Her dragon tamer acknowledges that Lu Fan's victory was purely due to his own strength, as he never summoned his dragon pet. However, he remained 70% certain that the princess's buffs played a role in enhancing his abilities. Turning back to his opponent, Lu Fan reminds him of their bet. Since the match is decided, he gladly claims the 200 points he was promised. As the Chi Master checks Lu Fan's points, he is stunned to see that he possesses 13,739 points. When multiplied by the difficulty coefficient, the total reaches approximately 1.3 million exam points, while he himself has only 210,000. Realizing the vast difference in their rankings, he feels foolish for ever thinking he could defeat him. Meanwhile, in the secret realm hall of Dragon Capital Academy, Xiao Qiu informs Lu Fan that they have brought his aunt. Concerned, she asks if he is injured, but he reassures her that there is nothing to worry about. Turning to Tao Xiaoman, Xiao Qiu reminds her that she had already mentioned Lu Fan's strength. Even so, she admits to being surprised by how effortlessly he overpowered his opponent. As they continue discussing the battle, they acknowledge that dragons have exceeded their expectations while believing that Lu Fan's dragon must be even stronger than he is. At that moment, he reveals his rating card and explains that he has just checked the secret realm dungeon assigned to him by the Academy. Confident that the accumulated points will be useful for leveling up, he soon realizes that his dragon has already advanced in rank. His aunt, however, quickly points out the dangers of the level 45 secret realm, warning that it could be life-threatening. He calmly reassures her, expressing his complete confidence in handling the challenge. However, Tao Xiaoman raises a concern while noting that they need 5 members for the dungeon run, but currently only have 4. Considering the situation, our dude decides to find an additional team member. Xiao Qiu directs his attention to a nearby seat where the neighbor from Villeneuve, 2, is sitting. She informs him that this individual holds the 2nd rank and should be able to handle a level 45 dungeon with ease while making her an ideal candidate for the team. Approaching her, he greets her while recalling that she may have misunderstood him due to his past confusion when searching for the dragon egg. Gathering his thoughts, he asks if she is also interested in dungeons and whether she would be willing to join their team. Lu Fan struggles to communicate with her, uncertain of how to approach the conversation. As he waits for a response, she silently dismisses him as a pervert and walks away without a word. The girls, while noticing the interaction, immediately question what he has done to upset her. He quickly reassures them while explaining that it is just a small misunderstanding and that he has done nothing wrong. He admits that their first meeting was unusual but insists that he is a normal person. Since she was also looking for a dungeon, he doesn't know anyone else who would be a suitable teammate. He then brings up their plan to explore the poisonous spider forest and explains that they need one more person. Extending the invitation, he asks if she would consider joining them. She briefly thinks about the dangers of the forest before ultimately accepting the offer. Realizing that their team is now complete, Lu Fan feels relieved. The girls commend him for successfully recruiting her, impressed that he managed to do so with only a few words. He assures them that he will cover the team's points if needed, but she dismisses the offer while seeing no necessity for his help. Without further delay, she urges them to head toward the dungeon. As they prepare, our guy wonders about the difficulty coefficient of Yunbei province, while noting that she still has over 8,000 points remaining. If her score is equivalent to that of the southern province, she would have around 800,000 points while making her incredibly strong. Finally, they arrive at the poisonous spider forest. The air feels sharp and heavy while adding to the eerie atmosphere. Now standing at their destination, they brace themselves for the challenge ahead. As they are going ahead in the dungeon, Tao Xiaoman turns to Lu Fan and questions his choice. She points out that this dungeon is level 45 and has a fear level difficulty. Our boy calmly explains that he spent a long time checking the dungeon hall and found no other dungeon that offers more experience at a higher level. However, Tao Xiaoman quickly clarifies that this is not what she meant, though she does not press further. Just then, Hanji excitedly interrupts while realizing something. She suggests that since they are here to level up, they should share something useful with everyone. Holding up a biscuit, she enthusiastically declares that these will help them reach the second transition level much faster. She goes on to explain that these biscuits are made from a recipe given by the life profession teacher. However, many classmates struggled to make them successfully. Luckily, the enchanter chef, who has a high success rate in adding effects, managed to succeed on the first try. Wanting others to benefit as well, she then turns to Jianying and encourages her to try the biscuits. As they walk, Jianying suddenly asks if the cake from last time was made by Han Jie. She nods and clarifies that she is referring to the pumpkin cake. Smiling, she adds that if Jianying likes it, she can always make more. Xiaoqiu then happily chimes in while praising Sister Han's cooking and calling it delicious. Since they live nearby, she warmly invites Jianying to visit any time. While they chat, Lu Fan suddenly interrupts while warning everyone to be careful because a monster has spotted them. Immediately, Tao Xiaoman rushes into battle with her dragon, but Xiaoqiu quickly tries to stop her while reminding her that all the monsters here are above level 40 and will not be easy to defeat. Han Jai then offers a solution while suggesting that he can make some food to boost their resistances. However, he first needs to gather the right ingredients. Before he can act, Lu Fan reassures everyone that it is unnecessary. He confidently tells them to focus on fighting while he handles the problem himself. Jianying watches him closely while expecting him to summon his dragon. When he finally does, Tao Xiaoman reacts in shock upon seeing it while exclaiming in surprise. Our boy casually calls the dragon by name and scolds it for sitting on his head, playfully telling Xiaofei to stop being naughty. Tao Xiaoman, still surprised, realizes that this is not the same dragon she knew about. This means Lu Fan actually has two dragons. Curious, Xiaoqiu turns to him and asks where this dragon came from while wondering why she has never seen it before. Instead of answering directly, our boy commands his dragon to use Emerald Light. As soon as the dragon releases its skill, Tao Xiaoman's injuries from the fight disappear instantly. Stunned, she stares at the dragon, unable to believe what just happened. Lu Fan reassures everyone while telling them that with Xiaofei around, they can relax. He confidently adds that there is no need to worry about buffs or injuries. Tao Xiaoman, still amazed, lists Xiaofei's abilities, dispersing debuffs while blocking damage and boosting attributes all in one skill. She excitedly remarks that it is even better than a second-tier priest. She then marvels at how powerful dragons are while realizing that even a small one like Xiaofei can provide both protection and buffs. Before they can continue talking, Jianying urges everyone to stay focused while reminding them that they are already being targeted. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observes her in action and realizes that this is how a swordmaster fights. Seeing her movements, he acknowledges that her strength as the second-ranked student is indeed impressive. Suddenly, a monster charges toward Han Jie. Lu Fan quickly shouts for her to get down while reacting just in time to save her. As he assesses the situation, he recognizes the monster as a silver-armored spider and notes that it is immune to the armor break effect of sword shadows. Before anyone can relax, Jianying warns the group not to let their guard down. She alerts them that there is not just one silver-armored spider. There are more. And even worse, they are not alone. Black web hunters have also appeared while making the battle even more dangerous. Next moment, our dude looks at Jianying's weapons and comments that they all seem to be class-exclusive and far from ordinary. She nods and explains that a swordmaster can forge their own weapons, and each one levels up alongside them from level 1. However, she quickly reminds him that this is not the time for introductions. As Lu Fan processes this, he realizes that her class functions similarly to a dragon master. While he upgrades his dragon, she upgrades her weapons. Just then, Xiaofei lets out a loud screech. Lu Fan immediately calls out for it to use Emerald Light. Jianying feels the boost and notes that her attributes have increased by 30%. Grateful, she thanks Lu Fan. Meanwhile, he analyzes her fighting style while noting the strengths of her 3 swords. Blood-breaking sword for agile penetration, water-cold sword for magic control, and another one for blocking and high damage. Seeing how they work together, he acknowledges that the Swordmaster class is incredibly versatile. Nearby, Xiaoqiu turns to Xiaoman and tells her to focus on protecting Sister Han. Lu Fan, staying alert, reminds everyone that there are still many silver-armored spiders left. He assures them that he will keep an eye on them while urging them to hurry and locate the Black Web Hunter. He urgently shouts for everyone to be careful of Webbind while warning that if they get caught because escaping alive will be difficult. Jianjing quickly moves forward to fight, but he stops her, noticing that she is already injured. He warns her not to go too deep alone. Without hesitation, he commands his dragon to hurry and heal her before chasing after her himself. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoman reassures him that with Emerald Light, they can handle things on their end. Hearing this, Lu Fan agrees and entrusts his aunt to her. He then casts Emerald Light one more time before rushing ahead. Jian Ying, determined, insists that she can take down the enemy by herself. However, as soon as she is attacked, she realizes she is in trouble. At that, our boy immediately calls out to her, telling her not to get distracted and to follow his lead. As he observes the fight, he is surprised by how powerful the black web hunter is. Even though it is only one rank higher, a single hit has severely injured it. He realizes that its attack power is as strong as his full-powered mountain shaker. Turning to Jianying, he urges her to attack together. She hesitates for a moment, sensing the huge gap in strength between them. However, despite that, she suddenly feels reassured with him by her side. He observes the battle's progress, and notes that defeating these monsters has already raised Xiaofei to level 3. He confidently predicts that by the time they clear the area, it should reach level 5. Jianying, while reflecting on the day, remarks that it is unusual for her to be treated as a weakling and offered help. Just then, Xiaoqiu calls out both of their names and announces that the silver-armored spiders have been dealt with. Turning to Lufan, Jianying acknowledges his strength. However, he responds firmly while saying that no matter how strong someone is, they should never let their teammates fight alone. His aunt then asks him why he does not apply emerald light to himself. Lufan casually replies that he does not need it. Curious, Tao Xiaoman asks if his powerful dragon can heal. In response, Xiaofei heals Xiaoqiu, who immediately feels a surge of energy. Amazed, she exclaims that she feels completely refreshed, as if she could fight all over again. Seeing this, Tao Xiaoman laughs and jokes that Lufan's head is glowing green. In a playful, sarcastic tone, Lufan tells Xiaofei not to heal this sister anymore. Meanwhile, Jianying quietly reflects on the experience, realizing that having teammates is not so bad after all. Lufan then points out that they have reached the end of the map. He wonders if they have finally arrived at their destination. However, Tao Xiaoman looks ahead and notices a large open area. She questions why there is still so much space left. As they continue forward, they suddenly see something in front of them. Tao Xiaoman, surprised, asks what it is. Before anyone can answer, they realize that they are standing before the lair of the Secret Realm's boss. Standing at the top of the hill, the group analyzes that absorption, regeneration, and mass frenzy are the key skills used to control the other spiders. Understanding the situation, they conclude that eliminating the smaller spiders first is necessary before facing the main threat. Q advises our boy's aunt not to look down, as it might not be suitable for someone who is not from a combat class. She explains that combat class individuals must learn to handle such sights. However, the aunt insists that since they are protecting her, she must look down and assist them. The moment she does, nausea overtakes her, and she starts vomiting. Jianying quickly refocuses the group while stating that they must eliminate the smaller creatures first if they want to reach the main spider. She recalls a strategy used by another team, where ranged fighters pull the creatures while the rest clear the area. However, she estimates that following this method would take nearly 4 days to complete. Concerned about the time, the aunt points out that their food supply may not last that long and jokingly asks if they are willing to eat roasted spiders. Q immediately reacts with disgust. Before the discussion can continue, our boy confidently states that they do not need to follow other teams' strategies. Curious, the group asks if he has a better plan. At that moment, they notice him preparing to summon his dragon. Realizing his intentions, Jianying watches in anticipation. Lufan calls out Xiaoye while instructing him to take destruction dragon form. Xiaoman recognizes the creature as his fire dragon, while Jianying, witnessing the dragon for the first time, finds its presence overwhelming. As Xiaoye appears, Lufan commands him to handle the smaller spiders. Without hesitation, he unleashes the first cataclysm, while igniting the entire area beneath him as he flies overhead, causing massive destruction. The group stands in shock while watching the sheer power of the dragon. They had expected strength, but what they witness feels almost legendary. Even Jianying, who has seen many powerful dragons, finds Xiaoye's destructive force unmatched. Lufan instructs Xiaofei to apply buffs while prompting the dragon to let out a powerful roar. In response, Xiaofei releases an emerald light, activating dragon encouragement, which boosts attributes by 30%. As the black dragon's attributes become visible, Lufan turns to Xiaoman and Chu while asking if they can hold the line. Both agree, assuring him that they will protect Han. With their positions secured, he signals to Jianying that it is time to confront the Spider Mother. Moving swiftly towards their target, Lufan calls his dragon to his side. The dragon appears and unleashes Cataclysm for the second time while engulfing the battlefield in flames. In the midst of the chaos, the Jade Dragon levels up to level 4. Without hesitation, Lufan commands another Cataclysm while striking for the third time. Jianying, while witnessing the relentless assault, is astounded by the sheer intensity of 3 consecutive attacks. Standing near the dragon, she can feel the scorching heat radiating from its flames. Concerned about the others, our boy quickly checks on Chu's condition. She reassures him that they are managing well and urges him to focus on attacking the boss spider. Reassured by her words, Lufan and Jianying charge forward, ready to engage the massive spider in battle. The giant spider releases a venom spray while trapping one of the girls in a jade light. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately instructs Xiaofei to dispel the light. As they regain focus, they notice a massive web spun by the spider. Realizing its danger, Lu Fan warns the group that anyone caught in it will become immobilized after 6 seconds. Without hesitation, he commands his jade dragon to unleash burning all things. The dragon spreads its wings wide while releasing fiery waves that scorch everything in their path, dealing immense damage. Watching the attack unfold, Jianying quickly recognizes the monster's resilience and its powerful abilities. She begins to understand that its disaster-inducing powers could easily destroy entire cities while finding the creature's strength both terrifying and incredible. As the battle intensifies, the Jade Dragon levels up to level 5, and the group receives Jade Blessing. Wasting no time, Lu Fan instructs Xiaofei to activate the newly acquired skill. The moment the ability is used, Xiaofei undergoes a transformation, her form now resembling Xiaoye's. With this change form, her strength also significantly increases. The dragon, now in its transformed state, appears ready to face the giant spider. As the battle intensifies, Jianying with our boy's dragon activate Emerald Blessing while enhancing their abilities. She throws her spear with full force but quickly realizes that the blood-breaking sword has pierced the boss effortlessly. A sudden thought crosses her mind. While the emerald light enhances the dragon's skills, it also seems to boost her own strength. Lu Fan acknowledges Xiaofei's new form while praising her for reaching level 5. Observing the battle closely, he notices that Jianying's attack has further increased the Jade Dragon's attributes, while making it even more powerful. A new strategy forms in his mind, and he decides to apply the same enhancement to Xiaoye. He instructs Xiaofei to use Emerald Blessing on Xiaoye, effectively combining the attributes of both dragons. With their combined strength now significantly amplified, our boy estimates that their next attack will exceed 10,000 points in damage. Seizing the opportunity, he calls upon Jianying and Xiaofei for a final assault. Without hesitation, they charge toward the giant spider. Rising high into the air, our boy grips his spear tightly while preparing to strike. The moment has come for him to unleash Dragon Fang Strike while aiming to bring the battle to an end. With Emerald Blessing applied, the Black Dragon levels up to 18, while the Jade Dragon reaches level 6. As the battle continues, the Jade Dragon's strength grows further while advancing to level 7. At the same time, Lu Fan's level increases to 23. During a brief moment, Jianying curiously asks about his score in the major exam. He responds that it was 1.3 million, but she quickly points out that his strength seems far beyond that. He explains that the highest possible score for Nightmare difficulty was capped at 1.3 million, which was the maximum he could receive. Afterward, Lu Fan instructs Chu and Xiaoman to bring his aunt down from the higher ground. Observing her points, she realizes that she has significantly fewer than him. The gap in strength between them is vast and almost impossible to match. Now, with Ant's food buffs in the venomous spider forest, the entire team benefits while gaining levels and receiving valuable rewards. Excited, Xiaoman eagerly opens a reward box and is thrilled to find new equipment inside. Jianying, feeling an unusual sense of joy, is pleased to have formed a team. It seems to be a first-time experience for her. As the group grows closer, Chu suggests exchanging phone numbers, but Jianying declines while explaining that she does not use a phone. Xiaoman, however, assures her that if they enter another secret realm, they will contact her through her home. With that, the team is officially formed, and they celebrate their new bond. Lu Fan's aunt joins in, bringing a freshly prepared dish designed to boost their stamina. The aroma captivates everyone, and after eating, they immediately feel the effects. Their stamina increases significantly, and the Jade Dragon quickly levels up twice, reaching level 13. Lu Fan's level increases to 24, marking another milestone in his progress. Now, with their daily studies in combat theory beginning, the group focuses on their training. However, more than half a month later, just before the start of the freshman assessment, the Jade Dragon reaches level 14, while the Black Dragon advances to level 25. Wanting to check their rewards, he calls Xiaoman to open a chest. She steps forward eagerly. As he observes their progress, he reflects on how, before the assessment, his Black Dragon had already reached level 20, whereas Xiaofei was only at level 15. Meanwhile, Jianying shares that her cold water sword has leveled up alongside her, now reaching level 24. As she examines the newly obtained items, she realizes that she has received the venomous spider set. Q points out that with this new equipment, she can significantly improve her ranking in the freshman assessment. Their aunt then calls them back home for dinner while reminding them to take a break from training. At that, our dude decides that resting and preparing for the assessment is the best course of action. Just then, Professor Gu appears and calls for him. To his surprise, she clarifies that she is not the one looking for him. Principal Zhao wishes to discuss something important. Curious and slightly puzzled, Lu Fan wonders what could be so urgent just before the assessment. When being asked, Professor Gu clarifies that our dude will understand once he gets there. Meanwhile, some boys are chatting about a new development in the Azure class. One of them mentions that a student, referred to as 73 Hong, has already made a breakthrough. Professor Gu notices Lu Fan's reaction and asks if the discussion bothers him. He responds that he has been so focused on classes and training in the secret realm that he no longer understands what his classmates are talking about. The professor explains that it is all because of him. His challenge against Hong Wu has made other freshmen realize that dueling is a way to earn points. They now refer to this trend as the new evolution. At that, our guy seems surprised and asks if he is really the reason behind it. The professor confirms while explaining that freshmen now duel regularly. The winners gain more points, while the losers struggle even to afford food at the cafeteria. Lu Fan then asks about the 73 Hong he overheard earlier. The professor clarifies that Hong Wu's strength is now used as a unit of measurement. Since Lu Fan is much stronger, he is considered 10 Hong, while Hong Wu remains 1 Hong. The professor adds that Hong Wu is now doing janitorial work at the academy, which at least helps him earn some points and avoid starvation. Finally, she informs our boy that Vice Principal Zhao is waiting for him. Lu Fan acknowledges and prepares to leave. Our boy walks in and asks the vice principal if he was looking for him. The vice principal allows him to enter and then brings up the national trial that was promised before admission. He informs Lu Fan that the trial's schedule has been moved up. Originally, it was planned to take place in Jinyu City, Taichi Nation, 5 months later, but the host country has suddenly rescheduled it to happen in just 2 months. He then mentions that Taichi has already announced its contestant for this year, Jin Chenghan, the eldest son of the Jin family. He is expected to reach level 60 and complete his 3rd transformation within a month. Lu Fan immediately realizes that Taichi has arranged for the trial to start right after Jin Chenghan achieves his transformation. The vice principal confirms this, pointing out that holding the trial when most contestants from other countries are still at the 2nd transformation level will ensure Jin Chenghan's victory. Our boy understands that the gap between the 2nd and 3rd transformations is not just about levels. Each transformation unlocks new abilities that greatly boost strength. He sees it as yet another clever scheme by the Jin family. The vice principal acknowledges that the qualification Lu Fan was promised now comes with unfair conditions. He explains that in 2 months, Lu Fan can, at best, reach level 30 in his 2nd transformation, while most opponents will be over level 50. He even warns that facing such powerful competitors could cost Lu Fan his life. He then reminds him that Dragon Nation has always dominated past trials, but this time, other nations are specifically aiming to defeat them, and with even less preparation time. Finally, he asks if our dude still wants to participate in the national trial. Our boy tells the vice principal that this is his chance to join the ranks of Dragon Nation's top experts. He confidently states that not only does he want to participate, but he also wants to win. The vice principal, while seeing his determination, says that since he has made up his mind, he will arrange the necessary resources for him. He advises Lu Fan to perform well in the upcoming freshman assessment. Our boy acknowledges this and adds that it will be tough on the vice principal to secure those resources. The next day, during the freshman assessment conference, the principal keeps his speech brief. He tells everyone to follow the rules and then announces this year's assessment format, a team-based arena battle. He explains the rewards. First place will earn 5,000 points per person, second place will receive 3,000, and third place will get 2,000. As students discuss the announcement, one complains about the team format and immediately decides to give up. Another laughs and reminds him that he should have teamed up with him while promising to carry him through the battle. A nearby student, however, points out a flaw in that plan while reminding his friend that they are both healers. Q is happy that it's a good thing the team size is limited to 5 members. He mentions that since his aunt is not a combat class, they have exactly 2 full teams. The principal then addresses the students, while noting that many of them lack experience working in teams. However, he reassures them that it's not too late to form one. He announces that the preliminary round will begin that afternoon, and by the following night, the top 100 teams will be determined. He also asks if any 2-person teams are interested in joining up with others. At that, one guy then approaches Jianying and introduces himself as Double Swordsman No. 7. He tells her that he has been watching her since the freshman entry ceremony and hopes she will team up with him for the assessment. Just as he is about to finish his sentence, Jianying cuts him off and refuses without hesitation. At that moment, Xiaoman arrives and cheerfully tells them to hurry up and sign up with Teacher Gu. She then notices Lu Fan's expression and asks why he looks like he is about to cry. Q explains that many students want to team up with Jianying, but he was sure she wouldn't leave their group. In the end, Lu Fan decides to team up with Chu, while Jianying partners with Xiaoman. The next day, the freshman assessment's preliminary round takes place at Dragon City Academy's arena. The matches are intense, and a princess watches with interest. She praises her guard's performance, impressed by his 28 consecutive victories. She encourages him to keep going, as a few more wins will place him in the top 16. He thanks her respectfully. She then mentions that her brother, Jin Chung-han, will be coming to see her soon. She plans to introduce her guard to him, and insists that he must reach the No. 1 position to earn a promotion. He reassures her that he will follow her orders without fail. As the next battle begins, the opponents are introduced. No. 18 Chen Tianji and Jinju versus No. 1 Lu Fan and Jian Ying. The princess is shocked to see both top students in the same team. She questions in disbelief how they ended up together. In a flashback, it is shown that our dude swipes his team partner from Chu to Jian Ying. Q is the one who suggests it, as she doesn't want to drag him down and is happy to work with her sister. Now both of them are cheering for our boy's team, who is encouraging his teammate as they aim for first place. While waiting in the arena's waiting room, Lu Fan looks at his collection of treasure maps. He notices that their quality is low, and they are scattered in distant locations, so he decides to combine them. As he watches the maps merge, he is surprised and excited by the result. Jian Ying notices his reaction and asks if he is okay. He exclaims in amazement while realizing that the combination actually worked. Looking at the new map, he sees a location called Flying Dragon Cemetery and realizes that he has never heard of it before. He decides to ask about it another day. Just then, an announcement calls for Team No. 18 and Team No. 1 to enter the arena. Our boy reminds Jian Ying that it's their turn to step onto the stage and that they cannot afford to slack off in the freshman assessment. As they walk in, the audience starts talking. Some students confidently declare that since number 1 Lu Fan and No. 2 Jian Ying are in the same team, victory is practically guaranteed. However, others argue that it's not certain while pointing out that Chen Tianji has already won 28 matches in a row. They also remind everyone that past champions weren't always the highest-ranked students. Jian Ying turns to Lu Fan and mentions that their opponent is also a dragon tamer. She then asks if he feels confident about winning. Instead of answering directly, Lu Fan smirks and suggests a bet. He proposes that if he can defeat both opponents on his own, she will have to share everything she knows about the characteristics of a swordmaster. Jian Ying is surprised and questions if he really means to fight without her help or even summoning his dragon pet. Lu Fan realizes she has a point and acknowledges that it makes sense. He then recalls their time in the venomous spider forest and notes that their fighting styles are quite similar. With that, the assessment officially begins. Jinju's guard steps forward, eager for the fight to begin. He accuses Jinju of always trying to outshine him and declares that from now on, there can only be one dragon tamer. Him. Meanwhile, our guy suddenly vanishes from sight, catching everyone off guard. He tells Jian Ying that it's already too late to stop now. As the battle begins, Chen becomes frustrated and questions why Lu Fan is neither relying on his teammate nor summoning his dragon. Lu Fan casually responds that it's just a small bet and nothing serious. He adds that he doesn't need to go all out to deal with him. Watching from the stands, the princess is furious while feeling that this is finally her opportunity to get back at Lu Fan. She recalls how he once humiliated her and vows to make him pay 10 times over. Without hesitation, she commands the armored earth dragon to attack. As the dragon lunges toward him, Lu Fan calmly observes that one of its fangs is broken while making its face look uneven. He then remarks that he will fix it. The battle intensifies, and the crowd erupts in shock as our boy stops the earth dragon's attack with just one hand. Students in the audience can't believe what they are witnessing. Some gasp and ask if that is really an earth dragon, while others remind them that, despite everything, a dragon is still far stronger than a human. They begin to wonder just how much power Lu Fan actually has, finding it hard to make sense of the situation. The princess, while noticing her guard frozen in shock, snaps at him and demands that he stop daydreaming and take our dude down immediately. He quickly regains focus and obeys her command while ordering the earth dragon to use a sweeping attack. Meanwhile, our boy's teammate analyzes the situation and realizes that both of them are dragon tamers. This means they likely don't have movement skills to dodge attacks easily. With two skills coming at him at the same time while escaping seems impossible. However, instead of panicking, he sighs and questions when they will finally use moves that actually force him to take them seriously. Meanwhile, Jian Ying closely observes the earth dragon and notes that its attributes are several times higher than those of other beasts at the same level. Yet, our guy is not only holding back the earth dragon, but also fighting the dragon tamer at the same time. Frustrated by Lu Fan's dominance, the guard angrily tells his opponent to back off, calling him trash. The princess, while watching from the stands, criticizes her guard. She points out that Lu Fan hasn't even summoned his black dragon or allowed his teammate to intervene, yet the guard is already struggling. With so many people watching, she warns that if he keeps performing poorly, she won't be able to recommend him to her brother. She then mocks him while asking if he still believes he can go to Taichi Kingdom and become the strongest dragon tamer. She tells him to stop dreaming. Meanwhile, our dude carefully observes the dragon's movements and notices something strange. He starts to suspect that Jinju is using a special skill, which is one that transforms her follower into a monster. As expected, he realizes that she has once again activated that mysterious augmentation ability. The audience watches in shock as the Earth Dragon's appearance changes while making it look like a demon straight out of hell. Some students discuss how Chen Tianji's teammate has clearly given it a buff, greatly increasing its strength. They also note that the person seems to be an exchange student from Tai Chi Nation, where the skills are quite unusual. Others excitedly wonder if Lu Fan will finally summon his dragon while hoping to see an intense dragon versus dragon battle. Jinheng rushes in to assist our boy, but he quickly stops her while assuring her that he can handle the fight on his own. He reminds her about their bet while insisting that she stay back. She hesitates for a moment, about to protest, but before she can say anything, the dragon launches an attack. As the fight continues, Lu Fan recognizes the enemy's skill. He recalls seeing it before, which is a painful transformation that distorts the body in exchange for increased power. Meanwhile, Jinju orders her guard to take him down, and he immediately acknowledges her command. Jinju then mocks our boy, while boldly claiming that she will take his black dragon and turn him into a loser once again. Laughing, she taunts him, daring him to summon his dragon if he doesn't want to be completely crushed. She then sarcastically reminds him that he once bragged about having high enough stats to overpower the Earth Dragon. She questions why he is struggling now. In response, Lu Fan calmly commands his dragon to use magic and attack. Suddenly, the guard shivers, feeling an unexpected chill in the air. The temperature drops drastically, and he realizes that this must be Lu Fan's dragon. He finds it far more intimidating than Chen Tianji's Earth Dragon, but quickly convinces himself that something is off. He suspects it's just an illusion, a magic trick rather than a real dragon. Now, he understands that our boy can use both physical and magical attacks. Lu Fan then turns to Jinju and acknowledges that her strange magic has indeed boosted the Earth Dragon's stats beyond his own. However, he smirks and asks about whom the higher stats alone and are enough. He then boldly declares that she is not worthy of taking his black dragon. Hearing this, Chen panics and urgently warns her to be careful. Without hesitation, he commands the armored Earth Dragon to attack once again. As Chen launches his attack, our boy takes note of his unwavering loyalty. Seeing this, he decides to counter with a powerful move. He commands Dragon's Magic, Magic Concur, and then unleashes Blue Dragon King Roar. The audience erupts in disbelief. They can't believe that our dude has activated yet another new magic skill. One student exclaims that this isn't just any ordinary magic, but a rare and powerful form of dragon magic. Others marvel at his strategy. First, he withstood the dragon's physical attacks, then overwhelmed it with magic, all without even summoning his own dragon. Another student confidently predicts that Chen Tianji's winning streak is about to come to an end. Chen, who is overwhelmed, struggles to understand how such a huge gap exists between them when they are both dragon tamers. He questions how Lu Fan is so much stronger. Then, our guy points out something that has been bothering him from the start of the battle. Why hasn't Chen used any skills other than Dragon Lance Strike? Hearing this, the princess grows impatient and angrily orders her guard to make the Earth Dragon keep fighting. Meanwhile, our dude explains that Dragon Lance Strike and Dragon Fang Strike may look slightly different because they use different weapons, but in reality, they are the same skill. He then asks why the guard hasn't used Dragon Claw or Dragon's Encouragement. At that, Chen suddenly freezes, while realizing that Dragon Claw and Dragon's Encouragement are his original skills. Could it be that he never unlocked them? The princess, furious at his hesitation, insults him and compares him to Kui Hongtai. Our boy, however, calmly states that Chen's Earth Dragon contract must not have unlocked all his skills. He points out that the reason he hasn't used them is simple. He doesn't have them. With that, our boy tells him to give up while making it clear that he has no chance of winning. Frustrated, Chen finally snaps. Our boy suggests a peace offering while advising him to leave the princess's slavery in order to save his dignity. However, Chen, still enraged, interrupts him, accuses our boy not only of blocking his path to becoming the strongest dragon tamer, but also of daring to lecture him about self-respect. Turning to the princess, he declares that he will fulfill his vow. He begs her to grant him another enhancement while willing to risk everything to make Lu Fan pay for offending her. The princess laughs and agrees, while telling him that this is his last chance. He immediately acknowledges her command, determined to follow through. Lu Fan, while watching the scene unfold, questions why the guard swore loyalty to someone like Jinju, especially knowing her true nature. Chen explains that without the princess, he would be nothing. To gain status and repay her kindness, he is willing to do anything. Jinju, satisfied with his loyalty, orders him to kill Lu Fan. Without hesitation, the guard charges forward while attacking with Dragon Lance Strike. Our dude, unfazed, repeats that instead of hating him, he only feels pity and sadness. Their battle continues fiercely, and Lu Fan finally counters with Dragon Fang Strike. As the fight reaches its climax, Chen, while knowing he is losing, apologizes to the princess. Princess tries to threaten our boy of her bother, but it doesn't affect him as he slaps her hard. She expressed disbelief that he would lay a hand on such a seemingly delicate girl. Lu Fan remains unfazed and responds that he don't know if her brother has the ability to strike back. Meanwhile, the audience wonders how she acts so high and mighty toward Chen Tianji, who has been winning match after match. The crowd begins to reconsider, with some admitting that the exchange student had been quite arrogant earlier. Before the discussion escalates further, the vice principal steps in and commands everyone to be silent. He then officially announces the results. Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team is the winner. However, before moving on, he instructs Lu Fan to report to his office immediately, while the other students continue preparing for the next round. Later, in the vice principal's office, Lu Fan listens as the vice principal explains that at first, he assumed Lu Fan's anger was caused by the Jin family advancing the national trial. However, through Mr. Qin, he also learned about his conflict with Jin Zhu. Our boy acknowledges that this while admitting that settling personal grudges in the arena often leads to criticism. He also understands Chen Tianji's disappointment and recognizes how Jin Zhu manipulated him into fighting. The vice principal decides to move on from the topic and presents our dude with something important. He reveals that both he and the principal observed Lu Fan's performance during the match and have made a decision. Lu Fan is allowed to withdraw from the freshman assessment. Shocked, our guy immediately questions this while wondering if his performance was unsatisfactory. The vice principal reassures him that it's the opposite. He explains that when our guy used the 2 dragon language spells, both he and the principal became confident in his potential for the national trial. As a result, they have arranged for him to enter a high-level secret realm. He then presents 2 options. Secret realms that were specifically selected for Lu Fan by the Secret Realm Hunter Guild in collaboration with Dragon Capital Academy. Hearing this, Lu Fan contemplates his options. He knows that Secret Realm Hunters, much like material hunters, are guilds responsible for managing resources. They earn their wealth by exploring dangerous secret realms and uncovering their hidden rewards. Now he must decide which path to take. The vice principal explains that all secret realms are acquired through high-priced auctions. He tells Lu Fan to choose one, and the school will bid for it on his behalf. Lu Fan hesitates while pointing out that the starting prices are extremely high. However, the principal assures him that Dragon Capital Academy never holds back when it comes to the national trial. The resources promised to him will be secured no matter what. After scanning the options carefully, our dude makes his decision. He confidently points at one and says to Vice Dean Zhao that he has made his choice. He chooses Flying Dragon Cemetery. Then on the next day in freshman assessment semifinals, at the Dragon Capital Academy Arena, the vice principal announces the first semifinal match. Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team was facing Zhang Fengyun and Xu Jing's team. Professor Gu looks confused, but before he can say anything, the vice principal clears his throat and makes another announcement. Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team has withdrawn from the match and will be reassigned. The students react with shock and confusion. Some question what's going on, while others speculate that it might be because of yesterday's incident. One girl complains that she came specifically to watch Lu Fan fight. Xiaoman sighs in frustration while calling the rumors annoying. However, Chu advises everyone to ignore them while explaining that Lu Fan and Jian Ying have probably already entered the secret realm. Outside Flying Dragon Cemetery, giant wood forest. Standing at the edge of the secret realm, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and apologizes. Teaming up with me means you had to drop out of the competition. Jian Ying, however, reassures him. She explains that the academy allowed them to keep their elite spots and even gave them 10,000 points, so there's nothing to regret. Besides, she adds, getting the chance to enter such a rare secret realm is more valuable. She then tells him that all secret realm rewards will go to him. She only needs the experience points. A boy suddenly calls out to Lu Fan and Jian Ying. When being asked, the boy responds casually not to worry, and he is from the Secret Realm Hunter Guild. Lu Fan immediately asks if he is from Dragon Capital Academy, did he was here to guide them to the Flying Dragon Cemetery entrance. The Black Rat nods and explains, since he has won the bid so he should follow him. His job is to take him to the teleportation gate, and then his task will complete. He pauses for a moment before adding that the Dragon Capital Academy sure has deep pockets. He also asks about their level to bid on such an expensive secret realm. Lu Fan replies calmly that he is level 25 and she's level 24. Black Rat's eyes widen in shock that he was only level 25. This secret realm is a nightmare-level area meant for those at level 55 and above. He quickly pulls out his communicator. He finds need to contact the academy. He said they must have made a mistake sending 2 people who haven't even reached their second transformation. He mentions that this is basically sending them to your deaths. Our boy interrupts him before he can make the call. Without another word, Lu Fan activates one of his skills. A powerful energy surges around him, and suddenly, a massive dragon appears. Before they can react, a deafening roar echoes through the sky. A level 59 green-winged dragon eagle swoops down while forcing them all to take defensive positions. Black Rat stares in disbelief whether he was really at level 25. Lufan remains calm and replies that Black Rat levels don't matter to them and asks to take them to the entrance as soon as possible. Black Rat agrees to continue leading the way and eventually brings the group to the entrance of the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Upon noticing the teleportation gate on the sacred tree, he remarks that his job is done and suggests they part ways unless fate reunites them. Before he can leave, our boy stops him and proposes that they become friends. He explains that since Secret Realm hunters have traveled to many places, he might need information about different locations in the future. Black Rat appears confused about the kind of information Lufan is asking for, while prompting our dude to clarify that he is only interested in general geographic locations, not secret realms. Realizing that this does not violate any guild rules, Black Rat offers to sell location details for 100,000 dragon coins each, calling it a friendly price. Lufan agrees without hesitation while surprising Black Rat, who starts wondering if everyone from Longdu Academy is this wealthy. After a while, they are at their destination. Jian Ying, while growing impatient, reminds them that they should get moving. As Lufan looks up at the massive tree, he assumes it must be the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree that Black Rat had mentioned. He begins to suspect that the Divine Treasure Map is hidden somewhere at the top. Just then, she hears a rumbling sound and warns our dude about an earthquake. However, he quickly realizes that it is actually a horde of flying dragons approaching. Jian Ying immediately prepares for battle, and the fight begins. During the battle, Jian Ying notices a heavy broadsword lying nearby and calls out for it, though she worries that she will not reach it in time. Meanwhile, Lufan unleashes his Dragon Fang strike and urges her to grab his hand, reminding her to be careful since their goal is not below them. She sighs while realizing that he has saved her once again. At that moment, another rotting corpse dragon appears. Before he can say more, he notices a dragon heading straight for Xiao Ye and urgently shouts her name in alarm. Lufan reassures Jian Ying that Xiao Ye will be fine and tells her to keep moving forward while he takes care of the situation. However, she hesitates and warns him that the Berserk Bone Dragon is a highly dangerous subspecies. Ignoring the warning, our dude shouts for the dragon to switch to destruction form. Watching this, Jian Ying realizes that Xiao Ye has another form, which explains why our dude is so confident in her abilities. Meanwhile, the dragon calls out to Xiao Fei while asking for emerald blessings, and the dragon lets out a powerful roar. As the battle intensifies, Lufan urges Xiao Ye to work with him. Suddenly, a bone storm erupts while sending a whirlwind of sharp bones across the battlefield. The storm deals more damage as the enemy's health decreases. Despite this powerful attack, Lufan notices that the dragon is still alive and prepares for another strike. Just then, he notices Jian Ying coming down and questions why she is there instead of moving forward. She reminds him of their bet while explaining that since he defeated Chen Tianji alone, she will now fulfill her promise by revealing details about the characteristics of swordmasters. Pleased, our boy acknowledges her words and gets ready to fight alongside her. Jian Ying then explains that swordmasters unlock a new weapon every 5 levels and introduces her trump card, the Scythe of Calamity. She reveals its special ability, Sinful Burst, which allows her to switch between fire and dark attributes. Additionally, each kill permanently increases the Scythe's attack power by 0.1%. As she activates Sinful Burst, Lufan realizes that swordmasters don't unlock skills in the same way other classes do. Because instead of unlocking skills, swordmasters gain different weapons with special abilities. Turning to Xiaofei, he signals that it's their turn to attack, and they launch an assault on the dragon. He then commands the black dragon to use Earth Shatter. The dragon lets out a deafening roar as the attack strikes the ground while dealing massive damage to everything within range. The impact even creates abyssal rifts that have a chance to trap enemies. After the battle, the Emerald Dragon levels up to 15. Jian Ying reflects on the fight and acknowledges that even though she used her strongest weapon, the Scythe of Calamity, all the real damage came from Xiao Ye. Witnessing the overwhelming power of dragons, she can't help but be amazed. She then apologizes to Lufan for not moving forward as planned, while admitting that since she knew he, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei could handle the boss quickly, her presence didn't make much of a difference. Our boy reassures her that it's fine and even thanks her for saving him from the bone storm. He points out that they gained a lot from this battle. Not only did they learn about swordmasters, but Xiao Fei also reached level 15. Curious, Jian Ying asks if there is a phase advancement at this level, and whether it enhances abilities like her weapon. Lufan confirms this and explains that now, just like Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei can switch between different forms. He admits that he had been worried about Xiao Fei's slow growth, and wasn't sure when he would get to see her dragon form, but now she can alternate between 4 different forms. Excited, he suggests testing out Xiao Fei's new abilities. Before they can proceed, Jian Ying reminds them that they still need to climb the Dragon Divine Tree and continue exploring. However, before they can move, a sudden spell attack is launched at them. Realizing that the noise from their fight with the berserk bone dragon has attracted other monsters, our dude quickly warns everyone to stay hidden. Now they have new monsters to defeat. Our dude instructs Xiaofei to switch to soul light form and attach to Xiaoye. As a dragon attacks, the group immediately jumps into battle. Lu Fan quickly tells Xiaoye to cover them while he and Jianying start climbing the dragon divine tree. During the fight, new skills unlock, which is Soul Impact and Soul Protection. Soul Protection significantly boosts all attributes of the ally attached to Soul Light, while increasing them by 100% to 200%. Each time the ally takes damage, it absorbs the impact and generates Qi Shield layers. Once 10 layers accumulate, Qi Shock is released, dealing damage equal to the total absorbed amount. The dragon roars loudly, and Jianying is surprised by how powerful Xiaofei's effects are on Xiaoye. Lu Fan agrees while pointing out that Xiaofei's abilities work even better with dragons. He quickly calculates that with Xiaoye's destruction form combined with Xiaofei's soul protection and lineage traits, her strength has now reached 26,000. Determined to help her break through 30,000, he realizes he needs to climb the tree faster and activate Dragon's inspiration. He then instructs Xiaoye not to counterattack, but to keep moving forward while allowing Xiaofei to absorb the damage. Once enough damage is stored, he orders Xiaofei to release Qi Shock, which unleashes all the accumulated damage in a massive counterattack while affecting a wide area. Watching the skill in action, Jianying is amazed and asks if this is Xiaofei's ability. Lu Fan confirms while explaining that soul protection not only keeps Xiaoye unharmed, but also allows her to counterattack with double the damage when fighting as a dragon. Jianying reflects on how she thought leveling up dragon pets was similar to enhancing her weapon, but now she realizes that it's a completely different system. Even with her strongest weapon, the Scythe of Calamity, she still feels like she can't compare to Lu Fan. Meanwhile, our dude spots the boss up ahead and announces that they are almost there. As he gets a closer look, he identifies it as the Steel Dragon. Knowing this dragon's reputation, he immediately recognizes its strength. It is level 60 and classified as a nightmare-level boss. By flapping its wings, the Steel Dragon creates a powerful storm that damages and slows down anyone caught inside. Additionally, when it thrusts at a target, it significantly reduces all incoming damage by 50%, making its defense even stronger. Just then, the dragon lets out a deafening roar. Jianying realizes that, like the Berserk Bone Dragon, this is also a dragon subspecies and urges Lu Fan to help Xiaoye. However, he calmly reassures her not to worry. Instead, he turns to Xiaofei and instructs her to prepare Soul Impact. As Soul Impact activates, it continuously channels dragon energy while charging up 1 to 2 layers per second. Once fully charged, it releases all the stored energy in a powerful attack, with a maximum capacity of 30 to 60 layers. With everything set, our boy calls out to Xiaoye while letting her know that the next move is up to her. The Steel Dragon roars once again while signaling the start of an intense battle. Jianying panics as she sees the dragon charging toward them. Though she feels small compared to a dragon tamer, she reminds herself that as a teammate she must contribute. Determined, she switches to the Dark attribute and activates Sinful Burst to fight the dragon. However, her attacks fail to do any damage. Frustrated, she curses and admits her attacks are useless. Lu Fan reassures her that it's okay, and that he understands her desire to help. He warns her to be careful before calling for Xiaofei to attach to him. With their combined strength, they launch a powerful attack on the dragon. After the intense battle, the black dragon reaches level 20. Excited, Lu Fan announces that it's finally over. Xiaoye has officially reached level 20. As a result, a new skill called Intimidation is unlocked. Meanwhile, Jianying levels up to 25. She marvels at how powerful Xiaofei already is at level 15, and imagines that at level 20, Xiaoye could probably defeat the Steel Dragon in a single hit. The thought is almost unbelievable to her. Our boy confidently tells Xiaoye that the Steel Dragon is nothing to her now and urges everyone to keep moving forward. However, he notices Jianying looking deep in thought and asks what's wrong. She explains that she just remembered something Xiao Man once said, that if a dragon is strong enough, even a random dog nearby could cause destruction just by rampaging alongside it. Hearing this, he comments that it's unusual for her to joke around. Jianying admits that spending so much time with them might have changed her. Our dude agrees and mentions that she has become much more talkative, which he thinks is great. He then casually compliments her, while saying that he found her voice lovely when they first met. Caught off guard, Jianying is shocked. Lu Fan smiles and adds that she's also cute, asking if no one has ever told her that before. She hesitantly replies that she rarely talks to people and doesn't have many friends. Sensing her sadness, Lu Fan quickly changes the subject while telling her not to dwell on unhappy things and urging them to continue deeper. She nods in agreement. Just then, Xiaofei and Xiaoye let out loud roars, and Lu Fan immediately tells them to stop. Unbeknownst to them, an egg is hidden nearby. After defeating the Steel Dragon, Jianying happily notes that she has reached level 25. At that, our dude immediately asks if that means she has unlocked new weapons, which she confirms, and introduces Myriad Blossoms. That is a weapon with agility-based attributes. She acknowledges that its effects are impressive, but since it is only at level 1 right now, its power is quite low. Lu Fan reassures her while saying that while it may seem weak now, once it reaches level 25, it will be a completely different weapon. However, Jianying silently worries, as even if she upgrades all her swords to level 25, she wonders if their damage could ever compare to a single strike from Xiao Ye. The pressure of being on the same team as Lu Fan weighs on her because she fears being constantly compared to him. She then comments that if anyone else had said her sword would be strong, she would believe them. Our boy teases her while asking if that means she doesn't believe him. He then confidently assures her that once Myriad Blossoms is fully leveled up, she will have few worthy opponents in Dragon Academy. Deciding to push forward, Jianying urges them to hurry since Xiao Ye has already moved far ahead. As they move forward, Lu Fan suddenly stops while noticing something strange. He questions whether the ruined site in front of them was once an adventurer's camp. Jianying looks around and while seeing old corpses concludes that the people here have been dead for a long time. Our dude carefully examines the surroundings and realizes that all the fallen adventurers were combat-class fighters who seem to have struggled at different times. This makes him suspect that there may be monsters lurking in ambush. Jianying agrees while suggesting that the area is most likely occupied by monsters, and warns him to stay alert. She then asks if he is implying that this is a trap. Before he can answer, a powerful bronze dragon suddenly appears. It is level 69. At the same time, a three-headed elemental dragon emerges while confirming their fears. Lu Fan quickly realizes the danger. Facing two boss-level dragons at once is no small challenge. Jianying immediately notices that the two dragons are working together, which means that they had been lying in ambush while waiting for them at this camp. She also notices that the bronze dragon is reinforcing the three-headed dragon with its bronze armor while making its defense extremely high. She realizes that Xiao Ye's attacks aren't effective and insists they need to take down the bronze dragon first. Our boy remains calm and tells her not to worry. He has a plan. He instructs her to summon Myriad Blossoms and wait for it to level up. Confused, she hesitates, but before she can question him further, he gives new orders. He shouts for Xiaofi to switch to Soul Light form and prepare to unleash Soul Impact on him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye gets ready to switch into Destruction form, while setting the stage for their counterattack. The three-headed dragon roars and unleashes triple magic, with each of its heads releasing a combination of fire and ice. The devastating attack causes massive area damage, ranging from 200% to 300%. Despite the overwhelming power of the attack, Lu Fan stays focused as Soul Impact begins charging. He then commands the dragon to use her newly unlocked skill, Intimidation. As soon as she activates it, a powerful force spreads across the battlefield. Jianying, caught off guard by its strength, clutches her head, overwhelmed by the intense voices echoing in her mind. She struggles to stay steady and groans in pain. Lu Fan quickly reassures her while telling her to hang in there. It will be over soon. With the battle reaching its climax, he takes advantage of the chaos and continues attacking. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the bronze dragon's armor breaks. Seeing their chance, Lu Fan calls out while signaling that this is the perfect moment for Xiao Ye to strike. The dragon lets out a fierce roar as the battle continues. Our boy quickly warns Jianying to be careful while noticing that Xiao Ye is getting too carried away again. As the fight reaches its peak, the black dragon levels up to 21. Lu Fan praises their teamwork but reminds them to stay focused. He tells them not to act recklessly like Xiao Ye. Shortly after, he levels up to 28, and the emerald dragon reaches level 17. Meanwhile, Jianying quietly reflects on the battle, feeling disappointed in herself. She realizes that she wasn't able to contribute much and starts to doubt her worth. Being alongside Lu Fan, who is a genius from Yunbei, only makes her feel even more useless. Our dude then assesses the situation and explains that all three heads of the three-headed dragon must be defeated to prevent it from reviving. He decides to let Xiao Ye finish the job while the rest of them take a break at the camp. Jianying agrees. Later that night, she finds Lu Fan and hands him some food while explaining that Sister Han prepared it. She suggests that they eat something before continuing, but when she looks around, she realizes she can't find him. This only deepens her worries. She assumes that Lu Fan must see her as nothing more than a burden now. On the other hand, Lu Fan is already making his way toward the treasure map's location. As he approaches, he silently apologizes to Jianying. The real reason he came to the Dragon Tomb wasn't just for the battles, it was for this divine treasure map. Our boy finds a nightmare dungeon boss, who is closer to level 70 at his destination, which level difference is too big to ignore. Consequently, our boy's dragon crew engages in battle with a dragon. Meanwhile, Jianying reflects on how often she has been rescued by him. She assumes that he must be tired of constantly helping her and might prefer to act alone. Determined not to be a burden any longer, she resolves to contribute more. She remembers that how he encouraged her. In response, acknowledging her willingness to support the team, he expresses gratitude. Meanwhile, our boy admits that the level 70 opponent is even more formidable than the feared world-ending emperor from the Great Exam. Afterwards, he instructs Xiaoye to get ready to use Lava Inferno, which is an ability that both deals damage and restores health. Just as the dragon unleashes a roar, he directs Xiaofei to switch to Eternal Being form. Noticing the Rain of the Swords, he wonders if what he sees is an aid from his teammate. Jianying clarifies that it is meant to assist him from behind. Additionally, she assures him of her safety, which reassures him. Suddenly, a new skill called Life Pulse unlocks. Without hesitation, he tells Xiaofei to cast it. He realizes that he is obtaining 2 types of emerald buffs at once, with Life Pulse forming double layers. As a result, the bloodline effect doubles again. He then orders Xiaoye to tear their enemy dragon apart, which she complies with a roar. In the next moment, she attacks the dragon with all her might while our boy uses dragon language magic. With that, he unleashes the roar of the Blue Dragon King, a powerful attack. To witness this, his teammate looks confused and asks if he is referring to a dragon. In response, he quickly clarifies that he is speaking in dragon language, as the boss is about to cast powerful dragon magic. At this moment, the elemental forbidden curse activates while replacing Soul Assault with dragon magic. Realizing the growing danger, he immediately calls out to Xiaofei for support. After the apocalypse falls, Xiaofei immediately shields everyone with the Eternal Guardian skill, which creates a protective barrier around them. Once the fight ends, he quickly checks on Jianying to ensure she is unharmed. However, she expresses disappointment, admitting that it is Xiaofei who ultimately saves them. For a moment, she truly believes that she is finished. In response, he reassures her while confirming that Xiaofei, as the Eternal Guardian, protects everyone. Furthermore, he nervously explains that her exceptional self-recovery ability plays a crucial role, while Xiaoye's incredible attack power makes clearing the level possible. Reflecting on the battle, Jianying admits that she once believes fights between level 20 to 30 reclassifiers are merely practice. However, after this intense experience, she finally understands what it truly feels like to face death. Agreeing with her, he acknowledges that this is also his first time confronting a level 70 nightmare boss. In the end, he points out that they all must leave together, making it a truly eye-opening experience. Turning to Jianying, he explains that he never intends to abandon her. Instead, he goes out searching for something and unexpectedly encounters the boss. Understanding his words, she reassures him, believing that he is not the type to leave his teammates behind. Meanwhile, Jianying recalls something he once told her. He has mentioned before that no matter how strong they become, they should never let their teammates fight alone. Now, turning his own words back on him, she insists that while he is strong, she will not let him face the battle alone. With that, everyone immediately prepares to fight against the dragons. After a while, our boy is shocked when he discovers that a legendary item has unlocked both flying and draconic magic. As he processes this, he begins to wonder if he can now use Doomsday Fall. However, he quickly reminds himself that flying is different from gliding, and only a few specific classes can do it. Unfortunately, he is still below the required level to use it. Meanwhile, he notices that a dragon pet is transforming into a mount. Once Xiaoye reaches level 30, he will finally be able to become a dragon rider. Although he finds the item remarkable, he feels disappointed that it has a limited number of uses. At the same time, Jianying checks in and asks if he has collected all the rewards. However, before he can respond, she points to Xiaofei and questions what is happening to her. Observing closely, she wonders if Xiaofei is trying to heal the giant tree. In response, he explains that Lifespring can only heal allied targets, meaning the flying dragon sacred tree must actually be an ally. As a result, she asks if this could be a hidden quest. As the healing continues, he realizes that Xiaofei seems to be communicating with the sacred tree. Concluding that this must be part of a follow-up quest, he recalls that the tree has been losing divine power ever since the abyssal dragon, the Devourer, took control of it. After checking the quest item's description, he learns that completing it requires slaying a Dragon King-level entity that far exceeds nightmare difficulty. Since it likely has a 3-digit level, he notes that there is no time limit for the quest. Therefore, he decides to wait until he reaches level 60 for his 3rd class change or level 90 for his 4th class change before attempting it. Feeling grateful, he thanks Xiaofei while stating that without her, they would not have known about the hidden quest to heal the sacred tree. However, he suddenly pauses and instructs Xiaofei to eat an item. The others look at him in confusion, unsure of his reasoning. In response, he clarifies that he is not feeding her randomly. Since she has a skill called natural assimilation, she can gain new abilities and traits by devouring items. However, he notes that if she can only consume equipment, then this consumable item might not work. After a brief hesitation, Xiaofei eats the item. Shocked, he confirms that she truly possesses the ability. Meanwhile, Jianying, still skeptical, asks if he is serious about using such an important item. Nevertheless, he excitedly reveals that Xiaofei can now summon 2 Dragon Kings. Furthermore, the effect has become a permanent skill, and the previous 3-use limitation is completely removed. The previous boss has now become a summon. As Lu Fan observes, he notices that its size has shrunk significantly. However, he points out that Xiaofei now has her own pet. Meanwhile, she wonders if this means a dragon pet now has its own dragon pet. As she thinks about it, she finds Lu Fan increasingly unbelievable. Shortly after, she mentions that clearing such a high-level secret realm is exhausting and suggests that they should return. Additionally, she reminds him that Sister Han will be worried. In response, he tells her to go ahead, assuring her that he will catch up soon. However, he explains that he still has something important to take care of. Later, at Dragon Capital Academy's #1 villa, Lu Fan finally brings up a long-overdue discussion. Since they have been living together for so long, he believes it is time to talk about it. He points out that Xiaofei gets bullied by Xiaoye every day and asks if no one wants to see her grow stronger and fight back. At this moment, he insists, is the perfect chance. However, noticing their distraction, he questions whether they are even listening. While acknowledging their excitement, he urges them to wait a moment. Afterward, he introduces their soon-to-arrive new family member, emphasizing that everyone must get along. While giving these instructions, he directs a question to the star dragon egg, referring to it as the third dragon. He playfully asks if they can guess whether it will be a brother or a sister. Although he is confused because the timing has always worked before, the situation now seems different. Meanwhile, Xiaoye reflects on her current limitations. At the moment, she only has 2 dragon pet slots, and unlocking the third requires reaching level 30 and completing his second-class change. Because of this, she realizes that everything they have done so far is in vain. Seeing the situation, Lu Fan concludes that they need to go to the poison spider forest to level up. However, he decides that they should rest for now since they will not be meeting their new family member today. Finally, as the day comes to an end, he announces that it is time for bed. Without hesitation, everyone heads off to sleep. In the morning, Xiaoman and Chu arrive at the villa, knock on the door, and call for everyone to wake up. A moment later, our boy opens the door and asks what is going on. Without delay, Chu informs him that he needs to see a post that has spread all over the school. However, he reacts with irritation, questioning why they woke him up so early just for a post. In response, she clarifies that it concerns his withdrawal from the freshman exam. She further explains that someone posted about it on the school forum yesterday, and overnight it has become the top post. As soon as he sees the post, he immediately questions the situation regarding Fengyun Pavilion. At this point, Chu provides more details while explaining that Fengyun Pavilion originally started as a 4-person team formed by students ranked number 3 to number 6. Over time, however, it has grown into a much larger group, now consisting of nearly 30 members with powerful classes. Moreover, she reveals that it is led by Jian Fengyun and Xu Zheng. Hearing this, our dude acknowledges that he is officially recognized as the school's number 1. However, he finds it amusing that Jian Fengyun has now become the so-called number 1 in the eyes of the students. As he laughs at the situation, Xiaoman shares that Jian Fengyun made a public statement earlier that morning. According to him, in order to prove himself to his supporters, he will take control of the number 1 villa after tomorrow's final. At the same time, Chu points out that winning first place in the competition grants eligibility for the national trial selection process. Clearly, she states Jian Fengyun is aiming for that opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Fan reflects on the situation and realizes that Jian Fengyun seeks both fame and a spot in the national trial. Unfortunately for him, Lu Fan has already secured both. Soon after, Xiaoman expresses frustration while calling Jian Fengyun a clown for tarnishing Fan's name while he is away from school. She finds it ridiculous, especially since they do not even know him personally. Without hesitation, she declares that if he dares to come tomorrow, she will be fighting with her Shadow Blade form. In response, our guy acknowledges that Fengyun Pavilion is targeting him. Since that is the case, he decides to give them exactly what they want. With confidence, he announces that they will have some fun with them. He then takes the post from them and asks to borrow it for a moment. Without hesitation, he reveals his plan. He is going to respond to Fengyun Pavilion's challenge. Our boy responds to the post, which quickly catches Xu Zheng's attention. Without hesitation, he rushes to Jiang Fengyun and informs him that Lu Fan has actually replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun remains focused on his hidden combat class. After finishing his fight, he instructs his teammates to heal up before turning to Xu Zheng for details. Without wasting time, Xu Zheng suggests that Jiang Fengyun check the post himself. As soon as he reads it, he reacts with irritation while calling Lu Fan arrogant. He finds it unbelievable that Lu Fan dares to challenge the entire Fengyun pavilion. Therefore, he immediately orders a response while instructing his team to tell our boy to meet them in the arena after the finals tomorrow. At this point, Xu Zheng hesitates and asks if he really plans to fight Lu Fan. However, Zhang Fengyun confidently confirms his decision while instructing his team to gather everyone. Since Lu Fan wants to challenge all of them, he decides to accept. Moreover, he emphasizes that true strength comes from real competition, not just school rankings. Meanwhile, Q excitedly announces that Jiang Fengyun has accepted the challenge. In response, Xiaoman suggests checking out Jiang Fengyun's semi-final match. However, Lu Fan dismisses the idea while admitting that he is not particularly interested in Jiang Fengyun's strength. Instead, he believes they would benefit more from leveling up in the secret realm. At this moment, Han disagrees while warning that overconfidence can lead to failure. She advises that understanding one's opponent is always beneficial. Supporting her point, Xiaoman insists that Lu Fan should at least make an appearance. She even adds that his supporters might outnumber those of Fengyun Pavilion. Additionally, Q mentions that our dude is currently the hottest topic on the campus forum. If he is caught observing Jiang Fengyun, it could easily start rumors. Hearing this, Han playfully suggests disguising him so that no one recognizes him. Without further delay, they dress our boy differently before heading to watch the match. As the event begins, Xiaoman closely watches the matches and notes that Jiang Fengyun's turn is coming up. Q agrees while pointing out that a huge crowd has gathered to watch him compete. Meanwhile, Han, now in disguise, turns to Lu Fan and asks how she looks, confidently claiming that no one will recognize her. Shortly after, the semi-finals of the freshman assessment are about to begin. However, as Han notices Lu Fan leaving, she questions why he is walking away before the match even starts. In response, he simply states that the match is not interesting and that he is stepping out for a walk. Before leaving, he instructs them to call him once it is over. Just then, an announcement echoes through the arena, officially welcoming the teams for the semifinals. The vice principal enters the principal's office and immediately brings up a recent post on the campus forum while explaining that it has sparked widespread discussion. He mentions that the topic revolves around the challenge between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun. In response, the principal remains unconcerned and insists that Lu Fan can handle minor disputes among the freshmen, so there is no need to report it. However, the vice principal expresses his concerns while suggesting that the school should step in to stop the challenge. He worries that Lu Fan's overwhelming strength might cause unintended harm, especially outside school grounds. Furthermore, he reminds the principal that Chen Tianji is still recovering in the infirmary after his previous match with Lu Fan. Despite this, the principal stays calm and informs him that in just a month, the Dragon Capital's special envoy is scheduled to arrive to assess whether Lu Fan qualifies for the national trial. He reassures the vice principal that there is no need to overthink the situation. Shocked by the sudden timeline, the vice principal questions the reason behind the early inspection. In response, the principal explains that since the national trial has been moved up, the envoy's visit has also been rescheduled. Curious about our boy's preparation, the principal then asks for an update. The vice principal confidently reports that Lu Fan is about to complete his second-class change, so there is nothing to worry about. Additionally, he shares his knowledge about the previous Dragon Capital envoy, Chen Xiong, who, despite his arrogance, remains professional in his duties. He assures the principal that Chen Xiong would not intentionally create obstacles for Lu Fan. At this moment, the principal corrects him while revealing that his information is outdated. He clarifies that Chen Xiong is no longer the envoy, and that Ruan Changfeng has taken his place. Once a high-ranking official, Ruan Changfeng has faced multiple demotions while reducing him to his current role. Finding the situation intriguing, the principal then questions the vice principal's sudden silence. After a brief pause, the vice principal apologizes and acknowledges that if Ruan Changfeng is overseeing the national trial selection, Lu Fan will undoubtedly face numerous challenges. The principal firmly states that Lu Fan is his personally approved candidate for the national trial. He then asks the vice principal if he understands what needs to be done. In response, the vice principal acknowledges the directive and assures that he will gather more resources to help Lu Fan advance to his second-class change as quickly as possible, ensuring he can compensate for any level disadvantage. Shifting the conversation, he mentions that Lu Fan's battle with Jiang Fengyun is set for tomorrow, and asks if the principal plans to watch. With a smile, the principal confirms, saying he would never miss such an exciting event. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Capital Academy's Arena Points room, several students engage in battles. One of them questions how many opponents have already been defeated there. He points out that since this is only a 100-point arena, it should not be too difficult. However, another student speculates that a second-class job holder might be pretending to have a low score to deceive challengers. Soon, someone declares that this cannot be a level 29 arena and warns others not to enter, insisting that anyone who does will surely lose. Curious, some students begin to wonder about the identity of the arena master. While he looks familiar, they struggle to recognize him. At the same time, Lu Fan, deep in thought, considers that he should have gone to level up in the poison spider forest instead of spending time watching a match. Just then, he notices someone approaching and realizes it is another challenger. A girl greets him politely and asks if he has time for a match. Our guy greets the girl by calling her senior sister, and she laughs while saying her level is higher than his. However, since he is polite, she allows him to take the lead. He replies that she should go ahead, but she mischievously asks if he's sure. He thanks her while noticing she seems unusual. She then attacks him, and he comments on her strength while wondering about her level. As she strikes, he successfully avoids her attack. She acknowledges his defense while questioning why he's holding back and warning him that she'll teach him a lesson if he continues. He agrees to do his best. Meanwhile, outside the room, some students discuss how stubborn she is for choosing such a difficult arena. One student suggests they keep quiet since they can still hear the fight. Another recalls lasting only 2 minutes against her while assuming she's barely holding on. They all agree that the match will end soon. In another match, Zhang Fengyun and Xu Jing's team win. Everyone shouts the names of the winners. As Xu Jing approaches Zhang Fengyun, he mentions that a guy from Fengyun Pavilion told him Lu Fan sneaked into the audience to watch the match. Zhang Fengyun responds that Lu Fan must be trying to figure him out, and remarks that he didn't even use half his strength in the fight. He then calls out to our dude while warning him not to be arrogant for long and telling him not to back out of tomorrow's fight. Xiaoman suggests they leave, asking where Lu Fan is. Ko mentions that Zhang Fengyun noticed Lu Fan watching. Han adds that Lu Fan left when he got bored, but he'll call him. Meanwhile, our dude wonders about the senior sister, thinking about how incredibly strong she is. While fighting, he reflects on how, in just 15 minutes, she went from unfamiliar to predicting his moves, impressed by her progress. He realizes that she could have easily defeated him, but feels as if she is guiding him to recognize the flaws in his fighting style. He wonders why she is helping him and who she really is. She then comments on his lack of stamina and asks why he covers his handsome face. Han calls Lu Fan and he apologizes to the senior sister, explaining that he needs to take the call. He tells Han that he will return shortly, thanking the senior sister for teaching him so much about close combat. Before leaving, he asks if he could get her contact information. She laughs, teasing him for asking for a girl's contact so soon after meeting. He quickly clarifies that he only wants to arrange another sparring session. She dismisses the idea of sharing her contact details, telling him to set up another point-based room like today if he wants to meet her again, and that if fate allows, she will come. As Lu Fan leaves, he continues to wonder about the senior sister, doubting that she is a student. He believes that she might be a teacher, questioning whether Longdu Academy has a teacher like her. He also realizes that she gave him points while thinking it might mean she forfeited. Lu Fan quickly leaves the place and rushes outside. Meanwhile, she is searching for her. He wonders who she is, with such impressive strength. She neither takes the points nor reveals her real identity, and vanishes in an instant. He questions whether she's truly from the academy, or if he has met a ghost. At the same time, his 3 companions call out to him, asking where he's been. Qiu jokingly asks if Lu Fan has gotten involved with another senior. However, Lu Fan can't find her. The next day, after the freshman assessment finals at Longdu Academy Arena, people talk about the upcoming match. They wonder if the real final is going to be between Lu Fan and Zhang Fengyun. They debate whether Lu Fan is strong enough to face the entire Fengyun Pavilion, or if he's simply out of his mind. The crowd waits in anticipation for the fight. When Zhang Fengyun arrives, he asks why Lu Fan isn't there yet. He suggests that they might need to go to Villa number 1 to bring him out themselves. Xu Jing reassures him while saying that they've agreed to this time and that they should just wait a little longer. Soon after, Lu Fan arrives, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. He assures them it won't take much longer and that they should get started quickly since he has other things to do later. Lu Fan comes running and others find his entrance interesting. He arrives on time and notices that everyone is present, so he suggests they go together. The guard of Zhang becomes frustrated and questions his behavior. Zhang, while noticing that Lu Fan does not take them seriously, decides not to prolong the matter. He places a bet of 7,000 points. Our boy initially forgets to bet but then decides to wager all 17,000 points he has. The crowd reacts with surprise while realizing the amount is significant and that many of them lack enough points. Zhang considers Lu Fan's move daring but sees an opportunity. Winning 17,000 points would be highly beneficial. He then decides to bet all the points of Fengyun Pavilion. Others begin to wonder whether they even have a total of 17,000 points. However, one of them dismisses the concern while reminding everyone that they are betting against him. Our guy signals for the match to begin. Recognizing the boldness of his challenge, his opponent knows that he must summon his dragon. He instructs the members of Fengyun Pavilion to prepare, and they quickly ready themselves for battle. Next moment, our dude is caught in a spellbinding lock which prevents his movement. Zhang's group immediately charges at him. However, Lu Fan easily breaks free from the binding while shocking everyone. Zhang, overwhelmed, falls to the ground. The crowd watches in amazement as Lu Fan throws him down with just his hands. They begin to wonder whether a dragon master possesses complete control over the spellbinding technique. Xu Jing applies spell stiffness while causing his target's body to stiffen and reducing movement. He then orders a ranged attack. Meanwhile, Lu Fan wonders if this is what the top of the entrance exam looks like. Standing on Zhang's head, he observes the situation. Zhang, confused, questions Xu Jing about his spell, finding it impossible that it had no effect. However, our dude explains that it is not his fault. Instead, the boost in his attributes from his dragon makes the spell ineffective. He also mentions that his high attributes prevent low-level spells from affecting him. Without hesitation, he presses his foot against Zhang's face. At this moment, the members of the pavilion believe that it is the end for Lu Fan, as Yang is about to use his technique. Zhang executes a strong move, which even Lu Fan acknowledges as impressive. However, he decides to show something special, something he has not even revealed to Chen Tianji. As the anticipation builds, he prepares to summon his dragon. Before anyone can react, he has already summoned it. A massive black dragon appears while leaving everyone in shock. The sight of the real dragon before them makes it difficult to breathe. Zhang, overwhelmed, immediately notices how different it is from Chen Tianji's dragon. The sheer power and presence of the beast terrify the others while prompting them to flee. The dragon roars high in the air as Lu Fan prepares to launch a counterattack. The black dragon unleashes its dominant skills, applying fear, immobilization, and stun effects. Zhang, overwhelmed, begs for mercy, realizing there is no way to win. Escape seems nearly impossible, but Lu Fan chooses to spare him, declaring his victory. To confirm his status, he displays his Longdu Academy ID card and claims all the Fengyun Pavilion points. With the challenge completed, he instructs the dragon to leave, as he has something important to attend to. Later, in the Longdu Academy Arena Points room, Chu approaches him, mentioning that they would have supported him if they had not been in class. Concerned, he asks if Lu Fan was hurt. In response, Lu Fan assures him that he is completely fine and now possesses a massive number of points. Feeling satisfied, he decides to rest. However, before he can leave, he notices his senior approaching and is surprised to see her. She explains that she was free and decided to come. Curious, she asks if he had been waiting for her. He responds, admitting that spending time with others feels boring, but being with her is meaningful. She is equally surprised to see that his level has already surpassed 70. Meanwhile, our dude wonders whether she is truly his senior. Zhang lies on the ground, and upon seeing this, the vice principal realizes that Lu Fan certainly knows how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the senior girl questions whether he is trying to set her up. He denies it, while explaining that it is not a setup and that she cannot be a senior since her level must be above 70. Curious, she asks about his thoughts on her identity. He observes that based on her appearance, she seems like a senior, but considering her strength and level, she could also be a teacher. She tells him to regard her as a senior due to her appearance. Additionally, she finds it impressive that he has not concealed his face. However, she grows frustrated with his persistent attempts to extract information about her level. She warns him not to set a points limit, otherwise she will not return. He had been considering setting it at level 80 but realizes that it would not work. She then acknowledges that the combat techniques she demonstrated previously were used efficiently by him in his fight against Jiang. He suddenly realizes that she had been watching the match all along. She further comments on how quickly he summoned his dragon while shocking everyone, but what impressed her most was how swiftly he counterattacked and defeated his opponent. Feeling grateful for her guidance, he becomes eager to improve further. However, she suddenly strikes him while leaving him in shock. She remarks that while he has improved significantly, he still lacks humility. This misunderstanding upsets him, as he genuinely wants to learn from her. He also mentions that his senior is very kind and recalls how she previously gave him points while treating him like a younger brother. Seeking to improve his skills, he asks for her guidance. She finds it interesting that he is trying to build a connection with her. Amused, she instructs him to bring some food prepared by his sister. He briefly wonders if calling her aunt a sister would also be appropriate. She then acknowledges that since he has been waiting for her, he should now demonstrate his skills. Observing his movements, she notes that he has become significantly faster. She adds that if he manages to defeat her, she will reward him with a weapon, pointing out that his current one is not suitable for him. Curious, she asks if he also intends to use the principal staff. He responds by affirming that he understands the value of the black dragon sword he possesses. She then inquires about anything else he desires, to which he replies that he wants an enchantment level removal. Surprised, she questions whether he is aware of the cost of this skill. However, she quickly regrets bringing it up. In the evening, our boy lies down and tells his aunt that his body is aching. while his senior seems unaffected. Jian Ying, considering his description, suggests that she might not be a teacher since she has never seen her at Dragon Academy. Meanwhile, Qiu discovers that Lu Fan is leading the school forum. She informs him that Fengyun Pavilion has uploaded a video featuring him along with Xiao Ye. His aunt remarks that now the entire school knows about his victory. He wonders who recorded the fight. Jian Ying speculates that he will become a hero for Fengyun Pavilion's supporters, but he has already experienced this kind of attention before. Choosing to stay focused, he reminds them to concentrate on their goals. When asked about his own goal, he states that he aims to level up, as becoming stronger will help him connect with the seniors. They soon arrive in a secret realm, the poisonous mushroom forest. Xiao Ye executes a fang strike, and Lu Fan's level rises to 30. Excited, he prepares to open a treasure chest. His aunt and Qiu celebrate his progress. Xiaoman advises him to head to the class change hall, and Jian Ying realizes that he is now eligible for a second-class transfer. Meeting all the necessary requirements, he advances to the second stage of his class change. Qiu urges Lu Fan to complete his second job transfer quickly. One of the onlookers notices him and wonders if he is the one who defeated Fengyun Pavilion and Chen Tianji. Excited to meet him, the crowd gathers, eagerly asking for his autograph. Xiaoman realizes that Jian Ying was right about his growing support from Fengyun Pavilion fans. To avoid the attention, his aunt decides to disguise him again in different attire so he won't be recognized. After 10 minutes, people are still searching for him, but they manage to escape successfully. Lu Fan hopes that he won't have to flee like this every time. Xiaoman wishes at that she is chased by numbers of guys like Lu Fan. Jian Ying informs Xiaoman that there is no historical record of a dragon tamer completing a second job transfer. If our boy succeeds, he will make history. As they approach the transfer hall, Xiaoman points out their arrival. After arriving at the gate of transfer hall, our dude confidently states that he fully understands the process of a dragon tamer's second job transfer. One of them informs our boy that the ceremony will be conducted alone, so they will wait for him outside. He then enters the Dragon City Academy transfer hall while presenting his academy identity card for verification. An announcement echoes through the hall while instructing him to proceed to the ceremony platform. As he steps forward, he realizes that this second job transfer is entirely different from the initial process. Faced with multiple branches to choose from, he becomes momentarily confused. As the ceremony platform activates, he notices that there is no recorded information about the dragon tamer profession. He considers that if someone chooses a well-known profession, it would typically be documented for future reference. However, as expected, no historical records exist for his specific job transfer. Finally, Dragon City Academy announces the successful transfer of Lu Fan. At that moment, he fully experiences the transformation taking place within him. At that, our guy discovers that 3 branches available for the second job transfer as a dragon tamer. The first is Dragon Priest, which focuses on dragon encouragement skills. The second is Dragon Spellcaster, a mage-based specialization where skills transform into dragon language spells. He speculates that if the Dragon Spellcaster is an advanced version of the dragon language mage, then the Flame Dragon Warrior must be an evolved form of the Dragon Blood Warrior, seemingly more focused on dragon claws. He realizes that these branches represent 3 distinct paths: the support path with dragon encouragement, the magic path with dragon language spells, and the enhancement path for dragon transformation. However, he soon notices a fourth option, which is Dragon Rider. This specialization enhances spiritual development in all directions, strengthening both the dragon and the wielder's abilities. Recognizing this as the perfect fit for his style, he confidently makes his final decision for his second job transfer profession. Meanwhile, outside the ceremony, people discuss the strong energy waves filling the area. Xiaoman begins to grow anxious while wondering why the ceremony is taking so long. Her nervousness increases with time, but Lu Fan's aunt reassures her while emphasizing the significance of this moment for him. However, she notices that Han appears even more anxious. Jian Ying understands the aunt's concern while acknowledging that Lu Fan's rise to greatness hinges on this crucial decision. Qiu reminds everyone to have faith in him, adding that the 800-year decline of dragon professions is finally coming to an end. As the ceremony concludes, everyone eagerly asks our dude about his new profession. He assures them that everything went smoothly and promises to discuss it on their way back. He then reveals that his profession has changed from dragon tamer to dragon rider. Curious, they ask if this profession requires actual riding, to which he nods. He explains that another reason for choosing this path is that he has already received a dragon riding saddle. Once both of his dragons reach level 30, they will be able to use it effectively. He also wonders if this ability extends beyond just 2 dragons. Perhaps even a 3rd star dragon could be tamed. Hyo finds it fascinating that he will now be both a dragon tamer and a dragon knight, while his aunt feels it is somewhat unusual. She imagines him riding a dragon, but he quickly interrupts while telling them to stop picturing it. If he rides, he will be in full dragon form. At that moment, he notices his senior again. Xiaoman, realizing how beautiful she is, asks Lu Fan if this is the senior who trained him. Amused, the senior acknowledges that they already seem to know her. She then turns to his aunt and asks if she is the enchanted cook, to which his aunt nods. The senior then surprises everyone by stating that she has come to borrow Lu Fan. Shocked, they listen as she explains that she needs him to run errands in Dragon City. His aunt, while seeing how much he has already benefited from her, allows her to take him along without hesitation. The senior thanks her and takes Lu Fan with her, while his aunt invites them to join for dinner later. Lu Fan, however, feels overlooked because no one considered his opinion, as he had planned to tame the Star Dragon. But now, he has no choice but to follow his senior. She urges him to hurry, while reminding him that they are out of time. As they leave, Lu Fan checks his mobile absent-mindedly. The senior notices and asks him what's wrong. He then asks about their destination. Smiling, she reveals that she is taking him to buy a gift that is the enchantment level removal he had requested last time. Shocked, he can hardly believe what he just heard. They arrive at the Longdu auction house, where the senior informs our dude that the enchantment scroll he desires is now up for auction. They will need to bid for it. He recalls that the vice principal previously bid an astronomical amount for Dragon Cemetery, while leading him to assume that this auction will also demand a high price. He hesitates and suggests they forget about it, but the senior questions his lack of enthusiasm and assures him that she is extremely wealthy. Realizing he should be more cautious with his words around her, he promises to repay her quickly. Just then, the auctioneer welcomes everyone and begins the bidding for the rare enchantment scroll. The starting bid is 950 million dragon coins, quickly escalating to 1.25 billion, 1.4 billion, 1.85 billion, and finally 2.3 billion. The senior tells Lu Fan that they need to bid decisively. Suddenly, a 3 billion dragon coin bid is placed. Our guy is surprised to see that the bidder is Jinju and wonders why she wants the enchantment scroll. The senior explains that Jinju is the princess of the Taiki kingdom, and she is determined to acquire everything that can increase her wealth. She then tells Lu Fan that they will need to outbid her with even more coins. At that, our boy asks how she knows about Jinju, to which she replies that she has many sources of information. She also mentions that she will be helping him today and is willing to go to any extent to obtain the rare scroll. She bids 4 billion coins on his behalf while making the princess furious. However, the princess's guard assures her that they have 5 billion dragon coins available for bidding. At that moment, the senior announces that she has changed her mind and will bid 5 billion coins. With this, Lu Fan successfully acquires the enchantment scroll. As people watch him, they are invited to move to the VIP room. Meanwhile, the princess, overwhelmed with anger, decides to leave the auction. Later, in the Tianhua auction house VIP lounge, the senior and our guy are present when a girl named Du Yaqiu appears. She immediately recognizes who could afford to bid such a high amount. The senior apologizes for arriving without informing her. She then introduces Lu Fan while explaining that he is her junior, and that she has purchased the enchantment scroll as a reward for him. Du Yaqiu introduces herself and offers Lu Fan the option of calling her Aunt Du or Sister Du. She informs him that she is the head of the auction house and that he is welcome to visit any time if he wants to buy rare items. He then formally introduces himself as Lu Fan. Du Yaqiu explains that she and the senior are close relatives, as she is her sister-in-law and the auction house is run by her and her brother. Lu Fan realizes how generous the senior was during the auction and decides that he should not insist on repaying the amount. Lu Fan thinks that with this scroll, he can easily remove the level 60 requirement from the soul wings of the Dragon King. Then, Sister Du asks the senior if she has collected anything for the codex. The senior replies that she has nothing left, to which Sister Du thanks her. The senior then tells Lu Fan that he should focus on repaying the 5 billion and suggests they head back since the aunt is waiting for them. Curious, he asks about the codex they were discussing. She explains that the codex is the key to generating dragon coins needed to purchase rare items. It is called the Baibao Codex. Sister Du informs him that his current earnings are merely pocket money and that the most valuable treasures are extremely expensive. She further explains that rare treasures recorded in the codex are appraised, and the auction house estimates their price, while giving 3% of the estimated value to the owner in dragon coins. This makes it a highly profitable business. Realizing this, our boy thinks that if he wants to repay the 5 billion, he can earn 3% of the estimated price by recording rare equipment. He immediately starts estimating the value of the Dragon King's soul wings. Sister Du tells him that these wings are meant for level 60 and are considered a top-tier item. She also mentions that they can easily be sold for 2 billion coins. However, our guy realizes that he is still far from reaching 5 billion. He then tells Sister Du that he possesses something even more valuable than the soul wings. When she asks about it, he reveals a dragon egg. She is shocked to see it and quickly realizes that he must be the dragon tamer from the southern province. Our guy tells them that he has a total of 5 dragons. Sister Du realizes that if the soul wings were already highly valuable, then this dragon egg would be unprecedented. He asks if the dragon egg can be recorded in the codex. She explains that it cannot be recorded there, but can be entered into the treasure catalog instead. She also mentions that once it is added to the catalog, the auction house will gain worldwide recognition. The senior feels satisfied with her decision to support Lu Fan, while knowing that his popularity will only grow. Sister Du then offers him a deal that he can visit the auction house once a month and purchase anything he wants. Seeing no reason to refuse such an opportunity, he gladly accepts. She then asks him to proceed with recording the items in the catalog. Curious, Lu Fan asks when his privileges will begin. Sister Du informs him that they start immediately, from this month onward. Without hesitation, he selects the item he wants, worth 5 billion, and immediately returns the amount to the senior. He chooses the enchantment level removal as his free item for this month. In this way, all the money is returned to the senior, who is surprised at how quickly he repaid it without any interest. Our guy then decides to visit the auction house every month to acquire rare items. Meanwhile, the people in the auction house notice the catalog being updated. Lu Fan wonders whether his soul wings and dragon egg have already been listed in the catalog. The people notice a dragon egg listed in the catalog and wonder if it is the legendary dragon. They are shocked to see it, and excitement spreads quickly. Our dude realizes that Sister Du acted swiftly while adding the dragon egg to the treasure catalog without delay. Meanwhile, the senior notices the growing commotion and suggests they leave before they get stuck in the crowd. As the people rush anxiously to see the dragon egg, Lu Fan and the senior manage to slip away unnoticed. She remarks that her sister-in-law's advertising strategy was a success and considers asking her for more rare items in the future. Lu Fan thinks about negotiating with her while recognizing her as a highly successful businesswoman. The senior then calls for a car and instructs Lu Fan to get in. When he notices that it is a different vehicle from the one they arrived in, she explains that she returned the previous one to her sister-in-law and that this is her own custom vehicle. Our guy finds her generosity and kindness admirable. As she starts the bike, she tells him to hold on tightly. While he does, she comments that his endurance and agility have improved significantly. He realizes that she knows a lot about him, likely because of his second transformation. She then points out that he now has 3 available slots and questions why he has not yet hatched the dragon egg. When she confirms that this would be his 3rd dragon, she considers him incredibly fortunate, as dragons are extremely rare. Curious, he asks about her true identity, wondering why she always helps him. She reveals that he still has his first trial to complete, and that a special envoy from Longdu Academy will be assessing him. To pass, he must earn the envoy's approval. She also mentions that the envoy is above level 70 while making him a formidable opponent. Lu Fan perceives her presence as an advantage for the trial, but notes that if the envoy is with him, he will take care of him while ensuring his victory. She finds his confidence amusing. As it gets late, she accelerates the vehicle. However, he has taken her hand in his while he opens his soul wings as they soar through the night sky. Lu Fan asks if he needs to see her off, but she finds it unnecessary, so he heads back. She finds him obedient and thinks that if it were someone else, they would have accompanied her to the door. She then returns while humming a tune, only to realize that she left her motorcycle on the road. Meanwhile, at Longdu Academy's Villa No. 1, Lu Fan arrives, exhausted from flying, but he has gained more proficiency in using his soul wings. He asks the dragons if they are ready to summon the 3rd dragon. Without hesitation, he begins the summoning ritual and calls for the new dragon to emerge. The egg hatches, revealing the 3rd star dragon. Xiaoye and Xiaofi are stunned at the sight. Lu Fan observes the juvenile form of the starry sky dragon and notes that it is a combat-type dragon. Its attributes are similar to Xiaofei's, but with greater strength than Xiaoye. He realizes that once the sky dragon reaches level 20, its strength will exceed 10,000. He also notices that its abilities and those of Xiaoye are well balanced across all attributes. Additionally, he recognizes that the Star Dragon's Starshine Scales function as a damage-absorbing skill that can both defend and attack for 60 seconds. He wonders if Star Surge will further enhance the dragon's strength. Furthermore, he realizes that the Starry Sky Dragon possesses a magic skill, which he decides to test later. Now, it is time to name the new dragon. He names it Xingchen. Xiaoye roars in protest, prompting Lu Fan to reconsider and choose another name. As he asks the dragon for its preference, he realizes that Xiaoye cannot work well with this new dragon. Meanwhile, in Taiki Country's level 60-70 sand area, Chung Han stands with his guards. They inquire about his well-being. Chung Han states that his sister has asked him to contact her for help. One of the girls inquires whether Jinju called him from Longdu State, while another asks if she was bullied in Dragon Country. He nods while explaining that she has been calling him repeatedly while claiming that a kid has hit her more than once. One of them asks if he plans to go to Dragon Country, to which he responds that he will, but only after completing his current priority, which is the national trial. He is focused on obtaining the cursed set equipment before making his way there. In addition to helping his sister, he intends to investigate the players participating in the national trial. Determined to claim the top spot, he remains resolute in his goal, and his companions fully support him. Meanwhile, a week after acquiring the Star Dragon, Lu Fan notices that without Jinju's provocations, his life has become more peaceful. He spends his time studying with his senior sister. She mentions that if he manages to defeat her, she will take him to Tianhua House again, which excites him. Lu Fan's team continues leveling up in the Poison Spider Forest, and the dragons experience significant growth. The Emerald Dragon reaches level 22, the Starry Sky Dragon advances to level 11, and the Black Dragon increases to level 29. Meanwhile, Lu Fan himself progresses to level 32. His equipment, Sword Shadow, advances to Sword Dancer 11. Q and Xiaoman also reach level 30, finally qualifying for their second advancements. Excited about their progress, they celebrate reaching level 13, which allows them to proceed to the next round of advancements. Their aunt is deeply impressed while recognizing the difficulty of reaching level 30. Xiaoman expresses her desire to explore high-level dungeons after her advancement. Her aunt warns her of the dangers, but she insists on going with Chu. Our boy realizes that now all combat professions in their group have reached the second advancement level, while enabling them to explore areas beyond level 30 together as a team. Jianjing announces that she has chosen the Sword Dancer class. She tells Chu that she assumes Chu will opt for a support role. However, Chu responds that while she had considered it, she no longer needs to since Xiaofei is with them. Instead, she selects the Holy Light Judge skill, while choosing a damage-dealing role. Her strong light attribute enhances her combat capabilities. Our boy realizes that their team now possesses a well-balanced combination of magical, physical, and support abilities. Shortly after, Xiaoman appears and Chu asks what happened. Xiaoman reveals that she has changed her class to Water Ripple Swordsman 11, granting her control over the water element. Lu Fan wonders whether hidden classes can also emerge in the second tier. He finds her abilities extraordinary, and notes that their team feels even more balanced with her inclusion. He teases Xiaoman while making her angry, but then his attention shifts as he notices the envoy approaching. The envoy is expected to arrive soon at Dragon Capital Academy's Combat Class Hall. Professor Gu informs Lu Fan that the envoy is Ruan Changfeng, a level 76 third-tier Holy Shield Knight. She also mentions that the vice principal has certain opinions about Lu Fan, which makes him curious about what they might be. As he contemplates this, Ruan Changfeng makes his appearance. Our boy then notices another man holding a staff and asks Professor Gu about him. She explains that he is the new headmaster of Dragon Capital Academy and is an expert beyond the 4th tier. Lu Fan asks whether anyone knows about the headmaster's abilities, but Professor Gu responds that only the vice principal is aware. She explains that the headmaster never participates in events, and no one knows his exact level. She also mentions that if he is here to greet the envoy, then the envoy must be someone special. Suddenly, the envoy enters the room and asks for the headmaster. However, the vice principal steps forward and introduces himself, but the envoy is only interested in meeting the headmaster. He then inquires whether all the candidates have arrived. The vice principal informs him that only our dude has been recommended by Dragon Capital Academy. He assumes that the envoy might be displeased by this. Our dude remarks to Professor Gu that Ruan Changfeng is not an ordinary person. She agrees, while adding that it seems the headmaster values Lu Fan highly. The envoy expresses his discontent while stating that the school has already chosen a candidate for him without considering his opinion. The vice principal assures him that Dragon Capital Academy has full confidence in Lu Fan and believes he will leave a strong impression. He describes Lu Fan as a level 32 Dragon Knight, ranked number 1 in the southern province. The envoy approaches Lu Fan and questions whether he understands the efforts of the other candidates. He also asks if he can compete with experts at levels 50 or 60. Lu Fan finds the envoy's attitude suspicious and senses a hint of hostility. The envoy then declares that since Dragon Capital Academy places so much trust in Lu Fan, he intends to conduct a thorough assessment. The envoy challenges Lu Fan, which Professor Gu finds unfair. The vice principal also states that it is unreasonable for a level 32 student to compete against someone at level 76. However, the envoy explains that he is not forcing Lu Fan to enter the national trial. His mission is simply to select strong individuals capable of competing against contenders from 22 other nations. He adds that if Lu Fan cannot pass his test, he is not worthy of representing the Dragon Kingdom. Our boy realizes that he cannot match the envoy in close combat, and the current space does not allow him to summon his dragon. The envoy urges him to display his full strength and prove his capabilities. He wants to see how well Lu Fan manages his power. The spectators notice the envoy's enthusiasm and suspect he wants to move the assessment to another location. On the other hand, with his power, Headmaster transfers them to some other location. Suddenly, they vanish from the area while leaving the onlookers searching for them. Our boy soon realizes they have arrived at the Dragon Capital Academy arena, where there is ample space to summon his dragon. The envoy instructs him to stop holding back and reveal his full power. Although Lu Fan initially questions the fairness of the assessment, he decides to take advantage of the open space and summons his dragon. The dragon executes a flash leap while drawing the envoy's attention. He recognizes it as the same black dragon that the princess of the Jin family had mentioned. However, he finds the dragon's pressure ineffective against him and believes that Lu Fan poses no real threat. Our dude on the other side warns him to stay alert as the dragon prepares to attack. The black dragon roars high in the air, and the envoy feels the intense pressure radiating from it. He misses the stun and paralysis effect but realizes that, in the end, the dragon's effect will only cause a slowdown. The vice principal recalls that this black dragon had once defeated an entire pavilion. The headmaster advises him to keep watching, as Lu Fan has more specialties to reveal. The envoy assumes that while the dragon's moves might intimidate Lu Fan's classmates, they will not work against him. However, when the fear effect takes hold, he suddenly kneels to the ground. Lu Fan sarcastically asks how the envoy plans to assess him while kneeling, which frustrates the envoy even more. Furious, he demands to know how Lu Fan dares to challenge him in such a way. Meanwhile, the vice principal observes two opposing portals and wonders what Lu Fan is summoning next. The envoy then notices 3 dragons before him while leaving him in shock. The vice principal is equally astonished to see that our boy has 3 dragons. He then commands Xiaofei to summon the twin Wyvern Kings, which are the Wyvern King's soul wings. The vice principal turns to the headmaster and asks if he was aware that Lu Fan had 5 dragons. The headmaster, however, is just as surprised as everyone else. Lu Fan asks the envoy if he still believes that he is unqualified for the national trial. The envoy finds it impossible to accept being hit by our guy and considers him too young to defeat him. The headmaster remarks that no one would have imagined Ruin Changfeng, who is someone so mighty, to be in such a pitiful state. The envoy, however, convinces himself that Lu Fan is nothing without his dragons. He activates Holy Light Protection, with only 4 seconds remaining on its duration, because he sees our boy attacks nothing but a rookie move and prepares a strong blow. As 2 seconds remain, he believes that he can shatter the Emerald Light Layer in 1 strike. However, despite Envoy's attack, only half of the shield breaks under the force of Holy Light Judgment. The envoy realizes that his Holy Light Protection is also nearing its end. Lu Fan wonders if the envoy is trying to retreat again while having relied on a flawed strategy. Before the envoy can react, Lu Fan knocks him to the ground. He taunts him, while asking where all his power has gone. To see the new attack from our MC, envoy pleads him to hold on. As the dust settles down, the envoy is shown defeated and coughing. During a fight between envoy and our dude, in the beginning, apologizes to envoy for the matter with the mount. However, Lu Fan adds while pointing out that, in the harsh competition of the national trial, killing an opponent's mount is allowed. He mentions that Yuan Changfeng seems to be testing him on how he handles the situation. At this point, the vice principal shouts that the assessment should declare him qualified. Changfeng, upset, orders him to be quiet, while stating that the decision is his once the assessment is over. The principal then agrees with Changfeng's point because he won't be able to keep fighting. Envoy, while feeling cornered, recalls that with his dragon language magic and 5 dragons, he would be a strong contender in the national trial. Meanwhile, Envoy yells that Lu Fan alone cannot defeat him, and he blames Lu Fan for his downfall. He accuses Lu Fan of causing him to be abandoned by the Jin family and the high-ups of Longdu, ruining his career while mocking him, and even killing his mount. As a result, Envoy is determined to kill Lu Fan in revenge. However, our dude, filled with high energy, warns him that losing control in battle is pointless. He refuses to attack while Envoy is in danger and offers to continue the fight if Envoy believes Lu Fan has not passed the assessment. Lu Fan also tells him that if Envoy thinks that he ruined his career with Jinju, Lu Fan is always available for revenge, but next time, he will not hold back. Envoy, exhausted, collapses. The vice principal rushes to him, promising to find a priest. In the end, the principal praises our guy, impressed by his hidden strength. He asks how much power Lu Fan used in the fight. Lu Fan replies that he used less than 1% while explaining that the dragons only moved slightly without using their skills. The principal acknowledges that choosing Lu Fan was the right decision. Finally, he reflects that the principal feels strangely familiar to him. In the extreme northern region of Dragon Country, at an uncharted area level 60, the Marquis comments that Lu Fan is indeed the Dragon Country representative. He believes Yuan Changfeng likely signed this with great regret. Then, an officer enters and is allowed in. The officer asks what orders Lord Genbi has. The Marquis replies that he needs the Griffin prepared, as he plans to go to Longdu Academy. The officer, concerned, asks if he's leaving the northern border camp while mentioning that several exploration routes have recently been attacked, with the attacks coming from a specific area. He warns the Marquis that leaving now might be dangerous. However, the Marquis interrupts while assuring the officer that he isn't leaving for good. He tells the officer to notify the Griffin team and allow the other exploration routes to continue as usual. The Marquis adds that he will meet the Dragon Country representative and investigate the situation while planning to return in 2 days. The officer acknowledges this and understands. Meanwhile, on the other side, our boy looks at a map and mentions that the destination is over 1,000 kilometers away. He considers traveling there to search for treasure, thinking that with Yuan Changfeng's approval of the national trial qualification, there's not much to do lately. However, he realizes that the treasure is more than 3,000 kilometers away, and it's only a mid-level treasure map. Our boy tells him to forget it, while stating that he will contact him next time if needed. The bud offers to help by contacting a mage for teleportation, but warns that there will be an extra cost. Lu Fan, surprised, realizes that a god-level treasure map is finally within reach after so long. The boy then asks if our dude is still there. Lu Fan quickly responds and adds that he has another location to ask about, which is in the extreme northern region, Longdu Academy, Villa Number 1. Lu Fan and his friends are suddenly attacked by a person. He starts fighting with Lu Fan and his black dragon. They were continuously giving each other strong blows in return to one of the strikes. Lu Fan asks whether he wants to teleport again. While giving a strong punch, Lu Fan asks him to stop and quickly recognizes the attacker as the teacher who was with the principal that day. Meanwhile, his companions grow anxious and urge someone to call the fire department while questioning the explosion and everyone's safety. At the same time, Chu explains that they have been ambushed and that the attacker intends to eliminate them. Since he has been recognized, the enemy declares that there is no other choice but to proceed with his plan. As a result, Lu Fan realizes that the attacker is using Flame Core, a powerful fire mage skill. Knowing the enemy wants to take him down, Chu reassures Lu Fan that help is coming. Nevertheless, the attacker insists that Lu Fan cannot escape and that death is inevitable. In the meantime, Xiaofei prepares to cast Eternal Guardian to shield everyone, while the enemy laughs menacingly. The skill charges and guards all of them. Our boy, while realizing the imminent detonation of Flame Core, calls him reckless. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appears while wielding what seems to be the principal's Brahma staff. Without hesitation, the creature roars Lu Fan's name and attacks. Just then, the principal arrives, causing the attackers to vanish. Professor Gu, while standing nearby, expresses concern over the terrifying explosion and demands an explanation. At the same time, students are instructed to return quickly and stay away from the firefighting efforts. Soon after, Han rushes to Lu Fan while admitting how terrified he was and asking if he is hurt. In response, Lu Fan reassures him that he is fine and tells his aunt not to worry. Likewise, Q, still in shock, asks if he recognizes the attacker. Lu Fan recalls seeing the mage during the envoy assessment while standing next to the principal. As the situation settles, the vice principal acknowledges that no one expected an assassination attempt at the school. Shockingly, he reveals that the attacker is an honorary professor at Longdu Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan questions the reason behind the attack, while Han demands a thorough investigation, while emphasizing how close everyone came to death. Additionally, Chu points out that the attacker was determined to die with Lu Fan upon realizing he was still alive. Finally, the vice principal urges everyone to remain calm and take a moment to breathe. He firmly assures them that the matter will be investigated thoroughly and that they will receive a proper explanation. The next morning, in the principal's office at Longdu Academy, he expresses concern that another assassination attempt is inevitable. Moreover, he believes that the danger will be even greater this time. He points out that the honorary professor has been at the academy for many years and that those around him are deeply hidden, which unsettles him. Although he has the ability to oversee the entire school, he admits that even a slight delay on his part could lead to unimaginable consequences. At that moment, he turns to Marquis and asks if he is paying attention. However, instead of responding seriously, Marquis jokes that the office could use some alcohol, complaining that the tea is too bland. After noticing the principal's frustrated expression, he laughs and reassures him that he is listening. Furthermore, he mentions that, despite traveling all this way, he has yet to ask about the reason for his visit. In response, the principal apologizes while admitting that he has been preoccupied with Lu Fan's situation. Consequently, he shifts the conversation and inquires about Marquise's mission in the far north. Without hesitation, Marquis states that the mission is far from complete. However, since the principal and vice principal need to investigate the attack and the school is no longer a safe place for Lu Fan, he sees this as an opportunity to help lighten their burden. As a result, the principal looks confused and asks what he means. In turn, Marquis clarifies that he wants to take Lu Fan with him. He explains that even if our boy is not afraid, more trouble is bound to follow. Therefore, taking him to the far north will ensure his safety before the national trial and prevent any harm to those around him. After hearing this, the principal acknowledges that Lu Fan will be safe with Marquis. Nevertheless, he questions what Marquis stands to gain from this. In response, Marquis explains that he has been observing Lu Fan's growth for a long time and finds his progress remarkable. Since there is no need for personal mentorship, he hopes that Lu Fan can assist him in investigating a certain matter. Ultimately, the principal understands and gives his approval, but insists that Lu Fan must not be put in danger. In the end, Marquis confidently assures him, while drinking alcohol, that Lu Fan will return safely. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Longdu Academy, a car arrives. As soon as the princess steps out, she happily greets her brother while expressing relief at his arrival. Teasingly, she asks whether she or his equipment is more important. Without hesitation, he assures her that she is his priority. Since the national trial is taking place in Taiki country, he explains that proper preparation is necessary. Additionally, he adds that this is why he came to find her only after getting ready. At this point, she directly asks if he will help her get revenge. Without hesitation, he affirms that he will, while stating that anyone who upsets his sister must be taught a lesson. At Villano, 2 in Longdu Academy, a boy asks Lu Fan if he has received something. Lu Fan replies that he has the map and promises to transfer the money immediately. The boy then mentions that Lu Fan suddenly goes offline the previous night, making it impossible to reach him. He adds that he is relieved to see Lu Fan safe, as the map is highly sensitive, and no one else dares to buy it. Since there is nothing more to discuss, Lu Fan decides to end the call. Meanwhile, Jianying notices his actions and asks if he plans to travel far. Lu Fan admits that he is concerned about a particular place, but chooses to wait for the investigation results regarding the recent attack before making any decisions. In response, she shares that she does not sleep well the night before and informs him that the others are still resting upstairs. She requests that if he decides to leave, he should inform everyone. Reassuring her, our boy promises that he will not leave without saying goodbye, and expresses his gratitude for her care. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. Assuming it is the vice principal, Jianying offers to open it. However, when Lu Fan answers, he realizes that the expected visitor is not there. Instead, a stranger stands before him. Curious, Lu Fan immediately questions the man's identity and asks about the investigation results. In response, the man explains that he is unaware of the outcome but urges our boy not to worry, assuring him that he is not a threat. At the same time, Lu Fan notices that the man is accompanied by 2 unconscious bodyguards. The man clarifies that their condition results from a misunderstanding and asks if Lu Fan has a way to treat them. He further explains that he only comes to find Lu Fan, but the bodyguards attack him without hesitation. Defending himself is his only choice. Observing the situation, Lu Fan quickly realizes that all the bodyguards arranged by the vice principal have been subdued. This makes him wonder whether the stranger is another attacker. Lu Fan asks the man about his identity. Before he gets an answer, Chu arrives and immediately greets the man, calling him Uncle Tu. Hearing this, Lu Fan, confused, repeats the name and wonders what is happening. However, as he processes the situation, he quickly realizes that the man is the teacher Uncle Chin once mentioned. Q confirms this and explains that he has always called him Uncle Tu since childhood. Then, turning to the man, Chu jokingly comments that his grip is a bit too strong. Laughing, Uncle Tu expresses his relief that Chu arrives in time. He points at Lu Fan and remarks that if Chu had been any later, Lu Fan would have ended up fighting him. In response, our boy apologizes while admitting that he mistakenly assumes the man is an attacker. He also takes the opportunity to thank him, explaining that he has wanted to express his gratitude in person for handling those behind Jinju. However, Uncle Tu dismisses the thanks while pointing out that although Ruan Changfeng is removed from his position, he still seeks revenge as an envoy. He emphasizes that Lu Fan is the one who truly resolves the matter and does not owe him any gratitude. At that moment, Chu expresses surprise while stating that it is unexpected for a great hero, one who once rode a griffin to confront the beast tide, to go unrecognized even by the bodyguards of Longdu Academy. Hearing this, Lu Fan is stunned and repeats the words, "facing the beast tide alone." He then recalls that while studying in Zhanghai City, the school walls were covered with portraits of heroes who lost their lives fighting ferocious beasts. Realizing the truth, he exclaims that the hero who repelled the beast tide back then turns out to be Uncle Tu. Uncle Tu, however, laughs it off while calling it an old story. He then remarks that every era has its outstanding individuals and shifts the focus back to Lu Fan. He reveals that he comes specifically to find him, not for anything else but to take him to the extreme north for training. Surprised, Lu Fan questions the destination. Uncle Tu then explains that he has already discussed it with the principal. He assures Lu Fan that traveling to the extreme north will not only help him improve his abilities, but also prepare him for the national trials. Moreover, leaving the academy will keep him away from any further attacks. Hearing this, Chu expresses concern while reminding Uncle Tu that the extreme north is an uncharted territory. Jianying also speaks up while emphasizing that Lu Fan is now a representative of the Dragon Kingdom and cannot afford any accidents before the national trials. In response, Uncle Tu acknowledges the dangers of the region, but insists that the harsh conditions make it an ideal place to grow stronger. Additionally, he points out that leaving means those targeting Lu Fan will no longer put those around him at risk. At that, our dude assumes that the man believes his divine treasure map is hidden in the extreme north, so he naturally wants to go. However, at the same time, he wonders whether his departure will truly keep everyone safe from further attacks. Sensing his hesitation, the man encourages him to be direct if he wishes to leave. Meanwhile, Jianying reminds him that they have already advanced to the second level. She reassures him that even if attacks continue, he does not need to worry, as she will continue to take care of everyone. Adding to this, Chu promises that they will protect Auntie no matter what. He urges Lu Fan not to be concerned about them. Feeling grateful, our guy thanks everyone and firmly states his decision to travel to the extreme north. Hearing this, the man laughs, expressing his satisfaction that his judgment about Lu Fan is correct. Without hesitation, he then instructs Chu to buy a few bottles of good wine, suggesting they have a farewell meal together. However, Chu reminds him that they can no longer drink the strong liquor he prefers. At that moment, Xianying mentions that she usually joins them for meals, but suddenly realizes she does not have the necessary ingredients at home. In response, Lu Fan offers to buy them, suggesting they all eat together once Auntie and Xiaoman wake up. He also sees this as a good opportunity to bid farewell to his senior. Before concluding the discussion, the man instructs Chu to quickly take care of the unconscious bodyguards at the door, while emphasizing that it would not be good if anyone saw them. However, Chu explains that he has changed his role to a holy light judicator and, as a result, no longer possesses healing abilities. Lu Fan finds it hard to believe that Senior 2 is the hero who once resisted the beast tide. The thought of learning from such a legendary figure feels unreal. However, he also wonders what benefit the man would gain from taking him to the extreme north. Just then, his senior sister arrives and questions why he is still there so late. Playfully, she asks if he is waiting for her and explains that she has been quite busy over the past few days. Without wasting time, she suggests that if he still wants to practice close combat, they should begin immediately. However, Lu Fan quickly clarifies that he is not there to train but to say goodbye. Hearing this, she looks confused and asks what he means. Lu Fan then explains that he will be traveling to the extreme north and will not see her for an entire month, at least until the national trials. He adds that without their usual sparring sessions, he will likely be quite bored. In response, she calls him a fool and insists that he will learn far more by going to the extreme north than by training with her. She also warns him that the place is very dangerous, so boredom will not be a concern. Our boy acknowledges her words and mentions that he needs to return soon to say goodbye to everyone. Before he leaves, she suddenly stops him, pointing out that he is in a hurry and she does not have much to give him. Without hesitation, she hands him something and instructs him to wear it for his safety. She then encourages him to do his best in the extreme north and during the national trials. As a final request, she asks him to bring back a piece of unmelting ice when he returns. Without another word, she disappears. Looking at the item, Lu Fan realizes that it might be a strand of her hair. As he continues walking, he suddenly notices a boy following him. He starts wondering how much longer the boy intends to trail behind before the boy speaks up, admitting that he has been discovered. The boy then expresses how difficult it was to find Lu Fan. Confused, Lu Fan immediately asks for his identity and the reason for following him. In response, the boy introduces himself as Jin Chenghan, the older brother of Jinju. He explains that although Lu Fan may not know him, he has heard a lot about Lu Fan's achievements. He also mentions that his little sister has received a lot of care from our dude, so he has come specifically to express his gratitude. Lu Fan questions the boy about whether he is the top newcomer from the Taiki Kingdom. Assuming that Jinju must also be nearby, he demands that she come out. As expected, she appears and immediately expresses her irritation while questioning why he is acting so arrogantly. She then adds that she looks forward to seeing her brother teach him a lesson. Jin Chenghan, however, remains calm and states that whether he takes action depends on Lu Fan. He then offers a deal, suggesting that if Lu Fan allows Jinju to slap him a few times, they can consider the previous matter settled. In response, Lu Fan reminds Jinju that she made a similar demand before and questions whether she even informed her brother of how things ended last time. Frustrated by his words, Jinju complains to her brother while insisting that Lu Fan is still being disrespectful and that negotiating with him is pointless. She urges Jin Chenghan to take action immediately. Jin Chenghan, unimpressed by Lu Fan's attitude, warns him that he will not truly understand his situation until it is too late. Without hesitation, he begins casting his magic. Observing the spell, Lu Fan quickly recognizes it as a summoning technique, while noting that it appears just as sinister as Jinju's magic. Another boy, filled with aggression, declares that Lu Fan's end is near before launching an attack. Lu Fan immediately notices the powerful corrosive force behind the creature's ordinary strike, while leading him to conclude that avoiding direct contact should be his priority. As he observes the monster more closely, he is shocked to see that it has taken on Jin Chenghan's face. At that moment, Jin Chenghan commands the creature, Abyssal Crawler, to capture Lu Fan. The monster roars continuously as it advances toward him. Before it can reach its target, someone suddenly intervenes and saves Lu Fan. Confused by the unexpected interruption, Jinju questions what is happening. Meanwhile, the newcomer sternly reminds them that this is not Jin family territory. Recognizing the Griffin King and hearing the voice, Jin Chenghan quickly realizes who the man might be. However, before he can react, the man launches a direct attack. Alarmed, Jin Chenghan warns his sister to step back while insisting that their opponent is highly dangerous. Senior 2 continues his assault, confidently declaring that the Abyssal Crawler will not be able to protect Jin Chenghan. He asserts that nothing can escape from the Griffin King's claws before delivering a decisive blow. Watching the battle unfold, Lu Fan assumes that Senior 2 has just killed Jin Chenghan. However, 2 calmly explains that Abyssal Summoners possess a third-tier skill called Abyssal Symbiosis, which allows them to be reborn as long as their summoned beast remains alive. Realizing this, Lu Fan quickly understands that Jin Chenghan is not truly dead. At that, he warns Jin Chenghan that if he does not come out immediately, he will truly be finished once the Abyssal Crawler is destroyed. Shortly after, Jin Chenghan appears and confidently declares that he cannot be killed while emphasizing that he is the representative of the Taiki Kingdom. He reminds everyone that attacking a national representative before the trial would result in consequences from the 23 nations. Meanwhile, our boy observes the situation and realizes that Jin Chenghan has managed to revive through his summoned creature. In response, 2 acknowledges the rules, but points out that if a representative is attacked first, retaliation does not lead to punishment. Shocked by this statement, Jin Chenghan questions what he means. At that moment, Lu Fan is identified as the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. 2 then clarifies that he has no intention of being a murderer and mentions that since the Taiki Kingdom is hosting the national trial this year, he will spare Jin Chenghan's life to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understanding the situation, Jin Chenghan accepts the decision. However, he firmly warns the Jin family that he strongly dislikes them and advises them not to cross his path again. Before leaving, Jin Chenghan signals his sister to follow and then turns to Lu Fan while reminding him that since they are both national representatives, making a move before the competition is against the rules. He then states that he will wait for Lu Fan at the national trial and sarcastically advises him to hope that no one in the Taiki Kingdom offers him support. Afterward, Lu Fan reflects on Jin Chenghan's attitude while finding it both frustrating and somewhat amusing. Despite having already experienced death once, Jin Chenghan still speaks arrogantly. The man also comments on the situation, expressing his disbelief at how even in defeat, people from the Taiki Kingdom continue to act tough. Changing the subject, he urges Lu Fan to hurry inside while mentioning that everyone has been told to stay put and is likely worried. He then remembers that Lu Fan had gone to buy ingredients and asks about them while adding that his aunt has been waiting for a long time. At that moment, Lu Fan realizes with regret that the summoned beast had ruined everything he had purchased. During the long-awaited gathering that night, everyone finally relaxes after the recent attack. As they enjoy the moment, Han reminds Lu Fan to stay safe and avoid reckless actions, while assuring him that they will be fine without him. In response, our dude tells Han not to cry while promising to return in a month. Furthermore, he reminds himself that he must stay strong and have faith in his path. Since he is the main target of the attack, he cannot allow others to be put in danger because of him. Meanwhile, with only a month left until the national trial, he eagerly looks forward to uncovering the secrets hidden in the extreme north. By the following afternoon, as they travel through the icy terrain, the man advises Lu Fan to hold on and be cautious of frostbite. At the same time, Lu Fan reflects on the unexplored regions above level 60, realizing that the location of the divine treasure map lies right before him. Just then, he notices something unusual and immediately asks Senior 2 about it while pointing out an object resembling a blood moon. In response, Senior 2 explains that this phenomenon is precisely why he brought Lu Fan to the extreme north. Upon arriving at the extreme north military camp, Senior 2 introduces Lu Fan to the elite Griffin squad while explaining that these soldiers specialize in mounted combat. Moreover, he describes the ongoing exploration mission, stating that there are 114 different routes. As for their primary objective, Lu Fan has already seen it, the mysterious blood moon. Senior 2 confirms this, further explaining that they have been unable to get close to it and still do not understand its true nature. For this reason, they simply refer to it as that. However, now that Lu Fan, the legendary youth, has joined them, Senior 2 expresses confidence that their exploration efforts will finally make progress. As our boy listens, he quickly realizes that Senior Two's goal aligns perfectly with his own. Here, he not only has the chance to locate the divine treasure map, but also to train in a high-level environment. While reviewing the available routes, he identifies two that are closest to his target. Without hesitation, he asks whether he can immediately begin exploring those areas. In response, Senior 2, amused by his enthusiasm, warns him that Route 78, despite having multiple outposts, is filled with extremely dangerous beasts. Additionally, he emphasizes that if Lu Fan, who is only level 32, encounters trouble, the principal will undoubtedly hold him responsible. Determined to prove himself, Lu Fan insists that escaping danger is not his main goal. He has come here to grow stronger. He argues that if he only takes the safest paths, his journey will lose its purpose. Hearing this, Senior 2 chuckles while recalling that he was just as reckless when he was younger, always rushing headfirst into danger without a second thought. Before they continue, Senior 2 hands Lu Fan a special item. As soon as Lu Fan receives it, he realizes that it is a legendary quality offhand bow. Excitedly, he notes that he can now wield both the Ink Dragon Scale Sword and the Underworld Serpent's Bow at the same time. Moreover, he observes that the item not only boosts his attributes but also removes level restrictions. At that moment, he quickly understands that Senior 2 must have spent at least 800 million dragon coins on the enchantments, while making him even more grateful for this valuable opportunity ahead. The man urges our boy not to be overly polite and insists that he accept the item while explaining that these preparations are necessary if he plans to take Route 78. In response, Lu Fan expresses his gratitude to Senior 2 while assuring him that with this bow, he will be well prepared for both the exploration routes and the national trials. However, Senior 2 dismisses his words while calling him a little brat and telling him to stop speaking nonsense. Just then, an officer arrives and reports that the military uniform has been delivered. The Marquis, also known as Senior 2, instructs Lu Fan to put it on while stating that he will take him to observe the mysterious phenomenon up close. Furthermore, he explains that if Lu Fan still insists on taking Route 78 after their return, they will set off with the team the following day. Without hesitation, Lu Fan responds with enthusiasm while expressing that he cannot wait any longer. As they prepare to leave, the Marquis questions Lu Fan about why he, as a dragon rider, is not using his dragon for travel. Lu Fan explains that his dragon's level is not high enough yet. However, he mentions that Xiao Ye has recently reached level 29 and will soon unlock the ability to be ridden. Upon hearing this, the Marquis laughs, teasing that once Lu Fan is able to ride, he might make an exception and recruit him into the Griffin Squad. Just then, Lu Fan's dragon lets out a mighty roar while signaling its readiness for the challenges ahead. Lu Fan advises Senior 2 to be cautious, but the man dismisses his concern, stating that Lu Fan should worry about himself instead. He warns him that, especially on Route 78, his reaction speed might not be enough to keep him safe. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observes that all the elite Griffin Squad members are above level 70. He realizes that even though Senior 2 joked about making an exception for him, his current performance is likely not up to standard. Understanding that this is not like school, he knows he must take things more seriously. As they arrive at their destination, Senior 2 points it out, and Lu Fan is immediately taken aback. He describes it as a giant eye. Senior 2 confirms his observation and explains that it is actually an enormous, dead beast, though no one knows exactly what it is. While looking around, Lu Fan notices the eye and the surrounding mountains. He begins to wonder if it could be part of a dragon's head, but its immense size makes him doubt it. Since even the Griffin Squad is unable to investigate its entire body, he remains uncertain. Senior 2 acknowledges how shocking it is while admitting that when he first got close, even the Griffin King refused to approach it. He explains that the discovery happened purely by accident. Lu Fan, however, is puzzled because even the system cannot identify any details about the creature. Senior 2 then comments that there are still many areas in the world unexplored by humans, and it is up to people like him to lead the Griffin Squad in uncovering these mysteries. He recalls that when he first found the creature, it did not look the same. At that time, he had approached it while clearing a resource extraction point above the Owl Demon. Just then, Senior 2 instructs the adjutant to spread out the gathered information. However, an officer suddenly reports that the Owl Demon has escaped and asks if they should pursue it. Senior 2 immediately decides against it while ordering the entire team to descend and focus on rescuing others instead. While they are making their rescue attempts, an officer suddenly exclaims in shock, pointing out that the massive eye has opened. Calling for caution, he warns the lord of the northern town. Reflecting on the past year, Senior 2 reveals that despite the efforts of experts from various places, no one has been able to uncover anything about the mysterious creature. However, he is certain of one thing: it is still alive. He recalls the moment when it opened its eye right in front of him and questions whether peace can continue if it ever fully awakens. At that moment, Lu Fan notices a group flying over and assumes they are members of the Griffin Squad. However, Senior 2 corrects him while stating that while they once were, they no longer belong to the squad now. Lu Fan notices something unusual and immediately asks Senior 2 what exactly those things are. In response, the man explains that they are quite troublesome and admits that he has no desire to kill them. Then the mount of Senior 2 applies an ice web that grabs the opponents. Our boy also give a strong strike towards the fallen corpse. Curious, our boy then inquires whether they were once his subordinates. However, instead of providing a direct answer, Senior 2 simply states that it is time to return. Without further discussion, they promptly head back to their base. The fallen corpse see while standing that they have gone back. The next morning, while on a call, Senior 2 confirms some important information with the person on the other end. Just then, an officer arrives and quickly reports that regardless of whether the concern is about the fallen corpses or the colossal creature, he intends to head to the front lines. Acknowledging his words, Senior 2 instructs him to call in the others. Shortly after, a group of officers enters, and one of them salutes before formally reporting that all members of the 78th Squad are present. During a rare break, one of the boys curiously asks what orders Lord Genbei has for them. Without hesitation, Senior 2 addresses an older squad member named Lu and announces that a new team member has been assigned to them. He then introduces Lu Fan as the top student from Dragon Capital Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan greets everyone and inquires about its significance. In response, a girl explains that it is a military merit badge. She further elaborates that Captain Lu earned the copper badge, which qualifies him for his rank. Additionally, she clarifies that higher-ranking officers wear silver or gold badges. Within the Griffin Squad, she notes, only 8 members hold the gold rank. Whenever Lord 2 is absent from the camp, she adds, those 8 individuals assume command. Still doubtful, Old Hu turns to Senior 2 and questions the decision to assign a college student to their squad. With clear skepticism, he sarcastically asks if this is merely an internship meant to enhance a resume. As he continues, he insists that the 78th Squad's missions are highly demanding and that they do not have the time to babysit newcomers. However, without hesitation, Senior 2 remains firm. He quickly reminds the squad that he never jokes about such matters. Moreover, he assures them that if Lu Fan encounters danger, it will be his own responsibility. Additionally, he firmly establishes that while they may be brothers in private, in the camp, he is their commanding officer. From that moment on, he declares, Lu Fan is officially a part of their squad, and they are required to treat him like any other member. Accepting the decision, Old Hu acknowledges the order. Without delay, he then instructs Shen Kai to take Lu Fan to the squad's meeting room, as the mission briefing is about to begin. Meanwhile, a girl sighs in frustration, openly complaining about the added hassle. In the 78th Squad's meeting room, Old Lu informs everyone that, according to the forward station's report, a blizzard is expected to arrive in 4 days. Given this, he emphasizes that the mission must be completed within that time frame. Since traveling to and from the forward station takes 2 days, he explains that the squad will have only 2 days to explore along Route 78 once they arrive. Hearing this, Shen Kai expresses concern, pointing out that 2 days may not be enough time for a thorough exploration. However, Old Lu remains firm while stating that with the addition of a new team member, the goal is to clear 100 miles, which will be considered a successful mission. A girl in the squad, still skeptical, comments that covering such a distance is already challenging. Furthermore, she questions whether they will have to slow down because of the student's presence. Without hesitation, Old Lu dismisses the concern, reminding everyone that time waits for no one. He then instructs the squad to prepare their griffins and be ready to depart in 15 minutes. In response, the girl, clearly frustrated, complains about the strict orders and suggests that waiting until the blizzard passes would be more reasonable. However, another squad member, a boy, points out that their squad is on the front lines, meaning they do not have the luxury of waiting. Meanwhile, Old Lu turns to Lu Fan and informs him that he can keep his mount in the squad's stables, where the best feed is available. In response, Lu Fan explains that his mount is not yet at a high enough level for him to ride. Upon hearing this, the girl reacts with shock and immediately refuses to carry him while stating that it is now Captain Lu's problem. Another boy, clearly disgusted, questions how Lu Fan plans to fly with the squad. However, without hesitation, Lu Fan reassures them not to worry about carrying him. As the squad sets off on their mission, a boy marvels at Lu Fan's impressive gear, while noting that his rare equipment and Lord 2's special arrangements suggest that his family might be part of the Dragon Capital elite. Turning to a girl, he points out that her giant eagle mount is accompanied by 2 baby eagles and asks if they are being used as scouts. However, she dismisses his question while reminding him that it is not the right time for chatting. Instead, she warns everyone that they are about to enter the cloud cluster. At that moment, old Lu issues a cautionary command, informing the squad that visibility within the cloud cluster is extremely low. He instructs everyone to stay alert. Meanwhile, the boy, concerned for Lu Fan's safety, advises him to stay close and avoid getting separated. In response, Lu Fan acknowledges the warning and assures him that he understands. But then he loses control and realizes that he has lost the sight of Chang and Captain Lu. He then finds a sky predator lion. The corrupted sky predator lion appears, and Lu Fan realizes that the blood moon does not only affect humans. He also notices that these corrupted creatures are different from normal monsters. Shen arrives on an escort hawk while instructing it not to let the sky predator lion win, as she has already lost one eagle. Chang, while riding his falcon, tells it to stay strong, as the skies are filled with elite monsters. He assures Lu Fan that he will protect him while believing it is easy for him to handle these creatures. Chang insists that he will shield Lu Fan from the monsters, but Lu Fan is eager to fight as well. Shen reminds him to follow the team plan, and Chang prepares to engage the sky predator lion. He also mentions that despite relying on Captain Lu for so long, they have yet to receive any badges. Suddenly, a powerful sound echoes through the air. Lu Fan quickly realizes that it is not coming from the sky predator lion. As they search for the source, they discover the presence of the Heaven Devourer, a monstrous creature unlike any ordinary beast. Lu Fan is astonished by its sheer size, finding it even larger than Xiaoye. Just then, Captain Lu arrives. Chang mentions that the Heaven Devourer has appeared while prompting Captain Lu to instruct everyone to fly higher, as the clouds are filled with corrupted birds. Lu Fan wonders if everything near the blood moon is corrupted. He also realizes that this monster is altering everything around them while making escape nearly impossible. Uncertain whether his dragon will be affected by the corruption and the blood moon, he knows it is necessary to summon it. He offers to handle the situation alone, but Captain Lu refuses while reminding him that they are close to escaping the cloud cluster. As they finally break free from the clouds, the immediate crisis is averted. Our boy questions what just happened, and Captain Lu explains that once the Heaven Devourer emerges from the clouds, it falls. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Fan acknowledges that he has learned many lessons from the veterans of the Griffin Corps, including various strategies for dealing with corrupted monsters. Captain Lu then instructs Chang and Shen to prepare for landing. Lu Fan notices the captain is in a hurry and feels guilty for not being more familiar with the northern terrain, which led to a long detour. However, Chang reassures him that everything here is unfamiliar to newcomers. Realizing that only 3.5 days remain to complete their exploratory mission, Captain Lu grows concerned that our boy is slowing them down. Shen, however, insists that there is no time for adjustments. Our boy worries about failing to complete the mission by the 4th day, but she reminds him to stay focused, emphasizing that this is a place where he must prove his worth through hard work. She also warns that the ground beneath them is highly unstable, and if it erupts, the situation will become extremely dangerous. She suggests that Lu Fan should return and monitor the logistics instead. However, he insists that Captain Lu has trained him well and asks her to trust his strength in the upcoming challenges. Captain Lu reassures them that if Senior 2 has made this decision, it will be beneficial for everyone. With that, he urges them to hurry and move forward. Shen hopes that Lu Fan does not make the situation worse, but Captain Lu assures her not to worry and instructs Lu Fan to focus only on protecting himself. Suddenly, the falcon lets out a sharp cry while prompting Shen to recognize it as an alarm signal indicating danger. She wonders what the threat could be, but before she can react, Captain Lu orders everyone to scatter and evade. He also instructs Chang to activate the shield of protection. As the chaos unfolds, Chang realizes that he has been separated from our boy, which deeply unsettles him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan suspects that another corrupted monster may be approaching. Captain Lu quickly calls for a status report while confirming that both he and Shen are unharmed. He then asks Lu Fan to respond. However, at that moment, Lu Fan finds himself completely surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. Captain Lu calls out to Lu Fan again, but Shen urges him to lower his voice while warning that loud noises could attract more monsters. The captain fears that Lu Fan may already be finished. However, as he scans the surroundings, he spots a group of 20 to 30 ice-field yetis. Realizing the overwhelming numbers, he prepares to retreat, but Shen quickly suggests using her falcon for a feint attack. Agreeing with her strategy, the captain instructs her to launch the feint while he retrieves Chang. As they move forward, Captain Lu suddenly changes the plan. He decides to engage the icefield yetis himself, while Shen is tasked with finding Chang. Without hesitation, she heads off in search of him. Standing his ground, Captain Lu unsheaths his sword and confronts the approaching monsters. Meanwhile, Shen navigates through the horde, knowing she must expose herself to locate Chang. She blows a whistle as a signal. While the captain battles the yetis, she continues her search. On the other hand, Lu Fan has already found Chang. He checks on his condition, but before Chang can respond, Lu Fan instructs him to remain quiet and wait. He is here to rescue him. Assuring Chang that he will treat him after dealing with the 3 large monsters, Lu Fan prepares for battle. However, Chang warns that he cannot heal him, and insists that he should not fight against level 80 elite monsters. Ignoring the warning, Lu Fan activates his dragon aura and readies his sword for combat. Lu Fan delivers a powerful blow with his sword, leaving Chang in shock. He finds it impossible, but Lu Fan insists that nothing is beyond reach. He is a dragon knight and a top dragon tamer from the southern province. As he battles the beasts, he seamlessly switches between different forms. Chang is astonished to realize that Lu Fan, despite being only level 32, can fight against level 80 monsters with ease. He is about to ask something when Shen and Captain Lu arrive. Shen is horrified to see Chang's injuries, while Captain Lu is equally surprised to find Lu Fan still alive. Chang quickly informs them that Lu Fan not only found him but also healed his wounds. Suddenly, Captain Lu shouts a warning, and Lu Fan swiftly lands a powerful strike on a monster attacking from behind. Without hesitation, the captain gathers everyone and lays out a plan. Shen offers her giant eagle, stating that it can carry 2 people to safety. However, Lu Fan suggests an alternative. If they manage to eliminate all the Icefield Yetis, the problem will be solved. Shen initially thinks he is joking, but he is completely serious. He insists on healing everyone before continuing the fight. Shen urges him to stop worrying about others and focus on himself. But Lu Fan argues that time is running out and prioritizes evacuating the wounded first. Captain Lu watches as Lu Fan insists on retreating with the wounded from the kingdom, then hands him a bow. He recalls that Senior 2 always used a bow to strike precisely at the head of the Southern Kingdom's enemies. Sheen begins to wonder if Senior 2 has entrusted Lu Fan with a special weapon. Lu Fan reassures them not to worry and urges them to escape while he handles the Icefield Yetis alone. Captain Lu, though concerned, tells him to be careful. Determined, Lu Fan prepares to test Senior 2's bow for the first time. Meanwhile, Shen reflects on Lu Fan's insistence on evacuating everyone, while realizing that he is not just an ordinary warrior. Chang, now fully aware of Lu Fan's strength, acknowledges that he is an exceptional dragon knight. He tells Shen that Lu Fan is a dragon tamer from the southern province, while reinforcing the growing admiration for his remarkable abilities. The Yeti hurls ice blocks toward our boy, attempting to freeze him, but he manages to break them. Surprised by their persistence, he unleashes the arrow of the Dark Serpent. Calling Xiaoye and Xingchen, he directs their attention to the fallen corpses. As the Yeti's health declines, they grow more ferocious. Lu Fan signals Xingchen to prepare his skills and initiates Shattered Star. However, he abruptly halts him while deciding to detonate the stars himself. Using the serpent arrow, he shatters them while causing massive destruction. The force sends everyone flying through the air before a falcon swoops in and carries off Captain Lu. Meanwhile, Chang struggles with his wounds, the pain intensifying. The captain wonders if Lu Fan's power is tied to a dragon's potential. Acknowledging Xingchen's efforts, he tells him to rest while instructing Xiaoye to continue working. He instructs her to check the fallen corpses and, if none remain, to proceed with the squad. Just then, he notices Captain Lu returning. Curious about his reappearance, he questions him, and the captain inquires whether the explosion was his doing. He also asks about the figure standing behind him while prompting the dragon to roar. Lu Fan quickly calms her while assuring that they are his companions. He then commands her to shift into the Black Dragon devastating dragon form. Sensing her unease, he advises her to clear the area if she is not feeling well. She applies the Cataclysm technique, swiftly eliminating all threats. Chang and Shen are astonished, while realizing that he is a dragon tamer from the South Province. The captain, equally intrigued, questions whether the dragon is his pet. Lu Fan confirms while identifying her as his black dragon. The captain then mentions that Senior 2 has often spoken about a dragon tamer. Finally understanding that Lu Fan is the legendary pet dragon tamer, regarded as the best in Senior 2's eyes. Shen admits to knowing little about him, but acknowledges his value to their team. However, Lu Fan humbly responds while explaining that his lack of knowledge about the area has only caused them trouble. He finds it exhausting that they constantly need to guide him. However, Captain Lu reassures him while acknowledging that he is the most responsible warrior he has ever trained. Expressing gratitude, he thanks him for saving them. Shen, while realizing her mistake, admits to underestimating his abilities and failing to recognize his true power. Chang, impressed by his strength, states that they will now rely on him more. Appreciating their trust, he thanks them for understanding. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon reaches the 30th level, unlocking a new perception skill. The Falcon, while observing the transformation, questions what is happening to Lu Fan's pet dragon. He quickly realizes that the dragon's level is increasing as expected, with all its attributes significantly enhanced. Feeling more confident, he sees no difficulty in handling high-level challenges. Chang, while noticing the dragon's growth, asks if he can now ride it. Confirming, Lu Fan acknowledges that he has indeed become a full-fledged dragon rider. The dragon roars in the air as Lu Fan's companions urge him to observe his dragon pet, noting the intense flames. Our boy also wonders about the state of the black dragon, as it begins shifting into its world destroyer form. He then informs them that Xiaoye has undergone evolution to the second tier, which makes this form significantly more powerful. Now the dragon is fully grown. His companions are amazed by its transformation, finding it incredibly cool. Old Lu also praises the dragon's fire form while describing it as impressive, though he finds its rapid growth astonishing. However, he suggests that Lu Fan should have a special saddle for better control. Lu Fan replies that he already has his own saddle, which he believes is sufficient. Captain Lu then mentions that he possesses a military-grade saddle that can boost attributes by 10%, while making it a rare and valuable item. Shen adds that this equipment is specifically designed for dragon-type mounts, further increasing attributes by another 10%. Hearing this, Lu Fan calculates that all his attributes will stack up to 100%. His companions are shocked to learn that his equipment is highly specialized while providing him with additional advantages in battle. Impressed by Lu Fan's preparations, Captain Lu challenges him to display his saddle's capabilities. However, he internally doubts that Lu Fan's saddle could match the effectiveness of his military-grade one while considering it inferior. At that moment, he feels a sense of embarrassment, realizing he may have underestimated Lu Fan's resources. At first they think our dude is exaggerating, but soon they realize he is truly exceptional. One of them wishes for a saddle like his, but Captain Lu reminds her that it is specifically designed for dragons and questions whether her falcon has dragon blood. At that, our guy expresses gratitude to his dragon for always standing by his side, determined that from now on, they will face any danger together. While Captain Lu is speaking with Shen, another member of the group suddenly calls their attention to Lu Fan while declaring that he is becoming the first true dragon rider. As he equips the dragon saddle, Lu Fan feels an immense surge of power coursing through his body, while making him capable of taking down even massive beasts. He wonders whether the saddle is granting him the power of the dragons. Now at rider level 32, Lu Fan stands as the first true dragon rider in history. Captain Lu acknowledges his extraordinary abilities. One of his companions remarks that he had already recognized Lu Fan's power when he saved him, but now he appears even more formidable. He recalls his own experience, fighting elite-class warriors at the Dragon Capital Academy before joining the Griffin Corps after 10 years. But he realizes that Lu Fan is far more skilled and powerful. As Lu Fan begins riding his dragon, it soars high into the sky while letting out a mighty roar. Suddenly something strange occurs. A powerful wave emitted by the dragon. Lu Fan instructs his dragon to use perception for scouting while allowing them to detect hidden enemies. His companions are astonished while realizing that Lu Fan and his dragon have successfully unveiled their stealthy foes. Suspended in the air, they spot the enemies, snow moths, known for being extremely dangerous. The snow moths are at level 86. Captain Lu acknowledges that these creatures are extremely dangerous while posing a serious threat. However, Lu Fan finds it impressive, as he has been seeking extreme danger to test his coordination in battle. He swiftly applies Sky Split with Dragon Aura, executing a powerful attack. His companions watch in disbelief as he effortlessly crushes the snow moths, creatures that have previously claimed the lives of many of their allies. They ask Captain Lu if they should still be concerned about the threat. Observing Lu Fan's long-range coordination skills, they begin to realize how valuable his abilities are. Lu Fan warns everyone to stay vigilant, assuring them that with his dragon's perception, the snow moths can no longer hide. Old Lu expresses gratitude while acknowledging Lu Fan's incredible skill in eliminating the creatures. While the others feel relieved, Shen reminds them not to become overly dependent on Lu Fan and to strengthen their own abilities. Lu Fan then informs the captain that he has now mastered coordination techniques with his dragon, while allowing him to take on the exploitation mission with confidence. Captain Lu assures him of his trust, but points to the starless night sky, noting the appearance of a blizzard from the north that could strike by tomorrow. He emphasizes the danger while explaining that if the storm arrives earlier than expected, they will have no time to retreat to camp. Recognizing the risk, they all agree that the situation is perilous. However, Lu Fan reassures them while stating that the high-threat snow moths are no longer a concern. He also notes that facing both the beasts and the blizzard will be an opportunity for him to earn military merit. Despite his determination, he assures them that he will not endanger anyone's life, as he is confident in his ability to complete the mission. Captain Lu, while trusting his capabilities, accepts his request and reassures the group that with Lu Fan leading, they have nothing to fear. In the extreme north region, line 78, Lu Fan fights against snow moths in the midst of a blizzard. During the battle, he discovers an unmelting ice dropped by the creatures, an item highly sought after by the senior. Recognizing its value as a high-quality ice crystal, he ensures the safety of his companions in the harsh environment. Captain Lu instructs Lu Fan to continue fighting and complete the mission, though the cold is making them all shiver. Lu Fan, while feeling numb after battling the snow moths, presses on. One of his companions questions whether he truly intends to take down level 85 monsters while still at level 32. He remarks that if Lu Fan possesses such strength, he will undoubtedly earn the gold badge by defeating the blizzard. Shen suggests that they should have called Senior Tu to assist in handling the situation. Captain Lu then informs our dude that they have successfully advanced 100 miles, but their supplies are running low, so they should return to the barracks. His companions agree while expressing their exhaustion from the cold and their need for rest. Lu Fan also decides to head back, as Xiao Ye is in need of food and rest. Captain Lu instructs Shen to set a landmark signal in preparation for their return to camp. She complies and activates the signal. Lu Fan, curious, asks what she is holding. Captain Lu explains that it is a landmark signal gun, used to mark their current location so that when the weather clears, the construction team can find them and set up a resting area. They then realize that the Griffin must have already returned to the camp on its own. The next day, at the extreme North Region barracks, Captain Lu instructs everyone to disperse while he reports to Senior Tu. However, Lu Fan stops Shen and asks if there is anyone who can help process the unmelting ice. Surprised by the question, she informs him that old Ju, the blacksmith at the supply office, can assist him. Curious, she asks if he plans to give it to his girlfriend, but he clarifies that she is only a friend. Deciding to visit the blacksmith, Lu Fan heads back to the supply office. Meanwhile, Shen realizes that she also possesses an unmelting ice necklace, which is extremely valuable to her. Upon reaching the blacksmith shop, Lu Fan speaks with old Ju, who assures him that he will craft a remarkable gift from the unmelting ice, one that any girl would cherish. Grateful for his help, Lu Fan thanks him. Suddenly, Senior Tu appears while searching for Lu Fan. He informs him that Captain Lu has spoken highly of his actions while praising him for saving everyone during the first mission and successfully leading them through the blizzard mission. Acknowledging his strength and exceptional performance, Senior Tu rewards him with a copper badge. Lu Fan expresses his gratitude as he receives the Griffin Copper Military Merit Medal. He soon realizes that this badge grants him a rank equivalent to that of a captain. Senior Tu expresses interest in seeing Lu Fan's coordination with his dragon, as Captain Lu has praised their exceptional teamwork. Lu Fan then realizes that as they move closer to the Blood Moon, more creatures turn into undead. However, he also notices that Shen's giant eagle and his own dragon remain unaffected by this phenomenon. Senior Tu observes Lu Fan's dragon and remarks on its unique and powerful presence. He provides the dragon with plenty of meat, and Lu Fan realizes that Xiao Ye is extremely hungry. Senior Tu insists that the dragon should eat first before they proceed. Meanwhile, he shares intelligence gathered from the Star-Spangled Nation. He explains that their national trial representative, Morgan, has been tasked with exploring the mountain ruins, and his intelligence team has been tracking him closely. Senior Tu then presents photographs obtained through communication with Morgan's family while revealing a massive humanoid skeleton. Lu Fan immediately recognizes its resemblance to the giant creatures associated with the Blood Moon. However, Senior Tu points out that, in comparison, the figure in the image is minuscule, almost insignificant. He then leads Lu Fan to another room and plays a video sent by his intelligence team. The footage features the Morgan family and the sacred mountain ruins, which, according to Senior Tu, could hold the key to uncovering a significant secret. Senior Tu shows him a video in which his intelligence personnel arrive at a location and encounter a creature resembling a six-winged angel. They send a team while including an expert from the fourth transformation to explore a temple. As they proceed, a strange sound echoes, and a woman identifies it as a holy mountain puppet. The golden light emanating from the temple alters the nearby creatures while mutating them into stronger beasts. Suddenly, a man notices someone approaching. The woman assumes it is the expert from their team returning, but he quickly realizes something is wrong due to the figure's wings. Panicked, he urges her to run, realizing that their teammate has transformed into a holy mountain thrall. The video ends, and Senior Tu explains that his professional team managed to escape while allowing them to obtain this footage. At that, our dude contemplates the nature of this creature while prompting Senior Tu to clarify that it is far more dangerous than the holy mountain puppet. He further explains that both the puppets and the mountain thralls have mutated due to the temple's influence and the presence of giant skeletons. Lu Fan compares this phenomenon to the fallen corpses affected by the Blood Moon, which alters everything around them. Senior Tu confirms his suspicion while adding that the video has already been shared with the top scholars of Dragon City. He then speculates that other mysterious creatures might exist while remaining untraceable due to their ancient origins. Now, they are referred to as ancient gods. Lu Fan wonders about their origins and abilities, recognizing that little is known about them. The name itself suggests something extraordinary. Senior Tu acknowledges the mystery surrounding these beings while suggesting that history itself is beginning to unfold. He explains that creatures transformed by the holy mountains included mountain puppets and mountain thralls, while those affected by the blood moon become puppet fallen corpses and thrall fallen corpses. He advises Lu Fan to remain cautious, along with Captain Lu. Curious about the aftermath of the thrall attack, Lu Fan inquires further. Senior 2 reveals that Charles Morgan killed members of the Morgan family while sparing only one person. When Lu Fan questions whether Charles participated in the Star-Spangled Nation, Senior 2 explains that his informants witnessed Charles encountering the thrall in front of the temple. Strangely, the thrall spared Charles and even granted him the essence of the holy mountain. Lu Fan, puzzled by this, listens as Senior 2 explains that Charles accepted the essence, which allowed him to change his hidden profession to a holy priest. With no previous records of this profession, informants are actively searching for more information. Senior 2 warns him to be careful during the national trial, as Charles has now acquired the power of the ancient gods. However, our boy remains confident while believing in his own strength to face even the toughest opponents. 2 days later, at the military supply blacksmith shop, the blacksmith presents Lu Fan with a necklace crafted from ice. He estimates its price to be at least 10,000 dragon coins, impressing Lu Fan with his craftsmanship. Satisfied, he offers the blacksmith a bottle of liquor as a token of appreciation. Master Ju initially refuses, but then realizes that Lu Fan knows exactly what he likes. Suddenly, Shen arrives while urging Lu Fan to leave, as a new exploratory mission awaits them. Master Ju encourages him to go and assures him of any future assistance. Meanwhile, Chang notices Lu Fan's copper badge and feels surprised while realizing that despite fighting for a long time, he has yet to earn a single badge. The next morning, the team prepares to embark on their mission while having packed enough supplies for 15 days. As they begin, Lu Fan finds it odd that the signal pole is missing. Shen quickly points it out, but something about the situation feels strange. A sense of unease settles over them, and Lu Fan suspects that danger lurks nearby. Just as Chang suggests starting the mission, Lu Fan stops him while warning that it could be an ambush. He quickly realizes they are surrounded by monsters. Observing their behavior, he deduces that the creatures watching them without attacking are likely puppet fallen corpses. He also suspects the presence of thrall fallen corpses while controlling them from the shadows. Captain confirms the theory, explaining that thrall fallen corpses serve the ancient gods. He then inquires about another presence nearby while revealing Li Luo. Acknowledging his arrival, Lu Fan remarks to Shen that it has been a long time since they last met. At that, our dude asks the captain if he knows Li Luo. The captain explains that Li Luo is a silver officer of the Griffin Regiment and Shen's fiancé. He also reveals that Li Luo was the one who brought her into the regiment. However, after their engagement, he disappeared during a mission, and no one expected him to return, especially not as a fallen corpse thrall. At that moment, Shen appears happy to see him. She expresses how much she has missed him and urges him to return with her. He admits that he has missed her as well, but insists that she should now stay with him. However, she is shocked when he begins forcing her to remain and serve the god. She finds his behavior unsettling as he urges her to obey, while promising to grant her the powerful essence of God in return. Chang warns her not to listen, but fear grips her as Li Luo continues pressuring her while insisting that disobedience will have serious consequences. Lu Fan intervenes, saving her from him. Yet, he keeps demanding to know if she will stay by his side. The captain then turns to Lu Fan while stating that he cannot allow Shen to be taken away, and asking if he can eliminate the fallen corpse puppets. Meanwhile, Chang reminds them that if the signal pole is not repaired while tracking the monsters will become impossible. However, the captain reassures him that they can escape whenever necessary. Lu Fan, on the other hand, argues that fleeing is not the best course of action. Chang asks if he is planning to fight another monster. Our boy sees this as a great opportunity to earn military merit. Li Luo, angered by their defiance, declares that they should die and become fallen corpse puppets for refusing to follow the orders of God. In response, Lu Fan prepares to cast the Shield of Sanctuary while stating that everything else will depend on him. He then launches a powerful attack using his Shadow Snake arrow while delivering a strong blow. Chang warns that the shield will only last for 10 seconds, but Lu Fan assures him that it will be enough. As the shield's remaining time continues to decrease, he calls on Xiaoye to unleash her Dragon of Destruction form. Meanwhile, the captain watches while anticipating Lu Fan's victory. With determination, Lu Fan commands his dragon to attack alongside him. The Black Dragon unleashes Cataclysm while leaving everyone in shock at the sheer force of its power. The companions realize that there is strong coordination between the Dragon Rider and his dragon, while allowing Lu Fan to defeat the beast effortlessly. Li Luo is equally shocked by this display of power. As the 10 seconds of the Shield of Sanctuary come to an end, they find themselves completely safe from the creature. Lu Fan immediately checks on Shen, who assures him that she is fine and expresses her gratitude. He then suggests using the Holy Light chains to bind Li Luo, but the captain refuses while choosing to keep a close watch on him instead. Shen insists that although Li Luo has become a monster, he was once a gentle person. Lu Fan, sensing the energy of the fallen corpse, begins to understand the depth of the transformation. Suddenly, Li Luo moves towards Shen while informing her that all the remaining thralls have left the area. A deep sadness is evident in his expression. For a brief moment, she feels his original personality resurface. Lu Fan, while noticing this change, assures her that he has returned, even if only for a fleeting moment. Captain Lu thanks our boy for their survival and suggests returning to camp. Lu Fan agrees, as Shen also needs rest. However, the captain suddenly realizes the thing hasn't dispersed yet. Our boy wonders if it's the fallen corpse energy, which seems to be drawn toward the blood moon. This energy is crucial for understanding corpse slaves. He contemplates the fallen corpse essence and applies his skill while questioning whether this essence is the same. The thought crosses his mind that it could be useful in obtaining a hidden profession. Captain Lu hesitates, concerned about the safety of carrying such an item. Our boy considers its significance while realizing it also plays a role in making someone a servant of the ancient god. His thoughts drift to Charles, wondering if he followed the same logic and remained loyal to the ancient god. Determined, he decides to hand the essence over to Senior 2 as soon as possible. Turning back to the captain, he insists they should go help. As they stand behind, Shen watches Li Luo while remembering the illusion where she believed he had missed her. She takes out a high-quality ice necklace, still doubting reality. Our boy reassures her, but she quickly regains her composure and returns to her usual self. She asks about the next step, and Captain Lu instructs them to prepare for the return to camp. That day, she realizes she must leave him forever and move forward with her life. By the next afternoon, Lu Fan shares everything with Senior 2 while explaining his hypothesis about the situation. He believes there are specific conditions for becoming a servant of the ancient god. He concludes that only Griffin Squad members and other powerful beasts can transform into corpse puppets. He also mentions that the inability of dead beings to serve the ancient god stems from their lack of intellect. Even Li Luo was controlled by the corpse essence, reinforcing his theory. From his perspective, anyone wishing to become a servant must be chosen through the ancient god's selection. Senior 2, intrigued, asks if the essence alone is enough to create a corpse slave. Our boy, while feeling uneasy, admits that only sentient beings seem capable of leaving the place, a point Li Luo also noted. Senior 2 finds the hypothesis compelling. He then recalls reports from various countries about similar strange occurrences in recent times. Senior 2 mentions that the cultists are blessed by the gods while allowing them to expand their churches effortlessly and gather more believers. He adds that if Li Luo's words are true, then the cultists might actually be followers of the servants of the ancient god. Our boy wonders if this implies that many ancient gods are yet to awaken. Curious, he asks whether their camp is the only populated area in the northern region. Senior 2, puzzled, questions his sudden interest. In response, he inquires about the members still missing from the Griffin Squad. Shocked, Senior 2 asks if he believes all of them have become fallen corpse slaves. Our boy explains that those who survived and managed to leave the place might already be considered fallen corpse slaves. A deep sense of sorrow washes over Senior 2 as he pities his lost companions. Our dude then questions whether the Griffin Squad will accept this truth and suggests using the essence to test his hypothesis. However, Senior 2 hesitates, unsure of whom they could experiment on. He points out that they cannot test it on humans. Without hesitation, Lu Fan offers his dragon as a test subject. Senior 2 is shocked to hear that Lu Fan wants to test it on his dragon, especially since the creature remains unaffected by the blood moon. However, Lu Fan clarifies that he has been misunderstood. He does not intend to test on his pet dragon. Instead, he reveals that he actually has 2 pet dragons, while the others are mere summons of his main dragon. Senior 2, once again surprised, listens in disbelief. Without hesitation, Lu Fan calls Xiaofei and instructs him to summon the twin flying dragon kings. In an instant, the dragons appear while roaring as they soar through the sky. Senior 2, witnessing the scene, is astonished by the sheer presence of these summons. He quickly realizes that the dragon is remarkable, yet it remains the weakest among the 5 Lu Fan possesses. Our boy contemplates the experiment while reasoning that if this dragon turns into a fallen corpse slave, they can easily eliminate it. This makes it an ideal test subject. Senior 2 agrees and decides to proceed with the experiment. He instructs Xiaofei, who then commands the dragon to consume the essence. As he throws it towards the creature, the essence vanishes into its mouth within moments. Almost immediately, the dragon begins to transform into a fallen corpse slave. Our boy, while observing the changes and instruct to wait. Senior 2 informs him that the other dragon is also beginning to transform into a fallen corpse slave while urging them to act quickly. Lu Fan immediately instructs Xiaofei to maintain control over her dragon and prevent it from falling under the ancient god's domination. As the transformation progresses, He notes that the twin flying dragon kings possess immense strength, while rendering the application of emerald light ineffective. Senior 2 questions whether their efforts will succeed while pointing out that the black-purple aura has yet to dissipate. Meanwhile, Xiaofei continues applying emerald light without pause. Soon, they realize that the dragon has not become a fallen corpse slave, but has instead gained the power of the ancient god. Our dude observes that his dragon has seized the flying dragon king's abilities from the ancient god while expressing his admiration. Senior 2 acknowledges that our boy's hypothesis was correct. Lu Fan further explains that the transformation has fundamentally altered the flying dragon king. Senior 2 reflects on the situation, relieved that he stopped him in time. Otherwise, both dragons would have been killed. Eager to explore the fallen corpse demon dragon's abilities, Lu Fan asks if the mission can proceed. However, Senior 2 reminds him that while they have confirmed the essence and minions of the ancient god, the temple itself remains unexplored. By the next morning, Chang raises the question of whether what lies ahead is truly a temple or merely ruins. Lu Fan realizes that the Golden Light Temple and the ruins are the same while confirming that they must explore this place to understand the awakening of the ancient god. He also wonders if the divine treasure map is nearby. Meanwhile, Shen grows frustrated as she searches for anything left behind. She notes that they are close to leaving the blizzard zone and finds the landscape unexpectedly beautiful. Lu Fan also notices a vast lake stretching before them. Chang observes that the sky has cleared while suggesting they have finally left the northern region. Captain Lu decides they should settle down and rest for a while. As they take in their surroundings, they spot massive chains beneath the ice, while sparking curiosity about what they might be connected to. Lu Fan speculates whether these chains could lead them to the ruins. While examining the area, he unexpectedly discovers a dragon egg, which is now his fourth one. Lu Fan picks up the egg, but his attention quickly shifts to the spot where it was kept. Something is buried in the snow which appears to be a box. He reaches down, lifts it, and examines it closely, confirming his suspicion. When he opens the box, surprise flashes across his face. Inside, he finds the Dragon Language Echo Skillbook, classified as Epic Quality, requiring level 35 to use. Excitement builds within him, because if he masters Dragon Language magic, his power will increase by 100%. Not only this, once he conquers the Blue Dragon, his skills will rival the roar of the Blue Dragon King. With Dragonic Resonance, his Blue Dragon magic will double in strength. However, he realizes he must wait until level 35 before he can wield its power. The thought reminds him that he needs to contact Miss Du from the Tianhua auction house to use his monthly special rights and obtain a pet slot expansion scroll. While the group moves forward, Lu Fan lags behind, fixated on the egg. Shenkai and Chang Kong soon notice and come looking for him. As they approach, Lu Fan quickly hides the skillbook and the egg before greeting them with a casual smile. To divert their attention, he shares a thought that has been lingering in his mind. Since they have reached the edge of the far north, there might be an unexplored region beyond the glacial lake. Captain Lu, listening carefully, agrees. He explains that even though they have crossed the snowstorm, the far north is vast, possibly stretching further inland. He mentions that the Blood Moon mountain range extends for over 1,000 miles and does not end here. Instead, this could be the tail tip of an ancient god. Chang Kong, taken aback, questions whether the ancient god's body is miles long. The group collectively turns to the vast icy landscape, trying to comprehend the captain's words. However, despite various theories, the ancient gods remain a mystery, their true forms undiscovered. What is certain, however, is that the massive chain they have seen is undeniably connected to the Blood Moon. At that, our guy contemplates whether the Blood Moon is controlled by the ancient gods, or vice versa. Seni, surprised by the thought, wonders if the ancient god is a mountain-sized entity, with its master residing at the end of the chain. Chong Kong laughs and pats Lu Fan's shoulder, reminding him that it is too early to speculate. Instead, they should follow the chain and discover what lies ahead. There might be ruins or temples on the other side of the lake. Captain Lu, however, remains cautious. He warns the group that the unknown lake could be extremely dangerous, reminding Chang Kong of the serious injury he suffered last time. Chang Kong, regretful, apologizes. Lu Fan steps forward, raising his hand confidently. He assures the captain that he will scout ahead and return with a signal. Captain Lu, though initially hesitant, recognizes Lu Fan's strength and allows him to proceed. Our boy calls out to Xiao Ye, ordering her to activate her destroyer form. Within seconds, she transforms and lava surges around her. The group, reassured by her presence, prepares to wait at camp. The captain reminds Lu Fan that they have brought a teleportation scroll in case of emergencies. Lu Fan manifests his dragon wings and reassures the team before soaring into the sky with Xiao Ye. They fly continuously for 2 hours, covering vast icy terrain. However, something feels strange. Despite flying for so long, he still cannot see the end of the chain. Suddenly, the system issues a warning regarding them entering into the fallen corpse ruins realm. Our boy, startled, tries to analyze the situation. Could this realm be tied to everything they have discovered so far? What level is this fallen corpse ruins realm? Han orders Xiao Ye to advance cautiously. The ancient god's proximity to this realm aligns with the findings of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Perhaps this is where those who ventured to the sacred temple were turned into sacred slaves. As they continue flying, Xiao Ye suddenly halts, roaring loudly. Lu Fan, surprised by her sudden aggression, looks down. Beneath the snow, something massive is buried, which is a gigantic black coffin. The system reveals that this is one of the mysteries of the fallen corpse ruins, as enigmatic as the blood moon itself. There is no available information about it. Lu Fan inspects the area closely and notices a strange shadow moving near the coffin. A sense of unease settles over him. Xiao Ye continues roaring uncontrollably, seemingly sensing imminent danger. Lu Fan attempts to calm her down but suddenly realizes that the black shadow has noticed them. Without hesitation, he orders Xiao Ye to retreat toward the lake. To increase their speed, he activates the spiritual wind ring, boosting his agility by 35%. With this enhancement, he and Xiao Ye manage to escape the unknown entity. Back at the camp, the group is resting, their eagles feeding nearby. Chang Kung notices Lu Fan approaching and rushes toward him, eager for answers. Lu Fan, visibly disturbed, delivers his report. He explains that beyond the lake lies the ruin of fallen corpses, but something highly dangerous lurks beneath the snow. The group listens in silence, their expressions shifting from curiosity to concern. The realization dawns on them that whatever forced Lu Fan to retreat must be beyond their imagination. Chang Kong, stunned, looks at our boy seriously. The fact that even Lu Fan chose to withdraw confirms that they are dealing with a threat unlike anything they have encountered before. A quarter of an hour later, the group finally reaches the office, where all eyes turn to the screen. Senior 2 explains the situation clearly, that the black coffin, the shadows under the snow, and the massive chains all signal extreme danger. He reminds everyone of what happened to the Morgan family, warning that no one will survive if they interfere with the fallen corpse ruins. Lu Fan, while maintaining a serious tone, describes the eerie atmosphere of the area, noting how it appears to be sealed off with chains everywhere and a strange creature lurking in the lake. Even Black Dragon Xiao Ye, usually an unstoppable force, seems uneasy and struggles to maintain control. That alone is enough to send chills through the room. The senior wastes no time in taking action. He immediately marks the frozen lake as a forbidden zone, canceling all special routes in the area. Captain Lu is ordered to notify the Dragon City scholars about the discovery as soon as possible. With that, Team 78's isolation mission is officially called off, and instead, they are reassigned to assist the scholars in researching the ruins. Shortly after, Senior 2 turns to Lu Fan and delivers unexpected news. He commends him for leading the team to such a significant discovery in less than a month, and awards him the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. This is a prestigious honor, as only a handful of individuals have ever received it. Naturally, Lu Fan tries to downplay his achievement, insisting that he does not deserve such recognition after only a month in the Griffin Corps. However, Senior 2 firmly dismisses his modesty, emphasizing that the medal will open many opportunities for him if he chooses to join the Griffin Corps after graduation. Eventually, Lu Fan accepts the badge, and his team celebrates his accomplishment. Captain Lu jokes that if Lu Fan decides to join officially, he might have to take orders from him in the future. Meanwhile, Chong Kong cannot help but express his jealousy, playfully pouting about how quickly Lu Fan is rising in rank. Shan Kai shakes his head in exaggerated disappointment, muttering that it is a shame how things turned out. However, the light-hearted moment is short-lived. Once the others leave, Senior 2 pulls Lu Fan aside and hands him a book, explaining that it is time to prepare for the national trials. Realizing he has only 2 weeks left, our boy immediately begins planning his return to Dragon City Academy. Meanwhile, trouble is brewing in the Taiki Nation. Jin Chenghan, the princess's brother, is up to no good in the forest. His summoned creature, an abyss crawler, looks terrifying even though it has not yet reached its full growth. To accelerate its development, Jin Chenghan unleashes it on a nearby family, mercilessly sacrificing them to the beast. Even when Chun Tiang, an old family ally, attempts to stop him, Jin Chenghan dismisses his concerns, coldly referring to the citizens as mere sacrifices. The princess, horrified by her brother's cruelty, finds herself powerless to intervene. Though reluctant, she follows him, deeply disheartened by his actions. Elsewhere, preparations for the national trials are in full swing. Leaders from various nations gather to discuss their strategies. Kiran from the Heng Nation, Weiji from the Han Nation, and Yasanlai from the South Nation all share the same goal: winning the trials. Confident in their four-nation alliance, they believe they have the strength to claim the top position this year. Meanwhile, in the Snow Nation, Andre trains near a volcano, fresh from slaying a demon. Upon receiving word that it is time to prepare for the trials, he smirks, ready to prove his strength. Over in the Star Stripes Nation, Charles Morgan stands atop the ruins of the Sacred Mountain Temple, declaring his inevitable victory in the trials. Back at camp, 2 days pass, and Lu Fan is busy studying the documents Duke Jinbei has given him. The team gathers to see him off. Lu Chongkong, unable to resist teasing, asks if he is aiming for first place in the trials, while Shan Kai enthusiastically cheers him on, promising to support him from afar. Captain Lu reminds Lu Fan that it is time to leave. Before he departs, Senior 2 offers him one last piece of advice, urging him to make full use of his abilities, especially the mountain summoning skill and the fallen corpse dragon in his arsenal. Lu Fan thanks him and assures everyone that he is ready. The next morning, our dude arrives at the academy and heads straight for the vice principal's office. Inside, Vice Principal Zhao greets him warmly, shaking his hand like they are old friends. Zhao, excited about his temporary position in charge of the national trials while the principal is away, stands beside 2 intimidating shadow guards, Yue and Zhen. These guards, sent by the high-ups to protect the delegates heading to the Empire, are on another level which is far beyond the Griffin Regiment. Zhao cannot help but mention how much attention the higher-ups are giving this year's trials. Lu Fan casually asks if Zhao can accompany him on a trip to the Taiki Nation. Zhao agrees, but reminds him that the principal will not return for another 10 days. He informs Lu Fan that he has already arranged a private plane, and they will leave the next afternoon. Over a cup of tea, Zhao presents an interesting offer, telling Lu Fan that he can ask for anything he wants, and the academy will provide it. Without hesitation, Lu Fan requests a pet slot expansion scroll. Caught off guard, Zhao spills his tea everywhere and admits that the school does not have one in stock. However, he reassures our dude that he is free to handle his time as he likes, and that the shadow guards will not interfere. Later, Lu Fan stops by to meet his close friends, and emotions run high. Han practically tackles him with a hug, while crying and telling him how much she missed him. Q chimes in, while saying that they had been waiting for him since the night before. Lu Fan, looking a bit sheepish, admits that Vice Principal Zhao had tipped him off about his return, but jokes about not bringing gifts. His friends wave it off and drag him to the dining table, where a feast awaits. Han proudly announces that she cooked everything just for him, knowing how bad the food was in the far north. Lu Fan does not deny it that he had missed Annie's cooking the most. As they dig in, Chu peppers him with questions about his adventures and whether he has grown stronger. For hours, Lu Fan shares his experiences from the far north, from battling demons to discovering forbidden ruins. At some point, he shows them a bracelet he has crafted, intending it as a gift for his senior sister. Xiaomen notices it immediately and begins teasing him, while wondering who the lucky recipient is. Flustered, Lu Fan hides the bracelet and stammers something incoherent. Kim rolls her eyes and jokes that it is obviously for his senior sister. The teasing continues until Han changes the subject, reminding Lu Fan to return early tomorrow night because they are all going out. Later that evening, Lu Fan visits the spot where his senior sister had trained him. Sitting alone, he reminisces about her introducing him to Sister Du at the auction house. Missing her presence, he decides to call Du to ask for news about his senior sister. Du, amused, teases him, suggesting that he must be blushing. Eventually, she admits that his senior sister had to leave for personal reasons, but had left something for him at the auction house. That night, our dude heads to the Tianao auction house, where Sister Du greets him with her usual charm, while teasing him about traveling with shadow guards now. He brushes it off, explaining that they are professionals who do not interfere. She leads him to a private room and unveils a flowing meteorite sword. This is not just any weapon, as it is a level 30 beast with incredible stats. 256 strength, 204 agility, and a primary ability called Flame Enhancement, which boosts fire skills by 50% and stores damage for an extra attack. Lu Fan's jaw drops as he holds the sword, immediately feeling its power. He realizes that it has been custom-made for him by his senior sister. Du smiles while pointing out how much thought went into the gift. However, she is not done yet. She hands him another surprise, which is a Magma Burst skill book. This rare skill turns targets into magma, dealing massive damage, making it a perfect addition to Lu Fan's arsenal for the national trials. Finally, there is a letter. Du, ever the tease, jokes about it being a love letter. Lu Fan reads it and cannot help but smile. His senior sister writes that she had to leave unexpectedly, but left these gifts as encouragement for the trials. She reminds him of his promise to give her something that will not melt the ice. Touched by the thoughtful gifts, Lu Fan thanks Sister Du. As he is leaving, he casually asks if the auction house has a pet slot expansion scroll. Sister Du explains that unfortunately the market for these scrolls is pretty small, and only hunters, summoners, and the like are interested, so they aren't kept around. Our guy takes it in stride, thinking to himself that since there are no scrolls for now, he will focus on leveling up Xingchen and wait to hatch the blue dragon egg later. She reassures him, while saying that she will keep an eye out for any scrolls or dragon spellbooks that come in and notify him right away. With that, Lu Fan bids her farewell and heads back home, his trusty shadow guards trailing behind. As he walks, his mind races with plans. He realizes that he needs to level up during the early stages of the national trials to give Xingqian the proper training she needs. He reflects that the far north might have sharpened his military skills, but he still needs real leveling to stay ahead. Just as Lu Fan nears home, he spots Jianying waiting for him along the path. She calls out, teasing him about how relaxed he looks despite the looming competition. Lu Fan grins and asks her why she is there alone. Jianying gets straight to the point and tells him that she wants a practice match before he heads abroad for the trials. Lu Fan, always up for a challenge, agrees that it is perfect timing, feeling eager to test out his new flowing meteorite sword. The two head to the training hall at Dragon Capital Academy, where Jianying draws her sword, ready for battle. Lu Fan unsheathes the flowing meteorite sword, its fiery aura lighting up the hall. Jianying smirks and reminds him not to rely too much on new skills, wanting to see how far his training in the far north has taken him. The duel begins with Jianying launching swift attacks, but Lu Fan's new sword makes quick work of them. Its lightweight design and responsive movements amaze him. He marvels at how the sword seems to already know his next move. Activating Wicked Surge, Lu Fan adds a fiery sheath to his weapon, amplifying his power with every strike. Jianying, impressed, notes that the bonus attack power keeps stacking. Our boy thinks that the sword is incredible and acknowledges that his big sister was right, that it is the perfect match for him. He considers that it might be time to retire his permanent dragon-scale sword. The battle rages on, with Jianying countering using Army Breaker Great Squad, but Lu Fan effortlessly deflects her strikes. She admits that she can no longer keep up with his combat skills, even as she pushes herself to the limit. Finally, Lu Fan activates Mountain Shaker, a devastating move that deals massive physical damage and reduces health. Jianying is knocked down but smiles, acknowledging Lu Fan's growth. She tells him that he is stronger than ever and expresses confidence that he will win first place in the national trials. The next morning, Lu Fan gathers with his friends and family for an emotional send-off. Sister Han fusses over him, reminding him to stay safe and eat on time. Shiman reassures him that they will always be with him in spirit, and Han Ke wishes him a smooth trip. Lu Fan waves goodbye, thanking them for their support. Vice Principal Zhao accompanies him to the airport, reminding him that the national trials are a big opportunity to prove himself and rise among the elite of Dragon Nation. Lu Fan reflects on everything and silently vows to seize this chance. At the airport, Vice Principal Zhao mentions that the Dragon Nation Overseer is already waiting for them. This sparks Lu Fan's curiosity, and he asks who the Overseer is. Zhao explains that every nation sends not just representatives, but also an Overseer to ensure the competition rules are followed. As they arrive, Lu Fan is surprised to see the shadow guards bowing and kneeling before the Overseer. Zhao warns him to mind his conduct and stay humble. The Overseer, exuding authority, steps forward and commands everyone to stand. His attention shifts to Lu Fan, and he acknowledges him as Dragon Nation's representative. At Jinyu City International Airport in Taiki Nation, Vice Principal Zhao is surprised to see Old Han personally welcoming them. Zhao quickly expresses his gratitude, acknowledging the rare honor. Old Han, however, humbly insists that it is a fitting gesture for state representatives. Vice Principal Zhao introduces Lu Fan as a second-tier professional from Dragon Capital Academy, highlighting his dual professions as a beast rider and tamer. Lu Fan suddenly realizes he has met Old Han before, which surprises Zhao. Old Han confirms their past encounter with a knowing chuckle and praises Lu Fan's large dragon, likening him to ancient heroes. He expresses confidence that Lu Fan will bring glory to the Dragon Empire and advises him to seek out Tu Jing if he encounters trouble. If that does not help, Old Han himself will intervene. Old Han departs in his car after reminding them about the evening banquet. As the car speeds away, Lu Fan asks Zhao if Old Han is one of the three olds of the Dragon Empire. Zhao confirms, emphasizing Old Han's immense influence. Our guy is shocked to hear the name Han Feibi. He asks if this is the same person he has heard about, and the vice principal confirms it. They follow behind while our boy expresses that he notices Old Han's status is extremely high, yet there is no strong aura around him. He wonders why Old Han seems so ordinary. Lu Fan considers this carefully and suggests that his own rank might be too low to sense Old Han's true power. The deputy principal laughs and corrects him. Old Han is not hiding immense power. He is only a mid-tier level 40 illusionist. Compared to the greatest warriors, his strength is average. Our guy is surprised. If Old Han is not that powerful, how does he command so much authority? Zhao explains that Old Han's power comes not from physical combat, but from wisdom and influence. Despite being in his early 40s, Old Han has the ability to shape the Empire's future. Zhao elaborates that while combat strength is valued, true power can also lie in intelligence and strategy. Among the three olds, only one is known to have combat skills at the rare 5th tier. Another specializes in enhancement rather than direct fighting, but remains crucial to the Empire. Old Han exemplifies how power extends beyond physical strength. Zhao also mentions that Old Han's elite bodyguards, the 4 legendary swords, who follow him everywhere. Lu Fan is amazed by these revelations. The three olds are shrouded in mystery, their true abilities unknown, but their influence extends far beyond battlefields to wealth, strategy, and leadership. As they arrive at their destination, Lu Fan is greeted by a chaotic scene as reporters and onlookers eagerly awaiting the Dragon Nation's representative. Cameras flash and voices clamor for his attention. Vice Principal Zhao stays close, shielding him from the overwhelming crowd. Reporters bombard Lu Fan with questions about his dragon-taming abilities, his rumored feud with the Ji family, and his plans for the championship. Feeling the pressure, our dude recalls Old Han's wisdom and the responsibilities he now carries. The reporter's excitement reminds him of how much his life has changed since his days in Gan City. Vice Principal Zhao firmly announces that interviews will not take place, and bodyguards clear a path, allowing Lu Fan to enter the hotel and finally find some peace. That evening, the banquet hall buzzes with conversation as representatives arrive. Lu Fan remarks on the persistent media presence, making it difficult to even step outside. Zhao advises that staying indoors would be wiser. Lu Fan then asks about Charles, the representative from the Star-Spangled Empire. Zhao explains that their representatives always arrive at the last moment, so there is no need for concern. Lu Fan's attention shifts to Jian Qing'an, who sits quietly observing the room. Just then, Jin Zion, the overseer of the Tai Nation's national trials, approaches Old Han. Jin Zion respectfully greets Old Han with a handshake, acknowledging his presence at the trials. Whispers spread across the room as guests speculate about Old Han's identity. Some wonder if he is truly one of the legendary three olds, while others notice the figure standing beside him, suspecting he might be one of the 4 great swords. One guest excitedly recalls seeing Old Han at an international conference in the Roman country, further fueling the speculation. The presence of the Dragon Nation's top figures signals that this year's trials will be intense. As Old Han moves to take his seat, Lu Fan gestures invitingly, an interaction not lost on the onlookers. The guests exchange curious glances, while whispering about Lu Fan's connections to powerful figures within the Dragon Empire. However, attention soon shifts to the banquet itself, a grand event meant to showcase the host nation's hospitality. Vice Principal Zhao leans toward Lu Fan, offering a word of advice. He should be mindful of his reactions to the food, as the Tai Nation's cuisine may not meet Dragon Nation's high standards. Our dude nods but is left both surprised and curious. When the first dishes are served, Lu Fan struggles to hide his disappointment. The food is simple and modest, far from the lavish banquets he had anticipated. He quietly wonders what kind of state banquet this could possibly be. He expected something more elaborate. Old Han notices his reaction and explains that the Taiki Nation has minimal resources to spare for a banquet. Our dude is quite disappointed to see that and really misses his aunt's food. But suddenly, he realizes that he has the food made by his aunt in his luggage. Before he can do anything about it, a loud noise breaks the moment. A burly man, Andre, slams his fist onto the table, glaring at the hosts and questioning whether this is how they treat their guests. Jin Chenghan calmly tells him to starve himself if he can't appreciate the food served by them. After hearing this, Andre's aura flares violently, flames licking the air around him as he challenges Jin Chenghan to repeat himself. People around them try to calm both of them. However, Andre threatens Jin Chenghan, warning him not to show his face during the trial, which is scoffed at by the arrogant prince. Andre's companion tries to stop him, but he orders him to throw the awful food away. However, he suddenly stops as a good smell catches his attention, and he notices the food in front of Old Han. Looking at the food brought by our boy, Zhao asks why he is carrying so much of it. He nervously answers that his aunt packed it because she thinks he won't get used to Taiki Nation's food. While looking at nervous face of Andre, our dude asks him to join them. Andre can't resist any longer and eagerly accepts the offer. Lu Fan hands him a freshly steamed momo. He lifts it to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma before taking a bite. The flavors surprise him, filling him with delight as he continues eating. Lu Fan invites Elder Han and Vice Principal Zhao to join, and they accept. Elder Han, curious about the enthusiasm, takes a bite and acknowledges the taste with a nod. Jin Chenghan watches the scene with growing irritation to see that Andre, furious moments ago, is now happily eating, and others are drawn in by the aroma. The sight frustrates him. Lu Fan's cooking is overshadowing the carefully prepared Taiki Kingdom state banquet, and he can't ignore it. His clenched fists betray his frustration. Vice Principal Zhao enjoys the food, praising Lu Fan's aunt for her skills. Jin Chenghan's anger deepens at the unexpected attention given to Lu Fan's side. Sensing Jin's rising frustration, Jian Ziyan places a hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain composed. To shift attention, Jianzian stands and commands the room's focus. A beep from the sound system interrupts the atmosphere, silencing conversations. The room turns its attention to the screen as a detailed map and the rules for the national trials appear. The map displays 9 regions, each filled with fierce beasts. It is the largest trial area in history, with Taiki Nation selecting locations across the globe. Beasts range from levels 50 to 80, with points awarded based on strength and rarity. The new addition of mission points introduces further complexity. Participants can take on special missions for additional rewards, but each mission is assigned randomly and must be completed before accepting another. Lu Fan analyzes the map carefully. While the missions provide an opportunity for more points, they also create a dangerous situation where participants may eliminate each other to gain an advantage. The competition has shifted from a test of skill to a struggle for survival. Old Han, sitting nearby, processes the implications. A participant raises a question about a peculiar skull symbol marked on the map. Jianzian explains its significance as the Dark Towers, a new challenge in the trials. The screen shifts, displaying the ominous structure towering over the map. The Dark Towers imprison ancient armies of beasts, with a powerful commander at their core, the Demon of the 9 Realms. The revelation unsettles the room. Jianzian emphasizes the severity of the challenge, revealing that this demon is the same entity that nearly destroyed Taiki Nation 50 years ago. Gasps ripple through the crowd as the weight of the information sinks in. Lu Fan's mind races. The idea that a being from decades past still instills such fear is unsettling. Vice Principal Zhao elaborates, explaining that the demon was an unimaginably powerful entity that pushed Taiki Nation to the brink of destruction. It took 5 fourth-stage experts to seal it away, and they are now revered as national heroes. A participant asks whether the demon has been weakened for the trial, as is typical in such challenges. Jianzian's response sends a shockwave through the room. The demon remains at full strength, which makes it the most dangerous trial in history. A participant is recalling the devastation from decades ago. If the demon and its army escape the test area, the consequences could be catastrophic. Andre, visibly shaken, mentally calculates the odds. At level 60, it would take at least a team of 10 strong individuals to face the demon. But with 23 representatives competing and scheming against each other, forming such a team seems nearly impossible. Breaking the tension, Lu Fan raises his hand and asks whether defeating the Demon of the 9 Realms would yield a significant number of points. The room falls silent. Some glance at him in disbelief, while others wonder if he truly understands the magnitude of the task. Jianzian, wearing a wry smile, confirms that points will be awarded for all beasts defeated. The reward for taking down the demon is beyond anything previously offered. With that, he concludes the session, signaling the end of the meeting. Participants rise slowly, processing the daunting information. As the crowd disperses, Elder Han turns to Vice Principal Zhao, suggesting that Lu Fan should get some rest. Tomorrow they will meet again. Later that night, Lu Fan lies in his room, his thoughts spinning. The challenge ahead is far more perilous than he anticipated. The presence of ancient beasts and the rule allowing participants to eliminate each other for points weigh heavily on him. The stakes have shifted from glory to survival. Seeking clarity, he checks the trial rankings. As he scrolls through the national predictions, his name stands out under Dragon Nation. Next to T1, his name shines back at him. Our boy, while sitting on his bed, thinks of linking him with Jin Chenghan. The claim is absurd, but something about it makes him pause. He looks at the screen, where profiles of notable competitors appear. His eyes stop on a name from Sakura Nation. Morning arrives, and the long-awaited national trials begins. The arena is filled with energy as the crowd cheers. The competitors from different nations stand under the spotlight. The Secret Realm's teleportation gate activates. Waves of energy surge while surrounding the participants. As the process begins, Lu Fan stays calm, focused on his goal. If he lands in the highest-ranking tower, he will gain an advantage. The teleportation ends, and Lu Fan finds himself in a vast frozen landscape. Snow crunches under his boots as he looks around. He recognizes the northern extreme. This place is familiar, which means opportunity. His wrist device activates while projecting a holographic map of the frozen plains. His location is marked at the center, and there were no points yet. He studies the map and sees a mission at the far right corner. He must move quickly to secure his first advantage. He summons his elemental powers. Flames flicker in one hand, frost coats the other. The trial system displays real-time rankings while allowing everyone to see the strongest competitors. This means others will target him, but he prefers this kind of challenge. Above him, Xiao Ye appears from a burst of energy. The dragon's dark scales shimmer, and its crimson eyes glow. Lu Fan climbs onto its back and gives a command. He asks Xingqian to team up with the Xiao Ye and then level up together. With a powerful push, the dragon ascends while leaving a fiery trail behind. Then, in the secret realm of the National Trial Desert, a dark glowing orb pulses with strange energy. Shadowy entities rise from the sands. They scatter in all directions, blending into the terrain. It was the Abyss Entangler Fragmented Ambush. Unlike others, this competitor has 9 revivals. He plans to control the battlefield and outlast his enemies. Suddenly, one of his shadow summons vanishes, cut down by an unseen force. Chang'an thinks that he possesses 9 resurrection chances along with this entangler, so he is immortal. Nearby, Musashi Ten stands with his katana still glowing. He said that he now has 8 revivals left. Chang'an asked the reason of killing his summoned beast, but he said him to calm down as he only wants to see whether it helps in gaining points. Chang'an mentioned that if he wants to gain points, then he should kill Lu Fan. Musashi asked the reason of his frustration as he was already left with 8 lives. Chang'an said that he will be dealing Lu Fan, meanwhile he should fight with Black Dragon. He also reveals a secret about the Black Spire. It never stays in one place. It moves across the map, and anyone who gets too close faces instant death. Musashi is caught off guard. This is crucial information, deliberately kept hidden. His strategy makes sense now. Their conversation shifts to the 9-realm demon spires. These legendary structures hold immense power. The summoner, confident in his abilities, sees them as obstacles he can use to his advantage. But for Musashi, the risk is greater than expected. He asked Chang'an about himself, to which he mentioned that he will also protect his life. He makes his move. With a flick of his wrist, he sends abyssal energy forward. Musashi barely reacts before the force wraps around him while binding him with unbreakable weight. The Abyss contract links his survival to the summoner. Chang'an told him from now on Musashi can also resurrect after his death because they are bound by the contract. He says to him that if he will die, then Musashi will also die. Musashi accuses Chang'an of holding back and not trusting him despite their alliance. He insists that he has no intention of betraying him. Jin Chang'an dismisses Musashi's words and says that working with Taiki Nation is the best choice. He also reveals that once the trial is over, he will terminate the Abyss contract. Determined not to be left behind, Musashi hurries after him and suggests they track down Lu Fan together. Jin Chang'an remains calm and explains his plan that rather than acting immediately, they will let the Demon of the 9 Realms eliminate most of the other delegates. Only when the competition is thinned out will they strike against Lu Fan, while ensuring they expend minimal effort. As they continue, Musashi notices a mission point and suggests accepting it. Jin Chang'an warns him that it is a trap. He explains that Jin Zion has deliberately marked those locations, so that once someone accepts a mission, they are blocked from taking any others. Musashi, confused, asks what makes it a trap. Jin Chang'an responds with a sharp look while stating that he will understand soon enough because it is impossible to complete. Meanwhile, overseers monitor the trial through screens. Jin Zion, amused, leans back and mocks the situation as he reviews the rankings. He notes that the major nations that are Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation are absent from the top ranks. Another overseer, curious, asks for clarification. Jin Zion points to the screen while highlighting Dragon Nation's representative, Lu Fan, who was hyped as a Tier 1 contestant, but is currently ranked last with only 257 points. The overseer is surprised by the low ranking, but Jin Zion chuckles while suggesting that Lu Fan's reputation was exaggerated because of his dragon pet. Elder Han, while sipping his tea, does not correct them while knowing that underestimating Lu Fan will only make his eventual rise more dramatic. Meanwhile, our guy is wandering through a hidden area while growing frustrated as he sees his score still stuck at 257 points. He wonders where the Dark Tower is. Despite searching for a long time, he finds no trace of it. Suddenly, a deep, ominous sound echoes. A powerful, lion-like monster appears before him that is identified by the system as a sky-hunting flying lion, level 60. Though defeating it would yield some points, Lu Fan quickly assesses the situation. Compared to the zombies from Fallen Clouds, this beast is weaker and not worth his time. The best way to climb the rankings, he realizes, is to accept missions and defeat powerful bosses. He commands Xiao Ye to follow him. Soon, he spots a mission point marked on his map inside a cave. As they approach, he notices another participant battling a giant snow bear outside the cave. The participant barely defeats the beast and is about to enter the cave when he hears footsteps. Turning around, his eyes widen in shock as he sees Xiao Ye, who is the legendary black dragon standing before him. Lu Fan dismounts calmly while ignoring the man's reaction. The participant asks if he is from the Dragon Nation. Our boy does not respond. Instead, he checks his watch, which identifies the participant as Yan Li, a level 45 waterwave swordsman from South Nation, ranked 19 with a score of 5,153. Our guy smirks but does not engage in conversation. He turns off the system and walks past Yan Li without a word. Yan Li is irritated by our boy's arrogance. As he watches him leave, memories of past tensions between the Southern and Dragon Empires flood his mind. He recalls how Tu Jing, a Dragon Empire representative, humiliated the Southern Empire's king. Seeing Lu Fan ranked last at level 32, Yan Li views him as an easy target. Killing him would restore his nation's honor and elevate his own status. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and activates his water cage technique. Water shoots from his blade while forming a tight prison around Lu Fan. Confident in his victory, he smirks. However, our boy remains calm. His lack of reaction irritates Yan Li further. Just as Yan Li prepares to attack again, Xiao suddenly strikes. The black dragon's massive claws send Yan Li flying while crashing hard into the ground. He feels a sharp pain in his arm. Struggling to stand, he is overwhelmed by the sheer power of the dragon. Lu Fan steps out of the water cage as if it were nothing. He approaches Yan Li and speaks with quiet amusement, stating that if Yan Li thought he could take advantage of him, he was mistaken. Defeating him would not be worth the effort. Yan Li is stunned. He wonders that how could someone ranked so low be so powerful. Yan Li thinks even if he cannot reach the top ranks while killing Lu Fan would still bring him honor. But before he can act, Xiao Ye roars, her powerful voice shaking the air. He advises Yan Li not to rush things while declaring that the mission is his. A notification pops up on his screen that indicated mission accepted, and his current task is to defeat the epic boss that is Demon of the Nine Realms. Lu Fan does not attack the boy while leaving him surprised. Suddenly, a monster appears in the sky while charging towards our boy. As it nears, Xiao Ye reacts instantly while pushing it away. The impact causes the ice to break while making the boy slip and fall. He panics upon recognizing the monster as the boss of the Guardian mission. The monster, identified by the system as the Icefield Yeti King at level 75, stands up and roars, and killing it grants 245 points. The boy sits on a rock while believing our guy is doomed and that he can stay in heaven. However, the monster shifts its focus to him while stepping closer and breaking the ice and causing him to fall. He is terrified as the monster glares at him while realizing he is in grave danger. A sudden red aura diverts the monster's attention. It roars and turns toward Xiao Ye, who launches a deadly attack while making it bleed green. The monster retaliates while capturing Xiao Ye in its claws. Our guy swiftly unleashes Break Sky, a powerful Dragon Kai move while delivering 2 consecutive attacks and claw strikes. The monster collapses. Landing on the ground, our guy remarks that despite its size, the monster lacks power. Xiao Ye roars behind him, and Lu Fan is surprised while realizing the fallen creature has no remaining strength. The system updates his points, adding 257 to the 245 earned from the kill. Meanwhile, the boy, while seeing the shattered rock beside him, realizes our guy is far stronger than he imagined. If Lu Fan's attack had hit him, he would have been finished. As our boy approaches, his glowing eyes strike fear into the boy, who assumes his end is near. Panicked, he pleads for mercy, but Lu Fan simply walks away. The boy, stunned, realizes he has been spared. A mysterious light appears next to him while signaling the activation of the Epic 9 World Master Mission. He is shocked while questioning how such a mission exists. He speculates that our boy spared him because killing him wouldn't yield many points. However, he now fears whether our guy will accept the 9 World Demon mission. Elsewhere, Vice Principal Zhao and others were troubled and outraged by the unexpected mission. He argues that if the mission card is stuck and cannot be submitted, Lu Fan will be unable to claim rewards. When an official asks him to calm down, Zhao angrily grabs his neck while demanding an appeal to cancel the mission. The official remains unbothered while smirking as he asserts that Zhao lacks the authority to intervene. If he continues, he will be asked to leave. Elder Han intervenes while advising Zhao to remain calm. Zhao is shocked that the overseer is indifferent. The overseer, while sipping his coffee, states that an appeal will not resolve the matter. He implies that the Taiki nation deliberately arranged this situation to favor their representatives while obstructing others, a practice rooted in corruption. Zhao, growing serious, urges Elder Han to support our boy as a military inspector. However, Elder Han explains that in the face of absolute power, resistance is futile. Instead, he trusts that the mission aligns with Lu Fan's objectives and believes in his ability to handle it. Vice Principal, though skeptical, acknowledges Elder Han's experience. His attention shifts back to the screen, where he is shocked to see our guy entering the secret area to hunt the magicians of the 9 worlds. The system alerts Lu Fan of the approaching Tower of Darkness, but he remains unfazed while grinning as he embraces the mission. Without hesitation, he begins slaughtering demons, with Xiao Ye roaring beside him. As soon as our guy enters the secret area, countless demon armies awaken and charge toward him, their screams echoing through the air. The system alerts him that these demonic beasts, known as killer bats, are level 60, and each kill will grant 84 points. Observing them with a smirk, he dismisses the so-called precious mountain of Ruan Changfeng as nothing more than an opportunity for free experience and points. Sensing the threat, Star Dragon growls and immediately commands Xing Chen to transform into her destroyer form. Without hesitation, she undergoes the transformation, her strength surging to 10,470, agility to 9,943, and stamina to 10,474. With ruthless efficiency, she begins slaughtering the demons. While watching the battle, Lu Fan quickly warns Xing Chen to stay alert to the ground, where another wave of creatures, known as Bodon, is emerging. These monsters, each worth 127 points, crawl forward, ready to attack. Fully prepared, he moves into action, determined to annihilate them all. Meanwhile, Xiaoye enters her destructive form, lava erupting around her. She channels dragon energy into her attacks, striking from a distance and wiping out numerous enemies instantly. Advancing further, she unleashes Lava Inferno, spreading flames continuously to deal massive damage. However, the intense energy consumption forces her to pause for recovery. Looking skyward, our guy notices another swarm of monsters descending. Recognizing the escalating threat, he decides to eliminate them more efficiently. Channeling Dragon's inspiration, he summons a bright light in his hand, boosting all attributes and attack power by 30% for himself and his companions. Xiaoye, empowered by the energy surge, roars as her lava aura intensifies, raising her strength to 6,661 and agility to 12,260. With his divine bow drawn, our guy signals Xiaoye to unleash destruction. Star Dragon wastes no time, launching into the battle. Above the battlefield, Xiaoye soars, triggering massive explosions that engulf the area in flames. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan fires a charged snake arrow, while activating the Shadow Serpent ability, which is a high-damage attack that stores energy before releasing it with devastating force. Xiaoye moves toward a chained stone, gathering energy for another assault. At the same time, our boy unleashes Cataclysm, sending a powerful wave toward the enemy, burning them to ashes. As new monsters charge toward him, he briefly loses focus, but Xiaoye immediately counters by extending a wave of lava flames, incinerating the approaching threats. The Catalyst Snake follows up with another explosive arrow, marking the battlefield with heavy destruction. The attack amplifies damage by 500%, leveraging the Blood Dragon's mental power. Within minutes, the battlefield is reduced to smoldering ruins, with not a single demon left standing. The system registers Lu Fan's success, while awarding him 20,758 points and increasing his rank by 1%, bringing him to level 24. As he scans the battlefield, the system confirms that Star Dragon Xing Chen has also leveled up to 12, while Lu Fan himself reaches level 33. Spectators watching from a distance react in shock, murmuring about his unexpected dominance. With his points surpassing all others, he now holds the highest rank. Meanwhile, Charles and Andre, having received the same mission, find their points stagnating. Vice Principal Zhao, realizing Elder Han's insight was correct, finally acknowledges that defeating the Nine Realms demon was never a reckless move, but a well-calculated strategy. Elder Han, watching the unfolding events, remarks on Lu Fan's yet-to-be-summoned dragons, hinting at even greater power. Vice Principal Zhao, caught off guard, contemplates ordering tea, but is reminded by Elder Han that celebrations should wait until the Nine Realms demon is truly defeated. However, just as Lu Fan believes the battle is over, the stone chain unexpectedly breaks, causing a shift in the atmosphere. As he descends, a massive door creaks open, releasing an even more ferocious wave of beasts. Realizing the true extent of the challenge, he regrets not waiting for all of them to emerge earlier, while knowing that he could have eliminated them in one decisive strike. Drawing his sword, he analyzes the new threats. The system reveals that these creatures, known as Wandering Pavilion Beasts, are level 75, each worth 135 points. Among them, a two-headed beast offers 297 points, while smaller level 60 beasts grant 50 points each. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, Lu Fan, instead of being intimidated, sees an opportunity for more points. With a determined expression, he signals to Xiaoye to unleash her full power and eliminate the beast army entirely. Turning toward the Star Dragon, he acknowledges that the real challenge has finally arrived and orders him to enter the fight. Watching his companion take action, Lu Fan is surprised while wonders if Xing Chen intends to face the enemy alone. As the monsters charge toward Lu Fan, their deafening screams echo across the battlefield. Without hesitation, Xing Chen leaps into action, soaring toward them. Lu Fan immediately calls him back, while knowing that Xing Chen's level has not increased yet. But Xing Chen ignores the warning and pushes forward, determined to fight. Realizing that Xing Chen won't be able to handle the monsters alone, our guy quickly moves into action. He turns to Xiaoye and orders her to cover Xing Chen before he gets hurt. Observing the situation, Lu Fan thinks to himself that Xing Chen is truly rebellious. He never follows orders, and always acts on his own. At such a low level, he is putting himself at serious risk. As Lu Fan and Xiaoye move to support him, Xiaoye lets out a powerful roar. The two-headed monster, while sensing Xing Chen's approach, arms itself and roars back, while its smaller minions prepare to strike. Sitting atop Xiaoye, Lu Fan watches closely and notes Xing Chen's independent nature. He finds her difficult to follow commands, always relying on her instincts. Just then, Xing Chen's star shines brightly, and Lu Fan realizes something that he has never seen Xingchen's full power. Maybe it's time to let him follow his instincts in battle. Accepting this, he makes no further move. Xingchen, now brimming with anger, radiates a powerful aura. Without hesitation, she activates the Star Radiant skill, merging it with Starlight to absorb incoming damage for 6 seconds while pulling in all nearby enemies. In a swift motion, Xingchen surges forward, wiping out every enemy in her path with a single devastating strike. The two-headed monster tries to attack, but the force of Xingchen's aura strikes it down instantly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Xiaoye hover above, watching the scene unfold. Seeing Xingchen's overwhelming strength, Lu Fan smirks and tells Xiaoye to hold back. There is no longer a need to worry. Xingchen is more than capable of handling the battle. The two-headed monster launches another attack, but Xingchen needs no instructions. She fights on her own terms, mastering her abilities effortlessly. With precise skill, he eliminates enemies one by one, his Star Radiant ability absorbing every nearby opponent. The battlefield erupts into chaos as monsters scatter in all directions. Even the two-headed beast struggles to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Xingchen activates Star Shudder, summoning a star and crushing it to unleash widespread destruction. The energy blast devastates the entire area, forcing all demons into retreat. Lu Fan, amazed by the display, commands Xiaoye to fly closer for a better view. As Xingchen shatters his star, an immense energy wave ripples across the battlefield, instantly annihilating the remaining enemies. Their screams fill the air before silence takes over. Xingchen then calmly approaches Lu Fan. Seeing him return victorious, Lu Fan grins and praises his performance. Without even using the 5 times damage boost from the Shadow Arrow, Xingchen's broken star attack has been just as destructive as the Great Destruction of Xiao. The system confirms Lu Fan's level up. He has now reached level 34. Hearing Lu Fan's praise, Xingchen can't contain her excitement. Lu Fan chuckles to himself, noting how easily Xingchen's arrogance inflates. Just one compliment, and she is already acting overconfident. Meanwhile, Xiaoye lets out a loud roar, clearly jealous of the attention Xingchen is receiving. Amused, our guy reassures Xiaoye, promising that she will have her moment to shine when the next boss arrives. However, before he can relax, a sudden burst of blinding light erupts from a nearby secret box, drawing everyone's attention. Their surprise turns to shock as a massive, monstrous frog materializes, the Blood Mountain singing beast. At level 80, defeating it will yield 429 points. Without hesitation, our guy springs into action, signaling to Xiaoye that they won't let this one escape. Realizing the challenge ahead, he instructs both Xiaoye and Xingchen to prepare for an all-out attack. As they charge forward, the frog lashes out its long tongue. Anticipating this, our boy, using his sword technique, sky cutting, slashes the giant toad's tongue into pieces. As the assault continues, the creature's horn suddenly begins to glow before breaking off from its place. Enraged, the frog redirects its attack toward Xingchen. Sensing the impending threat, Lu Fan panics while urging Xingchen and Xiaoye to counter the attack. As the giant toad lunges forward, Jinjin steps in while blocking the assault with his hands. The impact of their collision releases an immense surge of energy. Seizing this crucial moment, Lu Fan commands Xiaoye to launch a lava explosion. Xiaoye responds immediately while igniting the battlefield with a powerful blast. The system indicates that the core ability of the lava explosion target area is to release flames over a designated region while creating a molten bridge. The giant frog, caught in the inferno, lets out agonized screams as its condition rapidly deteriorates. At the same moment, our boy wields his sword and strikes directly at the creature's center while triggering a devastating explosion. Meanwhile, the star dragon adjusts its direction while causing the severed horn to strike the frog again, ultimately ending its life. With the battle concluded, everyone regroups on the other side. Our guy, pleased with the outcome, acknowledges the effectiveness of teamwork while recognizing the Dark Tower as a formidable place for growth. Shortly after, the system displays an update that Xingchen advances to level 13, and the points for Dragon Nation increase significantly. Our boy himself rises to the top rank. The onlookers, in disbelief, discuss his remarkable progress. His total points soar to 51,453, while the second and third ranked competitors only have 26,000 and 22,000 respectively. Meanwhile, a certain individual, deep in thought, observes the rankings. The representative of Dragon Nation has nearly doubled Xingchen's score while leaving many astounded. Even overseas observers, while including a vice principal, acknowledge Lu Fan's exceptional performance. However, not everyone shares the same admiration. Mr. Jin, clearly irritated by the results, questions how our guy has managed to eliminate an entire Warcraft army without any apparent struggle. Realizing that Lu Fan has now surpassed Cheng Han, he immediately calls upon several officials while demanding an urgent verification of the data from the Dark Tower. Convinced that Lu Fan must have exploited a loophole, he orders his subordinates to report any irregularities. Despite his frustration, he remains firm in his belief that only the supreme national hero of Taiki Nation can defeat the demon of the Nine Realms. Determined to put an end to Lu Fan's progress, he resolves to strip him of his qualifications as soon as he finds any evidence of misconduct. The officers return after their inspection, reporting that the system is functioning normally, with no weaknesses in the Darkspire section. Hearing this, Jin's anger flares. He grabs their collars, shouting in frustration, questioning if they even understand what they are saying. The officers, nervous and unsure, quickly apologize and promise to conduct another inspection. Jin pushes them aside, calling them useless and ordering them to continue investigating until they find a flaw. Panic-stricken, the officers rush off to comply. Jin's thoughts consumed by the realization that the mechanism designed to intimidate others has now become an advantage for Lu Fan. The monsters, meant to instill fear, are nothing more than stepping stones for him. Unwilling to let this continue, Jin storms toward the Overseer's room, determined to manually adjust the demon's stats to force Lu Fan into retreat. As he steps inside, his mind shifts to Jin Chunghan and Musashi Ten, the only ones above level 30 in their second stage class. He pins his hopes on them, convinced that stopping Lu Fan should not be too difficult. However, when he enters inside, the scene on the screen quickly shatters his confidence. Lu Fan has turned the Nine Realms battlefield into an inferno, cutting through demons without hesitation. New armored beasts begin appearing, their metallic bodies gleaming under the firelight. A magical weapon emerges among them, but Lu Fan remains unfazed. Recognizing that the level 85 boss is about to arrive, he understands that summoning Xiaofei is his only option, even if it means sharing experience points. As the beasts charge at him, roaring and thrashing, he wastes no time in commanding Xiaofei to transform into Eternal. Xiaofei immediately taps into the power of the Emerald Dragon bloodline, sending waves of emerald light across the battlefield. The energy amplifies all skill effects for dragons and allied bloodlines. Life Pulse spreads through the area, healing allies, while Emerald Blessing strengthens effects even further. Xiaofei's aura grows stronger, her roar echoing across the battlefield as she unleashes 32 stacks of dragon energy onto the enemies, enhancing attacks and creating protective shields. Lu Fan shifts his focus to Xiaoye and Xingqian, signaling them to join. With her level now at 30, Xiaoye unleashes roaring lava, spewing continuous fire while simultaneously healing allies. Acting as a protector, she forms a powerful barrier, its durability tied to her health and self-healing abilities. Xingqian moves swiftly to attack, prompting Lu Fan to instruct her to use the Starlight Scale armor. The shimmering armor envelops her, absorbing damage for the next 60 seconds before reflecting it back at nearby enemies. Meanwhile, Lu Fan recalls an important detail that the Dragon Resonance skill book. Retrieving it, he opens the ancient text, releasing a strong surge of energy. Without hesitation, he activates Dragon Resonance. Sensing the connection, Xiaoye immediately triggers a lava explosion. With victory in sight, Lu Fan calls for Xiaoye's final attack. Lava surges from her, forming a bridge that traps enemies, dragging them deeper into the scorching magma. The battlefield is consumed in flames, monsters shrieking as they burn. Amidst the chaos, a heavily armored sword beast withstands the flames, its agonized screams filling the air, but its body refusing to fall. Without delay, Lu Fan activates Dragon Resonance once more, amplifying their power. Xiaoye now shifts into her World Destroyer form. However, before the battle ends, a sudden attack cuts through the air. Xingqian rushes forward, delivering a lethal blow to the beast. As the system registers their victory, notifications flood the screen. Emerald Dragon reaches level 23, the Black Dragon ascends to level 31, and the Star Dragon unlocks its 15th level, gaining a new transformation skill. Lu Fan, satisfied with their progress, watches as Xingqian unlocks her dragon form. Lu Fan realizes that no more demons will emerge from the area, so he checks the system to examine Xingqian's attributes. He notices that Xingqian has reached level 15, with significantly increased stats. Her strength, agility, mind, and endurance have all improved while making her even more powerful. Xingqian has also unlocked new forms and skills while including Stellar Radiance, which boosts her strength 5-fold but lasts only a minute. Another ability, Galaxy Form, unleashes all her energy into a devastating laser attack that ignores defenses. Satisfied with the upgrades, our guy stands up and observes the changes. Xingqian has entered her evolution period while making her power levels higher than expected. Compared to Xiaoye at the same stage, Xingqian's strength surpasses 4,000 while proving her potential as a combat-focused dragon. Along with her improved attributes, all his skills have reached level 3, and he has gained new abilities. Stellar Radiance form is particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, Galaxy form intrigues him, while granting powerful abilities such as Soul Light form, which prevents the physical body from touching. At that, our dude decides to find some monsters to experiment with these new abilities and see their true potential in battle. Xiao Ye senses the presence of enemies in the spire, and our guy wonders it to be the Earthshade demon. Determined, our guy mounts Xiao Ye and heads toward the dark castle, his dragons following closely. As they pass through the massive gates, our guy dismounts and moves forward. The castle is vast and shrouded in shadows. Though his vision is limited, his black skill allows him to sense any nearby demons. Walking deeper, he notices a faint fire ahead. He pauses while recognizing the change in atmosphere. In an instant, the surroundings shift, and he realizes he has entered a hidden area. The eerie silence and floating torches confirm that this space once housed the demon army he had already defeated. His attention shifts to a massive throne at the end of the hall, far larger than expected. Even Xiao Ye reacts with caution. A shadowy figure emerges while speaking in a mocking tone. Our boy listens carefully while realizing that this creature is one of the 9 realm demons. As the figure steps into view, chains binding its form, the system identifies it as the Earth Shadow Demon, a level 85 nightmare boss. Its stats are formidable, with immense strength and agility, along with powerful abilities like Shadow Layers, Phantom Walk, and Bloodblade Claw. The demon taunts him while speaking of past battles and how foolish humans have kept its soul alive. Without warning, it launches an attack. Our boy reacts immediately while activating Shadow Layers to counter. The attack lands multiple hits while increasing damage with each strike. A protective shield forms around him while absorbing the demon's retaliation. Confident in his advantage, he prepares for the battle ahead. Xiaofi activates Emerald Light while removing all negative effects and boosting their attributes. The shield absorbs incoming attacks while allowing Lu Fan to stay unharmed. Without hesitation, he calls upon the twin Fallen Core Dragon, while using the Dragon Bone Flute to summon them. As the twin dragons appear, their roars shake the battlefield. Lu Fan grips his sword, ready for the fight. He also asks whether he has prepared his last words. And he asks Shoya to apply Lava Flame. The flames flicker in air. Our boy realizes that the Earthshade energy is unable to be attacked. The opponent also finds him reckless and weak. Lu Fan thinks that Xiao Ye can only detect stealth and camouflage while Earthshade demon stealth is undetectable. The opponent dragon says to Xiao Ye to prepare for her death. He also realized that the passive energy will not work. Then our boy was determined and commands Xingqian to come out. Xingqian comes and rise high in the sky. The opponent becomes terrified with the mere existence of this dragon. Lu Fan asks the monster whether he is ready with his last words. The demonic hell demon uses Shadow Walk to move instantly while combining it with Fiendish Shadow Strike, a deadly combo that deals multiple hits. If not for Xiaofei's Jade Shield, which negates damage, Xiao Ye could have been seriously injured. If they were on the same level, our guy's pet dragons, even the Fallen Corpse Magic Dragon, could easily defeat the demon. However, due to the huge level gap, he must be cautious. The demonic hell demon targets the support first, its form turning ethereal as it attempts another Shadow Walk attack on Xiao Ye. Lu Fan, determined to protect her, immediately orders Xiaofei to transform into Soul Light form. His body turns transparent while becoming invulnerable just as the demon attacks. Xiao Ye hovers above them while activating Soul Aegis and Dragon Kai Impact. These skills increase Lu Fan and Xiao Ye's attributes by 30%, while also stacking defensive and offensive power. Our boy's strength rises above 150,000, and 2 types of Dragon Kai swirl around him. The attack energy, linked to Xiao Ye's boosted mana, is strong enough to devastate enemies. The demonic hell demon, while seeing this power, grows desperate. It roars in frustration while questioning why dragons would serve a human. Furious, it slashes at the dragon Xiao Ye energy while trying to destroy it. Lu Fan responds by enchanting his bow with the Shatterstar skill, while charging a powerful serpent's hidden arrow for 3 seconds before releasing it. Stepping out of the dust, it looks battered yet furious, its black energy surging again. Our guy, unimpressed, sees this as a disadvantage of high-intelligence demons that they overthink. He warns the demon to focus on its own survival. At that moment, 2 Fallen Corpse Magic Dragons descend while having unlocked their full power. Their bodies burn with blue-black flames as they fold their wings while preparing for an apocalyptic collision attack. The demon, while unwilling to back down, braces itself for the impact. A massive explosion erupts as the dragons and the demon collide. Lu Fan commands Shohi to stop for a moment. He then prepares another attack while using Snake Shadow Arrow. The demonic hell demon retaliates with Blood Claw power while increasing its strength by 200% for 2 seconds. However, as soon as its buff ends, Lu Fan counters immediately. He releases arrows while activating Energy Shockwave. Xingqian also stops retreating while gathering star energy in his dragon claws, while his starry armor flows around him. Our boy switches to a physical fight while wielding his flaming meteor sword while keeping his bow ready. Xiao Ye, now in World Destroyer form, radiates terrifying black dragon pressure. The battle shakes the entire dark castle. Flames and destruction spread as the 2 sides clash. Meanwhile, in the Jinyu City Arena supervisory room, including Elder Han and Vice Principal Zhao, are stunned. Elder Han, who has faced countless assassins, has never seen such a fierce battle. He recognizes Lu Fan's combat genius. Despite his young age, our guy's battle sense is already at an elite level. The fight drags on for nearly an hour. However, it fails to land a serious hit on Lu Fan's dragons, thanks to Xiaoye's defenses. Finally, our boy spots an opening and orders his dragons to unleash their strongest attacks. Shatterstar, 5 elements dragon incantation, and Magma Burst strike the demon simultaneously while triggering Dragon Gauge resonance. The sheer power overwhelms the demon while shattering its ghostly armor and energy defenses. At this moment, our guy reminds the demon that his 2 dragons have been missing for a while. Suddenly, their eyes glow and they attack in unison. The devastating impact is too much for the demon to withstand. With a final reluctant roar, its body shatters and 10 of its fangs break. The dark castle remains engulfed in flames. The once mighty king of the 9 realms lies battered, his hands severed, and his shackles broken. Racked with pain, he struggles to comprehend his defeat. He refused to accept that he has fallen to a mere human once again. Desperation takes hold as he activates Shadow Walk while merging into the Earth's shadow energy to evade detection. Lu Fan reacts swiftly while unleashing a relentless shower of arrows from his divine bow while disrupting the demon's escape. Confusion spreads across the battlefield as the Earth Shadow Demon finds himself trapped. Lu Fan and his dragons remain vigilant while sensing the final moments of the battle approaching. With precise control, our boy activates the power of his Blackhead Festival while sending 100 magical arrows soaring through the air. Each strike inflicts devastating damage while leaving the demon in disbelief. The realization of his impending demise weighs heavily on him. Once a ruler of the Dark Lands, he now finds himself broken and powerless before a human. One of his eyes glows intensely, his claws sharpen, and a chilling energy spreads across the battlefield. Our guy, wary of this unexpected change, activates his system to analyze the phenomenon. The readings confirm the emergence of a second form that is the Earth Shadow Demon is evolving. His level skyrockets beyond recognition, and his attributes multiplying at an unnatural rate. The battlefield shifts as his newfound power threatens to overturn the tide of battle. At the Dragon Capital Academy, Vice Principal Zhao monitors the unfolding events, his concern growing as the demon's power levels spiral out of control. The figures displayed on the screen continue to rise while surpassing all limits. Urgency fills the air as he suggests intervening to extract Lu Fan from the battlefield before it is too late. Old Han, seated beside him, his belief in Lu Fan unwavering. He reminds Zhao of their earlier promise that is to trust Lu Fan's abilities. Despite the rising danger, Old Han remains confident that Lu Fan will prevail. Zai hesitates but ultimately places his faith in Lu Fan. Not known to them, President Jin observes in silence while harboring sinister intentions. Having secretly manipulated the officials into amplifying the 9-world wizard's power, he revels in the impending chaos. While others debate Lu Fan's survival, Jin knows that the battle has already been tipped in the demon's favor. On the battlefield, our boy recognizes the urgency of the situation. He cannot allow the demon's stats to increase any further. Determined to put an end to the battle, he summons the twin fallen dragons, their forms manifesting with a surge of celestial energy. The sky darkens as the dragons roar in unison, their power resonating across the land. Our guy takes his position atop his black dragon and issues the command to activate the world-destructive roar. The battlefield trembles as Xiaoye unleashes the devastating attack while sending shockwaves rippling through the land. Despite the immense force, the demon endures, his arrogance unwavering. Determined to end the battle decisively, our dude unlocks dragon language magic while replacing his previous abilities with forbidden spells of immense power. A golden circle forms around his sword, while a purple aura engulfs his dragons. The forbidden dragon spell is unleashed. Agony consumes the Earth Shadow Demon as his form begins to unravel. Desperate to reclaim dominance, the demon gathers his remaining strength. However, an unseen force takes hold of him while restraining his movements. Confusion fills his expression as he struggles against the invisible power. Lu Fan, while recognizing the final opportunity to end the battle, activates the Star Dragon form. A radiant light envelops the battlefield as the Star Dragon takes flight, its presence dominating the skies. The transformation brings forth unparalleled power. Lu Fan's attributes soar to new heights, and the system notifies the activation of Starlight form for a limited time. Without hesitation, he commands the execution of Starfall Burin, a concentrated beam of celestial energy. The attack tears through the demon's form while bypassing all defenses. His limbs disintegrate, his body dissolves, and the final remnants of his existence vanish into the air. The battlefield falls into an eerie silence. The dark castle, once a symbol of terror, now stands in ruins. The flames dim while leaving behind the remnants of destruction. Lu Fan and his dragons remain motionless, surveying the aftermath. A sense of unease lingers as the ground beneath them trembles. The collapse of the battlefield begins. Recognizing the imminent danger, Lu Fan orders a retreat. Xiaoye responds instantly while preparing to evacuate everyone from the crumbling peak. As the final remnants of the demon fade, the world itself seems to shift while signaling the end of an era. The rocks crack and shatter. Our boy, while sensing the danger, swiftly flies into the air with his dragons. As he ascends, the system updates reveal that the Emerald Dragon has reached level 24, the Star Dragon has advanced to level 16, and the Black Dragon Xiaoye has increased to level 32. Our dude himself reaches level 36. He is pleased while realizing that despite the explosion, the vast space in the Dark Castle allowed him to escape unscathed. The battle has been long, but with the Earth Demon finally defeated, he feels the leveling up was well worth it. Lu Fan checks his points, recalling that he previously had 4,597,920. Now, his points have increased significantly while confirming that he has reached rank 1 in the system. The system also announces the successful completion of his mission, that the 9 Regions demon has been slain. Looking at his updated score, he is thrilled to see his total surpassing 500,000 points while allowing him to relax without worry. In the monitoring room, no one expected the 9 Regions demon to be defeated, especially with Lu Fan's level increasing so rapidly. The discussion begins, with many acknowledging his exceptional abilities. Some praise his remarkable teamwork with his dragons, particularly the precision of his decisive laser attack. His battle instincts are considered extraordinary while setting him apart from others. His 440,000-point lead over the second rank shocks everyone. Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han discuss his performance, both impressed by his advanced combat skills at such a young age. They acknowledge the effort Dragon Captain Academy put into training him while ensuring his talent was nurtured. The Overseer commends Lu Fan's mastery of dragon taming while emphasizing that such skills require immense dedication and hard work. Meanwhile, President Jin is furious. He smashes his mobile phone in frustration while realizing that all his schemes to bring down Lu Fan have failed. Despite Taiki Nation securing second place, they are trailing Dragon Nation by 400,000 points. He cannot comprehend how this happened. As he angrily paces, Vice Principal Zhao and the Overseer notice his reaction, but dismiss it while continuing their conversation. The Overseer suggests leaving Jin to his anger while they focus on celebrating Lu Fan's achievement. Jin storms out, still enraged by our boy's success. His officer cautiously approaches and asks if he is all right, but Jin, still seething, grabs the officer's collar and demands answers. He questions whether the Earth Demon's stats were truly set to maximum. The officer, visibly nervous, confirms that they were, yet Lu Fan still managed to defeat it. Jin is shocked while realizing that Lu Fan must have discovered a weakness in the Earth Demon and used it to his advantage. At the same time, Vice Principal Zhao and the Overseer continue discussing Lu Fan's victory over T. Jin, still suspicious, decides to eavesdrop while believing that a conspiracy is unfolding. He remains hidden while straining to hear their conversation. Suddenly, a glowing sword appears while flying rapidly toward him. Jin barely moves in time to avoid being impaled. Looking closely, he realizes it is a level 90 Dark Knight Reaper sword. He begins sweating while recognizing the danger. The sword was merely a warning, while meaning the Overseer's special bodyguard is nearby and ready to strike. Understanding the risk, Jin immediately retreats while knowing that if he continues spying, he may not escape next time. 10 minutes later, the Overseer and Vice Principal Zhao inspect the hole in the wall left by the sword attack. They confirm that someone had been attempting to listen in on their conversation. The Overseer, unimpressed, dismisses the matter, more interested in returning to watch Lu Fan's performance. Jin returns to his office, still furious. His officers greet him while handing him a replacement phone, as he had shattered his previous one in anger. He checks his messages and finds multiple alerts demanding evidence that Lu Fan cheated. His allies urge him to find proof to disqualify Dragon Nation from the competition. Determined, Jin focuses on the leaderboard while needing to confirm Lu Fan's point increase. As he approaches the board, he is shocked to see Lu Fan's points rising at an unnatural rate. The total now stands at 529,035. Doubt creeps into his mind that could Lu Fan be exploiting a loophole. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes. If Lu Fan is indeed cheating, this would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Just as he starts gathering evidence, something unexpected happens. The Earth Demon revives. Jin watches in horror as the demon, instead of fighting Lu Fan, begins slaughtering its own kind. The defeated demons contribute points to Lu Fan while causing his total to increase every minute. Our boy, now resting after the long battle, observes the situation calmly. After an hour, Xiaoye emerges from the top of the tower where he had been resting while reflecting on his past battles. He finds relief in finally defeating the Earth Demon while gaining experience and increasing his strength. While resting, he realizes that his spirit dragon is more than just a pet, that it is a true companion. Over countless battles, his dragon has grown powerful. As he moves near the mysterious tower, a sudden shock shakes the ground, and a giant claw bursts from the foundation. Unfazed, Lu Fan calmly assigns his allies to handle the situation. He recalls the origins of his black dragon that is formed from the twin dragon kings who fell in battle but avoided becoming mere slaves to corruption. His past conversations with Senior 2 come to mind, where he learned to distinguish between fallen corpse slaves and fallen corpse puppets. Our boy recognizes that his dragons have reached their peak as fallen beings, but signs of underground demonic entities indicate new challenges. Smirking at the opportunity, he strategizes his next move. Meanwhile, two fallen demon dragons emerge while radiating immense power. He analyzes their abilities and determines that despite their strength, they lack the ability to control undead creatures. Suddenly, his emerald green dragon undergoes an unexpected transformation while exuding a bright green glow. Lu Fan steps back while questioning this sudden evolution. As the dragon's power manifests, it unlocks a unique bloodline ability. The system reveals new stats that its protective aura enhances allies' attributes, boosts damage absorption, and grants a counterattack mechanism while making them nearly invincible. Our boy is amazed by its transformation into a supreme being, capable of amplifying passive abilities. As he reviews the stats of the fallen demon dragons, he detects an underground entity that is the Earth Abyss Demon at level 85. Despite its level cap, its attributes have grown beyond limits. The fallen demon dragons, still at level 24, benefit from the Emerald Dragon's buffs, further enhancing their combat power. Sensing the scale of the upcoming battle, our boy decisively commands his Emerald Dragon to activate its ultimate ability, Jade Light, which quadruples all allies' stats. The battlefield trembles as the fallen demon dragons roar, their power surging while making them an unstoppable force. Determined to overpower the Earth Abyss Demon, Lu Fan commands his dragons to unleash their life pulse. The Earth Abyss Demon roars in defiance, but his fallen demon dragons crush its defenses. As the battlefield shakes, dark knights engulfed in purple flames emerge from the shadows. These corrupt warriors, while laughing menacingly, advance in increasing numbers. Lu Fan swiftly assesses the transformed divine soldiers, now at level 75. Their defensive capabilities increase with each undead conversion, while allowing them to convert lethal damage into shields. Satisfied, he notes that his army can now fight independently, while earning points for him without his intervention. A system notification alerts him to a new skill that is Undead Control, which grants him full command over all his undead puppets, even in secret areas. Recognizing the potential of this ability, he envisions a grand plan that is using his army to recreate a historic battle from 50 years ago that reshaped the demon world. Suddenly the ground trembles, and a giant claw crashes down with earth-shattering force, narrowly missing Lu Fan and his allies. A massive demonic beast emerges from the shadows while exuding unparalleled rage and malice. It lets out a deafening roar while signaling its challenge to Lu Fan. Reviewing its newly transformed abilities, Lu Fan observes a unique skill that marks targets with shadow layers while amplifying the damage they receive. Additionally, its power increases by 200% upon taking critical damage. Smiling, Lu Fan acknowledges his latest success while marveling at his ability to subdue such a formidable ancient beast. Meanwhile, in the control room, Jin learns of Lu Fan's unprecedented feat that is taming the Earth Abyss Demon. He panics, unable to comprehend how such a creature, known for its independence, could now be under Lu Fan's command. Frustrated, he drops his phone while realizing the power shift has disrupted their plans. Online discussions erupt into chaos as news of this event spreads. Old Han, another observer, laughs and acknowledges Lu Fan as the strongest player. He urges his group to stay calm and reevaluate their strategies to maintain balance in the competition. If other nations fail to keep up, the game itself could lose its thrill. Jin, while feeling the mounting pressure, clenches his fists and declares that he has no choice but to entrust an important mission to Lu Fan. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan relaxes while knowing his strategy is a success. He commands his Emerald Dragon to summon the fallen demon dragons, who, in turn, control the Earth Abyss Demon and deploy more celestial troops. As his comrades rest beside him, the system continuously updates their increasing points. Our guy acknowledges the complexity of his layered strategy, but is satisfied with its effectiveness in maximizing their gains. His moment of peace is interrupted by an incoming system notification. Ranked number 1, Lu Fan realizes an even greater challenge awaits him. In the frozen lands, a boy hides behind a tree while believing he has successfully secured the mission. He feels relieved that he did not encounter Lu Fan at the previous checkpoint and assumes that no one else has arrived. However, his confidence diminishes as a massive black dragon appears while exuding an overwhelming aura. Then our boy arrives. He moves towards the mission area with his usual confidence, while the boy watches in frustration. He realizes that Lu Fan's presence means his previous mission has already been completed. Doubt creeps in as he wonders if Lu Fan truly managed to defeat the Earth monster. The situation, which initially seemed in his favor, is now slipping out of his control. Sensing a presence, our guy stops and glances back while causing the boy to panic. He begins sweating and fearing that he has been discovered. Despite his attempts to remain unnoticed, Lu Fan releases his dragon, Kai, while unleashing fiery energy that intensifies the atmosphere. The overwhelming force leaves the boy in a desperate state while struggling to defend himself. A system notification confirms that our boy has earned additional points. Realizing that our guy was not directly targeting him, the boy breathes a sigh of relief. He hides behind a tree, reassured that he is not perceived as a threat. Quietly, he celebrates his luck. Meanwhile, our guy checks his status window to review the mission details. Nangu, while regaining some composure, hesitantly approaches Lu Fan and expresses his gratitude for sparing him. Aware that the game's rules dictate that his points would have transferred to Lu Fan had he been killed, he acknowledges the unexpected mercy. Our guy, while showing no particular interest, considers it nothing more than temporary cooperation. His focus remains on his next tasks. Observing the boy's status, our guy notes his name, Nangu Yasin Lai, and his ranking, which is significantly lower than expected. The boy defends his performance while explaining that he has been working tirelessly in hunting deadly creatures to accumulate points. Our boy assesses the situation while concluding that eliminating him now would not be worthwhile. Instead, he decides to wait until the boy has gathered more points before considering him as a potential target. Before leaving, our guy remarks on the boy's slow progress while highlighting his low rank. The boy, while feeling humiliated, reflects on his position in the competition. As Lu Fan departs, he encourages the boy to improve while leaving him in a state of surprise. This moment contradicts everything the boy has been taught about the Dragon Nation, which was described as arrogant and unreasonable. Our guy's actions challenge his preconceived notions while making him question his past judgments. He resolves to work harder, not only to prove himself but also to uphold the dignity of his nation. Our guy, now focused on his next mission, reviews his objectives. His next task is a PvP battle against a rank 6 opponent in a swampy region. He wonders whether it is Charles or Kim Swang-han. Confident in his abilities, he does not concern himself with identifying his opponent while believing he will complete the mission regardless of who stands in his way. With a determined expression, he commands Xiao Ye to set course for the swamp. In the swampy region, the atmosphere is eerie. A massive boar with glowing red eyes roams through the thick, damp terrain. Nearby, a giant snake lurks while waiting for the right moment to strike. Without warning, the snake attacks, sinking its fangs into the boar. The boar struggles but is ultimately overpowered. Hidden in the shadows, a figure observes the battle with amusement. A system notification alerts Old Han that someone has accepted a mission to hunt him. Instead of fear, he reacts with confidence while acknowledging the challenge with a smirk. His status window reveals his immense strength, far exceeding most competitors. Another figure, Gilan, emerges while addressing Han with calculated confidence. Within the Four Nations Alliance, their plan had been to strategically accumulate points and resources, but only a few members had arrived. Gilan questions the whereabouts of their missing allies, particularly Nangu Yasin Lai, whose status remains unknown. Han, while leaning against a tree, speculates on the situation, while considering whether waiting for their missing comrade is an option. He checks his status and notes his rapid progression, despite only engaging in minor battles. Gilan, while sensing the shifting dynamics, prepares for the inevitable confrontation. The anticipation builds as they acknowledge the approaching hunter. Han, seated calmly with his snake companion, remains watchful. As he reviews the map, he strategizes his next move while preparing to show the true difference between hunter and prey. 4 hours later, Lu Fan arrives in the nation's trial secret realm, known as the Swamp. Lu Fan looks around and notices the dangerous terrain. The ground is uneven, the air is filled with toxic insects, and there are no escape routes without flying. He knows moving forward will be difficult. As he walks deeper into the swamp, he notices there are no powerful beasts. Only small creatures move around. Suddenly, Xiaoye moves closer. He places his hand on the dragon's head while activating perception skill. A red aura spreads across the swamp, breaking through the mist. Hidden dangers appear. The dragon finds multiple presences nearby. Lu Fan moves forward and soon senses 3 enemies hiding in the fog. He raises his hand and channels his dragon energy. Fiery orange flames spiral around him, growing stronger. The flames light up the area. He unleashes a powerful attack, burning away the fog while revealing his enemy, which turns out to be a serpent, emerges from the swamp. The heat from the flames scorches the area. Then he finds a participant, Glan, sitting on top of the serpent. He watches Lu Fan with amusement and remarks on how quickly our boy discovered him. On the other hand, our guy remains calm and comments that there are few places to hide, so finding his opponent was not difficult. He also expresses his disappointment over finding him because his target is neither Kim Sung-han nor Charles. Glan smirks as he checks Lu Fan's status and comments that while Han is a high-level expert, Ku Fan is nothing but the lowest-ranking dragon representative. Then he sees on his screen that Lu Fan is the Dragon Nation representative, ranked first with 551,292 points. The enemy is shocked. Just a day ago, the Dragon Nation's representative was at the bottom of the rankings. The sudden rise in rank seems impossible. But soon his shock turns into amusement. He sees Lu Fan as a high-level target despite his strength. Green energy surrounds his weapon as he prepares to attack. He mocks Lu Fan and questions how a hunter could have such a high bounty. However, our guy remains calm. The enemy launches a powerful green energy attack while commenting to have our guys pointed. Our guy reacts quickly while dodging with incredible speed. The enemy's attack crashes into the ground. A wave of green energy explodes outward. Xiaoye roars in response to Lu Fan's command, while summoning a huge orb of molten energy. The enemy does not look worried. He orders the serpent to attack while consoling it that Xiaoye is nothing but a low-level dragon. Then the serpent attacks our dude with poison serpent spray which tackles with lava flames. Lu Fan remains alert. His glowing blade is ready. He scans the battlefield as Glan and his serpent have retreated. But two more enemies have not yet revealed themselves. Behind, our boy's Bach new enemy rushes forward, spinning chains. The metallic links cut through the air at high speed as they fly toward our boy. However, he deflects the chains with his blazing sword. Next moment, Xiaoye intervenes as her massive claw crashes down the enemy. It aims directly at the chain-wielding participant. The enemy is now coughing with blood while being power, as she is shocked that someone at his level is this strong. Next moment, our guy notices her smirking, which makes him cautious of her. As expected, she immediately calls for help to her companions. Afterwards, Glan with Serpent reappears and lunges toward Lu Fan and his black dragon. Lu Fan is ready to attack as he deflects the serpent's attack while Xiaoye roars and clashes with the serpent. It grips the serpent tightly in its claws. Glan is frustrated while his companion Baden, holding a bow, prepares to attack. At that, the chain-wielding enemy mocks her allies, pointing out their failures. Despite their efforts, the enemies struggle. Baden cannot believe someone at Lu Fan's rank could be this powerful. Glan, however, is persistent to take down our boy in order to get his points. If they defeat him, they will rise in the rankings. Standing beside his black dragon, Lu Fan mocks his enemies as their attacks are useless, which are only hurting themselves. He questions their chances of winning. The chain-wielding enemy refuses to back down while admitting that Lu Fan is stronger than expected, but the battle is not over. Lu Fan's face remains serious. Flames spiral around his arm. He gives them one last warning while commenting that how this swamp will become the graveyard of their ambitions. Gilan quickly commands his companion, Shuaoqi, to unleash a poisonous mist. The green mist spreads rapidly, damaging the target and inflicting a poisoning effect. The toxic attack takes effect immediately, but Lu Fan does not panic as orders Xiaoye to deliver a decisive strike. She immediately attacks the enemy with her Black Dragon Bloodline skill. Its powerful Bloodline ability reduces incoming damage by 50%, nullifies debuffs, and boosts its self-recovery by 500%. Shuaoqi retaliates by launching another wave of toxic mist directly at the dragon. However, Xiaoye counters with overwhelming force, while crushing Shuaoqi in a single devastating blow. Gilan, visibly shaken, realizes the enemy is far stronger than he expected. Just as he struggles to regain control, Baden appears, stepping in to shield Gilan from further attacks. Meanwhile, our boy prepares for a powerful counterattack. Gilan refuses to back down. Holding his staff high, he channels immense green energy, while declaring that Lu Fan's journey ends here. He activates a powerful spell formation, summoning the deadly 10,000 Snake Formation. Venomous serpents emerge from the ground, striking with lethal precision. Now our boy finds himself surrounded. Despite the overwhelming attack, Lu Fan fights back, as launches rapid strikes with his blade, slashing through wave after wave of serpents. He quickly realizes the nature of Gilan's ability. It does not just summon snakes but endlessly regenerates them, making them nearly indestructible. Gilan, confident in his formation, taunts Lu Fan, stating there is no escape. He orders his ally to focus on taking down the Black Dragon. The man asks him whether the snakes will going to attack them. As the battle intensifies, the girl also joins the fight as she urges her companion to attack without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, Gilan is caught off guard when a fiery explosion strikes him. At the same time, Lu Fan unleashes a devastating move called World-Destroying Roar, which is the fiery technique sends an intense wave of destruction across the battlefield, severely damaging all targets within its range. Lu Fan, now engulfed in flames, as he mocks Gilan's spell formation, calling it a cheap trick. Gilan, infuriated, vows to make Lu Fan regret his words. He summons a massive vortex of serpentine energy. He shouts to Wei Ji and Baden, urging them to act quickly. Wei Ji lets out a fierce battle cry and charges forward. Lu Fan intercepts a massive spiked weapon hurled toward him. With a single blow of his dragon claw, he shatters it effortlessly. He then swiftly dodges another incoming attack from Baden. Xiaoye roars and attacks the enemy. However, Gilan lets out a maniacal laugh. He revives the fallen serpent, Shuao-Qi, using his deadly necromantic powers. He prepares his ultimate attack, Frenzied Serpent, which his ability fuses his revived serpent with a lethal poisonous field. Shuao-Qi, now a monstrous fusion of undead energy and venom, roars with renewed vigor. At that, our boy quickly assesses the danger as he realizes that Gilan's abilities are designed to make his creatures nearly unkillable. Even when cut down, the massive serpent splits into two smaller versions. Then he calls Xiaoye to his side, while strategizing for a counterattack. The black dragon is engulfed in the 10,000 serpent venom. The battlefield is overwhelmed with toxic mist as Wei Ji even struggles to withstand the poison as she curses Gilan, questioning why even their allies are being affected. Standing atop the swirling venom, Gilan mocks his enemies. He acknowledges that the black dragon might have some immunity, but he confidently declares that no human, not even Lu Fan, can survive its deadly effects. As the venom's power grows, Wei Ji succumbs to its effects. She desperately calls for an antidote. Gilan watches coldly, unfazed by her suffering as he assumes that Lu Fan will soon meet the same fate. But suddenly Wei Ji experiences a miraculous recovery. A surge of energy envelops her, neutralizing the poison. She breathes freely once more. A rare bloodline ability grants her temporary immunity to toxins. Gilan, watching the turn of events, smirks. He mockingly apologizes for not granting his allies immunity beforehand. He promises to do so in the future and jokingly offers Lu Fan's 10,000 points as compensation for the inconvenience. Despite his confident facade, Gilan knows the stakes are high. He orders Wei Ji and Ban to confirm whether Lu Fan has succumbed to the venom. However, before they can move, Lu Fan interrupts. Gilan and the others freeze in shock. Lu Fan, riding atop the black dragon, taunts him as he questions the strength of Gilan's so-called venom. The dragon's bloodline resilience has reduced all damage by 50%, making the poison ineffective. Gilan finally realizes the truth. Lu Fan has been immune all along. His core strategy has completely failed. Panic sets in as he orders Wei Ji and Baden to eliminate Lu Fan at all costs. To incentivize them, he promises an additional reward of 20,000 points each. Wei Ji grips her spiked weapon, frustration evident on her face. She looks at her injured teammates and mutters that none of them are useful. Realizing everything depends on her, she urges Baden to cooperate. Suddenly, a fiery blast erupts behind her, catching her off guard. From a distance, Lu Fan watches the scene unfold, wondering if the attacker is an ally. Wei Ji, alarmed, questions if it could be Yasenlai. Next moment, a man clad in burning armor steps forward, laughing mockingly as he confidently declares that they are being defeated by only one person. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, sitting atop his dragon, reassures Xiaoye to remain calm as he recognizes that this person is none other than Andre. Both of them are catching up while Wei Ji is on the defensive. The two discuss how Wei Ji is a girl and indeed a very strong one, which makes her quite mad. Then Andre declares that he is going to deal with her while he can handle Glan. Our boy is about to say that there is no need for it. Lu Fan, unfazed, casually brushes off the suggestion, showing no interest in stepping in. Meanwhile, Wei Ji's anger intensifies. Her aura shifts and golden energy surrounds her. Her hair rises and her glowing yellow eyes shine with power. Next moment, she transforms into a massive bear, crackling with electricity, emerges from within her. Wei Ji charges at Andre, determined to make them pay for underestimating her. Andre raises his weapon, blocking her attack. He calls for our boy to protect himself, insisting that he will handle the fight alone. The battlefield grows more chaotic as Wei Ji, in her beast form, continues her assault. Lu Fan, watching from above, remarks that this battle feels more like a contest for points than a real fight. He notes that summoning allies like the giant bear might be unnecessary. He leaps onto his dragon, commanding it to take flight. Meanwhile, Gilan steps forward with a massive black snake by his side. He instructs Baden to follow the plan. The snake opens its jaws, releasing a thick green toxic mist that spreads across the battlefield, creating a protective barrier and attacking their enemies. Lu Fan, riding high above, observes the mist. He notes that it has no effect on him or his dragon since they are immune to poison. Another snake with glowing green eyes slithers toward him from behind, signaling a coordinated attack. Recognizing the danger, Lu Fan activates a powerful skill as his sword ignites, and he strikes with precise, avoid/attacks at the approaching snake and cutting it in two. Then he asks his pet to turn back. Confidently, Gilan declares that Xiaoqi to be immortal as he shouts for it to revive. Green mist thickens as venomous creatures multiply. Lu Fan orders Xiaoqi to transform into its destruction dragon form and burn the enemies. Flames engulf the battlefield as Xiaoqi undergoes as it unleashes a deafening roar and a powerful lava flame. The attack scorches everything, restoring the dragon's vitality while devastating its enemies. Gilan, now desperate, urges his serpents to hold their ground. but it's no use. Meanwhile, Baden summons an electrifying power, his arms crackling with purple lightning. He impatiently orders his ally to complete their charge. Lu Fan's dragon continues its fiery rampage. The enemy retaliates with a dark vortex skill. Smirking, he releases Evil Thunder Eye, sending waves of destruction towards our guy. Despite the overwhelming attack, our boy raises his hand and channels dragon language magic, while summoning a bright sphere of electric energy. His opponent, however, is shocked, as he recognizes the rare ability and shouts in disbelief. Lu Fan's dragon, now infused with lightning, roars and releases powerful bolts across the battlefield. The enemies struggle to withstand the relentless assault. Gilan struggles to hold his ground against an overwhelming force while Baden urges him to stay strong. Then he summons a massive snake to aid him. Baden, alarmed, pleads him not to be abandoned as Gilan's energy grows more chaotic. He activates the snake's healing ability, restoring his life force while submerged in water. Meanwhile, our dude observes from a distance attacks and kills Baden. He ponders on the futility of false alliances and Gilan's inability to escape, and orders Xiaoye to synchronize with him. Together, they prepare to launch Dragon Lava Burst, a combined attack. Lu Fan's fiery energy merges with Xiaoye's power, creating a massive wave of flames. Lu Fan declares this as Gilan's fate, marking his victory. As the battle concludes, a system notification confirms another defeat, as Gilan also died. He calmly sits among the battlefield ruins, watching his score update. Reviewing the results, he acknowledges both the risks and rewards of PvP battles. Next moment, a new notification ranks him number 1. Suddenly, someone calls out to him and tosses an object. Lu Fan glances over, questioning the gesture. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in flames. A fiery bear appears on the battlefield, growling as it prepares to attack. However, Andre emerges while wielding a massive weapon. The flames around him burn intensely as he charges at the bear. The bear, desperate, pleads for mercy. Andre swings his weapon, igniting an explosion and eliminating the bear. He lifts the bear, looking down on it with disdain. He mocks its cowardice and deems it unworthy of survival. He then throws the bear toward the dragon, signaling our boy. The dragon catches it mid-air, engulfing it in flames. Lu Fan explains the battlefield rules. Only the one landing the final blow claims the points. Striking his opponent, he unleashes a fiery explosion. He remarks on the necessity of taking opportunities without hesitation. Andre approaches the dragon, while admitting that he underestimated the fight. Lu Fan responds sarcastically, thanking him for free assistance. Andre about free help and laughs about providing a feast for the dragon. Then he nervously asks if Lu Fan has more Dragon Kingdom delicacies. Later, they gather in a peaceful forest, sharing a meal. Andre reminisces about the earlier food, while claiming it has spoiled his taste. He offers 500 points per chicken, but Lu Fan refuses. He then increases his offer to 2,000 points per chicken. However, when he checks his points, he then marvels at Lu Fan's score, 763,000 points, and wonders how he accumulated so much. A status screen reveals that Andre is rank 4 with 60,000 points. They discuss their shared mission to defeat the Nine Realms demon. Andre jokes about Lu Fan's massive score and asks if he plans to clear the Black Tower alone. Lu Fan admits he has targeted the tower from the start, seeing it as the best way to earn points. He admits that Black Tower is the best farming location. At that, Andre recalls struggling against its monsters, and realizes Lu Fan has turned the tower into his personal hunting ground. He admits that he is lucky not to be Lu Fan's enemy, as even strong players would not stand a chance against him. Still curious, he wants to ask for Lu Fan's secret to farming points. However, after learning about the risks, he decides it is beyond his ability. He comments that Lu Fan's Dragon Rider profession makes him one of the strongest hidden class players. He also nervously remarks on the dragon's aggressiveness, causing her to react in mock frustration. Lu Fan then asks if Andre has attempted the Black Tower mission before. Andre admits he barely survived and reveals that as long as the mission is tied to him, he cannot accept any other tasks. Lu Fan suggests collaborating, while believing teamwork is the best strategy. Andre hesitates but considers the plan. He glances at Lu Fan's dragon, wary of its presence. As the dragon takes off, Lu Fan remains silent, hiding the fact that he had recently eaten some of Xiaoye's provisions. The ominous energy of the Black Tower looms ahead. Undead bats, serpents, and other high-level monsters await them. Andre grips his massive axe, looks at Lu Fan, and asks about their next move. Lu Fan tells him to focus on his own tasks. Standing on top of his dragon, Lu Fan smirks and reminds that they will handle their own duties. Carrion eagles and demon creatures rush forward, while our boy asks his companion whether he can manage these creatures with his abilities. Andre looks up at Lu Fan and confirms that he can manage these low-level monsters despite their numbers. Our guy confidently nods. His hand glows with blue energy as he summons a water-based spirit. He announces that he will enter the core area to defeat the inside monsters himself. Andre is shocked and questions if Lu Fan is serious. Lu Fan commands Qingqin to activate Starlight Mode. At that, she transforms into a huge starry dragon, surrounded by glowing blue energy. Lightning crackles around the dragon. At that, our guy decides not to wait for monsters to attack and instead take the fight to them and finish them in one go. Then Qingqin opens a teleportation rift that will stay active for 60 seconds. Lu Fan tells Andre to guard the outside while he clears the monsters inside. Andre, however, watches in awe as Lu Fan enters the rift while our boy having another dragon. Inside the Dark Tower, Lu Fan smirks and jokes that the welcome party is too grand to see that monster in front of him. Numbers of deep digger moths, crypt devourer worms, numbers of other demons and beasts are ready to pounce on our boy. Deeper inside, a massive earth demon at level 85 appears as well. Its voice echoes, warning Lu Fan of his doom. Lu Fan, unfazed, smirks and mocks the demon whether he is going to welcome him. With that, his emerald dragon appears beside Lu Fan, glowing with divine energy. He calls it a gift for the earth demon. Lu Fan activates Spirit Shelter, creating a green shield that doubles all attributes and absorbs damage. Our guy rides Qingqin, while Xiaofei flies above. The battlefield erupts with Dragon's Roar. Both dragons cut through the enemies. With 5 seconds left in Starlight Mode, Lu Fan decides to end the fight quickly, and uses Cut the Sky skill to attack the enemy. Qingqin unleashes Great Calamity, which is an attack that burns everything in its path. With that, Star Crushing skill follows ordered by our guy, which creates a 500-meter wide crater. Not only this, Qingqin also fires green energy blasts, absorbing damage and sending it back with Air Shock skill. With 5 seconds left in Starlight Mode, the Qingqin charges Star Destruction Light. A brilliant blue beam tears through the battlefield. The system shows the attack's power increase as damage rises significantly. With that, the battlefield is clear. Lu Fan smiles, knowing he is close to leveling up. But suddenly, a new enemy appears, which is the Holy Corpse Demon Dragon. At level 24 can resurrect fallen enemies and use powerful magic attacks. Lu Fan orders the Xiaofei to summon Fallen Dragon. Green energy surrounds it as it transforms. Meanwhile, Qingqin shifts into Starfall mode with Celestial Power, which wipes out enemy waves. Our boy watches his dragons level up at incredible speed as he is going to collect the points. A new enemy, the Abyss Moth at level 75, appears and gathers a huge green energy sphere and attack with it. However, Qingqin counters it immediately by opening a black hole, which nullifies the attack. Next moment, several black holes appear around the dragon, pulling in foes. As the battle ends, Lu Fan stands atop his victorious dragons, shocked to see that there are no enemy remains. However, he doesn't know that a new enemy named as Spatial Breath Shadow appears behind him as the fight is far from over. As the Deathbind's body collapses to the ground, the air grows heavy and the earth trembles. It binds enemies with its body and limbs, rendering them immobile. As the monster prepares to activate its skill, Spatial Break Shadow, its claw glows with dark energy, ready to strike. However, before it can react, a powerful punch lands squarely on its face. Spatial Break Shadow stands frozen, demanding an explanation for why he helped a human. Next moment, with the help of Phantom Walk skill, the monster's claw glows ominously as it prepares to grab him. Spatial Break Shadow tries to flee, but the monster's attack is too fast. Its claw slashes him, leaving a deep wound that causes him to bleed profusely. The centipede, heavily wounded, attempts a desperate counterattack. However, before it can move, the battlefield is engulfed in flames. Our dragon is also unleashing a devastating attack. The intense heat scorches the area, forcing the creatures to retreat. Amidst the chaos, Lu Fan questions whether the monstrous creatures are satisfied with his gift. As the dust settles, the Spatial Break Shadow and its allies prepare for another assault. They lock eyes with Lu Fan, radiating killing intent. Demon glares at him, lamenting how the one he once revered has now become a target for humanity's wrath. The monster laughs maniacally, mocking the demands that they don't deserve to live. Fueled by rage, Demon roars, towering over the battlefield. He declares that fighting alongside weak creatures is beneath him and aims to annihilate everything in his path. Below, Lu Fan remains calm. He summons his allies, ready to face the overwhelming threat. Sparks fly as the creatures above him clash in a violent exchange of blows, each side fighting for dominance. Suddenly, Demon screams in rage, challenging his opponent, the Earth Demon. The monster reveals its terrifying ability, splitting into multiple clones that radiate the same deadly aura. These clones spiral into a vortex of power, while attacking with constantly. Lu Fan smirks as flames engulf his hands. He mocks his opponent, declaring that if they enjoyed his previous gift, because he is willing to add more fuel to the fire. The battlefield shifts as Lu Fan summons the demon troops of the Abyss. A vortex of dark energy appears, and demonic soldiers emerge. Spatial Break Shadow watches in disbelief, that how it is possible as Lu Fan has somehow subdued the entire Earth Demon army. The monster lets out a furious roar and unleashes a devastating slash, tearing through its opponents with it. Despite the chaos, Lu Fan smirks and remarks about the ancient demonic beasts as he is interested to see that who is truly superior. The Earth Demon army, still under his control, charges forward with his dragon. Their numbers grow rapidly, swarming the battlefield. Above, another wave of summoned creatures descends. Fluttering shadows morph into deadly monsters, swarming the centipede and its allies. Spatial Break Shadow and its forces struggle to withstand the overwhelming swarm of demonic butterflies and soldiers. It watches in disbelief while questioning how a mere human can possess such devastating power. Above, the dragon is ready to kill the demon. However, it roars defiantly, refusing to accept defeat while calling their efforts delusional. Then it unleashes a massive burst of green energy. A toxic mist spreads across the battlefield, covering everything in its path. The massive centipede begins to retreat, slithering through the mist in an attempt to escape. However, Lu Fan mocks the demon's cowardice, readying himself for the final strike. Dragon's encouragement. Fiery energy swirls around him, forming a majestic dragon. Lu Fan rides atop his dragon, which lets out a deafening roar, shaking the battlefield as it charges at the enemy. He orders Xiaofi to attack herself with Xing Chen. Xingfei radiates a brilliant blue light, its aura pulsating with immense power. Now the Starlight Destruction skill is in process. Simultaneously, he commands his black to unleash Lava Burst. Xiaoye charges forward, roaring as it releases a molten wave that engulfs the battlefield. The combined might of the two dragons creates a blinding surge of energy, shaking the entire arena. Lu Fan watches as his enemies are consumed by the relentless assault. In a final desperate act, one of the demons cries out while refusing to accept defeat. Outside the Dark Tower, Andre swings his hammer fiercely, unleashing a fire tornado that wipes out the last of the corpse eagles. With no more enemies in the sky, the entrance of the Dark Tower is covered in corpses. However, he notices something unusual, that the Dark Tower's gate remains closed. Not only this, the next wave of monsters would have appeared by now. He doesn't understand what is going on exactly. 5 minutes later, Lu Fan emerges from the gate, unharmed, riding Xiaoye. Approaching Andre, Lu Fan casually tosses something at him. Andre catches it, only to realize it is a massive head with a grotesque Spatial Break Shadow's face. Using his appraisal skill, he confirms that though its body is gone, its head remains barely alive, sustained by a death and rebirth ability. Andre is shocked that Lu Fan has single-handedly invaded the Dark Tower and annihilated the entire demon army. Lu Fan explains that the demon possesses a skill which allows it to revive, but he keeps it barely alive before leaving the castle, while ensuring Andre can claim the kill and complete his mission. Andre is clearly shocked to listen this, but our guy explains that if he will kill it, he can able to take another mission after completing his current mission. Andre, regaining his composure, lifts his hammer and delivers a final flaming strike. After a while, both of them are sitting in front of the bonfire, while Andre is checking his status screen. His mission completes, and he gains 200,000 points. Our boy declares that it's time to depart. Now, Andre prepares to leave while expressing that if they might not meet in the National Trial Secret Realm, then he would like to share a drink with Lu Fan once the trial ends. Then both of them promise to each others. Then Andre decides to give our boy some of his points. When asked, he explains that he has not only eaten his food, but also that Lu Fan helped him complete his mission. Though the points don't mean much to him, he wants him to accept them as a courtesy. Lu Fan finally accepts his points. Then Andre asks about his reason for wasting time in this trial when he is already so strong. Our dude replies that it is because there are many candidates with different hidden professions from different countries, so it is a great opportunity for him to widen his knowledge. Besides, he is confident as hell that he will be the winner. Andre quips that he can't fall behind, so it's better for him to take some missions and restock his points. Then, spreading his flame wings, he flies away, disappearing into the distance. Lu Fan, impressed by Andre's character, hopes to not to face him in future encounters in PvP mission. Then he turns to his new members of the demon army. Meanwhile, at the nation's trial room, representative of Snow Nation comments on Andre's impressive performance in securing second position. After seeing this, people discuss how defeating the Nine Realms demon is not an impossible task. However, another person disagrees, arguing that Andre was only able to do it because of Lu Fan's help. Someone else agrees, adding that other candidates wouldn't be able to accomplish the same feat. The Snow Nation representative then thanks Old Han for this achievement. Old Han responds that Andre is someone truly deserving of such a feat. Meanwhile, President Jin grows jealous of the exchange, grumbling about Andre surpassing Chung Han. If the Star Nations push forward, Taiki Nation will drop to 4th position. Deciding to consider another method, he looks at his phone. Before he can act, his assistant interrupts him, asking him to come with him for something urgent. At first, he tries to dismiss him, but he stops when the assistant informs him that the scroll has been made. President Jin grins upon hearing this, realizing he can now implement his last method. On the 3rd day of the nation trial, Jin arrives and inquires about its completion. The guards greet him respectfully and express their gratitude. He presents an item while explaining that it is an urgent, one-time use tool. Although it may have flaws, experts have verified its functionality. He then states that Lu Fan has been under surveillance, but no suspicious behavior has been detected. Frustrated, Jin criticizes their incompetence while insisting that Lu Fan can no longer be caught in the act. With no other option, he must proceed with the ultimate strategy. He instructs the guards to prevent anyone from approaching while he enters the hidden realm, while intending to use the scroll personally to convey a message. The guards, concerned, warn that the scroll is still in its testing phase. Exposure to a live transmission could lead to serious complications. However, Jin reassures them that he has already informed the chief controller and director while ensuring that no visuals of the desert terrain will be displayed. Before departing, he orders them to secure the area while emphasizing that if this operation is uncovered, Tichi Nation's honor will suffer greatly. As a final directive, he instructs them to activate the ultimate mission immediately while stressing the urgency since Lu Fan is already investigating the new Nine Realms demon tasks. Meanwhile, within the Nation Trial's secret realm, our boy notes that the Earth Demon is in the desert this time, while eliminating the need to search for the Dark Spire. He understands that the competition is going to be rare due to the high points as per the rules of the competition. He reflects on his 3 missions, all centered around defeating realm demons, while recognizing a clear pattern in their arrangement. Suspecting a larger scheme, he orders Xiao Ye to head toward the Dark Spire. She too begins to question whether these assignments have been deliberately arranged. Lu Fan further contemplates the Taiki Nation's competition, convinced that it is filled with hidden agendas. Wasting no time, he informs Xiaofei and Xingqian that their break is over and commands them to activate the Star Shuttle. A notification appears telling that the remaining time for the Star Shuttle is 59 seconds. The dragons immediately respond while roaring loudly as they obey. Deep inside the Dark Spire, the enemy dragons take notice of Lu Fan's arrival, while mocking him and declaring that he has come to meet his doom. Unfazed, he acknowledges the intrusion but confidently asserts that he is the one who will die. Without hesitation, he orders his dragons to eliminate them, while emphasizing that he has no time to waste. Meanwhile, a tribal warrior desperately pleads with Musashi Ten while begging for his life. He promises to do anything, offering to transfer all his points and withdraw from the match immediately. Unmoved, Musashi Ten dismisses his plea while finding it uninteresting. He remarks that killing him would achieve the same result while still granting him the points. With a cruel smirk, he orders Andre to lick his shoe and loudly insult the people of Miko Nation. Andre hesitates for a long moment before reluctantly obeying. At that instant, the ghost warrior interrupts while urging him to speak louder. Trembling, Andre complies, repeating the insult in a more forceful tone. Laughing, the ghost warrior mocks him while remarking that he truly would do anything to survive. Suddenly, Jin Chang'an appears, swiftly eliminating the tribal warrior. Shocked, the ghost warrior protests while questioning Jin's actions and complaining that he was not finished having his fun. Jin responds nonchalantly while stating that Andre was doomed regardless, and expressing doubt that the ghost warrior would have actually spared him. Furious, the boy accuses Jin of stealing his points by striking first. However, Jin remains calm while clarifying that he acted not for the points, but because they still have a mission to complete. Perplexed, the ghost warrior questions what mission he is referring to. Jin, ignoring his curiosity, instructs him to remain silent and pay attention. Shortly after, he arrives at the scene, prompting the ghost warrior to skeptically wonder whether overseas forces have urgent intelligence and if such a thing is even possible. The Earthblood demon launches a powerful strike toward our guy while unleashing a Thunderclaw attack. Alongside this demon dragon, the Earth Fiend demon also takes charge. Lu Fan quickly assesses the situation while realizing that these 2 Nine-Realm demons possess immense strength. However, if all of them attack simultaneously, the battle could turn in his favor. He also considers that the Taiki Kingdom could never have anticipated their own schemes backfiring, ultimately benefiting him. As the demons continue their relentless assault, he contemplates releasing his demon army while recognizing the chaos it would create in Taiki. Meanwhile, Musashi urges Jin Chang'an to stop, noticing he is faltering, but he sharply tells her to remain silent. She presses him for an explanation, questioning why they are not heading toward the location of the ultimate mission. Chang'an, however, admits that he does not yet know its exact location. During this time, he encounters Mr. Jin, who immediately instructs him to leave. Chang'an hesitates while wondering if the Taiki Kingdom is being shameless, and whether the points they have accumulated are fraudulent. He questions whether he should be disqualified, but Mr. Jin dismisses the idea, stating that the rules and regulations are functioning normally, making teleportation impossible. At this moment, Mr. Jin realizes that relying solely on grinding monsters and completing quests will not be enough. To maximize their points, they must understand the Dragon Nation's techniques for farming the Dark Spire. He tells Chang'an that he too is capable of this strategy, but ultimately decides to leave, as the teleportation area is becoming increasingly unstable. Before departing, he reminds Chung-han that the ultimate mission has been activated and instructs him to proceed with full dedication. Chung-han then states that the ultimate mission is to target Charles Xian. He emphasizes that they should not waste time on Lu Fan, but instead focus on locating the Dark Spire and formulating a strategy to defeat the Nine Realm Demons. He realizes that the ultimate mission is only effective when used against the strongest contender. Musashi Ten, while acknowledging his logic, tells him to take charge. However, he notices Chung-han reacting defensively to just a few words. Ignoring the tension, Chung-han urges him to look ahead. In the distance, an army of heavenly demon soldiers stands ready. Musashi Ten identifies the location as the Dark Spire and immediately feels an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite this, Chung-han remains confident in handling the army. However, he begins to question why the army appears so small. Determined, he unsheathes his sword while preparing to engage in battle. However, the ancient demon army proves to be far too powerful for the forces of the Taiki kingdom to handle. He engages in battle with the Nine Realm Demons, while Chung-han observes while remarking that it does not matter if Lu Fan has a dragon pet. He asserts that if Lu Fan relies solely on his own strength, he cannot possibly clear the Dark Spire. Confidently, he claims that he can achieve the same results as Lu Fan. As the fight continues, he notices that despite clearing the monsters, their points remain unchanged. Chang'an immediately senses that something is wrong and begins to question what Lu Fan might have discovered inside. Determined to uncover the truth, they venture deeper into the Dark Spire. To their surprise, they find no monsters within. Chang'an wonders whether the area has already been cleared. Just as Musashi Ten questions who might be present, their answer comes into view. 3 of the 9 realm demons stand waiting for them. 3 demons stand before them, their presence creating an overwhelming pressure. Musashi feels the intensity of their aura while struggling to remain composed. However, Chung-han senses something unusual, his instincts warning him of an underlying threat. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observes the scene, surprised that they have managed to find this place. He, equally shocked, realizes that he has arrived at the same location. However, our boy remains unfazed, his focus solely on them. As he takes in the situation, he reflects on his growth. With the fallen corpse puppets he has gathered, his skills have significantly improved. He now understands that he can command hunts far beyond the reach of the Dark Spire. Additionally, he is well aware that each demon has the ability to control an entire army, while allowing even the smallest soldiers to venture out in defense of the Dark Spire. Musashi Ten, filled with confidence, questions Lu Fan's purpose, implying that his presence will only lead to his downfall. Turning to Chang'an, she urges him to eliminate Lu Fan quickly and secure more points. However, Chung-han intervenes, refusing to let him be taken down so easily. Unlike the others, he stands against the idea. As he assesses the situation, he acknowledges that dealing with a dragon tamer is far simpler than facing the formidable 9 realm demons. At the same time, he speculates that our boy has already devised a strategy to achieve victory without engaging in direct combat. The opponent realized the mere fact that he has entered the Dark Spire alone suggests a carefully planned approach. Lu Fan, while growing frustrated, listens to their discussion unfolding right in front of him. The casual way in which they speak about him fuels his anger while making it clear that he will not stand idly by. Chung-an, determined to uncover the truth, demands to know the secret of the Dark Spire. However, his companion dismisses his curiosity while urging him not to waste time and to seize Lu Fan immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Fan challenges their assumptions while questioning whether they truly believe he relies on a mere bug to expand the Dark Spire. Chung-han, still seeking answers, inquires about the method to accumulate such a high number of points. Musashi Ten, while growing impatient, accuses him of deceiving everyone by pretending he can clear the spire's area alone. Lu Fan remains composed while insisting that there is nothing extraordinary about his achievements. However, Chung-han, unconvinced, shifts his focus to the 3 9 realm demons standing behind him. It is at this moment that he notices something unusual. The demons remain completely silent. A sudden realization strikes him as he begins to suspect that they might be under Lu Fan's control. Yet, the thought seems impossible while leaving him more confused than before. Lu Fan, unfazed by their skepticism, directs his attention to the head of the Taki kingdom, while suggesting that if a farming method truly existed, the kingdom would have already been aware of it. Chung-han, taken aback, suddenly understands that Lu Fan has uncovered their manipulation of the trial. Musashi Ten, while unwilling to waste any more time, prepares for a direct attack. However, Lu Fan, sensing their disbelief, decides that words alone will not convince them. Realizing he must prove his strength, he prepares to demonstrate his true power. Musashi, still unable to accept the possibility, finds it impossible to believe that Lu Fan could command the 9 realm demons. Chung-an remains convinced that a bug must be controlling the demons. As he reflects on the trial, He struggles to understand why Lu Fan is claiming it when it rightfully belongs to the Taki kingdom. However, before he can find an answer, the demons launch a relentless attack against him. Caught off guard, he begins to wonder if this overwhelming force is the strongest power capable of shaking everyone. At that moment, he also realizes that the Abyssal Entangler is far too weak to withstand even a single blow. Faced with the grim reality of his situation, he quickly decides to retreat while unwilling to risk his life any further. Meanwhile, the demons continue their relentless assault, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Fan, standing firm, asserts that he never resorts to deception. He takes pride in his hard work, explaining that he has spent significant effort hunting down beasts and transforming them into puppets. Musashi, on the other hand, refuses to accept his fate. Convinced that he is destined to become the future king of the world, he struggles against the inevitable while unwilling to acknowledge the way he is falling. However, Lu Fan understands all too well that everyone harbors ambitions of ruling the world. Before he can even take his final action, all of them are knocked down while leaving him momentarily stunned. As he surveys the aftermath, he finds it odd that his points have not increased. The realization quickly dawns on him that both Chenghan and Musashi possess the ability to revive using their summoned beasts. In the National Trial Secret Realm, 10,000 miles away from the Sand Desert, Chenghan and Musashi remain in hibernation as their revival process begins. As they regain consciousness, both are initially surprised by their resurrection. Musashi Ten, intrigued by the experience, feels relieved that he no longer has to fear death. However, Chenghan quickly warns him against being naive. He reminds him that reviving repeatedly holds no real value if Lu Fan continues to eliminate them with his 3 nine-realm demons. With concern, he also points out that they now have only 5 chances of split hibernation remaining. Determined to turn the situation in their favor, he decides that they must locate another dark spire that has not yet been cleared and devise a strategy to tame the 9-realm demons. Since they cannot afford to waste any more lives, they need to act carefully. As he considers their next move, he reflects on the fact that Lu Fan is a dragon tamer, while meaning taming demons is not necessarily his expertise. If Lu Fan can do it, then there must be a way for them to achieve the same. Musashi, eager to find a solution, urges him to hurry so they can discover the best strategy to defeat their opponent. Before they can proceed, Musashi suddenly collapses to the ground. Chenghan, observing his condition, reassures him that his weakened state is a result of the hibernation process. With his energy temporarily depleted, he will require about 10 minutes to recover. Wasting no time, Chenghan sets his sights on the dark spire near the ultimate mission, determined to find the answers they need. Just as they prepare to move, an enormous burst of fire erupts before them while knocking Chenghan to the ground once again. As the flames subside, they find themselves face to face with the prince of the Jin family. With a smirk, he considers himself fortunate to have encountered weakened opponents in such a vulnerable state. He reminds them that they were warned not to appear in the secret realm. Chenghan, still struggling with the effects of hibernation, realizes that fighting in their current condition will be far more challenging than expected. He questions their presence in the sand, his curiosity evident. As the prince of the Jin family steps closer, Chenghan realizes that escape is impossible in his current weakened state. A sense of hopelessness washes over him as he recognizes his vulnerability. The prince, eager to toy with his opponents, rises into the air before delivering a devastating blow. The sheer force of the attack proves fatal, instantly eliminating both Chenghan and Musashi. However, as he surveys the aftermath, something feels off. Despite successfully taking them down, his points remain unchanged. The unusual situation leaves him momentarily puzzled, unable to comprehend why their deaths have not contributed to his score. 10 days later, in the Golden Jade City National Trial Arena, the atmosphere is tense as the host announces that the national trial is approaching its final stage. Meanwhile, Han and Xiaoman watch the broadcast from Villa No, 2 of the Dragon Capital Academy, their eyes fixed on the screen. The host emphasizes the intensity of this year's competition, while declaring it one of the most challenging in history. Out of the initial 23 participants, only 10 remain, with the others either having perished or chosen to surrender. As the event unfolds, Chu also follows the broadcast while taking note of the latest developments. The host representing the Taiki Kingdom provides further details while explaining that the remaining participants must now hunt one another to alter their rankings. As he continues, he highlights the current standings, particularly the top 5 contenders who have secured their positions through sheer determination and strength. While battling in the lava volcano, Musashi Ten holds the 5th rank with 460,000 points. Jin Chenghan secures the 4th position with 510,000 points, while Andre from the Snow Country claims 3rd place with an impressive 680,000 points. Meanwhile, Andre, unbothered by the ongoing discussions, lounges in the grasslands of the National Trial Secret Realm, while listening to the broadcast with a relaxed demeanor. The host continues the announcement, revealing that Charles holds the second rank while having hunted down 5 participants to secure his position. However, the top contender remains Lu Fan from the Dragon Country, while dominating the leaderboard with an astounding 7 million points. Meanwhile, deep within the National Trial Secret Realm, at the lava volcano Dark Spire, Lu Fan and his dragon achieve another victory by defeating the 9th demon. With this triumph, the Black Dragon's level rises to 38 while marking a significant increase in power. Our guy feels a surge of satisfaction as he successfully tames all 9 realm demons, officially completing his army. This accomplishment grants him additional points, further solidifying his lead. As he stands among his forces, the 9 realm demons stand unwaveringly in support of him, a testament to his growing dominance. Amidst the celebration, our boy makes another discovery that his Jade Dragon has awakened a new ability known as Dragon Domain. Lu Fan observes the Dragon Clan's domain while analyzing its effects. He speculates whether it grants another 50% increase in Xiaofei's attributes. However, its most powerful advantage lies in its ability to isolate non-dragons from the external world. As he considers its potential, he realizes that if he uses it against Seong Han, his opponent will be unable to summon his Abyss Entangler. Even after its death, it will not be teleported out, while making this the most effective strategy to eliminate him. Just then, a status screen appears while indicating that someone is hunting him. Intrigued by the challenge, he sees it as a potential opportunity to gain more points and further solidify his position. Meanwhile, in the National Trial Secret Realm's volcano, Charles holds the essence in his hand while marveling at its existence. He accepts the ultimate hunting task for the rank 1 contender, determined to prove himself. As he assesses the situation, he questions whether this method is being used to eliminate Lu Fan. Chang'an, while watching closely, asks if Charles believes he can truly complete this task. Charles, exuding confidence in his abilities, reassures them of his strength. His allies have chosen to merge forces with him for this very reason. As Chang'an reflects, he recalls that both he and Musashi had to combine 3 different skills just to defeat the lava giant. In contrast, Charles had taken it down with a single decisive blow. Realizing the vast difference in their abilities, he begins to see his earlier decision to hunt Charles as a grave mistake. Musashi acknowledges that they are no match for our dude. Chang'an also agrees, while realizing that even if all 3 of them joined forces, they still would not be able to defeat him. Charles, however, is taken aback upon hearing that Lu Fan has subdued the 9 realm demons. This was a task he had also intended to accomplish. He dismisses Lu Fan's success while claiming that it is not a result of his own abilities, but rather an exploitation of external powers. Chang'an, curious about this statement, begins to wonder what these other powers could be. Sensing his intrigue, Charles seizes the moment and asks if he has always wanted to uncover Lu Fan's strategy for controlling the demons and accumulating more points. Without waiting for an answer, he confidently states that he will reveal the secret in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in the National Trial Arena Management Center, officials engage in a serious discussion. Concerns arise as they note that Mr. Qin has not yet contacted them, while raising questions about his whereabouts and the unfolding events within the trial. One of the officials anxiously questions whether they are at risk of losing their jobs due to the lack of records on Mr. Qin. Another reassures him while suggesting that Mr. Qin might have handled the situation on his own. He further adds that Mr. Qin had specifically instructed them to focus on tracking Lu Fan, so their priority should remain there. However, as the conversation continues, the second official notices the unsettling silence from his colleague. Realizing something is wrong, he suddenly feels a hand gripping his mouth from behind. A female voice warns him to stay silent, otherwise he will be killed. She then declares that the 3 minutes are up and assures Charles Morgan that their mission will not fail. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream are abruptly informed of a technical issue while causing a temporary broadcast glitch. Frustration spreads among the audience as they demand answers from those managing the transmission. At the National Trial Arena, the vice principal turns to Old Han while suspecting that the Taki Kingdom is behind the interference. However, Old Han, unimpressed by the speculation, expresses a keen interest in watching the star-striped country while believing it holds special significance. As the tension in the control room grows, Mr. Qin finally steps forward. One of the officials urges him to investigate the matter, but just as they expect a response, they realize he is no longer present. At the end of the corridor outside the war room, Mr. Qin confronts Mr. Morgan while questioning what exactly he intended to say about him. He reminds him that he was given 3 minutes, yet now, there seems to be nothing significant left to discuss. Mr. Qin finds the conversation amusing, while Mr. Morgan thanks him and bids him farewell. Meanwhile, Musashi begins to grasp Charles Morgan's implication. If Lu Fan has become a servant of the fallen corpse ancient god, then he might also be using that power to control the demons. Chang'an struggles to believe it, but Charles confirms that while it may seem impossible, the power of the ancient gods is a tremendous blessing that Lu Fan now possesses. He further explains that this power is not dependent on individual strength, but has the ability to amplify one's abilities instantly. He then reveals that his own power has also been granted by his master, known as the Holy Mountain Essence. Musashi is astonished by this revelation, while Chunghan questions whether Charles's strength comes from these three essences. Charles clarifies that he is offering two of them to them. Chunghan, skeptical, inquires about the cost of acquiring these essences. Charles, emphasizing their immense value and potency, makes it clear that they will not be given away for free. Instead, he proposes a deal. He will grant them access to his master's greater power, but in return, they must facilitate the expansion of the ancient god's influence in both Taiki country and Sakura country. Eager to grow stronger, Chunghan accepts the deal without hesitation. Musashi, however, remains reluctant. Sensing his hesitation, Charles challenges him while asking whether he is willing to let Lu Fan remain superior to them indefinitely. Confronted with this thought, Musashi wavers before ultimately agreeing to the deal. Satisfied with their decision, Charles tells him that embracing this change will only make him stronger. With that, he holds out an essence which he had specifically prepared for Lu Fan. One of the guards in the management control room reports that the surveillance footage does not capture the killer, but the broadcast and war room footage have been successfully restored. A concerned woman asks Mr. Jin whether they should report the incident, but he refuses while deciding to conduct their own investigation to avoid unnecessary disturbances. He suspects that the Morgans are behind this event. Meanwhile, in the National Trial Realm's volcanic region, Lu Fan assesses the competition's progression. He realizes that in these final stages, mutual hunting has become essential for accelerating the process. He also senses that those who seek to eliminate him are dangerously close. Suddenly, a status screen appears while displaying the avatar of an opponent nearby. Without hesitation, he commands his black dragon to advance, eager to reunite with an old acquaintance. The dragon soars through the sky before descending toward the ground. Upon landing, Lu Fan scans the area while searching for his target. Soon he spots Nango Yasanglai. Nangu, relieved to see him, expresses his happiness while admitting that he had feared for his life. However, now that he has encountered Lu Fan, he feels a sense of reassurance. Noticing Nangu's unusually low points, Lu Fan questions him about it. As Nango hesitates, he cannot help but wonder how Lu Fan remains so cheerful despite being in the final and most perilous stage of the competition. However, Lu Fan warns him that at this point, trust and friendship can be dangerous. Before Nangu can respond, a sudden shift in the atmosphere draws their attention. Without warning, a holy mountain golem emerges and engulfs Nanguo, while leaving Lu Fan to confront yet another unexpected challenge. Lu Fan realizes that the creature before him is Kim Seonghan's summoned beast. Nanguo desperately cries out for help, but within moments, he perishes in the lava volcano. As the scene unfolds, Charles arrives with Chunghan and Musashi. Chunghan smirks while claiming that he has stolen Lu Fan's points by killing Nanguo while assuming that the points will now be transferred to them. Observing their newfound strength, Lu Fan quickly assesses the situation. He recognizes that they have become significantly more powerful and mockingly refers to them as Holy Mountain slaves. Their presence confirms his suspicion. They were the ones searching for him. Charles, while standing confidently, acknowledges that Chunghan and Musashi have grasped the power of control. However, instead of attacking immediately, he offers Lu Fan an opportunity. He explains that he could easily hand him over to his master in exchange for the supreme Holy Mountain essence. Lu Fan, while analyzing the situation, realizes that this energy closely resembles the fallen corpse essence he once used to transform Musashi and Chunghan. Charles continues while offering Lu Fan a choice. If he joins them, there will be no fight, and he will be granted the essence's power. However, Lu Fan scoffs at the proposal while dismissing it as a joke. He coldly points out that despite all their supposed power, they have only managed to reach the level of his pet dragon's summoned creatures. With negotiations now impossible, the battle is inevitable. Charles grants Chunghan and Musashi the chance to eliminate Lu Fan. Both, driven by their newfound strength, step forward, prepared to fight. Musashi, fueled by anger, launches himself into the air, eager to settle past grudges. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful attack aiming to strike Lu Fan down. Lu Fan, unfazed, counters with an equally strong blow while mocking their lack of dignity. The battle intensifies as Musashi relentlessly swings his sword, each strike aimed at overpowering Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan remains steadfast, prepared to face them head-on in this decisive confrontation. Musashi raises his sword while delivering a powerful strike toward Lu Fan. With unwavering confidence, he declares that Lu Fan will surely meet his end at his hands. He also taunts him, suggesting that joining the Holy Mountain's ranks would be a wiser choice. Charles steps forward while reinforcing the ultimatum. If Lu Fan refuses to submit, they will eliminate him without hesitation. He further adds that after his death, they will transform him into a holy mountain golem, just as they have done to countless others. However, Lu Fan remains unfazed. He recalls how he has vanquished numerous ancient beings before while considering them insignificant in comparison. In his mind, their fates are already sealed. Yet, Charles misinterprets his calm demeanor, assuming that the divine power of the holy mountain has instilled fear in him. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commands Xiao Ye to shift into its dragon destruction form. In an instant, the dragon transforms, its energy surging through the battlefield. Musashi, undeterred, soars high into the air while meeting the dragon's fiery breath head-on. His confidence remains unshaken as he boasts that Lu Fan will never be able to defeat him again. Lu Fan, while refusing to be intimidated, counters with a powerful strike aimed directly at the Holy Mountain Golem. His true target, however, is Charles. As he charges forward, Charles smirks, believing that Lu Fan is recklessly rushing toward his own demise. But Lu Fan sees their arrogance for what it truly is: blind overconfidence. At that moment he calls forth Xiao Fei. A plan forms in his mind. If he feeds the Holy Mountain essence to the fallen Dragon King, the very power that fuels these so-called Holy Mountain slaves will turn against them. Their lives will be forfeit, and the essence will become his while strengthening him even further. Lu Fan casts dragon language magic Lava Eruption. A massive surge of lava erupts into the sky while illuminating the battlefield with its fiery glow. Musashi, caught in its scorching heat, braces himself but refuses to falter. With his sword tightly gripped, he stands firm, ready to strike down his opponent. Lu Fan then turns to Charles while challenging him to summon a creature worthy of facing his dragon. However, Charles expresses disappointment while stating that he has already summoned his strongest beast, which is the Holy Abyss Excavator. Sensing Musashi's exhaustion, Lu Fan mockingly asks if he needs a break. Musashi, while feeling deeply humiliated, refuses to acknowledge his weakness. Yet, he cannot ignore the overwhelming power of the dragon before him. Meanwhile, Charles remains confident while believing he can easily defeat our boy and claim his points. His eyes burn with determination as he vows to make him pay for his arrogance. Without hesitation, he unleashes the flame of divine punishment while sending a barrage of scorching flames toward Lu Fan. In response, Lu Fan dismisses Charles's power while remarking that even his master is not as formidable as he claims. Charles, infuriated by the insult, seethes with frustration. Determined to prove his superiority, he decides to unveil the true strength of the ancient gods. Realizing that Charles is gathering immense energy, Lu Fan wastes no time. Seizing the moment, he launches a powerful strike while aiming to disrupt Charles before he can unleash his full power. At that, our guy realizes that the projection from the ancient god is far more powerful than his 9-realm demons. Determined to counter it, he commands his dragon to activate dragon encouragement while enhancing all its attributes. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar while surging forward with renewed strength. Without hesitation, Lu Fan instructs his dragon to unleash lava eruption. In response, the black dragon casts a massive wave of molten lava while sending it soaring into the sky. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan charges fiercely toward the ancient god's projection summoned by Charles. Meanwhile, Charles acknowledges that the ancient god's projection holds greater power than Lu Fan's dragon. However, before he can act, the black dragon shifts into its world-ender form while radiating an aura of destruction. As the battle intensifies, Lu Fan swiftly draws his serpent arrow and strikes at Musashi with full force. Observing the fight, Charles deduces that without his dragon, Lu Fan's strength would diminish significantly. If they could separate him from his dragon, his power would wane. Sensing their intentions, Lu Fan taunts them while questioning whether they truly believe they can trap him so easily. Charles hesitates momentarily but quickly dismisses it while claiming that mere bluffing will not secure Lu Fan's victory. Their confidence is quickly shattered when Lu Fan suddenly summons an army of demonic beasts. Musashi's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the 9-realm demons standing before him. Smirking, Lu Fan reveals that he had anticipated their strategy all along and only feigned vulnerability to lure them in. Despite this, Charles remains steadfast, scoffing at the idea that Lu Fan could defeat them using mere fallen corpse puppets. However, our guy counters with a confident smirk while declaring that he will not rely on just a few. He will unleash all his beasts in battle. Chung Han watches in shock as Lu Fan summons all 9-realm demons in an instant. Charles also realizes how quickly Lu Fan has mobilized his forces. Smirking, Lu Fan challenges them while asking who they think will emerge victorious. However, Charles remains unfazed while asserting that no matter how many corpse puppets Lu Fan summons, he can never defeat the Holy Mountain slaves. Determined to prove his strength, Charles unveils the divine sanctuary, and consumed by rage, unleashes the divine flame of retribution. Flames surge into the air as the demons charge forward. Unimpressed, Charles dismisses the demons as insignificant and mocks our guy while questioning whether he truly believes this strategy will work. Musashi, however, interjects while declaring that after being baptized by the holy mountain essence, they are no longer as weak as before. In response, Lu Fan's emerald dragon soars into the sky while radiating power. Smirking, Lu Fan challenges them again while questioning whether they believe buffs alone make them invincible. He then asserts that his emerald dragon possesses far greater strength than all of them combined. The emerald dragon releases a brilliant emerald light, while Lu Fan activates the pulse of life. Xiaofei spreads the emerald light throughout the battlefield while enhancing their allies. At the same time, the black dragon roars while signaling the demons to attack. Without hesitation, the black dragon lunges at the enemies while delivering a devastating jaw strike. Charles watches in disbelief as the ancient god's projection, empowered by his own strength, is obliterated. Lu Fan smirks and taunts them, urging them to focus as the real battle is only just beginning. Without hesitation, he activates the dragon domain, instantly increasing all his dragon's attributes by 50%. The opponents stare in shock, unable to comprehend how a level 30 dragon tamer could wield such a powerful domain skill. Musashi finds it incomprehensible, while Charles, though momentarily shaken, insists that the domain is meaningless, while claiming he can easily destroy Lu Fan's strength with the divine flame of retribution. He casts the flames high into the air while attempting to burn everything in his path. However, Lu Fan stands firm with his dragons, completely unaffected. Charles soon realizes to his horror that even with a 500% damage boost, his attack has been drastically weakened. Musashi also notices his power fading, and Chenghan suddenly loses his connection with his beast. It takes them a moment to understand what is happening, which is not that they are getting weaker, but rather, Lu Fan's beasts are growing stronger with every passing second due to the dragon domain. As the battle intensifies, Lu Fan observes that his opponents will not fall so easily. Desperate, Charles makes one final offer while urging our guy to surrender and serve the ancient god. However, it becomes clear that our boy is completely beyond his control. Charles prepares to strike, convinced that Lu Fan's death will serve a greater purpose, just like his holy mountain puppet. Determined, he unleashes the endless holy light while flooding the battlefield with overwhelming energy. The sheer force of the attack distorts the air while causing immense destruction. Spectators watch anxiously, and the vice principal wonders whether our boy will be able to withstand such an attack. However, Charles is soon met with disbelief as Lu Fan effortlessly activates the Eternal Guard skill. It seems impossible to him that our guy could survive a direct hit from the ancient god's essence. Stunned, Charles struggles to comprehend how his attack has failed. Lu Fan, unfazed, calmly states that if this was Charles's final strike, then it is time for him to demonstrate his own. Without hesitation, he activates intimidation, while allowing the black dragon to unleash a suffocating, oppressive aura. The dragon roars fiercely while sending powerful shockwaves through the battlefield. The overwhelming sound leaves the opponents struggling, their ears ringing as they desperately try to block it out. Chenghan, still determined, attempts to form a contract with the abyss, while seeking a way to turn the tide. However, before he can act, Musashi is struck down. Our dude attack proves fatal. Musashi collapses, lifeless, as realization dawns on Chenghan that he has been completely and utterly defeated. Chenghan feels frustrated, unable to establish a connection with his summoned beast. Charles urges him to sign a contract with him instead, but he refuses. Meanwhile, our boy delivers a powerful blow while making it clear that revival is impossible. He reminds Chenghan that within the dragon domain, no one except him can use summoning techniques. Without a summoned beast, Chenghan is powerless and incapable of forming a contract. Charles, for the first time, finds himself in such a dire situation. He struggles to understand how our guy has grown so much stronger, especially when both of them serve the ancient god. Despite his confusion, he reveals the true power of essence while claiming it was prepared exclusively for him, that is a manifestation of divine grace. Desperate, he prays to his god while seeking strength. However, Lu Fan refuses to give him the opportunity to recover. He taunts Charles while making it clear that he will not stand idly by while his opponent gathers power. Despite this, Charles manages to use the essence to escape while slipping away from Lu Fan's grasp. As he vanishes, he realizes that Chenghan has no means of escaping using his own abilities. Our guy watches, unimpressed while considering Charles nothing more than a minor obstacle. He knows Chenghan has no chance of fleeing and dismisses him as a mere parasite. At the same time, he reflects on how long he has been waiting for the holy mountain essence, that is the very power that now lies within his reach. The principal and staff examine the leaderboard, only to find that the points for Star Country, Taiki Kingdom, and Sakura Country have completely disappeared. The realization quickly spreads that those participants are dead. Shocked, the vice principal struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Mr. Jin finds it impossible to accept what has happened. He understands that with their deaths, explaining the situation to the Jin family will be incredibly difficult. Shenghan, the family's only hope from Taiki Kingdom, has now been eliminated. With a heavy heart, he rushes to the Lord of the Kingdom while delivering the devastating news that his son is dead. Accepting full responsibility, he offers himself for any punishment the Lord deems necessary. He further informs him that Charles and Musashi have also perished at the hands of Lu Fan. The Lord, already unsettled by an ominous feeling, grips Mr. Jin tightly and demands an explanation. He reminds him of the promises made before the start of the trial. As the reality of the situation sinks in, he realizes that Taiki Kingdom has suffered a crushing defeat, and the loss of his son marks a tragic end to their hopes. The Lord of Taiki Kingdom questions Mr. Jin about his previous claims regarding the strength of the Dragon Nation representative. However, Mr. Jin, being desperate to redeem himself, pleads for one more chance. The kingdom's leader releases him while causing him to collapse to the ground. Without hesitation, he orders Jin to ensure that Lu Fan remains in their kingdom after the national trial ends. He then contemplates gathering some of his old allies to eliminate Lu Fan, just as he once did with the abyssal demons. Jin, while understanding the weight of the command, immediately accepts it. Meanwhile, our guy reflects on the Essence Stone for which he has taken 3 lives. He wonders about the potential transformation of the corpse demon dragons if they absorb its power. Deciding to witness the effect firsthand, he tosses the Holy Mountain Essence into the mouth of one of his dragons. As the dragon consumes the essence, it lets out a deafening roar while filling the sky with its overwhelming presence. Instantly, its power surges to an entirely new level, while surpassing anything Lu Fan had anticipated. At the secret realm of the lava volcano, our boy's twin dragons are blessed with 2 skills, Holy Light Gate and Holy Light Blessing, which come with their second evaluation. Overall, Holy Light Blessing increases their stats by 30%, boosting attributes and healing effects, enough to stand against a small army. With Holy Light Gate, he no longer needs Xiaofei in his presence to summon realm demons, as he can now send them away wherever he wants. Looking at his dragons, he wonders whether they will evolve further, curious about their final form. At that moment, he receives a notification asking if he wants to end the trial. He evaluates the situation. Only 6 candidates remain, and Andre has already voted in favor. It's clear no one wants to fight with our hero. Informing his dragons, he casts his vote in favor as well. With his vote, the trial officially ends, and the candidates are promised rewards based on their points. Immediately, a number of treasure boxes appear in front of him, waiting to be claimed as he prepares to leave the realm. Lu Fan is excited to see what kind of rewards are waiting for him from a trial that attracted 23 countries to participate. His first reward is a level 90 5-piece set, which takes the form of a belt with a built-in skill. When he wears all 5 pieces, he can transform into a Golden Dragon King, and 3 additional skills are unlocked. His next reward is a level 40 skill book that allows him to copy the dragon language, saving him time from having to learn it manually. The last reward leaves him confused. It is a random expansion pack that grants 3 scrolls of rare or higher quality. He decides to check the expansion pack. The first scroll is an epic quality summon slot expansion scroll, which can be used to expand his pet slots. The second scroll is a quality enhancement scroll, allowing him to upgrade the quality of his equipment by 1 tier. He is glad to receive these scrolls, which are so rare they are almost impossible to find even at the Tianhua auction. Finally, he prepares to use the summon slot scroll to make space for his blue dragon egg. With the level removal skill, he is able to use the belt, despite it being level 90. Now he is curious about the third scroll, which can upgrade the quality of his weapon. With that, he upgrades his Meteor Fire Sword to legendary level. He is glad to enhance his weapon, because with these 2 weapons, he now reaches a whole new level of power. Not to mention, the Dragon Language Replication Book will help him cast Dragon Curse magic. His blue dragon egg also has a slot now, which helps him take his unique skill to further elevate himself. Then he turns to the belt, which grants him the power of the Blessed Dragon Warrior, the Golden Dragon King. With all of these rewards, he is unstoppable. With that, he leaves the training ground and goes to the National Training Arena, where everyone is cheering for him as the host announces his rank as number 1. Reporters and fans surround him, eager for an interview or autograph, but Vice Principal Zhao steps in to push them aside, firmly stating that our hero is not giving any interviews. Old Han compliments him by calling him the hero of the Dragon Nation, and congratulates him for securing first rank for their nation, since in past years they were only able to reach the top 3 positions. Zhao adds that his first rank also comes with benefits, as Old Han awards him the Griffin Corps Whole Military Medal. Old Han further mentions that although he was already granted the silver badge by Tu Jing, now he has earned the golden badge. Looking at his golden badge, he remarks that only 8 people possess this honor. Old Han confirms it, adding that he is not only the 9th but also the youngest to hold the badge. With his status elevated, only 3 elders and Tu Jing now stand above him. Zhao adds that holding the golden badge makes him equivalent to a national guardian general in the Taiki Kingdom. He believes that our boy is destined to soar to great heights. He thanks Old Han for such appreciation, while the host reminds everyone that the trial has officially ended. The host then announces the results and congratulates the survivors. The host announces that Lu Fan ranks first in the trial with 91% of the points. He declares Andre as second and someone from Zhenhuo Nation as third. Old Han is delighted that Lu Fan secures 91% of the score. Lu Fan tries to brush off the praise, since he already expected this result. Old Han tells him to go and rest, but before leaving, he informs him that they will depart for Dragon Nation tomorrow, where he will also receive national-level rewards presented by the three elders. Lu Fan is taken aback by this. Jay reassures him that he deserves it, as he has truly outdone himself. Now, in his VIP hotel room, he looks at the golden badge that elevates his status so high that only Tu Jing is superior to him. His expression turns satisfied as he realizes that, with this badge, he holds enough power to make Ruin kneel and apologize. But he reminds himself that it is not the time to indulge in the glory of his golden badge. Instead, he focuses on the event he has been waiting for so long. He opens the slot expansion scroll, which he is going to use to hatch the blue dragon egg. Everyone gathers around the egg to welcome their new family member. He applies the dragon taming technique on the blue dragon egg. Finally, the egg hatches, and they are taken aback to see that this time it is a male dragon, which makes our boy very happy. Looking at his new pet, he hopes that it will grow into a gorgeous dragon in the future. Not to mention, its stats clearly mark it as a top-level lightning magic damage dealer. Lu Fan already plans to use it alongside his Blue Dragon King's roar, but his happiness dims when the blue dragon suddenly bites his hand. His aggravation spreads to the other dragons as well, creating a small chaos. Checking its stats, he hopes this new dragon won't be as rebellious as Xingqian. However, its quality is far higher, as it comes with 2 lightning-based dragon languages. Its control skill affects the entire attacking area, almost identical to the Blue Dragon King's roar. Another skill, Heaven's Punishment Tribulation, is powerful enough to handle resilient enemies who won't even have the chance to dodge it. Its Thunder Spring skill allows the blue dragon to cast abilities continuously without tiring. After understanding its skills, he feels ready to name it. Just then, the blue dragon tries to attack Xingqian, who retaliates in return. Seeing them fight, he immediately reprimands them, especially Xingqian, telling her to control herself, as he is about to name their new companion. Now that things settle down, the hardest part arrives, which is naming the baby blue dragon. Based on its skill and color, he first decides to name it Little Blue, but the dragon clearly dislikes it. He agrees, realizing that once it becomes legendary, such a name won't suit it anyway. Considering its fiery nature, he finally names it Ah Bao, which the dragon accepts happily. But just as Lu Fan finalizes the name, he gets bitten again by his new dragon, who then roars defiantly at its seniors. Lu Fan, meanwhile, finds his hands full with temperamental dragons like Xingqian and now Ah Bao. At that moment, he receives his routine treasure map, which shocks him because it is a gold tier 1. Meanwhile, at the western border of Dragon Nation, in the Ye family manor, Ye is quite happy to see that Lu Fan is the champion of the national trial. She is glad that she had given him the weapon that allowed him to withstand even the most formidable enemies. Her thoughts are suddenly cut short by a furious cough. She looks down at her hand, stained with blood, and thinks of the Huang family, who are using vicious methods against her. The next moment, she is informed of a visit from the Huang family. She asks the maid about their purpose, and the maid replies that, as usual, they come for Yunqi Mountain. Yi protests, saying that Yunqi Mountain belongs to her family. The maid agrees, adding that the Huang family vultures always come trying to claim their assets under the excuse of collecting debts, taking advantage of the Ye family being left without a leader. Yi cannot believe that a noble family like the Huangs would stoop so low. She then asks if they have received any reply from the Drago family, but the maid answers negatively. Furious, Ye feels betrayed that everyone is so ungrateful to them. In her anger, she starts coughing blood again, which raises concern from her maids. She brushes off their worry and instead determines to meet the Huang family herself, to see just how low they can truly stoop. At the same time, our boy is on board a plane, looking at his laptop screen for information regarding the Sea of Death, his national reward now displayed. Seeing it, he thinks the timing couldn't be more perfect. A little while ago, at Junyu Cherry International Airport, he had been presented with his national rewards, allowing him to select secret 10 realm resources out of 460 options. Old Han reminded him that these 460 secret realms were collected by Dragon Nation from all over the world, and it is no easy task to obtain even one of them, regardless of a person's wealth. Looking through his options, Lu Fan was quite disappointed, as most of them were only level 60 plus. Then, suddenly, his eyes caught the Sea of Death realm, and he selected it immediately, knowing this is where his next divine treasure is located. He informed Old Han about selecting the Sea of Death and passed on the remaining options, which the old man appreciated. However, he warned Lu Fan that before he sets foot there, Zhao will be sent ahead to secure the place, since the realm lies at the border. Lu Fan thanked Han and added that, before returning to Dragon Nation, he was going to meet Andre as he had promised him. Old Han accepted his excuse but also informed him that Zhao would be picking a remaining high experience level realm for him. Afterwards, he boards a plane to return to Dragon Nation. At the airport, he is greeted with great enthusiasm by everyone as the Dragon National Champion. Reporters eagerly try to secure an interview with him. Zhao steps in and offers to escort him to the academy, which Lu Fan gratefully accepts. An hour later, they finally arrive in front of Dragon Capital Academy. Zhao is relief with the quiet of the academy, warns our hero that he will face constant trouble from people seeking his attention for the next 10 days to half a month. He then recommends that Lu Fan take some rest until the Sea of Death realm is ready. At that moment, Lu Fan is welcomed by his auntie and his academy mates, who greet him warmly for returning as a champion. He does not expect his friends to fuss over his victory, while his aunt grows emotional at the sight of him. In that moment, he knows he is going to rest and spend time with his family and friends before setting out on his next adventure. Now settled down for a meal, he is asked about his late return to Dragon Nation. He explains that he was invited by Andre from Snow Nation. At this, his friends joke that he must have started drinking, since the Snow people are famous for their drinking habits, and a joyful argument breaks out about it. Looking at his friends and eating the meal prepared by his aunt washes away his exhaustion from both the trial and the journey. Then his thoughts turn to Ye, and he wonders whether she knows about his achievement. At that moment, in the Jin residence reception hall, Lord Jin is informed by his subordinate about our boy's next quest to the Sea of Death. Lord Jin is quite pleased to hear this, since the Sea of Death is located at the border of Dragon Nation and Taiji Nation. He immediately orders his subordinate to mobilize the Godslayer Legion and the War God Legion to the station. The manager is taken aback, shocked to see him deploying two of their nation's strongest great legions. Lord Jin, furious at his protest, lashes him with his dark whip power to teach him a lesson, reminding him that in avenging his son, he will go so far as to use the full power of the nation. The subordinate, writhing in pain, finally understands. Lord Jin declares that he will personally lead the four guardian heroes in order to eliminate our boy. Morning breaks as Lu Fan steps out of the teleportation portal with his four companions, arriving at the entrance of the Sea of Death dungeon deep within the Divine Bones forest. Taozi marvels at the moment, hardly able to believe to face a national-level dungeon. Kwai gives all the credits to Lu Fan leading them here. Auntie, in her usual way, wonders about ingredients here that she could use for cooking. Our boy, however, focuses only on the thrill of meeting his fifth dragon. A nearby camp draws his eyes, the Taiji Nation's flag fluttering above it. Suspicion rises in him about being stationed here. A calm voice answers, explaining that their forces have begun building teleportation arrays and placing border guards, though their presence remains small for now. From the portal, Teacher Gu reveals herself. Surprised, Lu Fan asks why she has come. She explains that the Academy feared unexpected dangers, so she was sent to assist if needed. He admires the Academy's foresight, while Auntie warmly thanks her for looking after him. Quietly, Taozi murmurs about the comparison among the top students. Teacher Gu leads them toward the dungeon's entrance, encouraging them to enjoy their hard-earned reward. Lu Fan steps forward with a smile, only for a towering skeleton monster to block the gate. It was unexpected for Lu Fan to face a guardian at the entrance. Before he can move, Taozi steps up confidently, insisting they will deal with it themselves. The monster's identity is a tyrant's minion, adhesive type, level 65 elite monster with a spirit bone skill. Concern stirs in Lu Fan, but his friend assures him that their growth over the past 2 months has prepared them. Her blade swings with precision as she activates Water Split, 4 streams of water forming into chains that bind the monster, slowing its movements and draining its strength. Jianying strikes next, channeling Frost Sword to pierce the frozen enemy. Q follows with Starry Annihilation, her weapon spiraling through the air as holy light bursts out. Their timing is flawless, and our dude cannot help but admire the synergy they have built. Auntie remarks that the widening gap between them and Lu Fan had forced them to train every day without rest. Taozi wonders if their teamwork now feels worthy in his eyes, and Jianying confirms they are ready to stand beside him without dragging him down. He praises them openly, amazed that a group barely over level 30 managed to crush a level 65 elite monster, an achievement that even Dragon Capital Academy would consider the best. The moment of triumph is cut short as Lu Fan suddenly senses danger, and he reacts instantly. Next moment, Serpent's arrow releases from his hand, 12 magic arrows shooting forth, shredding a wave of ambushing monsters. The girls stand stunned, realizing how easily he swept aside what for them would have been life-threatening opponents. To him, protecting them feels natural, as they are his friends. Taozi flushes with embarrassment, realizing her earlier bravado now looks childish. Auntie lightens the mood, suggesting Lu Fan bring out his dragons so they can level up. He hesitates, mentioning the temper of his newest dragon, but she clasps his arm firmly, insisting they feel fearless with him nearby. Her encouragement leaves him no choice. The others eagerly speculate about the dragon's element and type, their questions tumbling over one another. Finally, Lu Fan decides to summon a bow. The sky answers before the dragon even arrives. Thunder rumbles and the ground shakes beneath their feet. Concern flickers in the group, Tyozi wondering if such grand entrances are normal for his dragons. The storm splits as a bow appears, overflowing with untamed energy. Jianying gasps at the sheer pressure radiating from the creature. Lu Fan can only sigh, knowing this dragon refuses to ever remain low-key. A deafening roar erupts from a bow, rolling like thunder across the dungeon. Lightning splits the heavens as the thunderous roar channels a storm of strikes onto the land. The ground shudders, and monsters caught within the storm convulse under paralysis. Our boy recognizes the skill. This is the Blue Dragon King's roar. Its lightning damage crushes enemies, while dragon resonance builds, linking a Bao's might with the rest of his companions. At that moment, a Bao levels up to 2, which is a proof of its overwhelming potential. The next step is to unlock the tyrant's retreat and uncover the treasure, and he must gather map fragments hidden within this deadly dungeon. Lu Fan holds a glowing fragment in his hand when Auntie wonders aloud if they really need to search for the treasure. Jianying understands that only by gathering 500 fragments will the treasure's location be revealed. Tyozi groans in frustration at such an overwhelming number. The system confirms the rule, and Tyozi draws her sword with fiery spirit, urging everyone to start exploring the desert. Lu Fan steadies her enthusiasm, reminding the group that rushing ahead is dangerous as the desert hides countless traps. Auntie asks if he has a plan, and he explains that a scout must lead the way. He activates natural assimilation, summoning the fallen corpse Holy Dragon. The sky trembles as Xiaofei descends with a roar, her presence followed by an army of level 75 Heavenly Diamond soldiers. Each of these corpse puppets carries terrifying skills: corpse tide, survival from death, and despair. The sight leaves the group stunned. Tyozi is unable to grasp that he can summon such creatures outside their dungeon. The others are also overwhelmed by his impossible strength. The dragon informs Lu Fan that she can open the Holy Light Gate. He explains that this gate allows her and her corpse puppets to teleport anywhere, unrestricted by distance, terrain, or dimension. Jianying observes that such a power even surpasses the hidden class necromancer's abilities. Tyozi blurts out if he just pulled out the entire Nine Realms demon city. Our dude calmly remarks that he would never waste such powerful forces. A giant roar shakes the desert as Earth Berserker approaches, frightening the girls. Lu Fan only smiles and lets his army clear the way. The tyrant's servant skeleton strikes with Netherbone Slash, while Lu Fan's Earth Berserkers respond with Desert Spider Assault, spraying poison across the battlefield. A storm of combat erupts as huge beasts clash with smaller ones, their roars shaking the sands. The noise rattles the group, leaving the girls frozen in awe. Tyozi reflects on her past 2 months of training, hard work that once filled her with pride, now paling before Lu Fan's effortless domination of entire dungeons. As the dust settles, the system congratulates our boy. The fragments align with the coordinates of the Divine Treasure Map, confirming the quest's completion. He opens the treasure chest, expecting a dragon egg, but instead finds the will of the Blazing Dragon Warrior. This artifact requires no growth period, and it is battle-ready from the start, a treasure of the highest tier. He discovers another reward, the Shadow Dragon King's contract blueprint, a divine artifact in itself. Xiaofei appears at that moment, and Lu Fan considers the possibility of using natural assimilation on the blueprint. If successful, Fei would transform into a permanent summon, much like the fallen corpse Holy Dragon, rivaling even a dragon egg. The system then prompts him to confirm if the quest is complete, now that all fragments have been collected. Lu Fan accepts without hesitation, surprised at how quickly this stage ended. Far across the dungeon, another scene unfolds. Guards attempt to block an approaching force, warning that the secret realm is already occupied. Their words barely finish before a knight strikes down the soldier in cold blood. Chaos breaks loose as the guards raise an alarm, shouting for defense against enemy attack. Teacher Gu witnesses the sudden massacre, shock and worry freezing her in place. A dying soldier collapses into her arms, whispering his last words that the attackers belong to Taiji Nation, urging her to escape and deliver the warning to Dragon Nation. Her heart pounds as she realizes the teleport gate is unreachable, blocked by enemy forces. With only a single random teleportation scroll left, she knows escape is her only choice. An attack from behind threw the air toward her, but she dodges at the last moment, activating the scroll. Light engulfs her body, pulling her away. The knight removes his mask, cursing her escape. His face reveals he is Li Tai, the Butcher God and Legion Commander of Taiji Nation. Meanwhile, Fei awakens another ability, the Emerald Mirror. Lu Fan studies it closely and realizes the skill allows the creation of clones. The thought of an enemy facing the assault of 15 dragons at once makes even the mightiest enemy seem helpless. With Fei barely above level 30 yet already mastering both Dragon Domain and Emerald Mirror, the growth feels unbelievable. His strength improves the team's power several times over, making him the most terrifying dragon companion at his side. At that moment, the ground suddenly shakes as a huge level 70 tyrant servants burst forth, unleashing waves of destruction. Jianying understands the cause. The synthesis of the route map has summoned the dungeon's boss. Lu Fan only notes that at least this spares them the trouble of searching. Above the battlefield, a golden platform rises, carrying the boss himself, the cursed tyrant, a towering nightmare at level 80. The sight of him makes Jianying uncertain of their approach. Taozi proposes that the demonic army should take the front lines while Lu Fan's dragons deliver the finishing blows. But he dismisses the idea, assuring them there's no need for such effort as the Earth Berserker will crush everything alone. Taozi doubts him, reminding him that this is not just one nightmare boss but also countless level 70 elite commanders. Lu Fan only smiles, turning to Xiaofei and calling for the dragon to unveil her new power. Fei activates Emerald Mirror, and 2 identical clones shimmer into existence. The girls stare in disbelief, realizing that if all dragons used this skill, the battlefield would swarm with 29 clones. The ability feels almost unfair in its strength. The boss looms before them, asking what step comes next. Kuai points out the unstable terrain beneath their feet, explaining they can't even stand properly, much less fight. Lu Fan remains calm, telling them to rest and enjoy the show. The moment stretches before erupting into chaos as Earth Berserkers charge forward. Their massive weapons lift high before raining down in a storm of clubs. The sky itself seems to shatter from the impact, violent winds roaring across the desert. The golden platform shakes, and the cursed tyrant lets out a shrill scream before being crushed under the relentless strikes. Smoke rises from the broken ground as silence falls. Our guy casually remarks that it ended too easily. Jianying admits he keeps surprising her, while Taozi, still dazed, wonders if the battle truly ended before she even caught a glimpse of it. The system announces the Death Sand Sea dungeon has been cleared. Lu Fan steps forward and opens the treasure chest, eager to view the rewards. Inside lies an enhancement-level removal scroll, exactly the kind of item he needed to save a fortune in upgrade costs. Beside it rests a Seeker paper doll, a powerful tool for tracking and routing. He reflects that if Fei devours it and removes its usage limit, the doll would become priceless. The chest also yields a cooking blueprint for flying ox leather candy, Dawnstep of platinum grade, and a tidal blade of the same quality. Lu Fan decides to claim the scroll and paper doll for himself, leaving the other treasures for his companions. Since the dungeon can be cleared again, everyone will eventually receive what they need. Jianying agrees while Taozi beams with excitement, already eager to farm the dungeon again. Meanwhile, in another corner of the realm, a knight reports Li Tai that their commanders have been dispatched to capture Gu. He orders a message sent to Lord Jin, informing about the elimination of the Godbone Forest. He swears that once Lu Fan steps out, both he and his companions will be wiped out in a single strike. Before his words settle, a chilling voice cuts through the air behind them, brushing aside the need for patience. A suffocating aura spreads as a figure emerges, claiming the right to kill Lu Fan himself. Dark tentacles coil around him, one already wrapped around the throat of a dying soldier. Li Tai welcomes Lord Jin with grim respect. He commands that the battlefield be disguised to look like the work of ancient god-worshipping heretics, ensuring Dragon Nation never learns who truly planned the attack. Meanwhile, at his office, Principal Zhao keeps trying to reach the guild by phone, but no one answers, which feels unusual to him. Frustration drives him to call Dragon Nation's Border Defense Department and identify himself. He asks whether Teacher Gu remains at the Death Sand Sea camp. The reply that the camp has already been attacked freezes him. The officer explains that heretics launched the assault. Further details are that Taiji Nation reports that over the past 6 months, heretic groups from several countries have ambushed Dragon Nation camps with no survivors. The man on the line urges calm and insists the Border Defense Department has the situation under control, advising him to relieve students and staff until the verification. Somewhere else at Jin Mansion, the manager lounges with his feet on the table, wondering why Dragon Nation doubts Taiji's word. He rises and orders a message sent. The Death Sand Sea sits so remote that any rescue would take 10 to 15 days. A subordinate arrives and delivers 2 urgent letters, one from Han Feibai and one from Tu Jing. He opens them with a measured frown. She informs that Han Feibai blames Taiji Nation for neglecting the heretic attacks and declares that Tu Jing has already been sent out. The Griffin squad now gathers at the border. The letter disguises the move as peacekeeping, but manager understands the hidden message clearly, that any attempt to stop them means war. She reminds him that the Griffin squad is not an enemy they can deal with easily. Determined, Jin insists Lord Jin's plan must not falter. He sends Li Tai of the Godslayer Legion to deliver a message to the National Guardian Hero, and orders the Godkiller Legion to block the Griffin squad at the border. The command is ruthless that Lu Fan must be killed before Dragon Nation receives proof. If he dies, the blame will fall on the heretics, leaving no trail behind. Failure cannot be allowed. Meanwhile in the dungeon, the group eases their tension with jokes. Taozi complains that she feels worn. Our boy mocks her gently, pointing out that she tires even without doing much. Their laughter fades when the teleportation portal drops them into a grim sight. Bodies of soldiers scattered everywhere, lifeless as if drained empty. Confusion spreads. Jianying kneels to inspect a corpse and notices the same pattern as before, the victim's life force completely sucked away. She wonders if the heretics who worship the ancient god are behind this. He disagrees, explaining that no ancient god aura lingers here, but he senses a presence similar to Cheng Han. She begins to speak that he is dead, but her words are cut short by a voice from above. Lord Jin appears and mocks that they are sharp, but cleverness won't save her. Startled, Jianying draws her sword at once. The figure steps out and he is the nation lord Jin Zixi, standing at level 97. Our dude stops her before she strikes, warning that Jin carries abyssal energy equal to Cheng Han's. The group reels at the number. Level 97 is far beyond their reach. Kui reveals that her father knows Jin Zixi as Taiji Nation's national guardian hero. At once he connects the pieces that if Cheng Han is the prince, then Jin Zixi must be his father. From a tree above, drunkard Park J. Hyuk, level 95, observes with interest, noting he expected someone weaker. He remarks that reinforcements are needed to face this brat, who hasn't even reached a third transformation. He leaps down, ready for the fight. Above her, Lee In-young, level 95, cautions the others not to underestimate him, reminding them that Lu Fan once defeated their ally, the Nine Realms demons. The earth rumbles as Beast Choi Hun Siak, level 96, storms into view, demanding answers about the Nine Realms demons. He brandishes his massive axe, eager to drench it in dragon blood. Thunder splits the sky as Blackrobe Sang Hyun, a level 95 storm mage, arrives in silence. Park laughs and mocks Blackrobe's mute nature, while Lee brushes him off as the same dull man as always. Jianying studies the enemies and realizes these are the 4 national guardian heroes of Taiji Nation now standing before them. Kwai confirms her suspicion without doubt. Rage ignites in our boy as he declares them guilty of slaughtering the soldiers. He swears none will escape and they will be avenged. His aura bursts forth as he summons Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon and dares them to kill him, otherwise will be killed like the innocents. Auntie calls him from behind, concerned, reminding him of the level of his enemies. Lu Fan orders the others to take care of her and steels himself for what comes. Jin Zixi sneers at him, calling him foolish and remembering his son's death, and Park strikes first, charging at Lu Fan with killing intent. Seok also unleashes a roar for Lu Fan's death, his violent energy splitting the ground open and blasting both Lu Fan and his dragon backward. Lee steadies her bow, arrow glowing as it locks on target. Lu Fan, unshaken, calls Xiaofei into her eternal state, ready for what comes next. Blows rain down from every direction, yet the Eternal Guardian spreads a barrier that shields the group. Light surrounds them, keeping destruction at bay. Lee stares wide-eyed at the defense, while our dude steps forward, declaring himself the one they should aim for. No one under Dragon Nation's banner will be touched, and the enemy will be forced to watch as he cuts down every soldier they command. Park rushes in, blade gleaming with the force of piercing sword. He spits insults at Lu Fan, mocking his courage, yet his strike halts uselessly against the barrier, and the blade cannot pierce through. While, Siak releases the blood prison axe, hurling its power straight at him, calling him a coward. But the axe blow shatters against a chorus of dragon roars as he activates natural assimilation, Dragon Blue Flute. Lu Fan steps forward, reflecting on what he called him. He activates the Holy Light Gate and light surrounds him while he advises Jianying to guard Auntie. Behind him, the summoned dragons roar together, and he commands them to kill every enemy before him. The 9 realm demons follow his command and mana bursts around them, wrapping their bodies in violent energy. Seok stares in disbelief, unable to understand what he's seeing. Lee watches with a grim realization that Lu Fan has done the impossible by bringing the 9 realm demons out of the secret realm. Jin Zixi dismisses it as an empty stunt. Blackrobe's voice rumbles, reminding all that the demons were taken down once before and can be taken down again. The ground trembles under the dragon's fury as it roars. Lu Fan hurls his challenge that if they claim they can kill his demons again, then prove it. Yet the enemy quickly notices something unnatural. The demons fight with a merciless drive, replicating themselves until their numbers swell. Panic surrounds as Lee curses, watching the horde multiply. Blackrobe identifies them as clones, and 18 clones already crowd the battlefield. Jin steadies his forces, insisting that weaker stats make the duplicates nothing more than shadows. His tentacles lash out and 2 clones fall, and Jin smirks, convinced it is nothing but a scare tactic. Siak urges them to cut the numbers down first. Blackrobe frowns as his eyes are fixed on the glow building around Lu Fan. From the start, light has been coiling around him. Jin realizes something dangerous waits to be unleashed. The glow erupts. Lu Fan's voice cuts through chaos, warning that the wait is over, and their only future is death. The will of the fierce dragon warrior ignites within him, unlocking the buried dragon bloodline. His form shifts, body surging with power until he towers before them as a golden dragon king. Shock takes over the girls as it is totally unexpected. Blackrobe mutters in disbelief that Lu Fan not only controls dragons but has become one himself. Lee, pinned by a demon's grip, screams for support. Her arrows vanish into the monsters without effect. Park struggles against another clone, realizing with horror that what Jin cut down so easily before now stands untouchable. In his dragon form, Lu Fan explains that his army now carries tremendous power, making the 9 realm demons far stronger than before. The same demons they once defeated are now strong enough to crush them completely. Holy light radiance bursts outward, flooding 100 meters in sacred glow. Lu Fan himself absorbs double the strength, his aura crushing everything it touches. Jin Zaishi staggers under the weight of it. Fear occupies him as Lu Fan lunges. The dragon's roar splits the skies, followed by a strike that catches Jin in an instant. Agony racks his body as he collapses, and his mind swirls with regret. They should never have provoked our boy of a monster. They should never have underestimated the dragon tamer. Our boy then towers over him, the dragon domain blazing like a prison of fire. Jin, broken and shaken, admits defeat and pleads for a quick end, but no mercy comes. He grips his weapon and reminds Jin of his words. Fear runs through Jin as he asks what fate awaits him. Our dude lifts his blade and swears that every soldier of the Taiji nation will fall, and Jin will watch it all with dying eyes and kill him. When the fight ends, Jianying remarks that the 5 heroes of Taiji have all fallen. Auntie turns to Lu Fan, checking if he feels any pain, while the others push to clear the battlefield quickly. No one expected Jin Zaishi, leader of the 5 heroes, to die like this. He gives a small smile and reminds them not all of them are gone. Kwai speculates what he is up to, and before she says anything, a huge dragon rises, its energy spreading everywhere, spreading over the 5 heroes. He explains that Dragon Nation lost countless people to Taiji, and refuses to let those enemies vanish so easily behind him the cursed heroes stand. At the entrance, Li Tai appears. He kneels as he finds all the 5 lords of Taiji Nation standing there, and reports that Jin Zion has already warned Dragon Nation of the destroyed teleportation array. Han Feibai, Marquis Zhenbei, and Tu Jing have already sent troops to the border. Silence follows, and Li Tai assumes he is late. He believes his lord has already taken down Lu Fan. Just then, a voice suddenly tears through the silence, questioning Li Tai's audacity to raise arms against Dragon Nation. It's none other than our boy, leaving him in shock that he still breathes. Panic drives him to command an attack, yet before blades can swing, a violent surge of energy slams him across the ground. The force does not belong to the enemy, it comes from his own lord. Soldiers rush forward to steady him, only to collapse under the same crushing weight. Shaken, Li Tai stares upward, unable to grasp why his lord attacks him. Lu Fan answers, showing his face, revealing that the lords he trusted becomes his puppet. Fury ignites and Li Tai throws himself forward, screaming that striking a lord seals one's death. He brushes him aside, claiming his lord did not endure 2 moves. Seok's corpse lurches into battle, and our guy sneers at Li Tai's fading strength. Li Tai roars back that pain or death makes no difference anymore. Another blast hurls him into the air, locking him in his lord's grip. Lu Fan offers him a final chance to speak the truth. Writhing and broken, Li Tai gasps out his confession. Taiji had not only dispatched the 5 heroes, but also 2 elite legions to crush Lu Fan. Sister Han admits she never thought Taiji would risk so much. Kwai notices the absence of Teacher Gu's remains, realizing she may have escaped after all. Auntie presses for the next step. With the teleportation array gone and Dragon Nation far away, the Slaughter God Legion looms dangerously close. Jianying proposes linking up with Marquis Zhenbei's border forces, but he refuses as random scrolls cannot bridge that distance. Finding Teacher Gu takes priority before the Legion reaches her. Li Tai pleads for mercy, insisting nothing more remains hidden. Before he can finish, another strike tears into him. Our dude reminds him no promise was ever made. Allowing him to live would dishonor the warriors who already fell for Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, as the paper bird approaches inside the camp of the Slaughter God Legion, Commander's remarks to a soldier that by the arrival of reinforcements, Lord Jin will have slain Lu Fan. The soldier assures the combined force of the 5 heroes could never fail against a second-class fighter. Yet in that moment, the corpse of Lord Jin steps into the chamber. Chaos breaks out inside the Slaughter God Legion command center when Lord Jin's corpse appears. A guard moves to report Commander Lee's march toward Death Sand Sea, and before he could complete, tentacles explode from Jin, and one pierces through the commander's chest and pins him to the wall. Blood sprays the corridor. Everyone freezes, realizing, and someone urges them to retreat, and the group bolts for the exits. Just then, tentacle lash and one wraps around a fleeing soldier and drags him down with a scream. They gather at the entrance, but a soldier from behind urges them to run instead of blocking the way. Before the words finish, his arm is severed in a sudden strike. Panic rises as they rush forward, yet the moment they reach the entrance, their eyes widen. Standing before them are the 9 demon realms, filled with countless demons waiting in formation. The guards turn only to witness Lord Jin tearing through their comrades like a beast, cutting them down one after another. When the slaughter ends, he steps out of the building with a sharp gaze, and behind him stand ranks of demons. At the Jin residence in Taiji Nation, Jin tries to reach someone by call, but no one answers. The call finally connects to the Slaughter God Legion Command Center. He identifies himself as Jin Zion and orders his men to move to the Death Sand Sea at once, telling them to join Li Tai and have him report back immediately. The officer on the other side begins to share troubling news about the 9 demons, but his words break off mid-sentence. The call cuts abruptly, making him realize that something is wrong. He decides to send people to investigate without delay. His subordinate rushes in with grim news. The Extermination God Legion has failed to hold Dragon Nation, and one of their strongest experts is breaking through, heading straight for the Divine Bone Forest. The report leaves Jin shaken as the danger grows heavier with every moment. At the Dragon Nation border, warships hover over the mountains, while Taiji guards block the way. Griffin Squad 78 prepares to charge with arrows drawn. Their old commander announces that they have orders to pass through and investigate the cult attack on Dragon Nation's camp. The Taiji side refuses, warning that anyone who crosses into their land will be treated as an enemy. One officer quietly warns his commander that stopping Griffin Squad could bring heavy losses, but the commander's pride blinds him. He orders his troops to get ready and open fire once Griffin Squad moves. The Taiji ships fire beams of light across the sky. The old commander of Griffin Squad responds with one decisive strike, unleashing a wave of force. The shock smashes into the ships, tearing all three apart in explosions of fire. Soldiers panic as a burning explosion occurs, fleeing the sinking vessels. The Taiji commander stares in disbelief, realizing that one attack destroyed all their warships. He recognizes the weapon in the old man's hand, the burning desolation staff, and knows its strength rivals the 5 national heroes. Another figure appears at Griffin Squad's side, lifting burning desolation staff with cold confidence. He warns the Taiji troops that if they keep blocking the way, a massacre will follow. The choice of survival or destruction now rests with them. Morning comes to Jinyu City with news that shakes everyone awake. Screens and speakers everywhere report trouble near the border at Divine Bone Forest. A huge beast tide has broken loose, smashing through towns and leaving nothing but ruins. No one can even name the creatures attacking. People gather around to watch the news. Their faces turn pale when they see the footage. Leading the monsters are figures that look exactly like the 5 national heroes. The crowd cannot believe it, remembering the 9 Realms incident when those same heroes fought and destroyed such creatures. Now the footage shows them standing on the enemy's side. The Jin residence reacts quickly. Lockdown orders spread across the land, cutting off the attacked areas. But instead of feeling safe, people panic. The thought that their heroes might have turned against them is too much to accept. Crowds soon fill the streets outside government buildings, demanding answers. Everyone points at the broadcasts, insisting the heroes in the footage are not just lookalikes. Their moves, their fighting style, it all matches perfectly. Word reaches Tianshu City. The 3 great legions are ordered to gather and march toward the crisis. Officials tell people to stay calm and not spread rumors, but the people are already too angry to listen. The protests grow fierce, demanding an explanation. The crowd gathers outside the Jin residence. Guards push back, but the crowd refuses to stop. An officer pleads for patience, reminding them that no proof exists of betrayal yet, but no one believes him. Their fury only grows and they keep asking for an apology from Jin's family. Far away in the broken remains of Southwest Town, a lone figure steps. Even here, the reports reach him about the gathering outside the Jin residence and that 10,000 are already dead, border posts falling silent, armies moving, civilians fleeing. He keeps still until an explosion nearby breaks his focus. From the smoke, 9 demons appear, their voices booming as they declare loyalty to their master. The figure understands at once. These events connect to Lu Fan. If the companion still follows orders, then Lu Fan must be alive. But safety for one boy means nothing if the whole Taiji nation is in danger. The Jin family are only pawns, while true rulers hide in the shadows. With a burst of power, the figure sends energy into the sky, deciding he can't let this destruction continue. His mind lingers on Lu Fan. Our boy is treading a risky path. If the hidden powers notice him now, his strength may not be enough to survive, even with dragon allies. Back in the Jin residence, Jin looks down from his window at the waves of protesters shouting below. Their anger is loud enough to cut through the glass. The subordinate reports that unrest spreads fast, both in the streets and online. Armies are moving, and already 2 great legions march toward the danger zone. But Jin hardly listens. His thoughts race. He never believed Lu Fan could release the 9 Realms demons. And yet, here they are. Even the heroes who once defeated them now appear as his allies. Nothing adds up. When his subordinate pulls him back to reality, Jin finally gives cold orders. The lockdown must stay, and protests must be crushed at any cost. The woman hesitates, calling it a misuse of power. Jin touches her face with his eyes sharp, declaring that with the Taiji ruler missing, he alone holds the highest authority now. The warning is clear. She steps back in fear and agrees. A thin smile forms on Jin's lips. This disaster is also his chance. If he destroys both the heroes and the 9 demons, he can call himself the savior and brand the heroes as traitors. That would give him full control over Taiji Nation and the Jin residents. Meanwhile, in the Divine Bone Forest, chaos grows and Abao gets out of his control. He yells at Abao to stop, but the little beast roars, shaking the ground with power. Mana bursts fly everywhere, forcing the others to dodge for their lives. Abao's roar grows louder, and his level suddenly reaches 10. He warns him to return at once, but Abao ignores him, pouring out even more strength. Then the system message appears that Abao has unlocked a full transformation. His small body begins to change, growing bigger and stronger with every breath. The forest trembles as the change finishes. In place of the small creature now stands a mighty dragon, roaring so loud the skies shake. Our dude stares in shock that Abao has revealed his true dragon form at level 10, just like Xiaoye once did. Abao finishes his transformation, turning into a massive blue dragon. His strength rises to level 10, and the pressure around him makes everyone step back. Kui admits that even after seeing such things before, a dragon's transformation still feels overwhelming. Lu Fan notices that both Abao and Xiaoye unlock their true forms only at level 10. Abao, however, has only one dragon form, and that makes his spirit 5 times stronger than others. This form gives him access to powerful skills like Thunder Apocalypse and Jumping Thunder. Reading these abilities, Lu Fan feels his power matches Xingqian's deadly techniques. Abao's name seems to fit perfectly. He assumes that Abao's only dragon form revolves around the Thunder Orb, and this orb will keep growing stronger with each battle. But before he can think further, he notices something wrong with Xiaoye. A blinding flash suddenly crashes down from the sky, and with it appears a Divine Bone Revenant at level 75. Jiang prepares to charge, but Lu Fan stops her, wanting Abao and Xiaoye to face it. Xiaoye rushes forward, but the Revenant counters instantly with a roar filled with red lightning, wiping out nearby skeletons. The girls warn everyone to keep their distance, recognizing the force of heaven's punishment in its power. Jiang realizes it is red electricity. Lu Fan agrees, noticing it matches Abao's Crimson Orb, which boosts his skills by half. Each spell Abao casts releases even more destructive energy. Our dude calls Abao back, sensing the danger, but Abao ignores him and triggers Heaven Punishment Calamity. Lightning crashes down, frying skeletons everywhere. Sister Han jumps in fear, while Auntie and Kui watch with nervousness. A sudden bolt heads straight for Kui, but Lu Fan pulls her to safety just in time. She blushes as he holds her close, embarrassed by the moment. Auntie thinks Abao is losing control, but Han argues he is only flexing his new strength. Our dude admits that Abao's impulsiveness is slowing down their search for Teacher Gu. Suddenly trees start shaking as something enormous stirs in the forest. Scattered revenant bones pull together, forming a massive bone dragon with hollow eyes glowing in menace. Our boy urges Abao to fall back, but the dragon refuses, too proud to retreat. The bone dragon rises into the air, releasing a surge of mana so powerful that even Abao falters. Lu Fan realizes they have ventured too far into the heart of the Divine Bone Forest, a place ruled by the deadliest creatures. He keeps Kui close, apologizing when she asks him to leave her. Xiaoye calls Abao back again, but the dragon stands firm, eager to fight. Jiang senses the creature's power surpasses even the berserk bone dragon they faced before. He concludes this must be the true ruler of the forest and regrets not realizing it earlier. He decides they cannot afford another clash. Finding Teacher Gu must come first. He activates natural assimilation, and the glowing paper rises, pointing toward their teacher's location. But the direction it reveals leads straight to the bone dragons, leaving him confused. Just then, a flock of dragons sweeps across the sky, rushing toward the massive bony dragon. But it lets out a thunderous roar, and it alone wipes them out. Lu Fan watches in confusion, wondering what the creatures is up to, while Kui finds the sight breathtaking. Taozi admits she never thought she would live long enough to witness a real dragon migration. The roars echo together, and Lu Fan begins to wonder what kind of force drives these dragons to keep coming, no matter the danger. Their journey carries them to a towering black mountain, where countless dragons gather before landing on the ground. At the same time, the guiding paper flutters toward the same dark peak, making everyone uneasy about what secrets might be hidden inside. Jianying notices the paper stop at the base of the mountain, assuming Teacher Gu might be trapped within. Taozi studies the scene carefully, pointing out the dragons seem to be inside the mountain. Lu Fan moves ahead, signaling others to step back, planning to carve open a way himself. Taozi reminds him not to harm Teacher Gu in the process. Power gathers as his arm twists into a dragon claw, and he releases a surge of energy that tears forward. The blast shakes the ground, but it also rouses the dragons resting nearby. One after another, they lift into the air, their wings blotting out the sky. Fear spreads through the group as they wonder how to face so many at once. Lu Fan reminds them that these beasts aren't just enemies. They hold great value for their growth and leaves the battle to Xiaoye and Abao. Abao shoots upward in the shape of a blue dragon, while Xiaoye activates the crimson orb and unleashes a stream of fire from her mouth. Their cries echo through the sky, answered by thunderous roars from the revenant dragons. Then, a voice breaks through the noise, but only inside Lu Fan's mind. It commands him to stop. He quickly realizes no one else can hear it. The voice says the others are unworthy of such words. The presence feels strangely familiar, reminding him of the coffin buried deep in the frozen northern lands. He suspects it belongs to the ancient god of the divine bone. The god questions him whether he is tied to the Revenant or the second mountain. Lu Fan considers giving his name first, but the voice cuts in, warning him instead. If he holds such ties, he must leave now. Do so, and he will be spared. But if he disturbs this place again, there will be no mercy. Our boy remembers the second mountain god striking at him even after recognizing the Revenant's power. It proves the gods stand as enemies, not allies. This one may be weakened and stalling, but the threat of an ancient god remains real. The voice grows harsher, demanding his choice. But he's concerned as Teacher Gu is still inside and leaving would mean abandoning her to death. He orders Xiaoye to raise the Eternal Guardian. She shifts into her Jade Dragon form, casting a glowing barrier that shields the entire group. He warns them to stay inside no matter what happens. Auntie asks in fear what he intends to do. He tells her that something terrifying is about to awaken. He raises his arm toward the teleportation array, summoning the Star Dragon. It bursts forth with a roar that shakes the heavens. The ancient god's voice hisses, asking if this is truly his choice. The ground rumbles with a violent quake and the girls are scared. The divine being laughs coldly, declaring they will all become divine bone puppets. From the mountain's shadows, a monstrous figure steps out, a divine bone clone, level 90, bearing nightmare tier strength. Tyozi is stunned by its size, and our boy realizes this is only a clone, not the god's real body. Yet even the clone speaks with disdain, declaring they will soon be reduced to dust. Before them, the corridor itself forms, pressing heavily against Xiaoye's barrier. At that moment, the Star Dragon shines with blinding light. Its body reshapes, energy bursting outward as it takes on the figure of a young girl. He stares in disbelief, questioning why Xingqian chooses now of all times to awaken a new form. Lu Fan reflects how he had gotten up Xingqian would ever be able to hold a human form. Kuai and Tarozi are also amazed by this form. Their moment is cut short when an ancient god starts, calling them ants and preparing to strike. Thunder's favor answers the threat instantly. Xingqian reacts with a fierce assault, blending thunderbolts, fire, and blue soul energy into one attack. Thunder Favor, Crimson Jade, and Star Crush merge together, exploding with unstoppable force. At the same time, Xiaoye summons Roaring Thunder, filling the battlefield with raging streams of lightning and pouring molten lava at their enemy. The ancient god only laughs, unimpressed. He mocks their power as weak and useless, leaving the group shaken. Lu Fan orders Xiaoye to use Emerald Mirror, but the skill falters and refuses to respond. The ancient god sneers, preaching that mortal tricks are worthless against divine power. Refusing to bow, Lu Fan calls on bone reconstruction, his body shifting into dragon form. The will of the fiery dragon warrior ignites, and he takes the shape of the golden dragon king. Energy roars around him as he mocks the ancient god for lacking a true body, existing only as a broken soul fragment. Beside him, his black dragon turns into destruction dragon mode, while the star dragon rises into galaxy form. Together, they challenge God's hunger for a dragon body, promising to show him what real dragon power looks like. The ancient god's fury rises. He warns them to bring divine punishment, vowing to repay their defiance with blood. Eternal Corridor erupts, creating huge tornadoes that stretch across the battlefield, pulling everything toward destruction. A bow answers with a burst of power, striking without hesitation. The Star Dragon slams down with Star Crush, while the Destruction Dragon beats its wings, releasing 5 violent tornadoes. Firestorms blaze and thunder tears through the battlefield, shaking even the dragons. Lu Fan pushes forward, declaring that owning a dragon body is useless without dragon strength. He coils himself around the ancient god, provoking rage at such disrespect toward a god. Bones crack under the strain until the deity roars, condemning him to the abyss. Bone reconstruction activates again, repairing the divine clone with nearby bones. Lu Fan realizes that this god can rebuild himself endlessly, so long as bones surround him. Without delay, he commands Xiaoye to release Dragon Domain. The air shifts as the dragon realm expands, boosting every ally with dragon blood. The god scoffs, claiming that all skills fade before his domain. But the dragons roar in unison. Dragon language reproduction, lava burst, and dragon language resonance combine into a massive fireball that swallows the ancient god whole. Flames scorch his form, yet he only laughs, boasting that his body means nothing since bones cover the world. He warns them that he can regenerate forever, but asks if they can withstand such endless punishment. With a roar, the god unleashes soul return to the abyss. The ground trembles as countless runes awaken, spawning whirling soul cyclones that close in on Lu Fan. He quickly summons the external guardian to shield himself. In that instant, the black dragon strikes from behind. With overwhelming fury, it activates 330 million heavenly thunderworld destruction. A storm of unimaginable force crashes down, obliterating the ancient god's body completely. Yet from the ruins, a hollow voice lingers, vowing to return one day with a complete form and take revenge. The system chimes with level increases. Star Dragon climbs to level 30, Blue Dragon to 11, Emerald Dragon to 38, Black Dragon to 40, and our boy to 44. He reflects that Abao's new skill holds terrifying strength. Later, the paper doll guides them through a land of bones and endless skeletons. There, among the remains, they finally find Teacher Gu, unconscious, but alive. Worry spreads through the group as Lu Fan lifts Teacher Gu's unconscious body into his arms, and he realizes she is in a coma. He explains Xiao Ye isn't able to wake her up, so she must be watched carefully, while others also regret not being able to help. While this happens, Lu Fan notices a Bao rummaging through piles of broken bones and asks what he's looking for. A Bao pulls out a crystal. The moment Lu Fan sees it, his eyes light up. It's a divine bone crystal, carrying the essence of the ancient god. Excitement surges through him, and the crystal is exactly what his fallen corpse holy dragon needs for its evolution. Even more, it matches one of the rare materials required for the Shadow Dragon King contract. Eager to test it, he asks Taiyozi to clean the crystal with her water skills. She sighs, muttering about being treated like a simple water source despite her powerful hidden class, but still releases water ripple over the crystal. He apologizes, explaining they don't have any other clean water nearby. Suddenly, cracks spread across the crystal and fragments fall off. Taiyozi asks if more cleansing is needed since her mana is draining quickly. Lu Fan examines it closely and realizes the core essence is unharmed. The damage only makes it lighter, not useless. It's still suitable as a crafting material. Still, doubts creep into his mind, wondering if this half-finished essence triggers the dragon's evolution. He orders Xiao Ye to summon the fallen corpse holy dragon while he activates natural simulation. Behind him, the golden dragon emerges, and he presents the third ancient god essence. The dragon roars, responding to the power. The evolution begins, but ends too quickly. Lu Fan feels let down until the system explains that the essence lacked full energy, preventing complete evolution. Still, the dragon gains a new skill, Divine Bone Fusion. The ability absorbs only 1% of a target's attributes, which sounds weak at first, but combined with mastery over fallen corpse control, the dragon can endlessly convert puppets, allowing growth without limits. He realizes the demonic soldier army is the most fitting to fuel this power, reminding him of the Nine Realms demon and the 5 national defense heroes, still rampaging across enemy territory. Before he can plan further, Auntie rushes over, informing Teacher Gu is awake. She suddenly sits up and shouts, warning that their camp is under attack by Tai Chi Nation forces. Lu Fan quickly calms her, explaining they are safe now. Taiyozi adds that the threatening beasts have already been dealt with, helping the teacher settle down. Still, the group worries. Kui mentions the risks of traveling back to Dragon Nation since they're so close to the border. Jianying adds that Tai Chi legions might already be waiting to ambush them. Lu Fan brushes aside their concerns, confident they can leave safely by tomorrow morning. Hours later, in Tenshu City, a police vehicle crawls near their hiding place. The group ducks behind a wall until Lu Fan with his face covered signals it's safe. When they step out, they find themselves across from a couple's hotel. The women stare in confusion at the choice of destination. Lu Fan explains that due to the lockdown, only this place remains open. Kui's gaze shifts to walls decorated with bold images, making her embarrassed. Taiyozi admits their journey was quick, and Kui agrees, reflecting on the flight and riding the bone dragon like a plane excitedly. While Kui is still concerned, Lu Fan quietly reflects on the bone clone's growing strength. The fallen corpse holy dragon, through divine bone fusion, has absorbed every demonic soldier while still keeping control of essential bodies. It retains all old skills, but now its size is large enough to carry 20 passengers with ease. In the reception, Auntie asks about room arrangements. The receptionist studies them and comments on his boldness for walking in with so many women. He books 3 rooms with a checkout planned for the next evening. But as the employee glances at him, the news broadcast behind him. The Jin government has issued an official wanted order for Lu Fan, declaring him responsible for recent terrorist attacks. Slowly, the staff looks at our hero standing before him and doubts whether he has seen him somewhere. The news broadcast rolls on, reporting that Tenshu City is under martial law. The receptionist watches the news and then hands over the keys to the group. As they head to their rooms, he hands over the keys to Jianying. She asks if he plans to leave, and he explains he intends to observe the activities of the Jin family. Teacher Gu reassures everyone that her health is stable, dismissing their constant worry. Taiyozi teases Kui by pointing at the bold wall art, leaving her red-faced. Before leaving, Lu Fan tells Jianying he will return by morning at the latest, entrusting everyone's safety to her for the night. Jianying accepts without hesitation. While he leaves, the receptionist watches from behind, quietly envious of him. That night outside the Jin residence, the guards discuss shocking news that the 5 national defense heroes have defected, and reinforcements are being rushed to Divine Valley Forest. Some feel lucky to be guarding the mansion instead of marching to certain death on the front lines. Their sense of safety vanishes when a sudden explosion shatters a nearby building. Chaos spreads fast. Word comes that 9 Realms demons are appearing across Tenshu City, scattering troops everywhere. The defenders freeze in fear as the streets erupt into panic. From the ruins, a giant demon rises, roaring destruction. With too few soldiers to hold the city, a voice urges the commander to retreat. The figure steps forward, Jin Shuyan, once an imperial guard of the Jin family. She explains that the mansion lords remain in discussion and offers to handle the threat herself. Relieved, the commander accepts and pulls back with the others, sending word for reinforcements to defend the city. Shuyan watches them leave, then senses someone land nearby. Lu Fan appears, and she calls him a rat for slipping past the defenses. He admits her sharpness, but doubts she can stand against him alone, his blade already burning with flames. Meanwhile, inside the Jin family office, panic rises. Someone questions Jin's ability to finish a task. Jin answers that killing Lu Fan and taking over the mansion may be going too far, especially since his true strength is still unknown. The man is Jin Qianxing, another former Imperial Guard, bitter about being cast out for lacking an abyssal class. He complains that they had kept him from reaching his full potential. Jin recalls how pitiful Qianxing had been when expelled by the Lord, though he later met him again while recruiting national defense heroes. Now Jin cannot risk Qianxing leaking anything to Lu Fan and ruining his plans. He warns that abyssal classes are often hollow, but Lu Fan's power is not to be underestimated. Facing him alone would be suicide. Qianxing smirks, saying he has brought reinforcements, an expert woman skilled in combat. Their talk is cut short by the sound of destruction shaking the mansion. Both turn pale as they realize Lu Fan's Nine Realms demons are tearing the city apart from the window. Qianxing stares in disbelief while Jin curses, realizing our boy has already found them. Desperate, Jin agrees to Qianxing's terms and demands that his ally be called in immediately. But Qianxing refuses, saying fighting the demon outside was never part of his deal. Before they can argue, a body smashes through the window, Jin Shuyan's corpse, hurled inside by Lu Fan. He steps through the glass, declaring that he will grant their wish for battle. He promises to use only sword techniques. Panic flashes across Jin's face as he demands to know how Lu Fan got inside, shouting for Qianxing to move. Qianxing laughs at his fear, mocking him for trembling despite being the strongest Imperial Guard. Our dude calls him another Jin family pawn and smiles, eager for the fight. Power surges from him, his sword glowing with the might of an ancient god's body. Outside, the bone-clone fallen corpse rises to level 90, roaring so loud the ground trembles. The pressure alone leaves both men shaking. Lu Fan's eyes lock on Qianxing, one flash of his ice blade, and Qianxing drops dead instantly. Blood drips from Jin's mouth as he staggers, furious that everything he built is crumbling. Refusing to die here, he pulls out an epic-grade teleport scroll, his last chance to escape. But before he can use it, our guy strikes. His final sword slash falls with precision meant only for Jin's defeat. Lu Fan finishes his mission, his summoned creatures still standing at his back. Facing Lord Jin, he makes it clear that the destruction of the mansion is done. Everyone from the Jin family is gone except for one, Jinju. He vows to end her life once he uncovers her hiding place, and he keeps Lord Jin in his zombie form so the citizens rushing in will see their so-called hero broken. High above the city, his bone clone spreads ruin at his command. Just then, a burst of fire erupts before him. A voice cuts behind him telling him to stop. The principal appears, relieved that he made it in time before he loses himself completely. He warns that if he had been any later, Taichi Nation would already be reduced to ashes. Lu Fan admits that was his plan from the start. The Jin Mansion deserved this fate, and the city was next. Still, he thanks him for coming all the way to pull them out, and reassures that Teacher Gu and the others are safe. He even used Chu's search scroll to guide her here. When the principal holds his hand and urges him to dismiss his summons, she insists he return with her and bring everyone back home. He pulls away, questioning why he interferes when the Jin Mansion and their allies have hunted him, his friends, and slaughtered innocents. If Teacher Gu hadn't escaped, her intervention would have come too late. So his vengeance is more than justified. The principal tells him he understands his anger, but his reason for stopping him isn't coldness, it's caution. He explains that Captain 2 from the extreme north must have already told him, this world is bigger than anyone imagines, full of uncharted places, and very few have ever crossed into enemy lands. Their society is only one part of it. As they descend to the ground, the principal adds that ordinary people see level 90 transformation masters as the peak of power. After a fourth transformation, every step forward becomes brutally hard, and reaching level 100 is rare. But there are stronger beings, 5th transformation masters at level 120. Some of them live quietly within Taichi Nation. The truth stuns Lu Fan. 4th transformation masters no longer threaten him, but if 5th transformation masters back the Jin family, he can't take them head on. He'll need another approach. The principal warns him not to even think of targeting them. These masters never show themselves, never claim a nation, and pull strings from the shadows. Taichi Nation is just convenient for them to use, and Lord Jin himself is proof of their control. Our dude realizes that Jin Mansion is nothing but a puppet. Destroying the nation further would only invite the wrath of these rulers. The principal confirms it. By tearing apart Jin Mansion's intelligence network, he's already achieved his purpose. Going further would spark a conflict even Dragon Nation's 3 elders couldn't balance. Accepting this, Lu Fan recalls all his demons. With one motion, he raises his fist and activates Fallen Corpse manipulation, declaring that since the Jin Mansion is finished and he asked for it, he will spare Taichi Nation. The principal calls his Griffin corpse to carry them and suggests they return with the others. Just then, Lu Fan hands her an unmelting ice necklace, reminding him it was the gift he promised. The principal looks puzzled and he teases her, while identifying her as elder sister. If she refuses it, he'll give it to Aunt instead. She clutches the necklace, warning him not to dare give it away. Her hood drops as she admits family matters delayed her, then demands how he saw through her. He answers that it was her scent. She scoffs, calls him shameless, but he brushes it off as nothing more than detection and vows to handle him once they return. When he suggests moving on, she notices couples nearby. He quickly explains they're only resting at the hotel. She lets it slide, deciding they'll return home first. Principals always know how to deal with unruly students. At Dragon Nation's western border Long Family, word spreads that the Griffin Corps ended the conflicts and the Academy's principal personally rescued the stranded teachers and students. Surprise follows, as a figure declares assuming Ye Wuxian was tied up with reinforcements. The Huang family's rigid ways are mocked, and the Long family sees opportunity. He orders for teleport scrolls are prepared as the man declares he will go to Dragon City and his subordinates agreeing without hesitation. Everyone finally returns to the Dragon Academy villa. Taozi seems the happiest to be back, which earns her a quip from Kui that she is getting lazy ever since joining Lu Fan's team. She protests, saying she helped with the repair of the teleportation gate alongside the Griffin Corps. Jianying teases back that it was only because she was eager to come home, which Kui quickly agrees with, while Taozi complains that Jianying is also spoiled by everyone's influence. At that point, Auntie reminds them of Ye's presence. Ye asks them to keep her position as principal a secret, something only teacher Gu has recently discovered. Both girls furiously promise to keep it hidden. Ye then tells them not to be so formal and says they may call her by her name, Wuxian, unless they are in a formal setting. But the girls keep calling her principal anyway, until she finally gives up and instead asks about Lu Fan's whereabouts. Jianying informs her that he is in his room, attending to a phone call. Meanwhile, he is on a call with Lu Fei, thanking him for his efforts. Then he introduces the girls as his family, who are greeted warmly by him. He tells them that Lu Fan has decided to build a tomb for the fallen at the Divine Valley. Auntie is taken aback. Lu Fei introduces himself as the 78th Squad Captain of the Griffin Corps and adds that he is there to investigate the border attack. The blonde guy agrees, noting that Lu Fan already resolved the issue, while his companion adds that it was the principal who actually handled it, prompting Ye to quickly remind everyone to keep quiet about her identity. Then the blonde greets Lu Fan directly, congratulating him for taking down the 4th rank. It has been a year since he last met him. Lu Fei then shows the tombstone where the names of the fallen will be engraved. Noticing this, Lu Fan expresses his hope that they help him transport it, saying he wishes the destruction of the Jin Mansion can finally bring peace to the fallen. At that moment, a new voice cuts in, informing him that he can come here to pay respects once the matter with Taiji Nation is resolved. Looking up, he sees the newcomer, who explains that he is here to lead the investigation. After it concludes, he will announce to both countries that the heretics attacked them one nation after the other, exposing the Jin family's incompetence while raising the Griffin Corps and Dragon Academy as heroes. But Lu Fan protests, saying he is blaming the heretics for the Jin family's sins. Ye, however, makes him understand that this is the best solution for a win-win outcome, though the explanation leaves Kui confused. The leader agrees with Ye that this is the best way. He won't be blamed for the Jin family's fall, and the heretics will also act desperately in their favor. Our guy finally understands. With that, the leader salutes him and ends the call. Seeing this, Ye immediately understands that Lu Fan must have a golden badge now. Then Auntie asks everyone to have a meal, which brightens everyone's face. He asks Ye about her thoughts, and she answers that she is only thinking about how ambitious he has become. At that moment, the bell rings, and he asks Jianying to let him go, as he is already embarrassed by Ye. When he opens the door, he is surprised to see Andre, who is welcomed warmly by our boy. As soon as Andre enters, he is greeted by the smell of Auntie's cooking. Then the meal is served, which makes him salivate. He immediately digs in, prompting Ye to comment that every international student is a fan of her cooking. He corrects her, saying he is not a random student as he has specifically come to invite our boy to Snow Country, which confuses his friend. Then his friend shows him the Shadow Island breath, which is polluted by shadow power. He understands that after getting the ancient god crystal, they need to collect 3 more materials to form the Shadow Dragon King contract, and among those 3 items, the Shadow Island breath is also included. Andre explains that his family is tasked to go to Shadow Island and destroy the Shadow Spring in the center for a good reward. However, it is not an easy task, as the place is surrounded by black fog and formidable monsters. He barely escapes with this material. Even so, they still need to complete the mission, and he invites our dude for help, who, to his surprise, agrees immediately. At that moment, some important figure from an influential family stands in front of Lu Fan's door. Meanwhile, Andre comments on how valuable the materials they will find on the island are. Our boy agrees, since they can investigate the Shadow Breath and the Shadow Spring specifically. Then he asks Ye's opinion. She coughs again but encourages him to go, though he understands that she is not all right. Auntie assumes she has a cold and offers to make her comfortable, but Ye brushes off their concern. At that moment, the bell rings and our boy opens the door. The figure at the entrance asks about Ye, and his voice terrifies her. Lu Fan asks about his identity, and he introduces himself as Long Xing, saying he has come to discuss matters regarding the western border with Ye. She quickly rushes forward, reminding him that they will discuss the matter in the south, but Long Xing is happy to see her here. However, Ye suddenly coughs up blood and collapses into our boy's arms. Unfazed by her condition, this fox continues to offer his help if she pledges the Ye family to the Long family. He even throws out Chui Mountain as a bargaining chip and promised to protect Ye family against the Huang family as a bone for the dog. Ye, however, is furious at his audacity. Our boy, meanwhile, is deeply concerned about Ye, but she brushes it aside, saying it is just an old injury. At that, Long Xing comments that it was caused by the Huangs and cannot be healed within a month. Slyly, he again emphasizes that she should pledge her loyalty to the Long family, since she cannot fight against both the Huangs and the Longs in her condition. But our boy firmly answers that she will never do it. Long is furious that Ye seeks help from Lu Fan despite his hero status in the nation. He tells our boy that as a commoner, he cannot possibly understand Western families' politics, but Lu Fan insists he won't back away because Ye has always helped him. Long readies himself to fight Lu Fan, adding that earning a title doesn't make him untouchable. Lu Fan, confident, answers that he can defeat him. Meanwhile, the girls and Andre offer their help so Lu Fan doesn't have to dirty his hands. He waves them off, calling his Xiaoye forward and saying this fight will be a message to the Western families. Long scoffs and points dozens of swords at him. He reminds Long that he is already breaching their contract, which was set to expire in a month. Xiaoye lunges to attack Long in response, but Lu Fan warns her not to. They can't damage Villa number 2 while Villa 1 is still under repair. Long, though fallen, is ready with another attack, claiming he only wanted to teach Lu Fan a lesson, but now he changes his mind. Our boy, Smug, thinks the same as he shifts his dragon into its black dragon form, unleashing the World Destroyer ability. Long, staring at the overwhelming power of his opponent's dragon, becomes determined to earn the title of Dragon Slayer to raise his family's status. But Lu Fan orders his dragon to release her pressure, and the crushing force stuns the enemy. Long doesn't understand why his body trembles or why he can't attack. Still, he clings to his family's pride, refusing to kneel before such mighty power. He hurls dozens of swords toward Xiao Ye, but none of them touch her, leaving his face pale. Lu Fan taunts him darkly, saying this is the difference in their power. The next moment, Xiao Ye shrieks and slashes at the sly fox with her claw. Lu Fan warns him to stay quiet, not to provoke his dragon further, and reminds him he cannot win. Long growls that his family will never forgive this insult. Lu Fan spares his life, but sends him away with a message. Both the Long and Huang families must prepare, for he will come to the western border to settle things in a month. With that, his dragon blasts Long away. Then Lu Fan turns to Ye and assured her that now they will face the consequences together. Overwhelmed, she hugs him tightly and thanks him. He brushes off her thanks by saying that they don't need such formality between them. Ye, however, explains her family situation. 6 months ago, her family expanded their land into an unknown territory in the western region, which cost them dearly, the sacrifice of fourth-turn experts, including her grandfather. Taking advantage of their weakened state, the Huang and Long families come to devour them. She sought help, but no one dared to go against such powerful families. This desperation drives her to prepare for the safety of her people. She still feels thankful to him for making her realize that she is not alone and helpless. Lu Fan brushes off her gratitude, reminding her that she has already helped him enough in the past, even helping him deal with the Taiji kingdom. Now he cannot stand to see her harassed by two powerful families. She smiles, relieved to find support in him. A month passes after the incident, and our crew finds themselves in the primitive forest, a reward realm given to our boy by Old Han. He goes there to strengthen himself and his team in preparation for the upcoming dispute in the western region. Now everyone is ready to battle within the realm, and each member has upgraded their level. His blue dragon has reached level 25 and can now use the Thunder Favor skill. He himself has advanced his Crimson Jade to yellow, awakening new abilities which is Thunder Vortex and Thunder Cloud Expansion. After a week in their secret realm of conquest, Andre returns to inform them that teleportation arrays from Dragon Academy to Breakwave Harbor are prepared for their departure. Our boy decides not to take his other friends except Andre. However, when Ye offers to join them, he cannot refuse her talent, though he still feels concerned about her internal injuries. Later, they travel by teleportation towards Snow Country's Breakwave Harbor. Stepping out of the teleportation circle, they are welcomed by Andre and his crew. Andre introduces his family's fourth-turn experts, Victor at level 9, who is Destroyer, Mikhail, and Ivan. Alongside them, he has gathered 20 more third-turn experts who will join the journey. Then, Andre reveals the magnificent Sea Emperor-class magic warship, prepared for their voyage. Both of them stand in awe at the sheer luxury of the vessel. Andre adds that he has made the finest preparations for this journey, confident of victory with Lu Fan on their side. They finally begin their journey, but as dusk settles, a dark rainstorm brews. Not only that, they face a number of formidable sea monsters. Our boy commands his dragon to use the Starfall skill, sending shooting stars crashing down on the monsters, killing several of them. One of the beasts is roasted by heavenly punishment Calamity, which unleashes a thunderstrike upon it. Andre is quite satisfied with the scene before him, which makes the sailing smoother. Not only that, but both the Star Dragon and the Blue Dragon level up. To Andre, the voyage feels almost like a vacation. Lu Fan, however, feels satisfied with his dragon's upgrade and hopes to obtain valuable materials from the island as a reward. After a while, they finally arrive at Shadow Island. His boisterous friends remind him that what they faced on the journey was just a trailer. The real challenge lies within the island itself. He also explains how he created a safe route for the warship to dock securely at the island. Then it is time for them to set foot on Shadow Island. Meanwhile, in the Huang family, Huang Yutian, at level 98 and a peerless sword cultivator, approaches his elder. Yutian informs his elder that he has advanced from level 97 to 98 at the Ye family's Flying Immortal Ancestral Shrine. The elder comments on his exceptional ability, noting that when he met with Yutian's uncle the other day, the uncle had not even achieved half of what Yutian has accomplished. Yutian explains that it is not about achievement alone but about class characterization. His uncles, like the elder, are heavenly curse masters. Within the Flying Immortal Ancestral Shrine, he had to worship an ancient sword, which allowed him to advance on the cultivation path by aligning with his class, something his uncles failed to do. In reality, every person may only enter the shrine once in their lifetime and stay for only 3 days. Yutian adds that if he had the chance to remain there for a year, he would definitely have broken through to level 100. The elder then assesses him seriously, explaining that after the 4th job change, leveling up will no longer come from gaining experience alone. Instead, he must truly understand the traits of his class in order to grow stronger. These words make Yutian reflect, and he realizes that during his time in the shrine he indeed gained a deeper understanding of his class traits. With confidence, he assures the elder that he now has enough comprehension of his class to continue advancing. Then the elder shifts the topic to the Longxing and Lu Fan's confrontation, confirming that the Long had harassed Ye before the contract term was complete and were taught a lesson by our boy. Yutian is taken aback that the Longxing was defeated by a mere student. Despite being only an average fighter, Xing can still face Yutian for 3 countdown. The elder goes on, listing several of our hero's qualities, including his class and level. Yutian admits that Lu Fan's abilities, especially his dragons, are formidable, but argues that Lu Fan has leveled up only because of them. The elder reminds him of the warning our boy sent to the Longs. Yutian smirks, claiming that our boy does not understand the immensity of heaven and earth. He considers Lu Fan nothing more than an arrogant and ignorant young man who might climb higher, but will eventually fall harder because he fails to grasp the political drama of noble families. Still, Yutian remains persistent in sparing Lu Fan's life when he comes into their territory, simply because he possesses dragons. The elder then decrees that if our boy pledges loyalty to the Huang family, they will make him their general. Yutian is sure that Lu Fan cannot refuse such a great offer from the mighty Huang family. The elder then reminds him of the threat from the Long family, who are planning to merge the Ye family with them, creating formidable competition. Yutian consoles him, insisting he will handle this matter himself. Even though the Longs are also a noble family, Yutian is determined to prove that the Huang family is superior. Meanwhile, on Shadow Island, Andre grows concerned about Lu Fan leaving his team behind. Our boy warns him that while they may manage the outer fog, once they go deeper into the island, their life force will start to drain as their stamina is consumed. In that situation, they will only become liabilities. Hearing this, Andre's companions think he is arrogant for calling the weaker ones a burden. They even warn him that without a priest, he won't stand a chance in the shadowy depths. He replies that his dragon can serve as a priest, but they quickly remind him that dragons, no matter how powerful, cannot fill that role. Andre steps in as peacemaker, agreeing with Lu Fan since he must have his reasons. He orders his subordinates to stay on the ship until they return. Even so, our boy can sense their resentment toward him. Moving forward, Ye notices that the fog feels like it is draining her very life. Andre warns her that it will only grow worse the deeper they go into the island. At that moment, our boy releases Xiaofei and orders her to unleash her Light of Emerald. The dragon's power covers them with 3 layers of blessing, removing all debuffs. Andre is overjoyed to have the Emerald Dragon's light on their side. He remembers his last journey, when their priest nearly died of exhaustion, and even then, the effect was nowhere near what they now enjoy. He also agrees, admitting she feels energized and stronger than before. With his connection restored to its peak, Andre prepares to charge toward the Shadow Spring. But just before he moves ahead, our boy stops him cold. He has sensed something lurking up ahead. Our boy immediately gets ready to tackle the upcoming threat with Serpent of Darkness arrow. Among the black mist, they can see their enemy, a shadow swordsman of level 80. Andre warns them that this opponent has already caused them heavy casualties during his last journey. Our boy notices that this knight has the ability to nullify 70% of physical attacks while hiding in the black mist. Seeing the opponent, Ye readies her weapon, eager to test whether it can withstand her attack. She transforms her staff into a spear, still the same weapon, and strikes at the opponent. Smugly, she explains that her weapon possesses both magic and melee forms, so she doesn't need to change weapons. Andre warns them not to let down their guard, as defeating one enemy will only bring their companions to follow. As he activates his flame god true form, many forms of the enemy appear. He explains that they are nothing more than ghosts, clinging to their battlefield. Because of them, he has lost most of his army, including fourth-turn experts, which once forced them to retreat. Lu Fan reminds him that he has already sent his fourth-turn experts back, so it won't be a problem this time. Andre, however, is not convinced, because last time their healers were also exhausted to death, and he barely escaped from the brink of death. Calmly, our boy asks him to relax, assuring him that he is here this time. He then asks Xiaofei to summon Corpse Fall Holy Dragon. Andre is shocked to see the Emerald Dragon summoning her own pet. Without wasting time, our boy orders his dragon to use Light of Emerald and Emerald Blessing. Just as she is about to activate these skills, he uses Dragon Inspiration to boost both her and his attributes and attack by 30%. He then tells Ye to let him handle it, since she is already injured, while his dragons follow him closely. Andre also insists on helping, doubting that he intends to fight with only 2 dragons. But he firmly declares that 2 are sufficient. With that, he charges at his enemy, sword in hand. The next moment, he is ambushed within the mist. Andre quickly warns that this enemy has the ability to strike from the shadows, and especially cautions him to watch out for the scythe, which can drain his very life force. Suddenly the scythe is thrown toward Ye, and our boy immediately warns her. Calmly, she blocks with her weapon, declaring that the enemy underestimates her power. She charges at the opponent with her weapon, and with one shot, she has defeated it. Witnessing this, she stands in awe of the true power of the dragon. She is amazed to see that normally it takes her 2 strikes to kill a level 85 monster, but with the dragon's power, she can finish it in a single blow. Her eyes sparkle as she finally experiences how mighty the dragon's strength can be. Bursting with excitement, she asks Lu Fan to stay away from the Western family's disputes, because it is now something she alone can deal with the help of Xiaofei. The Emerald Dragon looks frightened by her bold proposal. Our boy consoles his dragon, promising that he won't let anyone take her. Ye, however, exclaims that this power is making her cocky. Meanwhile, looking at his screen, our boy is not satisfied with the Shadow Breath drop rate, as they need to hunt more monsters. Andre assures him that they will confront plenty more on their way ahead. So, Lu Fan encourages them to continue their journey, and Andre leads them toward the Shadow Spring. At that moment, Lu Fan turns to his dragon and asks them to convert the Shadow Swordsman into Divine Valley Fusion without wasting them. Before they can proceed, more monsters appear, giving them a chance to gain experience points, which excites his bulky friend. Lu Fan again insists on letting the boys handle the fighting since she is injured, but she trusts Xiaofei's ability and does not want that boy to steal the spotlight from her. With that, everyone fights the monsters for 4 hours. Finally, they manage to acquire the Shadow Island Breath. They are now close to the central area where the ruined city stands, resembling more of a graveyard. Looking ahead, Andre is in awe of the sheer vastness of this ancient city. Lu Fan agrees, saying that this area is equal in size to Shanghai City. Looking around, Ye notices no sign of life. Andre agrees, remarking that they are greeted only by graves at the city gate. He checks the map again and confirms that the Shadow Spring is indeed inside the ruined city. Our boy, however, senses something wrong. The next moment, he sees a fireball targeting Ye. He immediately saves her with the help of his dragon, who blocks the magical fire attack rushing toward them. Andre doesn't understand what is happening. Lu Fan explains that there must be monsters hidden from their eyes, and he suspects they are numerous. He immediately activates Xiaoye's scout ability. With Xiaoye's roar, countless monsters of level 95 Shadow Death Singers are revealed. Seeing their numbers, Ye assumes there must be thousands of them. Xiaofei roars as well, while Andre consoles Ye, assuring her that with their boy and his dragon, defeating these monsters will be a piece of cake. The next moment, the ground begins to shake, and our boy notices something moving beneath them. He suspects it must be the boss. He again uses Xiaoye's ability to reveal this underground monster, suspecting that it is of a lower level than the Shadow Death Singers. But he has no knowledge of the monster's abilities, which worries his bulky friend, since it can easily ambush them. To handle this, Ye suggests that he clear out the sky mobs while she and Andre keep guard for the boss monster. He agrees with her, reasoning that to move forward safely, they first need to eliminate the Shadow Death Singers. Both Ye and Andre ready their skills and move ahead. Meanwhile, Xiaofei signals him about something, and he notices a sealed letter inside a cracked tombstone. Opening it, he discovers a hidden quest requiring him to hunt down the underground boss monster. He thanks his Emerald Dragon for finding yet another hidden quest for him. Lu Fan reflects that the extra reward makes the effort worthwhile while dealing with Shadow Singers. When he obtains Bounty Order, energy swirls form before him. Yi grows uneasy as the Emerald Dragon bloodline awakens, doubling every skill in effect. His Sky Sever sword glows with dragon aura as he swings, each slash paired with the rhythm of the dragon beside him. Xiaofei releases Dragonlight at the same time, both moving in perfect step. Ye watches from behind, wondering if she has been doubting his strength all along. Andre's voice rises, urging them to fall back from the burrower. To Lu Fan, the moment feels right. He orders Xiao Ye to release world-ending roar, while Xiaofei casts Emerald Mirror on the corpse-fall Holy Dragon. Obeying without delay, Xiaofei splits it into 8 shimmering copies, each one ready to strike. At his command, the mirrored army charges forward. Andre brushes off the danger, claiming he'll drag the enemy down with him, but Ye steadies herself for defense. The dragons unleash their roar in unison, tearing through the battlefield in waves. Demon Dragon Assault follows, their lunges sharp and fast, clearing enemies in every direction. Andre notes their speed, counting how 10 lives fall within a single breath. Yi keeps her focus, unsure if they can clear enough before the burrower itself arrives. Lu Fan presses forward without hesitation. His twin slashes from Sky Sever carve through the front, Xiao Ye's aura widening the path. Andre calls him onward, yet Ye suddenly freezes as the shadow burrower has already reached them. The monster appears with a piercing cry, its level 90 presence shaking the land. A dark cocoon of miasma pupa wraps around it, drawing every trace of shadow energy. Graves split open as Tidewalker 3, Explorer 4, and countless others rise to fight again. Andre worries over the rebirth of so many, but Ye insists they are only summons. Xiao Ye shifts full destruction dragon form, scales glowing hot as Lu Fan commands him to burn everything. Xiaofei raises Soul's Shelter while flames surge out in Cataclysm. The battlefield disappears under fire. Andre admires the sight but keeps her eyes on the cocoon, sensing something worse forming inside. The burrower builds layer after layer with no damage, constant healing and endless summons. However, Lu Fan realizes it is preparing to break through. At the last second, the cocoon splits, and Shadow Dragon, level 95, steps out, able to shift between Night form and Draconic form. He steadies informs them that this is the true enemy revealed at last. Andre asks our boy about their next move. Meanwhile, energy builds in his hand with his decision set to fall for his enemy. Our boy then releases Thunder Favor into the dragon. At once, Xiaofei shields Ye and Andre while Emerald Mirror creates doubles of Abao and Xiao Ye. Eternal Guard rises, a barrier holding the team safe. The plan falls neatly into place. Mirror doubles raise their strength, the Emerald Dragon bloodline drives their power higher. Flames burst upward in a lava surge while thunderclouds gather above, both striking the Shadow Dragon together. The creature roars in denial, refusing to believe defeat can reach it. Yet thunder and fire tear through its body all the same. Lu Fan stands calm, certain that the ruined city now lies open to them. System alerts follow. Informing level rises to 46. Black Dragon reaches 45, Emerald Dragon grows to 40, and Blue Dragon climbs to 27. A new skill imprints within him that is Guardian Flow. Lu Fan checks Xiaofei's new ability that creates a shield that lasts 5 minutes, cutting damage and blocking debuffs. Because of their link, the effect doubles for both of them. That means he no longer needs to burn Soul Light just to hold off the miasma. He tells Xiaofei to spread Guardian Flow to everyone, and the dragon does so at once. In the middle of the fight, Andre notices the change, amazed by how powerful it feels. He studies the shield, pointing out the protection and immunity. With this, they can move through the miasma without risk. Andre confirms the shadow miasma is not harming him now. He suggests to this advantage to gather resources. The dragons trigger divine bone fusion, pulling corpses into themselves as Andre notes how much faster this makes collecting. She leads them toward another spot. Our dude realizes that with their help, material gathering is almost effortless. Then he spots Corpsefall drawing in the Shadow Dragon's body. He halts it immediately, explaining that turning such a boss into raw stats would be of no use. Instead, he raises his hand and summons it, making a puppet. The level 95 monster yields without resistance, now standing as his Shadow Dragon general. Our dude reflects that his army grows larger with 9 Realms demons, 5 national defense heroes, the Divine Bone clone, and now this dragon. Each one strong enough to rival high-class fighters, and the Holy Dragon could even absorb the 5 heroes later. He then opens the reward chest and finds a scroll to improve quality. The last one he used on a weapon, but this time he weighs new options. Andre asks if he needs more. Ye confirms they cleared every bit of Shadow Island breath nearby, giving them 390 units in total. Andre then observes a scroll, calling it valuable. Ye reminds him his soul beings already carry legendary quality, and upgrading Shadow Dragon General. Lu Fan agrees that the general's strength is more important now than his own. Ye teases that the general looks cooler than his master. The dragon tests its strength, claiming to feel lighter and stronger in battle. Its stats rise further, which satisfies Lu Fan. He takes to the air, telling everyone to follow as they leave for the ruined city's palace where the Shadow Spring lies. They fly at high speed, though the others shout for him to slow down. Mid-flight, a strange voice calls for help. Lu Fan recognizes it as magical mimicry, used by Ye to project her voice as principal. The plea repeats again and again. Andre wonders where it comes from, suspecting the palace. Our boy decides they must check it out. They land at the palace, the voice becoming louder and clearer. His companions also notice the shadow spring is inside this place. Following the sound, they find an old man ghost surrounded in mana. He claims 3 centuries have passed since anyone reached here. A Bao suddenly rushes forward, startling the figure, who hides and begs for protection from the dragon. Xiaoye smacks a Bao to stop his antics while Lu Fan orders him to behave. Andre whispers that the figure feels like a ghost. Ye notes he looks harmless but advises caution. Lu Fan asks what he wants. The spirit apologizes, explaining this place was once Tianfu Island, where he served as court mage. He died defending the Blessed Spring 300 years ago. A black dragon appeared, spreading miasma that wiped out the kingdom and poisoned the spring. The king and people were consumed, their city reduced to ruin. Now the ghost begs them to free the king, bring peace to the dead, and restore the land. Andre points out they are the first to reach this place in 3 centuries. Yi reasons that the shadow spring must still be guarded by the corrupted king. A notification appears informing the court Arhamage request to defeat the shadow black dragon and lays the fallen to rest. The prize is the entire territory. Lu Fan is surprised to know the whole of Tianfu Island was offered as a reward. Suddenly, footsteps echo through the hall. A dark monster approaches. The ghost trembles, announcing the king's arrival. The steps grow heavier. The ghost pleads for them to free his ruler. He warns the enemy is close, telling everyone to stay vigilant. Andre suggests they be vigilant. The figure steps into the light. It's Shadow Dragon King, level 95. The ghost begs them to end the curse. Next moment, the Shadow Dragon King roars as Andre realizes that the corruption has transformed the king into a half-human, half-dragon monster. Ye is also worried about the overwhelming power of their new enemy, and she turns to our boy for the next course of action. He immediately instructs Andre to stay at the rear and asks Ye to use her magic ability and attack first. When there is an opening, Andre can take the opportunity to search for the Shadow Spring. Andre is ready with his Flame God's true form, protecting their backs in a way he has never done before. Ye is ready as well. Together, they prepare to advance with Xiaoye, whom he orders to use Destruction Dragon form. The Shadow Dragon King roars again and unleashes the death sentence skill against them, forcing him to wield his great sword. The skill prevents enemies from dodging the target for 90 seconds. However, our boy protects himself and his dragon with Xiaofei's with Light Guardian, which shields them. Then he turns to his black dragon, who is charging the lava burst skill. After a moment, Xiaoye hurls a massive lava burst, but the boss monster deflects it with his sword, a defense so extraordinary that Ye immediately notices it. Then our boy orders his blue dragon to get ready while Ye uses her imprison skill to freeze the enemy. Abao bursts with thunder fury, while our boy activates the bright yellow jade to increase his blue dragon's power to 100%. Meanwhile, the enemy prepares his own skill such as 3.3 million heavenly thunder destruction, which creates a raging thunderstorm around him. Our boy also readies his sword, the Sky Sever, now burning with black dragon aura, as he slashes toward the boss monster. On the other hand, the King of Shadow transforms into miasma to avoid detection when attacking. They are taken aback when he vanishes. Ye suggests using Xiaoye to force him to appear, but Lu Fan reminds her that she cannot. Then he turns to his bulky friend, who charges in without hesitation, a move Ye thinks is reckless. The monster reappears, and Ye desperately suggests creating a defense. Andre, however, feels satisfied that they have gained a lead on the Shadow Spring's location. The monster attacks Andre while Ye fails to understand the reason behind our boy's indifference to the danger. In the next moment, Andre appears behind her, explaining that he is well and alive. The monster attacks only a mirror image, one created by Xiaofei. It is their trick to lure the boss out. He grins, proud that even they have fooled her, while she expresses her fear for his safety. Then our boy tells them to seize this opportunity. Xiaoye first unleashes the lava burst skill while her heaven punishment calamity is charging. He orders his emerald dragon to cast dragon domain, preventing the enemy from hiding in the miasma. Then he commands Abao and Xiaoye to deliver the killing strike. Abao uses dragon domination, while Xiaoye releases both lava burst and heaven punishment calamity toward their enemy, making the monster shriek in pain. Our boy also joins in, striking with his own blow. With the death of the boss monster, Abao upgrades to level 28, Xiaoye to level 46, and Xiaofei to level 41. As the crown of the king falls, Lu Fan also advances to level 47. Looking at the crown, our boy wonders whether the jewel holds the Shadow Glare-stone. While he has completed the Shadow Dragon King contract, the court Archmage's request also updates. After defeating the Shadow King, he now needs to bring peace to the dead. Inspecting the crown, he notices the Shadow Glare-stone, which is the source of its corruption. Breaking the crown, he is satisfied that he will gain some extra dragon coins by selling the surplus material from it. Now he collects his targeted material, excluding the Shadow Spring, after gathering 3 Shadow Glare stones. With the help of the great sword of the Shadow King, which is entrusted to our boy, he brings peace to the land's dead. The court mage is quite happy to learn that his people are finally at rest, and that his homeland is regaining its lost glory. With that, our boy completes his quest. Not only this, the court mage also grants Tianfu Island to him, making him its new owner. The companions of Andre notice the thunderstorm ceasing and guess that Andre and our boy have succeeded in their mission. At that moment, he receives congratulations from Ye, who compliments him on having earned his own territory. Looking at his screen, he feels satisfied to see that this territory not only provides steady income, but also hosts wild monsters, giving him opportunities to raise his experience points. Furthermore, after purifying the Shadow Island, the fog and thunderstorm vanish. This allows him to trade resources and accept commissions to clear wild monsters. He can even come here for cave exploration. On top of that, he now has the ability to summon fog and thunderstorms again if he doesn't want outsiders to find this place. Now they arrive at the Shadow Spring. Our boy notices the utilization of its water, which can increase the user's attributes by 3 to 30%. Ye is impressed as well. She prepares to store the water for a good price and asks our boy whether he wants to contract with the Tianhua boss for selling it. He refuses for now, reminding her that their first mission is to help Andre complete his task. Suddenly, everyone on the boat sees the defense measures, thunderstorm and fog, engulfing the water, which makes them doubt Andre and the others' success. Meanwhile, our boy prepares his dragon with Guardian Flow. Andre hesitates, worried that destroying the spring water will ruin his property's resources. Our boy consoles him, promising that after the task is complete, he will hire someone to repair it. Ye even suggests renovating the whole ancient city. In the next moment, he obtains the Wrath of 10,000 Dragons, which is a skill book. After acquiring it, his thoughts wander to the next task, repairing the Shadow Eye Spirit, so that he will have every material needed to complete the Shadow Dragon King contract. 1 week has passed since our boy obtained Tianfu Island. The first thing he does is replace the defense system with his puppet army, which can now spawn unlimited monsters. This makes the island a perfect spot for leveling up. Then he installs a teleportation gate inside his Villa number 2, so that his remaining friends can also come to the island. Now they are enjoying themselves there on vacation. Meanwhile, he waits for the reconstruction of the Shadow Spring so he can collect Shadow Spring water. One day, he heads to the hot water bath when Ye also joins him, complaining that he didn't tell her about it. Then she slips and falls into him. He is flushed by her proximity, which she uses to tease him even more. Finally, after not bothering him further, she relays the message that the repair of the Shadow Spring water has been completed. Later, when he is collecting the water with a satisfied expression, Ye grows curious about what kind of creation he is working on. Meanwhile, his system crafts a Shadow Dragon King contract diagram and asks for his permission, which he grants. Then he receives a crafted summon scroll, which he gives to Xiao Fei to consume. He calls him crazy, but he explains that usually a scroll has limited usage. However, once Xiao Fei consumes it, she can use it unlimited times as her ability. With that, she activates her natural assimilation ability, which will allow her to contract with the Shadow Dragon King and summon it as well. Then he asks Xiao Fei to demonstrate her skill, but even after 5 minutes, nothing happens. Looking at his screen, he realizes that the overwhelming strength of the Dragon King has become its loophole. Ye, impatient for results, asks what is happening, so he orders his dragon to release stealth. At that moment, the Shadow Dragon appears, leaving her in awe of him for obtaining another dragon, one that can disappear at will. He remarks that this is no ordinary dragon and encourages her to check its stats if she wants. Later, they spot a Shadow Dragon General, a dragon boss second only to the Shadow Dragon King. Deciding to test things, he orders his dragon to use shadow concealment. The Dragon General senses an intruder and rushes toward our boy, but before it can attack, a blazing light strikes it, throwing it to the ground. The attack makes it shriek in pain, even though it cannot see its enemy. Yi watches all of this with an expression of awe. Then he decides to add fuel to the fire and orders Xiao Fei to cast Soul Protection on the Shadow Dragon King. She shifts her form into Light of Soul and adds the Soul Protection to the Dragon King. With that, its concealment power increases further, strong enough to also hide Xiao Fei, who is attached to it. The Dragon General roars furiously as it hurls an attack toward our boy, but he blocks it with the Shadow Cloak, which can block any form of strike. He is satisfied with this skill, which nullifies every kind of attack and grants him the ultimate defense. Then he orders his Shadow Dragon King to unleash its strongest attack. The Dragon King activates the Shadow Assassin skill, which locks the target in place, teleports behind it, and strikes its weak point. The same happens with the Dragon General, who is taken down instantly. Yi is awed, witnessing such formidable power. Our boy explains that the Shadow Dragon King is an assassin, famous for finishing targets with a single hit, and that Xiao Fei's presence boosts its abilities even further. Ye is impressed that a monster at level 47 can kill a level 95 boss. Even with her own level 96, she admits she cannot guarantee such a feat. She feels satisfied that with Lu Fan at her side, she can definitely win against the two Western families. He assures her that he will not hold back to help her. She comments that this makes him their benefactor. At that moment, she intends to give him a great gift from her family once the matter is settled. After 2 days, they reach the western frontier. Looking around the western territory, our boy admits its enthralling beauty, which must be the reason noble families choose to settle there. He explains that this is indeed the case, because noble families are important to the Dragon Kingdom. They are granted western regions, which are rich in resources. The government doesn't even establish cities here to avoid disturbing the nobles. She adds that the western frontier belongs to lower-level nobles like her family, along with the Long and Huang families, while the deeper regions are occupied by higher nobles. However, even these higher nobles consider fourth-tier experts as the lowest level. Listening to this, he realizes his obliviousness to such political drama and understands that in their eyes, he must be nothing more than an ant. Still, he feels a surge of anticipation at the thought of finally meeting them. Yi then announces that they have arrived and steps down at her residence. Before even entering her home, she warns him to consider whether he is truly ready to endure the drama inside. If he regrets it, he still has the chance to turn back. He replies that the only ones who will regret are the Huang and Long families. Encouraged by his resolve, she tells him to follow her as she begins giving him a tour of her childhood home. At that moment, in the Huang family martial arts arena, Yutian is practicing against his elder. The elder praises him, saying that even with all his stabilization over a month, he is still behind. However, the elder believes that Yutian has already reached a tier higher than where he currently stands, and he hopes this young man will surpass his strength within half a year. He even daydreams that with Yutian's power, the family might climb high enough to challenge even the noble families. Meanwhile, they must also secure enough resources to surpass the Ning family. Hearing this, Yutian promises to work harder. Then the elder informs him about Lu Fan and Ye's arrival at Bone Dragon. Yutian acknowledges that he has heard the boy commands a black dragon. The elder replies that he has more than one dragon, which could prove troublesome for them in the future. Yutian is determined to bring our boy to their side. The elder reminds him that he might refuse. At this, the younger man insists that such refusal would bring death upon Lu Fan, since no one dares question their actions in the western frontier. The elder then informs him about Long Erhu's intentions, not only to seek revenge for his son's humiliation, but also to marry to Ye. Thus, he urges Yutian to settle this matter. With a confident laugh, Yutian assures the elder that he will arrive in 3 days, not only to take control of Ye's family, but also to restrain the Long family. Hearing this, the elder expresses his hope that the Huang family will soon rule over the entire western frontier. 3 days later, while our boy should be in the room assigned to him by Ye, he is instead at Tianfu Island Beach, training his dragons after teleportation. Over these 3 days, everyone has leveled up. He is satisfied with their performance, which he believes should be enough to face the noble families. Still, he wonders how Ye is handling her side of the matter. When he returns, the Long family is already waiting in the main hall, demanding Ye's presence, while the Huang family representatives are expected to arrive shortly. Ye instructs the guards to stay alert, declaring that no one is to be allowed inside without her order. She then turns to our boy and informs him of their enemy's arrival. As they enter the main hall, they are greeted by the sour face of Long Xing, who is clearly displeased at the sight of our boy. He is complaining that she doesn't even show them the courtesy of offering tea. Ye reminds him of the beating he once received for such arrogance, but the conceited prick scoffs, saying that was in the past. Now, even if he were to pee at her doorstep, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Then Long Erhu comes straight to the point, asking how Ye should repay the debt her family supposedly owes the Long family. He demands an explanation of her plan. With a sly smile, he adds that Xing had gone to her for this very purpose, yet Lu Fan beat him instead, so now they are also here to bring him justice. Ye angrily reminds him that Xing was the one who broke the rules, and clearly, they have no intention of returning her resources. Erhu then makes a proposal. If she marries him, they can let go of Xing's grievance, since she would become family, and they would even grant her protection against the Huang family. Xing readily agrees, declaring that if she marries Erhu, all matters will be settled. At that, our boy arrogantly taunts them, asking if he have ever even looked in a mirror before making such a ridiculous proposal. Xing is furious at hearing his taunt. Lu Fan assures Ye that he will handle the matter. At that, she seductively asks him to help her, explaining that the Long family didn't bring a large force, but still intends to forcefully claim her hand. He assures her that he will do it for her. Hearing this, Erhu reminds Lu Fan that he is nothing more than her toy and should not interfere in noble family matters. Ye, however, agrees that everything should indeed be proper in noble families. That's why she officially appoints our boy as her family's representative in this dispute. The Long family doesn't understand what just happened. By giving him her family's seat, she has effectively declared him the head of her house. Xin immediately protests, but Erhu stops him. Turning to Lu Fan, Erhu claims that Ye is merely infatuated with him. Lu Fan firmly replies that it is none of his business, and demands that their head come forward to speak with him directly. Sang insists that, according to tradition, they need to bring their head there, but Erhu ignores tradition and orders his subordinates to get out. Infuriated by the humiliation, even though he himself is infatuated with Ye, he warns her that if she dares interfere in his fight, he will mutilate her beautiful face. Ye is about to protest, but Lu Fan stops her as he will handle this matter. Erhu is generous enough to give our boy a 3-count head start. Our hero then makes a bet. If he is able to remain alive during the head start, he will claim Yi family's head seat as well as control of the western frontier. Xing warns his brother about Xiaoya. He furiously reminds everyone that he is a 4th-tier expert with 20,000 defense and is confident in his skill. That's why he proposes a wager. If he survives the count, all resources owned by the Long family, Cloud Edge Mountain included, will transfer to Ye's family, and they will leave Ye in peace. Then our boy starts to count. When he reaches 2, he still doesn't bother to move from his spot. Erhu braces himself, confident that after taking 1 dragon strike he can eliminate our guy. Then our boy counts to 1. Everyone waits for a mighty attack, but nothing happens. Xing bursts into laughter, mocking him and challenging him to rescue Ye's family from trouble. Suddenly he turns to his brother, only to see Erhu frozen in place. Lu Fan mocks that he is too scared to move. He doesn't understand, but he calmly consoles her. Xing tries to move Erhu, but the next moment Erhu collapses. Lu Fan declares that the battle is already won. Immediately, everyone begins shouting about Erhu's death. Sang is terrified, struggling to comprehend how our boy defeated his brother without even moving an inch. Meanwhile, the Long family's retainers are furious over Erhu's death and prepare to take revenge. Xing tries to stop them, but they refuse to listen, planning instead to capture Lu Fan and Ye to drag them back to the Long residence. Seeing this, Ye requests that he spare 1 person alive to carry the message of their power back to the family. He had already intended the same. With a snap of his fingers, he slaughters everyone, leaving behind only a trembling, terrified Xing. Then he steps forward and comments that he should control his servants who disobeyed him. Finally, he mocks the frightened man, who is too scared to even stand on his feet. Xing immediately starts pleading for his life, while Lu Fan warns him to keep his distance. His intention is clear. He will not kill him because he needs a messenger to carry word back to the Long family, just as he had arranged before. Realizing his luck, he accepts eagerly. Our boy allows him to leave, but only after issuing terms. Within 3 days, the Long family must surrender every resource and hand over all their territories to the Ye family. Only the barren, unwanted lands will remain theirs, and they must provide yearly tributes to the Ye family. Failure to comply within the deadline means the Long family will be erased completely. He bows low, promising to deliver each word exactly. At Ye's command, a subordinate drags him outside and throws him out. The guards exchange scornful remarks, disgusted that such filth was ever allowed in their lady's presence, and the Long family finally reaps the fate it deserves. At that moment, Xing is struggling to process what just happened. Even if he delivers the message, no one will believe him that our dude had slaughtered Long Erhu and others right before his eyes, never once leaving his chair. The method remains a complete mystery. No explanation fits what he witnessed. His instincts scream that he must leave at once, or death will catch him. Suddenly panic seizes him. He runs begging for his life. The guards burst into laughter at his pitiful flight. As he runs, he remarks catching something just behind him. It was our boy's shadow concealment technique, the art of slipping through spaces unseen. It has been there all along, watching. 30 minutes later, at the western frontier, a group of riders soars on mechanical bird mounts. Among them sits Huang Yutian, ranked 4th among sword cultivators. His subordinate brings grim news that the family's ancestor discovered that the Longs dispatched dozens of 3rd-tier servants earlier today. Doubts rise if the young master handles matters alone. Huang dismisses the worry. Servants at levels 60 or 70 pose no threat. Yet another subordinate points ahead as someone approaches at full speed. It is none other than Xing, running wild. Huang's group laughs at Xing's desperate escape, certain his family troubles broke him. Yutian mocks him, saying his strength never matches his level and he is nothing compared to their young master. He waves aside their distraction, pressing them onward. They must reach the Ye family at full speed. Still, the image of Long Xing in this state leaves him uneasy. He admits to a foreboding sense that this mission will not be easy. An hour later, outside the Ye family courtyard, guards spot the approaching force. Recognizing the Huang family, one guard warns his partner not to let them through and rushes to inform Miss Ye. Yutian brushes them off with arrogance, claiming he will see her himself. In one swift strike, he cuts a guard down and enters. The surviving guard flees inside, screaming for Ye and warning of murder. Yutian calls the retreating man noisy and raises his hand to end him. Before he can strike, a surge of energy cuts across his path. Ye herself has arrived. She condemns his audacity of slaughtering members of a noble family. Since he struck first, there will be no discussion. Her voice rings with finality. Any offender will be killed without mercy. Fire mark of the 7th layer ignites at her command. Yutian answers with his white jade sword, scoffing at her defiance. He recalls how he injured her before, doubting her strength. This time he promises to break her properly. His sword crashes against her flames. He follows with a command for his men to attack. The Huang family surges forward, only to be interrupted by a sudden blast. Long Erhu appears out of nowhere, his strike shaking the courtyard. The explosion leaves the attackers stunned. All eyes widen to see him, and Lu Fan sits at ease, smiling faintly, while Long Erhu's corpse, still pulsing with level 98 strength, slams into the Huang forces at his command. Panic spreads through their ranks. Yutian demands answers about Erhu turning against them, but Lu Fan remains calm, completing the synthesis of a god-level treasure map. Above, Ye glances at our dude, remarking that the Huang family has come prepared to deal with them. Lu Fan replies with ease, assuring her she need not move a finger. Huang is nothing worth her effort. Huang's pride burns. He summons the peerless 9 swords, his blade splitting into 9 identical copies. The swords streak toward Lu Fan in a storm of killing intent. Lu Fan answers with the Shadow Dragon King. The great beast manifests, unleashing its shadow blade. 6 of the 9 swords shatter instantly, only 3 surviving the clash. Huang is stunned that the dragon had appeared without warning, yet its presence had lingered all along, unseen. Lu Fan's voice cuts through, demanding Huang to show the same strength he once used to wound Ye, warning he'll be paid back this time. Lu Fan calls forth shadow concealment, leaving his enemy unsettled. The move catches him off guard. No one had ever mentioned a dragon like this standing behind Lu Fan. Panic spreads through Huang's members as Long Erhu corpse cuts them down one after another. Meanwhile, our boy and his girl step forward together. Lu Fan offers to deal with it himself, yet Ye refuses, her power flaring as she takes her stand against their enemy. She declares this the moment he pays for his crimes. Flames surge, fire mark blazing at 7 stacks, her strength multiplied many times over. Yutian answers with ice sword diffusion, cold energy wrapping his blade. He sneers at the thought that one hidden dragon could restrain him. His white jade sword meets Ye's burning weapon, light bursting as he unleashes swordlight pierces illusion, spreading sharp flashes across the ground. But when his feet touch down, frustration twists his face. His skill has failed to break the stealth of the dragon. Our boy appears behind him, clapping, amused. The trick was clever, but useless against his dragon. Yutian turns on him, anger boiling over, hurling his attack toward Lu Fan. He blocks his path, fire lashing out. She demands whether he ever thought about crossing the line when he stole their lands and left her broken and bleeding. Only the Huang family doesn't have the right to do as they please. She strikes with burning force, knocking him hard to the ground. Blood spills from his mouth. Stunned, he cannot believe she made him bleed. Ye's eyes burn brighter. She will not stop until he lies dead. He curses under his breath. If not for that cursed dragon, none of this would have happened. Rage drives him. If he must fall, he will drag them all with him. His first sword array slash explodes into life. He recognizes the same blade storm that nearly killed her once before. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, realizing something feels wrong. Next moment, Yutian body shakes. He isn't aiming only at Ye, he's baiting Lu Fan. Yi braces, vowing she will end it herself this time. Our guy shifts the trap back on him, ordering the Shadow Dragon King forward. His enemy seizes the chance, binding the dragon with blood sword shackles for 30 seconds. He laughs that he had guessed correctly. By attacking Ye, he forced Lu Fan to act. Mounting his mechanical bird, he prepares to retreat. But before he can escape, his mount is struck down. He crashes hard to the ground. Lu Fan's voice follows, demanding who gave him permission to leave. He grabs Yutian by the hair, pressing his blade to the man's neck, mocking the thought that his dragon was the only threat. His confidence collapses, and he blurts that killing him is impossible. This is a clash of noble families, and rules forbid such a thing. Ye's voice cuts in sharply. He no longer holds the right to those rules. He then reminds Ye of their family's old reactions, claims his words came from anger, and he never meant to kill her. Turning to Lu Fan, he begs, offering peace, even promising to announce to the world that Lu Fan bested him. Lu Fan steps aside, handing Yutian's fate to Ye. She hesitates for a breath, remembering how valued he is within his family. She cannot believe she almost fell for his tricks again. Her fire rises once more. Desperation drives their pathetic enemy to cry out that the ancestor himself wished to invite her as an honored guest. But before he can finish, her voice cuts him down. The dead of the Yi family cry for justice, and he must answer them. Firemark erupts in full force, consuming him completely. When the flames die, silence settles. Ye turns to Lu Fan, saying the Huang family must be informed. He assures her it will be handled, and one of Huang's followers will be left alive to carry the tale. He orders Erhu to spare a single survivor. He then steps forward and hugs Lu Fan. He asks if releasing her fury has eased her heart, and she admits it has. Among the forces Lu Fan controls, Huang Yutian now stands. Watching him rise, Lu Fan studies the skill's effect and admits to himself how absurdly strong it feels. To burn someone to ash and then summon them back is almost too much. Within his 4th stage puppet legion, Long Erhu now commands the defense while Yutian takes the lead in offense and control. For the first time, the team looks balanced. By now, word of both their deaths must have reached the Long and Huang clans. He wonders how those families will react. Inside the Long family manor in the main hall, Long Xing kneels before Chang Kong. He recounts everything he witnessed, while trembling with fear. Long Changkong questions whether such madness could be true. Long Xing swears it is. His brother never even managed to strike before being instantly slain by the dragon. Each attack claimed a life without fail. Even third-stage experts crumbled in a single blow. He responds that Ye from the Ye family clearly found herself a terrifying ally. A guard steps forward, reminding the clan head of the real issue. With the second master dead, they now face the demand delivered through Long Xing. Within 3 days, they need to hand over all lands and resources. The question is cut short by a thunderous explosion above. At that moment, Huang Elder descends into their hall. His eyes burn as he calls out Long Changkong's name, demanding answers. Changkong's face hardens. Huang loses to the Ye family and then comes here, seeking to stir another war. But old Huang roars that the Longs colluded with the Ye. Long Erhu killed his grandson Yutian, and now the debt must be paid. Long Xing stares in disbelief. He had seen Erhu cut down by Lu Fan's dragon with his own eyes. It was Ye who sided with Lu Fan to finish him, not Erhu. Old Huang steps closer, demanding proof. If Long Xing dares to lie, he'll regret being born. Shaking, Long Xing insists he speaks the truth. Changkong raises his hand, warning Huang to mind himself. This is still the Long household. The truth is clear. Erhu died. If he appeared alive, then someone must be using necromancy. Lu Fan let Long Xing return on purpose, carrying the warning. In 3 days, the Long clan must submit. Their power swells as both leaders call on their energy. Old Huang reveals he too got the same message about handing over everything to them in 3 days. He is shocked at the growth of the Ye clan in 2 months. Changkong responds about the Ye family's grown arrogance, and they will pay for it. He reminds him of the true threat as Lu Fan wields not one, but the powerful beasts. One hides like an assassin, striking unseen, while the other crushes foes head-on with raw might. Old Huang responds that a tamer is still a summoner, so it means cut down the master and the beasts vanish. Still, the Long Dragon is not so easily cornered. Changkong assures him there is no need for concern because their clan holds the Sun Arrow user, so they can lock onto the dragon's position wherever it hides. Old Huang responds with a grim smile that the Ye family thinks he is enough to overturn centuries of power, then they will learn otherwise. He admits he once considered inviting Lu Fan into the Huang clan, but after this, those thoughts are gone. That evening, outside the Ye manor, the ground starts to shake. Guards steady themselves, wondering if an earthquake has struck, but then they spot a beast tide rushing straight toward them. Alarm bells ring as they shout for their lady, warning her of the danger. Dinner at the Ye manor is quiet until the ground begins to rumble as if the earth shakes. Before they can react, a guard bursts in, face pale with fear, informing about a beast tide heading straight for them. Ye is concerned, while our boy suggests they check the situation outside. Outside chaos unfolds as a dark mass of beasts charges forward, and among them appear Old Huang and Long Changkong. Huang's voice roars across the battlefield, accusing them of murdering Long Xing yet still daring to demand the Huang clan's submission. Changkong steps forward, reminding them how Long and Ye once shared ties. That goodwill is now burned away and blood has been spilled, and today the Ye clan pays the price. He raises his hand, ordering his beast to crush the manor and erase all within. The beast lets out a terrifying growl. The Ye guards rush forward with trembling blades, only to discover enemies pressing from every side. They strike, but at the final moment a barrier rises, catching the assault which left shocked both comrades. Because such a strike should shatter even the strongest treasures, yet it holds firm. At the center stands Lu Fan, calm within the storm. His technique, external ward, has wrapped them all in its protection. He looks at the attackers as though they are children who failed to listen. He understands that 4 transitions passed, yet still they chose this path, so today's slaughter belongs to them. Ye steps forward, pointing out that Long and Huang have joined hands to strike as one. Changkong's eyes fix on Lu Fan, realizing this must be the dragon tamer whispered about across the land. Lu Fan admits it without concern. The revelation makes Changkong sneer. Dragons or not, no upstart can stand against the might of 2 ancient clans. Today they will prove what true nobility means. Lu Fan studies the sea of beasts, dismissing them as little more than fodder. Numbers alone cannot topple the Ye clan. With a simple gesture, he summons his dragons. One after another, wings fill the sky, scales glinting in the firelight. Enemies are in disbelief that there are rare dragons swarm around one man. Then Xiaoyi's presence flares as natural assimilation activates, making the scene even harder to comprehend. The rival leaders stand frozen, unable to grasp the depth of what they face. Lu Fan warns them to wait. His true strength is yet to come. From the shadows march his corpse dragons, undead giants carrying the memories of fallen beasts. Erhu, Xing, and others stand in dreadful silence, their very existence a reminder of the Jin clan's downfall. Each puppet alone could rival a noble house, yet he wields them all. Panic ripples through the enemy lines, even the beasts shrinking back in fear. Changkong and Huang steel themselves, but the hopelessness is clear. Retreat no longer exists. Lu Fan's golden aura flares, his form twisting into that of a dragon himself. Shock tears through them that not only does he tame dragons, he becomes one. His voice thunders as he commands Xiaofei to unleash Jade Mirror Clone. Countless figures of Lu Fan scatter across the battlefield, their numbers multiplying until the enemy realizes their mistake too late. With wings spread wide, the golden dragon calls for annihilation. Lava erupts from his mouth, a bow answers with roaring thunder, and the sky dragon tears the heavens with falling stars. The battlefield drowns beneath their combined fury. To the enemies, it is no longer war, it is bad dream. Next moment, Starfall and Lava Burst crash down together, lighting the battlefield in fire and falling stars. The first strike wipes out countless enemies, leaving even the boldest stunned. Huang's voice cuts through the chaos, calling on Chang Kong to stop holding back. Guarding against each other at this stage means nothing. If they don't unleash everything now, both clans will be erased. Chang Kong's knows Huang hides his true strength. His curse power runs far deeper than what he shows. Today demands no holding back. The two strike a deal on the spot, fight with full force, determined to wipe out the Ye, then divide the spoils after. For 3 months their clans will truce, but the Ye family's legacy ends tonight. Huang's aura surges heavy as his curse spreads outward, a suffocating grip that can freeze even those on his level for 10 whole seconds. As the talismans flare, he declares the moment has come to kill him. Chang Kong answers with action. Red flames coil around him as his beasts howl in frenzy. A blazing sphere of fire forms above, swelling larger until it tears through the air and slams toward Lu Fan's golden dragon form. The blast engulfs him. From behind the barrier, Ye screams Lu Fan's name in fear. Chang Kong smirks coldly, convinced it is over. He taunts that a shape-shifted dragon can't survive the combined might of 2 clan leaders. But then golden eyes open, and Chang Kong's smirk fades into shock as Lu Fan's voice rolls across the battlefield, informing that it was only a Jade Mirror clone, nothing more. Rage boils in Chang Kong. Now that the real form appears before him, he charges again. But the result is the same. Lu Fan's body remains untouched while Chang Kong staggers back, struck down by the counter. Breathless, he stumbles, realizing his energy is gone. Just one clone drained everything from him. A second transition at barely level 40 should not hold such overwhelming strength. Our boy stands calm in the storm, asking what strength they think remains. His dragons surge stronger before their eyes. Jade Dragon climbing to level 43, Star Dragon to 40, Stellar Radiance evolving with no limit in time, and a new destructive art, Celestial Annihilation, capable of summoning a star that grows as it devours the heavens. Even the Blue Dragon rises to 32. Fear spreads. Huang sees clearly that his clan is finished. Chang Kong demands to know if Lu Fan has already ended them all. The dragon's voice answers that now on, the names of the Huang and Long will be erased from the western lands. Desperation drives them. Chang Kong ignites the forbidden life flame Soulburn, burning years from his life and searing his very soul. Huang gulps down a vital devour elixir, his vitality restored in a rush. Together, they gamble everything. Chang Kong declares that Lu Fan will not leave this field alive. Huang summons the heaven calamity of 10,000 talismans, endless talismans of the 5 elements flooding the sky one after another. The final clash begins. Chang Kong charges, flames consuming his body, while Huang rains down talismans in waves. Their combined strike smashes into Lu Fan, enclosing him from every side. Huang's laughter rises that he succeeds. But then our boy's voice cuts through that he was testing the strength of the Huang ancestors, and the result disappoints him. In the next breath, the shield shatters. Lu Fan is free as if untouched. Huang stares in disbelief that ultimate attack could not stop the dragon tamer for even a single heartbeat. The moment finally comes for Lu Fan. He summons dragon language replication, his aura swelling with terrifying power. Old Huang senses the danger too late and triggers his mystic talisman spirit shield. 12 glowing talismans spin around him in a defensive ring, each one capable of absorbing a strike and returning damage. But Lu Fan unleashes Lava Burst. Flames roar out like a storm, engulfing the talismans all at once. The fiery surge devours them instantly, leaving nothing but drifting ash. The shockwave hurls old Huang through the air. Lu Fan steps back into his human form as both enemies collapse to the ground, broken and defeated. Chang Kong, struggling for breath, mutters about their divine archer, the one capable of piercing even the strongest concealments. He cannot fathom how his dragon slipped past such detection. Our boy only gestures toward a lifeless body nearby, explaining that his dragon had grown annoyed by the hidden scout and ended him without hesitation. Suddenly, blood spills from the mouths of both patriarchs, their internal injuries tearing through them. Lu Fan makes his stance clear. Someone was sent with a message if clans present the resource transfer agreement, or they face extinction. The Huang and Long clans are suffering only because of their own choices. If they wish to argue, they can explain themselves in the afterlife. Chang Kong forces himself upright, straining through the pain to warn him. Perhaps he fears no clan now, but the power backing them is beyond anything he can bear. Old Huang joins in, revealing that the Ning clan, an aristocratic family of Class C, stands behind them. A single level 100 expert from that clan could erase him effortlessly. He casually asks if their final words are finished, yet they keep shouting, desperate to hammer warnings into him. The Ning clan will never forgive him if he dares kill them. Lu Fan answers if their clans are so important, then they can go to the underworld first and prepare the path. Chang Kong still tries to reason, asking if he truly intends to form an eternal blood feud. But his answer comes not in words, but in action. All of his dragons awaken at once, their power shaking the air. He declares that someone from the Ning clan will hear their last screams soon enough. Behind Lu Fan, 5 dragons hover. The realization cuts through him. Our dude has dissolved them into himself. With a wave, Lu Fan summons Wrath of the 10,000 Dragons. His body transforms into the King of 10,000 Dragons, a living storm of divine might. The 2 patriarchs become the perfect trial for this unfathomable technique. Energy surges out like a tidal wave, engulfing the battlefield. Their screams echo, but he raises his hand and ends it in one strike. Their last words warn of the Ning clan's vengeance, but the warning dies with them. Not long after, Ye arrives at the ruined ground. He greets her lightly, asking if the sight unsettled her. She admits the scene unsettled her. Never before had she seen him like this. When his body gave out earlier, she was worried much. Yet moments later, he had risen with terrifying strength and crushed everything before him. He assures her that her safety was never just a promise to ease her mind. A smile comes on her lips as she points out that with the patriarchs gone and their followers scattered, nothing stands in their way. It is the perfect moment to claim victory. He turns his focus toward the Long clan, while she takes the Huang clan for herself. That is when he remembers. The Long clan's stronghold happens to rest on one of the very sites marked across his god-tier treasure maps. Seizing the chance, he calls forth 17 million celestial annihilation. Power floods through him as his star dragon rank soars to 40, and the stellar radiance form becomes eternal. The barriers that once restrained him no longer exist. Armed with a technique that shakes the heavens, he knows no force can stop him now. A stellar core ignites above, blazing with destructive brilliance. Meanwhile, at the Long clan estate, Long Xing paces with unease, disturbed by the silence from his patriarch. Ever since Lu Fan's rise, he seems uneasy. Suddenly, a torrent of light crashes. He looks up and fear seizes him whole and he screams in shock. Lu Fan feels the sheer weight of his new power. If he combines it with dragon language resonance, even a city could crumble in an instant. He then reaches the treasure sites and unlocks the chest waiting for him. Inside, rewards shimmer one after another. The first is the legacy of a flame dragon warrior, followed by a pair of golden dragon king bracers. With them, the golden dragon king set awakens the moment he touches it. More treasures continue to appear. A skill manual, an enchant level removal scroll, then a scroll to raise enchant quality, another to strengthen pets, and finally, one that expands his summon slots. He reviews the rewards with satisfaction. The extra slot lets him keep the new egg, and the pet scroll ensures growth for his Shadow Dragon King. Even if neither his serpent nor dragon has reached legendary rank yet, the haul is more than worth it. Satisfied, he gathers everything and leaves with his dragon, already thinking of returning to Ye. Meanwhile, she arrives at the fallen Huang clan's grounds. A desperate man rushes forward, clutching at her legs and crying her name. He is Huang Yincheng, once steward of the clan. With the patriarchs gone and the clan's core shattered, only a few hundred members and scattered resource points remain. As manager of the outer hall, he begs to serve her, promising he can unite what is left. She questions if his loyalty can be trusted. His devotion, he promises, belongs to the Ye clan from this day on. At that moment, Lu Fan appears saying if the steward betrays them, death will be mercy. The man trembles under his gaze, bowing low, while she hurries happily to his side. He judges quickly. With no fighters left and only a mountain of work to be done, keeping the steward alive is practical, and she agrees. Yincheng, eager to prove himself, vows that their commands will be law. Lu Fan grants him 3 days to gather every scrap of the Huang clan's resources. Failing means the end. The steward flees at once to begin. Later, she asks about the Long clan. He confirms it is already handled. She then pulls him aside, revealing her plan. The resources of all 3 clans will be merged under her management, while the authority will ultimately be his. She is prepared for this outcome long ago, should he achieve victory. He thanks her but shows no interest in running clans. He has come to support her, not to claim power. She smiles, agreeing to oversee everything for now, though he can take the reins anytime he wishes. When he teases her, asking if this is her so-called gift, she only laughs and waves it off. Instead, she urges him to look over the secret records and resource maps to see if anything catches his eye. As Lu Fan reads through them, one detail strikes him. The combined treasure map points directly to a site listed among their holdings. He sets his finger on it. The flying immortal ancient shrine, Yi identifies. The very next day, they journey to its entrance together. She warns him of the rules that a person can only enter one time, and no matter their level, only one rank can be gained inside. For someone like him, it might be a wasted chance. Lu Fan thinks that waiting until later might be wiser, but after coming this far, the idea of walking away leaves a bitter taste. Regret would linger too long. When they land, soldiers bow low, awaiting orders. Ye addresses them directly, clarifying any who remain loyal to the clan will be treated with fairness only. Together they advance until the shrine reveals itself. A glowing portal shimmers before them. Ye informs now she can only wait for him outside. Our dude accepts, stepping toward the portal with steady resolve. As the light swallows him, his goal blazes clear in his heart that within these ruins lies the dragon egg he seeks. Lu Fan stares at the egg for a moment, thinking that it has been ages since he last saw a dragon egg since a bow hatched. He turns to the ancient statue nearby, silently thanking the elder who left this gift, and vows to have the Huang family repair the weathered shrine. His focus on the egg nearly makes him miss a battered book nearby. Picking it up, he notices the fine craftsmanship hidden beneath its torn cover. The handwriting inside is almost faded with time, yet readable. Clearly, the owner had braved countless dangerous places. The pages reveal the story of an expedition. The explorer wrote of sighting a massive dragon deep within fallen Dragon Valley. The entry dated year 589, January 30th, speaks of relief when the group realized the fallen creature had survived a storm. Their plan was to capture the wounded beast, strip materials from other dragon corpses, and gain riches beyond measure. With a prepared scroll for taming magic, the explorer believed success was possible. Yet even with fourth-tier masters at his side and the dragon on the brink of death, the attempt failed. Poison gas erupted, burning through everything. Panic spread, and many were reduced to nothing in moments. The author admits abandoning his comrades in order to live. Still, the gas found him, eating away at his body slowly. Days later, coughing and weakened, he recorded one final warning to never enter Fallen Dragon Valley and trigger the dragon at its depths. His last words attempt to name it, but the sentence breaks off midway. Our dude studies the fragment carefully. It's Devourer Demon Dragon, Abyssal Maw. The name jolts his memory. This was the same target mentioned in a hidden chest he once received at the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Back then, he had neither the strength nor the tricks to pursue it. Now, with the seed of Flying Dragon Divine Wood clenched in his hand, the path feels within his approach. He reflects that this time, fortune is on his side. He possesses a summon slot expansion scroll, meaning a second dragon companion is possible. Calling out his current dragons, he prepares them to welcome their new kin. The scroll glows as he activates it, and he announces the arrival of their newest member, the little poison dragon. Abao and Xiaoye hover nearby with curiosity. He warns them to treat it gently. Using dragon riding technique, he attempts the taming process. Oddly, the hatchling refuses to break free of its shell, releasing only waves of foul-smelling gas. Soon after, information flickers across the contract slot. Level 11 Poison Dragon. The contract has already been formed. Its attributes are average, with spirit as the only strong point, but the true marvel lies in its passive abilities. Anyone touching the creature risks infection by toxins. If struck down, it collapses, only to revive again and again. Unlike other dragons that rely on immense recovery speed, this one simply restores, spreading poison without end. The realization leaves Lu Fan awed. Abao nudges the egg with playful force, and suddenly it cracks apart. Out tumbles a small dragon, squeaking nervously as it darts away from him. Lu Fan stops Abao from his actions. The tiny creature chirps anxiously, its body almost slime-like. He lifts it gently, resistant to its poisons thanks to his bloodline, though he knows others would smell the stench clinging to it. Its cries remind him of a frightened mouse, so he gives it a fitting name, Xiaoji. He guides the dragon to eat the eggshell, knowing it needs the nourishment to grow strong. The little one hesitates, shy to the point of trembling, but under Xiaofei's patient care, she begins nibbling. Watching her, Lu Fan realizes how alike Xiaoji and Xiaofei appear, both hesitant and calm. In time, he feels certain they will be good together. Xiaoji's gift is unique, the ability to collect poisons without limit. This talent alone makes her future terrifyingly bright. As he glances toward the horizon, he knows the timing is perfect. Fallen Dragon Valley brims with poison, and in 3 days when they finally depart, Xiaoji will have the chance to unleash her true potential. 3 days slip by inside the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine. During that time, Lu Fan's strength rises to level 48, unlocking a new passive ability, Weapon Mastery. Xiaoji, starting from a much lower level, advances even faster. By the end of the 3rd day, she reaches level 13 and awakens a new skill, Netherworld Guardian. Those days allow our boy to understand her better. Unlike other dragons, she has no trace of fierceness. Shyness weighs on her, and she struggles to interact with others. Yet she has an unusual gift. She hides with ease and can slip away from danger in an instant. With Abao guiding her through practice and our guy offering constant reassurance, she slowly relaxes. By the final day, she even opens up to Xiaofei, bonding with her for the first time. When her new skill is fully learned, the shrine releases them back to the outside world. Waiting outside is Ye, and her eyes fall on the little creature in Lu Fan's arms. She bends closer, curious, and stretches a hand to touch the soft, jelly-like dragonling. Xiaoji squirms at the contact. Our dude quickly draws her back, explaining that this dragon is not like others, and her nature is fragile, burdened with fear of strangers. Deciding it is safer, he stores Xiaoji away before turning back to her. asking if she has been waiting. She recalls something serious, and in her formal tone she delivers the message. Zhao Shengming called the previous day. Dragon City Academy has begun preparing for its final assessment. Zhao suggested Lu Fan could be exempt due to his strength, but academy rules require every student to participate. Lu Fan laughs lightly, urging her to drop the principal's air. She relaxes, switching back to the role of a friend. Together they reflect on how fast time has changed and his selection feels too near. She remarks that his constant missions make days blur together. Lu Fan then speaks of a place he wishes to visit before the exam, Fallen Dragon Valley. Concern flickers in her face at the mention. He presses her for the location, and she admits she knows it well. The valley holds painful memories. Her grandfather perished there only half a year ago. She explains the story. Her grandfather had led an expedition into the valley's deepest ravine with 3 fourth-tier masters. A commander reported an open space ahead, so the team advanced. He believed he could claim this territory for the Ye family, but the place was no ordinary valley. It was a forbidden ground. Strange trees surrounded them, and eyes glimmered in the shadows. The commander marveled at the wide clearing, only for the trees themselves to attack. The strength of the creatures far exceeded their ability. Her grandfather ordered retreat, but by then poison had seeped into his wounds. The priests of Dragon City could find no cure. On his deathbed, he revealed to her that he had heard a dragon's roar echoing from the abyss below. He passed away holding her hand, leaving only the hope that the valley might one day become a hidden treasure for their clan. She studies Lu Fan, troubled by his desire to go there. He shares the truth that a hidden quest drives him, one demanding the defeat of a Dragon King-level being. Only someone like him could even receive such a mission. Though danger looms, his confidence rests on the strength he now holds. What he needs is her support. Without hesitation, she grants it. As heirs of the Ye family, they have the right to such knowledge, and she promises to guide him. Grateful, Lu Fan suggests returning to Ye Manor to prepare for their journey the next morning. That same evening, at the ruins of the old Huang Manor, a guard's scream breaks the silence. Ningtu approaches astride a monstrous beast, Zhuangmeng 1100 Crushing Mountain. His voice drips with mockery as he mentions the overdue tribute that still has not been delivered. The fallen Huang family faces trouble again. A soldier gathers his courage and shouts that the manor no longer belongs to the Huangs. Panic spreads as the guards scatter, warning each other that the estate now flies the Ye banner and intruders must leave. Ningtu dismisses their protests. Ownership means nothing to him, as he wants the core of the earth for her sister. Terror surges through the defenders. Some cry out that young Master Ning has arrived, their doom sealed. Confusion stirs among the newer guards, who wonder who this figure even is. Ningtu answers coldly that no tribute will be missed and orders her ghost general to advance with a sign of bell. The creature's eyes flare with a deadly glow. Chaos earthquake erupts, the ground splitting as if bombarded, flinging soldiers into the air. Cries of despair echo through the manor as Ningtu watches with a smile, comparing them to insects crushed beneath a heel. One man freezes in shock, his body stiff as corpses fall around him. The ghost general materializes in front of him, and Ningtu steps closer, calm and confident, as he introduces himself. Fear tightens the man's chest as no chance exists to warn the Ye family. Birds fly in the air as Lu Fan arrives at his destination. The location she gives him lines up perfectly. This is the western frontier, the uncharted stretch known as Fallen Dragon Valley. 19 regional levels span across this dangerous land, a place the Ye family once tries and fails to claim. He adjusts the sturdy backpack Ye prepared for him just yesterday. Inside are carefully chosen supplies, scrolls, potions, tools, even buff food, all collected according to her grandfather's old notes. At first, Lu Fan thinks she has gone too far with her preparations, but she insists, reminding him of how many expeditions perish here through carelessness. He regrets not being able to bring her with him, but she brushes it off, knowing she cannot match him in battles against dragons. Her focus remains on family matters, especially the struggle with Huang. Before he leaves, she urges him to take care of the danger of the Dragon King. Meanwhile, reports reach her about the Huang family handing over the Molten Core Cavern. Huang Yincheng is already gathering resources there, so she decides she will inspect the cavern herself while leaving orders for her men to assist Yincheng and keep him in line. Elsewhere, at the Huang family's old guest hall, Ningtu sits calmly while a man kneels before him. He confirms that the new clan master of the Ye family has personally gone into the mine to dig ores. Ningtu finds the situation laughable, that a clan head mines like a commoner while letting former enemies handle household matters. When tea is brought, he acknowledges the gesture with a smirk. After a sip, he announces that they will be given a few more days, enough time for the clan master to deliver the ore and for him to meet this intriguing figure. The man kowtows gratefully. Back at the edge of Fallen Dragon Valley, our boy pulls out a small magic lamp from the pack, knowing its light will guide them deeper into the darkness. Xiaoji pokes her round face out from the pack, blinking curiously. He checks if she feels fine inside. With his body resistant to toxins, he carries no fear, but he wants her to see firsthand what a true dragon fight looks like. He signals Xiaoye and a bow forward. The two dragons rush ahead, clearing the path with ease. Watching them work, Lu Fan reflects that if Xiaoji had been his first dragon, he might have doubted whether dragons really deserve their legendary reputation. Suddenly, a Bao senses danger. A monstrous venom slime, level 85, oozes into view. Our dude recognizes this as the chance Xiaoji needs. He orders Xiao Ye and a Bao to fight but leave one alive for her. Yet a Bao charges recklessly, striking until only shreds remain. Lu Fan barks at him to stop. Xiao Ye quickly leaps forward, slamming her paw on his head to halt him. Lu Fan reminds them this is deliberate. Stronger foes await, and Xiaoji needs a living specimen to study. Turning to her, he explains that this is her moment. She is watched, supported, and meant for greatness. Fear has no place within her. Cautiously, Xiaoji slithers forward. The slime quivers under her approach. In a sudden move, she engulfs it entirely. To Lu Fan's astonishment, her method of feeding is direct. She absorbs toxins by swallowing them whole. Her unique ability, source of all venoms, activates, drawing every drop of poison into herself. Numbers flicker across his vision. Her poison level rises by 240 in an instant. The contract confirms she has gained a new toxin and levels up. Lu Fan lifts her in triumph, joy filling his chest. He reminds her of the strength blooming within her, telling her she will one day rule above all, just as her older companions. Xiaoji smiles back at him with joy. Hours slip by as Lu Fan guides Xiaoji through battle after battle, shaping her instincts with every clash. By the time they press deeper into Fallen Dragon Valley, her strength has grown. She devours the burning essence of the phosphor fire moth, and soon after the venom of the green-armed scorpion, each toxin weaving itself into her being. Xiaoye and Abao clear the path ahead while Xiaoji trails behind, collecting poisons like treasures. Our guy watches with quiet pride. She now holds 3 different venoms within her: corrosion, fire, and paralysis. Her poison level rises swiftly, unlocking a new skill known as form shift. Its power mirrors Abao's transformations, though Xiaoji has only one path. When she changes, her body dissolves into a dark swamp, spreading a poisonous mire across the battlefield, weakening all who dare step into her domain. Their march halts when a strange glow flickers in the shadows. Abao paws at a patch of mushrooms, the luminous caps flashing each time he taps them. He seems to enjoy the game, as if they were toys. Before our dude can stop him, Xiaoji lunges forward and swallows one whole. Her small frame glows from within, a soft light escaping her body. Lu Fan blinks in surprise as glowcap mushrooms carry toxins of their own, and Xiaoji has taken them in without hesitation. Not only poisons, he realizes, but even strange properties like light can become part of her. Now she shines like a moving lantern, illuminating the valley's darkness. Just then, dozens of carrion rot centipedes, hideous creatures the size of serpents, writhe toward them. Their slick bodies reek of rot. Lu Fan's first thought is to burn them with Xiaoye's flames, but Xiaoji surges forward before he gives the command. Gone is the shy creature who once trembled at battle. She bursts into her swamp form, a rolling sea of poison spreading across the rocks. The skill Toxin Sea Surge erupts outward, drowning the swarm in waves of venom. Nether Spirit Counter lashes through their ranks, finishing those that resist. When a few stragglers remain, she rises again in solid form and summons the Netherworld Guard, crushing the last centipedes beneath its power. The valley falls silent. He and the dragons look on with awe. Xiaoji glimmers in the aftermath, standing proud in her new strength. She proves she can battle without needing constant shelter from her companions. Lu Fan calls Abao and Xiaoye closer, guiding them into a joint assault. He knocks a Serpent Shadow arrow while the dragons prepare their powers. On his mark, Xiaoye charges her attack, first 1 second, then 2, the energy building. Abao unleashes full force beside her. At the third beat, all their attacks collide, a violent blast that tears through the enemy ranks. Only one creature is spared, left for Xiaoji. She wastes no time, absorbing its venom into her growing arsenal. Each fight changes her, and our boy had expected her to cling to timidity, yet she adapts with startling ease, her new form amplifying her courage. With the path cleared, they move deeper still. The ground narrows into a stony throat that widens at last into the valley's heart. A dark opening waits ahead, a cave entrance carved into the cliffs. He raises his hand, signaling caution. Xiaoye steps forward, senses sharp for threats. Grandfather Ye's old accounts echo in Lu Fan's mind. This should be the valley's bottom, the place he warned about. As the group crosses the threshold, a monstrous presence rises before them. Twisting vines black as night coils out of the earth, pulsing with dreadful life. The creature is present there. 10,000-year devil vine, level 100, looming in silence, waiting. The group then presses deeper into the valley. It looks like roots stretch across the rocks, but Lu Fan senses something is wrong. He urges Xiaoye to cast perception, and a wave of her skill ripples through the ground around them. He realizes that what seemed like roots are no plants at all, but living tentacles stretching out. He decides that if the vines want to lead them somewhere, then straight to the source is exactly where they'll go. He commands Xiaoye to set them with lava flame. Flames roar across the writhing growth and burn all the roots. He urges everyone to follow quickly, instincts whispering that this path ties directly to the poison that once struck Ye's grandfather. The roots guide them into the valley's lowest chamber. There, towering like a nightmare, rises the truth of the roots, a monstrous plant unlike any ordinary beast. Before them stands the first true level 100 foe, the 10,000 venom devil vine. Black vines twist and snap with a wild hunger, their strength pouring out. They strike suddenly, whipping forward and carving bleeding cuts wherever they hit. Xiaoye leaps in to strike, but our boy halts her impatience with a sharp command. He raises his weapon, summoning the others to unleash everything. Protective energy forms around him as Guardian Flow springs to life. Xiaofi awakens her Emerald Dragon bloodline. The Shadow Dragon King fuses with nature itself. Black scales split and expand into a destructive great dragon, while thunder gathers as the blue dragon transforms, lightning cracking as it calls upon thunder favor. The devil vine reacts, showing seeds that sprout from its roots. He recognizes the danger instantly and orders them burned. Xiaoye answers with a lava burst, fire arrows piercing the ground and melting into a searing pool around the growth. One by one the dragons surge forward. Corbett, Raging, and Black Shadow roar together, their dragon language tearing at the seal around the monster. The black dragon dives with Shadow Assault, while Xiaofei and Abao follow with their own devastating charge. The valley shakes as their combined power crashes down. Root Splinter, the monster's body shreds under the storm. He drives in with Void Split synergy, his attack timed perfectly with the dragons, lightning splitting the air twice over. For a moment, victory seems certain. He gestures for Xiaoji to begin absorbing, but the triumph proves false. Even as the devil vine collapses, its roots writhe, knitting themselves back together. Lu Fan's eyes widen. This thing regenerates infinitely. No matter how many times it is cut down, it rises again. He realizes that this is why level 100 bosses stand apart, why only 5th turn warriors are said to command nations. A creature that never dies is a disaster waiting to happen. Xiaoji, however, does not falter. She swells with determination, shifting into her swamp form. Venom spills across the battlefield, smothering the regenerating vines. The dragon domain suppresses the monster's very essence, halving its power. Then she layers on corruption toxins, reducing it further, while toxic sea surge multiplies the effect until the towering boss weakens into prey fit for her. Then our dude instantly calls Xiaofei for support. Emerald light surges as she channels her bloodline, feeding Xiaoji's strength. The skill flickers midway, interrupted, but Lu Fan urges them forward. This battle is about patience, not speed. Xiaoji only needs time. Against an enemy chained to its own roots, her persistence becomes the deadliest weapon. Minutes stretch into 15. The others sit to rest, sharing food at the cavern's edge while Xiaoji grinds the monster down. The process is long, steady, inevitable. Finally, at last, the devil vine shudders, its toxins completely stripped away. Xiaoji rises from the fading swamp, her body pulsing with new power. She has done the unthinkable, absorbed the poison of a level 100 boss. Our dude stares in disbelief, the weight of what this means sinking in. If she can overcome this, then perhaps even the Dragon King itself is not beyond reach. The dragons gather close, roaring their approval. Xiaofei wraps Xiaoji in a proud embrace, the others surrounding her in celebration. The contract glows, confirming her growth. Her level climbs to 21, her path of venom stretching higher than any of them expected. From the shattered body of the devil vine, Xiaoji rises with a new gift. A power takes root within her, one that plants seeds inside enemies and drains their life away. Lu Fan feels excitement at the thought of how deadly this could become, and if the vine's corpse had remained whole, it might have been turned into an immortal puppet. He steps forward, resting his hand gently on her head. No longer the timid one hiding behind the others, she now stands as a fighter. From here on, her companions will stand back and watch her carve her own path. She lifts her head and a smile forms on her face. Perfection may never exist, he muses, but seeing her growth feels more rewarding than anything. With that thought, he waves them forward towards the valley. The next stretch runs smoothly. Beasts lunge from the shadows only to fall instantly under dragon claws and fire. Xiaoye unleashes storms of flame and rolling thunder, tearing apart anything that dares to approach. Yet the greatest change lies in Xiaoji. No longer does she linger at the back. When giant serpents appear, she slithers forward first, striking with her own venom. In 2 short days, she transforms from a frightened follower into a bold warrior. Her strength climbs swiftly, reaching level 30, and new skills awaken within her. Clouds of poisonous rain and deadly traps that pin down prey. Every dragon roars their approval at her progress. At last, the group arrives at a cliff. Below, crimson energy lies like a sea. Our boy informs them that the abyss marks the end of Fallen Dragon Valley. He signals for everyone to prepare themselves. Dark Blade melts into concealment, while Xiaofei spreads the gentle light of Emerald Blessing on his command. A warning follows that whatever sleeps below is no ordinary foe, and they must be with care, masking their presence completely. The moment they cross into the depths, a heavy stench fills the air. Poison mist coils like smoke. The place feels eerily familiar, almost a reflection of Xiaoji's netherworld swamp. Yet something feels wrong that no guardian beasts stir, no enemies rush to defend this land. Just then, the truth strikes that the toxic air eats away even at Xiaofei's defenses. He quickly orders Xiaoye to expand her senses, and she shifts into her dragon form. Fire bursts around her, eyes burning with perception. She uncovers what lurks behind the haze. Two vast eyes snap open in the dark, and the ground below oozes slime as the monstrous body shifts. Pressure forces him to raise his arm just to endure the weight of the poison. Dragons circle him with concern, but he brushes off their concern. What matters is climbing higher. The creature stares straight at them. Its gaze cuts through every illusion, every shadow, even Darkblade's concealment. A thought rises in his mind that this is the Dragon King itself. He feels the poison is too harsh. The bloodline he shares with Xiaoji should shield him, yet the poison burns through that bond, eating away at his strength. This venom stands on a level far above hers. Xiaofi reacts swiftly, releasing the light of Lifespring, healing waves spreading to every ally. Their wounds begin to close, but the pressure of the poison does not fade. He realizes that staying here means death, so the fight must be swift. He immediately pulls out the serpent shadow arrow. Across the abyss, the monstrous eye narrows further as the realization hits that what stands before it is a dragon tamer. Lu Fan pays close attention to the voice. The poison pool responds, describing itself as a lonely creature able to communicate. Lu Fan feels shocked upon realizing it can actually speak. The creature continues, explaining how it heard long ago about certain humans bound by missions involving summoning dragons, considering these mere stories, but witnessing the reality he demands to know where he got these from. Our dude releases the serpent shadow directly at it, insisting this remains none of its concern. Inwardly, his mind races that there's little doubt now that the being before him is the demon-devouring Dragon King. If it stays hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike, then all of them are nothing but prey lined up for death. It must be forced out into the open. As his power lashes at the target, a shell instantly forms around the creature, absorbing and deflecting the blow. He recognizes the move of Starfall of the Stars. The Dragon King's voice rumbles with disdain, mocking humans for their arrogance in daring to challenge dragonkind. His memory stirs with the records of old. The creature was thought dead, its body broken from grievous wounds. Clearly, its reappearance here is no accident. It has come to kill dragons now. Lu Fan gives his order. His dragons respond in unison. Starfall, Lava Flame, Roaring Thunder, Shadow Mantle, and Serpent Shadow Arrow all surge with light, power gathering in their cores. Together, their combined assault explodes outward, slamming into the Dragon King. The blast shakes the ground, fire spiraling upward. But as the haze clears, the creature remains unfazed. Its laughter comes as though their strongest strike was nothing more than an itch on its scales. Power radiates from its form, heavy and suffocating. 4 elements flare at once, swirling into a single overwhelming force. The Dragon King's jaws open wide, words booming like judgment, that those who enslave dragons deserve only death. Lightning bursts forth from its mouth, blazing toward them. Lu Fan reacts instantly. He calls on Xiaofei to summon the Eternal Guard. A brilliant shield appears, while the Emerald Dragon shifts into Soul's light, wrapping them in divine brilliance. The Dragon King's breath crashes against the defenses, setting off another violent explosion. The dragon sneers through the flames, proclaiming that no matter how many young dragons he commands, none can stand against the might of a true Dragon King. Yet suddenly its gaze falters as Lu Fan himself reshaped into a golden dragon. The transformation strikes the Dragon King with disbelief, but Lu Fan's set bonus has awakened, saving him in the final second. Our boy's thoughts reel that the last attack was devastating. The Eternal Guard barely endured before shattering. Had his transformation been delayed by even a breath, he would already be dust and bones. He steadies himself and issues a command to Xingqian. She answers, shifting into her starshine form. Together, they begin to charge 17 million celestial stars of annihilation. The Dragon King's form still stands, untouched, but Lu Fan refuses to yield. The power they're gathering is enough to level an entire city. Surely even this foe cannot withstand it. He invokes dragon language resonance, pouring every ounce of will into the spell. The stars ignite, blazing across the sky as he hurls them toward the Dragon King, declaring it will be swallowed by the light of 10,000 stars. But as the attack nears, Supreme Shield manifests around its body, shimmering with the undeniable aura of a Dragon King. Lu Fan's heart sinks as Supreme Shield is an ability reserved only for the mightiest dragons, and whether he can use it in his dragon form. The dragon's eyes gleam with cold amusement as it admits Lu Fan's strength, yet insists that the battle itself is pointless. 13 dragons have already fallen to its hunger, even Dragon Kings among them. To it, these young dragons at Lu Fan's side are nothing more than a gift delivered straight into its claws. Lu Fan demands an explanation, but the creature calls this a blessing it has waited centuries to claim. Before his enemy can act further, icy winds rush across the battlefield. One of Lu Fan's dragons unleashes the wrath of the Ice Dragon King, blanketing the ground with freezing energy that locks onto the Dragon King. Yet the more Lu Fan observes, the more troubling it becomes. The Dragon King magic runs endlessly, never weakening. Eternal Guard has already been spent, leaving them with no choice but to clash head-on. fountain of life surges through their ranks, strengthening them for the next wave. The Dragon King's strikes crash down, but the barrier holds for now. Cracks appear in that shield soon after, splintering under relentless pressure. The Dragon King tilts its head in interest just as the barrier collapses, releasing the dragons inside. Lu Fan notes with relief that Dragonkind's natural resistance cuts the freezing effect in half. Otherwise, they would already be finished. Even so, the Dragon King's strength is overwhelming. If the fight drags on like this, defeat is certain. He orders Xiaoji forward and commands her to summon the poison of the 10,000 venom devil vine. Thick vines spread across, coiling around the creature's body. The monster laughs at the effort, roaring once, and the vines snap into dust. Even germination proves useless here. Then the Dragon King grows more curious than angered. It claims to have learned the trick already and instantly casts Devouring Source. A dark purple circle expands outward, pulling everything around it into a crushing spiral. Matter collapses into nothing, its energy refined into a weaponized annihilation source. Lu Fan understands the danger that every breath they take strengthens the enemy, and it must be stopped. He then calls on Xiaofei. The dragon spreads its wings and unleashes the dragon domain, cutting into the flow of power. Eternal Guard rises once more, forming another shield, though even as it glows into place, Lu Fan knows it cannot endure long. The blood dragon shifts into its ultimate form, World Ender. The blue dragon transforms into Thunder of Destruction. Xingqian begins charging 17 million celestial stars of annihilation. With no time left, our dude orders everyone to strike with all of their strengths. The creature responds with Supreme Shield, a wall of brilliance that gleams like dragon-forged armor. Still, the dragons release their fury. Lava Flame, Poison Spikes, Jade of Radiance, Shadow Fist, and the searing rain of 17 million celestial stars. The combined blast tears across the battlefield, battering the monster until flames consume its body. Its massive form crashes into the poison pool below. A smile creeps across Lu Fan's face. For a moment, victory feels real. But the pool stirs again. The creature rises, body still burning yet unbroken. Lu Fan glares at the poisonous waters, demanding to know how long it's going to hide itself. The monster emerges in full, its shape twisting, this time taking the form of a girl. Her voice is softer now, admitting she had underestimated him and his dragons. Yet her words carry warning. Every dragon and every ounce of strength has already been pushed to the edge. If the fight continues, both sides will perish, so she offers a deal instead. Lu Fan studies her carefully. Her tone reeks of stalling, of buying precious time. Around him, the power of his dragons swirls, wrapping him in a storm of light. The demon falters, startled by the ancient force radiating from him, an aura even it has never seen. Lu Fan steps forward, his dragons shifting back into form as he summons Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. The ground trembles beneath the aura he exudes, ancient and absolute. Power arcs behind him like an ocean about to break. He thrusts his hand forward, voice ringing with judgment. The demon's era is over. Before the final strike falls, the creature halts him. Fear creeps into her eyes for the first time. It bargains desperately, offering knowledge of the hidden myriad armor dragon egg and suggests ending the conflict here. The mention of the egg makes Lu Fan's mind spin, but the dragon makes an even greater revelation that she can forge a contract with him. Unlike his dragons, she will not occupy a summon slot. The thought lingers him that the moment his guard drops, she might strike without hesitation. She answers in her own way that once the bond is signed, their fates will be tied and they will die together. Lu Fan accepts the deal, though his warning hangs sharp. He lowers his guard. In that instant, the dragon surges forward, seizing his collar and pulling him close. Her lips press against his, and the contract sears itself into being. The ritual completes in one motion. The shock still lingers when he pulls back. She explains calmly that this kiss is the mark of the Dragon King contract, the binding seal between them. He is uneasy accepting that the ritual is real. With that thought, his strength collapses and darkness drags him down into the poison pool. When his eyes open again, he lies deep at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley. The abyss is silent, its poison thick, yet his body stirs back to life. He asks Xiaoji how long he was gone. She looks at him with worry, but he brushes her concern aside, calling energetic still. His thoughts drift that without that contract, he would never have survived. The dragon's presence stirs once more. She rises from the pool, asking if he is up. A proposal follows of them working together. He rejects her calmly, unwilling to accept her offer. She stays close, reminding him that the contract ties her life to his. If he falls, she falls with him. As long as he keeps the bond intact, she cannot become a threat. Yet suspicion holds firm in his chest. Contracts carry tricks, and she is not one to trust. She steps out from the pool and emerges fully, her form still marked by wounds. Purple aura coils around her as she admits defeat only because of her injuries. Through this bond, she now draws on his pet space, a faster wellspring of recovery than this pool. In return, she offers herself as his weapon 3 times, a summon reserved for enemies beyond his reach. A bargain that looks fair. Lu Fan finds it balanced, but conditions must be set. She arches a brow at his demand, accusing him of pressing his advantage. He reminds her that the contract was born of desperation, a last grasp for survival. Victory grants him the spoils. She draws closer, her aura heavy, and Xiaoji trembles. His voice remains calm. If she refuses, he will never summon her, or he can end the bond entirely. Either way, her freedom dies with him. She laughs softly and accepts, asking for his terms. The first is the poison pool she has bathed in for years. To her, it no longer matters. She agrees without hesitation, admitting that compared to his pet space, this poison heals her far too slowly. Her gaze flicks to the baby dragon at his side, already guessing why he wants it. He gives no answer. Instead, she gestures toward the towering bones nearby. Once they belonged to her partner, the underworld poison dragon king. This pool was born from his blood and flesh, fused with Dragon King power. She speaks of the battle fought here, long ago, against the myriad armor Dragon King. The clash left this place scarred, a forbidden land humans now call Fallen Dragon Valley. Lu Fan listens, joining the fragments together. Fallen Dragon, the name itself marks the Poison Dragon King's fall. But her next words cut sharper. In the end, she was the one who slew him. Lu Fan's realization hardens at the confirmation. She stole an egg, betrayed her partner, and killed her own, so his mistrust deepens. She then asks for his next condition, and he demands a drop of her blood, to awaken the shade of the divine dragon tree. She laughs lightly, explaining how unthinkable it once felt that lesser subdragons dared to claim the seed of the divine dragon tree. For a dragon king, trusting a human for revenge only adds to the disgrace. Still, she accepts the condition. She allows him to take the seed, instructing him to complete the Dragon King's task. Yet she adds that when the right time comes, her power and flesh will be reclaimed. He responds firmly that he will not allow interference. She only remarks that the truth will reveal itself, and then admits being tired while coming close to him. He uneasy asks what's she up to now, and she responds that she intends to rest inside his pet space. Before leaving, he reminds her of the third condition, that she must reveal the origin of the myriad armor dragon egg. She warns him to be patient and makes it clear that his strength cannot carry him to the egg, not even with her aid. Only after her body recovers will she deliver the answer, and she assures him that her word holds true. Yet her actions show otherwise. She moves as she pleases, fading away as though his threats of canceling the contract mean nothing. Watching her disappear, he accepts that she never took those warnings seriously. Even so, the quest reaches its end. Xiaoji becomes his focus, and he orders her to absorb the Dragon King's toxins, reminding her there is no need for fear now that the Dragon King is gone. She begins at once, pouring all of her effort into the task. He urges her to finish quickly so they can leave as soon as possible. The status window reflects the toll of battle. Nearly everyone has collapsed, their stamina spent. Only Xiaoji and Xingchen remain unaffected. Xiaoji still stands strong, her body shielded by natural resistance against debuffs. Xingchen endures without pause, Star Surge keeping her from ever tiring. Xiaofi recovers faster than the rest, her Emerald Dragon bloodline restoring her energy at 50 times the normal pace, leaving her the quickest to rise again. His attention stays on Xiaoji as the last traces of poison vanish into her body. The pool itself drains away, consumed entirely, leaving him stunned at the sight. The thought lingers that her power feels unbelievable now that she has taken it all in. But dizziness spreads through his head, and fatigue presses down on him. Flying back with soul wings no longer feels possible, so he turns to another option. Xingchen responds, opening the star passage. Space bends into a glowing portal that anchors to their destination. With 58 seconds before it stabilizes, he instructs Xiaoji to keep absorbing once they return. When he checks again, the task is already finished. The toxins of the Netherworld Poison Dragon King surge through her, lifting her 17 levels higher, bringing her to level 47. Morning comes, and the Huang family mansion fills with unease. Zhuang Meng's destructive presence looms in the reception hall, while Ning sits relaxed in his chair, idly eating as subordinates stand around him. Restless pacing irritates him, and his sharp command halts one of them mid-step. The subordinate bows quickly, apologizing, admitting his worry about the long wait in case Ye had returned to the Ye residence. Ning dismisses the concern with ease, noting she already senses the truth. Calmly, he declares that there is no need to wait any longer. Ye has already emerged. Far away in the core mining zone, workers continue their labor under the heavy air. Yi arrives, breath uneven, and the workers rush toward her in concern. She waves them off, insisting she can handle herself. Her thoughts wander to Lu Fan's rapid rise. Only half a year ago, she had taught him melee combat techniques. Now the gap between them grows so wide that she feels pressure to train harder or risk losing her place as his senior. Exhaustion pulls at her body, and a strange weight gathers in her chest, a faint calling from above. The feeling barely takes shape before the sky splits open. Zhuang Meng descends with Ning on his back. The impact rattles the ground, breaking rocks apart and throwing workers off their feet. Ye is caught in Zhuang Meng's grasp, helpless against the force. Ning steps forward with composed authority. He explains that Zhuang Meng, once head of the Zhuang family, now exists as his puppet and names himself the second master of the Ning family. His gaze holds steady on Ye as he announces that he has waited days for this moment. At last, the meeting he desired has arrived. Her thoughts spin that both families belong to third-tier clans, so perhaps this was about revenge for the Huang family and wonders about the puppet, he mentioned. Her subordinates rush forward, pleading for Ye to be released. He explains that she has already gathered plenty of earth cores, and they are willing to hand everything over at once. Ning responds coldly, making it clear that since their family had already merged into the Ye family, all tributes now fell under Ye's control. He paints it as a blessing, claiming that joining hands with the Ning family gave them a chance to climb higher among the third-tier clans. The subordinate continues begging for agreement. Yet Ye, drained from days inside the Earth Core cave, knows her strength is gone. Ning, wrapped in a dark aura, demands that every Earth Core be handed over and warns they should bow their heads like dogs on behalf of the Huang family, or risk being erased from the Western Territory with a mere flick of the Ning family's hand. Again, the subordinate begs her to surrender. But Ye, proud and unyielding, spits back an insult, refusing to give away her family's possessions. Zhuang seizes her, slamming her into the ground while the subordinate screams for restraint, begging for another chance. Ning narrows his eyes, amused by her defiance. He declares that if she refuses, then she deserves death. Zhuang hurls her away, triggering a massive explosion that leaves the subordinate frozen in shock. Ning then commands his puppet to crush her completely. As it advances, Ye unleashes flame math, layering her weapon with fiery power. The strikes clash, some interrupted, some striking deep, each one burning away pieces of the puppet's strength. She bites back at Ning, accusing him of being like the Huang family. Her words only amuse him. He calls her arrogant and claims he has been too gentle. Finding her struggle entertaining, he orders his puppet to cripple her legs. The creature raises its fist, a brutal punch charged with destructive force. But in that instant, our hero appears, sweeping Ye out of harm's way. Ning recoils in shock at the sudden interruption. He sets her down gently, assuring her that she is safe now. Relief breaks through her exhaustion, as he had arrived just as she was about to fall. She coughs, embarrassed that he had to witness her beaten and powerless once again, and he tells her to rest while he handles the one who dared to hurt her. Not long before, in the Ye family's garden restaurant territory, the subordinate girl had rushed to him in panic. Tearfully, she explained that Ye had gone to the mines after ordering her to watch Yincheng, but the Ning family had appeared, demanding tribute, taking Yincheng, and now were heading straight for Ye. She begged for him to act quickly. He promised firmly that Ye would not be left to face this alone. Now, back in the mines of the Western Territory, his arrival makes sense. He had come just in time to save her life. Ye coughs weakly, admitting that her strength was gone when the little punk struck her. He immediately calls for Xiaofei, who rushes to her side, using the foundation of life to heal her injuries. Even as the energy flows into her body, she warns him to be cautious. The hulking figure is no ordinary man. It is a puppet controlled by Ning, just like his fallen core puppet. Ning sneers, recognizing him as the dragon tamer, accusing him of ambushing and damaging his puppet without realizing the price of such provocation. He unleashes his dragon aura, and with a sharp voice he vows the price of harming her, raising the serpent shadow arrow as its dark energy coils toward Ning. Ning scoffs at the challenge, mocking him as a grade D noble daring to stand against him. As the serpent shadow streaks toward his puppet, he sneers at him as only worthy of becoming one of his puppets. With a sharp order, he commands the ghost general to crush the intruder. Zhuang leaps forward, its fist swinging down with force. But before the strike can land, our boy's form shifts, scales rippling across his body as he takes on the form of a dragon. A mocking edge lingers in his tone as he asks if this puppet is truly all Ning has to offer. The set bonus of his transformation surges to life. Shock twists through Ning's thoughts that this wasn't the fighting style of a typical dragon tamer. Lu Fan then calls Xiaofei to join him. She rushes forward without hesitation, casting Soul Light and Soul Sanctuary, sending out a devastating strike that slams the puppet to the ground. Ning curses, snapping at the ghost general to rise. His mind races back to when he had once tried turning into a dragon at level 100 to battle Zhuang, but this transformation before him was something else entirely. The dragon-blooded leader glares back, reminding him of those boasts of crushing and turning him into a puppet. With that, the leader's voice roars with power as dragon language replication activates. A massive lava burst forms, searing the air as it hurtles toward Ning. The attack nearly swallows him whole, but he swings his bell, laughing as the ghost general rises to block the blast with its body. Lu Fan halts, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Ning grins wickedly, declaring that even in dragon form, his enemy cannot touch him. His status window shows him as Ning 2, level 103 puppet master of C grade, and introduces his ghost general, the level 100 mountain breaker. Our dude answers with fury, conjuring an emerald light that smashes the puppet down once again, right at Ning's feet. Ning laughs, taunting that none of these blows can harm him. His strength flares brighter, Judgment Claw ignites, golden fire wrapping around the twin claws of the Golden Dragon King. Stamina burns into raw might, and with one strike the puppet is hurled away. He steps closer, power radiating, declaring it is now Ning's turn to face him directly. Yet before he can finish the next blow, Ning rattles his bell. Zhuang reappears, intercepting the strike and shielding him once more. Ning bursts out laughing, delighted by the struggle. He enjoys watching his opponent fight with everything yet still fall short of breaking through. Patting the puppet with twisted fondness, Ning promises to show something far more entertaining. The Ghost General rises again, its body trembling with new power. The aura around it grows heavier, denser, as it begins channeling the essence of the mountain god. Possession awakens. The mountain breaker fuses with divine might, its form overflowing with the strength of a 100-level ultimate skill. Ning holds 3 soul-binding nails in his hand, each one boosting the strength of his puppet. He grins that with triple enhancement and the blessing of the mountain god. But he is not done, and he decides to reveal one more hidden weapon from his century-level techniques. At his command, the Ghost General stirs, ready to unleash its full might. The giant puppet moves, its power multiplied many times over. For Ning, letting his enemy face such strength is like granting them a rare honor. Lu Fan watches closely. He quickly calculates that 10 times normal stats mean Ning could fight 3 century-level elites head-on. Even a dragon's bloodline would struggle against such dominance. Lu Fan shifts back into his human form while Ning mocks him for giving up. Our boy then mocks his ultimate technique, paired with 10-fold power amplification, calling it shame. Ning demands to know what he means. Lu Fan explains that whether 10-fold or 100-fold, the flaw remains the same. He reflects that Zhuang is driven by force, while he himself hides behind external control. Neither has balance. To him, both the puppet and the master would make fine trophies for his own collection. Ning mistakes his opponent's calmness for arrogance, eager to see what Dragon Lu Fan might bring out. Xiaoji rushes forward but freezes the moment the Ghost General looms over them. His courage vanishes, and he retreats behind Lu Fan, trembling. Ning bursts into laughter, calling it a scared worm. Argai lifts Xiaoji, asking why he trembles now. A muscle-bound puppet and a short brute should not scare someone who already defeated the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine and the demon-devouring Dragon King. Hearing this, Xiaoji steadies herself, confidence trickling back, and declares she is ready once more. Ning waves him off, scoffing at the thought that such a small creature could harm his century-level puppet. He only smiles faintly that he never said he had just one dragon. Turning to Xiaofi, he gives the order. The Shadow Dragon King emerges, its presence shaking the air with a thunderous roar. Ning's eyes widen. That gaze, brimming with pure killing intent, makes his skin crawl. Such a beast can't be allowed to strike first. He instantly activates his unbreakable protection bell. A bronze bell forms above him, etched in glowing runes, creating a solid shield. He commands the Ghost General to strike before it's too late. The puppet charges, fist swinging down. Yet the attack halts mid-motion. Its legs sink, swallowed by a dark swamp of poison. Shock flares across Ning's face regarding the spread of the poison. He quickly reacts, flooding the Ghost General with cleansing light. He summons Sacred Rain to wash away the corruption, and finally casts a reversal spell to turn the poison back against its source. But no matter what he tries, nothing works. Our boy tells him plainly that it's useless. This poison cannot be washed away by ordinary means. The Ghost General thrashes, fighting to free itself, but the Shadow Dragon King has already closed in. With a swift double strike of shadows, the puppet is battered. Lu Fan himself rushes forward, his arm morphing into dragon claws. 6 strikes land in a blazing flurry, the Dragon Fury combo tearing through defenses. Ning feels dread creeping in. This opponent is not human but a monster. His strongest puppet is being torn apart. Desperate, he mounts the Ghost Shadow, aiming to flee. This dragon tamer must be dealt with another day, but Lu Fan blocks the path with both of his dragons at his side. Our boy catches him running and remarks that someone like his worth is too precious to slip away. At that moment, our boy and Xiaoji charge ahead, ready to cut off the retreat. Frustration burns in Ning's chest. He curses Lu Fan's stubbornness and orders the Ghost Guard to block him. Our boy lifts the Serpent Shadow arrow in his hand, mocking that Ning has only 2 defenders remaining. His power surges as he launches Cut the Sky, followed by 2 Dragon Fury strikes in quick succession, all while his dragon supports him from the side. His intent is clear, nothing will stand in his path. Xiaofi steps in, gathering Dragon Aura for Soul Shock. The energy stacks higher and higher, layer upon layer, until it reaches 8 full charges. With our boy's signal, the blast is released. All of the accumulated Dragon Aura tears forward and slams into Ning, who is still mounted on the Shadow King. Ning scoffs at the attack in his thoughts, certain it will last only a second. But his sneer vanishes when the Shadow King collapses beneath him, struck by the Shadow Dragon's devastating Shadow Strike. Ning crashes to the ground, stunned. Panic overtakes him. Gone is the arrogant noble. In his place is a boy begging for his life, pleading for someone to save him. He looks at Ning with mild disappointment. Ning used to be proud. Now his begging is just sad. Maybe remaking him will bring back that spark. Broken and bleeding, Ning gasps out promises. As the second young master of the Ning family, he can guarantee rewards, wealth, treasures, anything. His clan would pay any price for his safe return. Lu Fan ignores the bargaining. Instead, he instructs Xiaofei to summon the fallen corpse holy dragon. At once, the dragon arrives and begins its natural assimilation. Ning's voice cracks as he demands to know what Lu Fan plans. The answer is merciless, that he will be turned into a puppet. Ning screams that his family will come for revenge. His sister will never let this insult go unpunished. But his protests fade into raw agony as the dragon activates corpse manipulation. In the next moment, Ning's body twists into something new, a fallen corpse puppet master. An information window reveals the details. Level 103, skilled in puppet creation, 3 nails to the soul, clarity and calm, purifying rain, and reversal of corruption. Lu Fan studies the results with keen interest. Every ability revolves around puppets. A fighter like this, once converted, can not only strengthen his puppet army, but create new ones from corpses. With the right strategy, this could build an entire legion. Just then, Ye approaches, calling his name. Her eyes settle on the transformed corpse of the Ning family's young master. She exhales, realizing the deed is done. A scion of a C-tier noble house eliminated so decisively, he wasted no time. Our boy explains his reasoning that to throw away such talent would be a mistake. This boy's skills are too useful. Enhancements like his can elevate puppets to terrifying heights. If experiments allow these fallen corpse puppets to retain human form, their potential will grow even further. Yi smiles that crushing a C-tier family has long been her desire, and now the chance lies within reach. Lu Fan asks if she is recovering well, and she assures him her injuries have mostly healed. Xiaofei's treatment worked wonders. Satisfied, he declares it is time to begin, and summons every fallen corpse at once. A formation of bodies rises before them. Ning too, the new puppet master, raises his hand and casts Create Puppet. Energy floods outward, wrapping each corpse. In an instant, they transform into controllable puppets, ready for battle. Yi can only watch with astonishment. Lu Fan barely needs to act. Ningtu commands them all like an extension of his will. But he has more to show. He orders amplification. 3 nails to the soul activates, driving wooden spikes into each puppet. Their auras flare violently, attack power doubling in an instant. He explains calmly that so long as these puppets are not destroyed entirely, the dark lines carved into them will allow for revival. He takes in the sight with awe. On one side, he controls a legion of 9 realm demons. On the other hand, he now commands a squad of 4th-tier puppets. Facing him is to face certain defeat. Our dude agrees that now neither the Ning clan nor any other C-tier house could hope to oppose them. His goal is clear, to raise the Ye family as the strongest clan of the Western lands. Hearing that, Ye smiles brightly, her faith in him unshaken. The subordinate then stumbles forward with relief as he sees Lu Fan and Ye. The old steward drops to his knees, clutching Lu Fan's leg, babbling through tears. He blurts that Ning stormed the estate like a demon, demanding the young lady. At first he braces himself to die resisting, but then fear grips him. If he falls, the estate is doomed. So he forces smiles, stalls with flattery and excuses, and prays desperately for their return. Our boy views the situation differently. He suggests that maybe the steward had already seen the Ye family as a sinking ship and was preparing to cling to the Ning family's golden branch instead. The steward cries louder, swearing about his loyalty. Even with 100 lives, betrayal would never cross his mind. He only wished he could be as fearless as him, but if he had resisted without his master's return, the entire Huang estate would have been flattened to the ground. Ye steps in and says against the might of the Ning family, even a 4th-stage master would have struggled. For a non-combatant like the steward, survival itself was a miracle. He did what he could, and that was enough. Our boy studies the man in silence before laying down a condition. 1 month. If the ruined Huang estate still lies in shambles after that time, the steward's position ends. The steward bows deeply, vowing with all his soul that he will restore the estate to its former glory. Within a single month, he promises they will stand before a new, magnificent home. Should he fail even slightly, no one need expel him. He will leave on his own. Before he can respond, Ye sways suddenly, her body weakening. He catches her at once, holding her steady. Fatigue still lingers from her wounds, so he decides to take her back to rest. She leans into him, smiling softly as they walk away together. That very night, at the edge of the giant volcano, flames burst apart with violent heat. From within these steps, a woman wreathed in fire, her face twisted in fury. Her scream tears through the night, sending fire rolling across the land in a devastating explosion. Her rage has only one focus: to avenge her brother Ning Tu. Her name is Ning Shuang, a phoenix warrior at level 109, belonging to one of the great noble clans of the West. A voice cuts through, urging her to calm herself. She is on the verge of breaking through to level 1 to 10, yet instead of focusing on this critical step, she has come here. The speaker appears, a towering figure astride a divine phoenix, none other than the head of the Ning family himself, a level 119 Phoenix Blood Warrior. Shuang faces him, if her father does not know her, predicting her brother may already be dead. Her father frowns, calling her words stupid. She holds up the jade pendant her brother once gave her. A puppet master's thread tied her brother's life to the stone, marking his location at all times. But now the thread is now gone and the bond is broken, pointing to Ningtu's life being no more. Her father stares in disbelief as only days ago, his son had left cheerfully to gather earth core crystals for her breakthrough. Shuang connects the dots at once. Earth core crystals meant he had gone to the Huang family. Her father shakes his head. That fallen house could never have harmed his son. But Shuang refuses to accept his dismissal. Even if it seems impossible, the Huang estate is the only lead. She swears she will tear it apart searching for the truth. Her father steps in her path, insisting her priority must be her own advancement. Reaching level 110 and unlocking her second god-tier skill is worth more than anything else. Ningtu's fate does not even weigh a fraction compared to hers. Shuang's eyes burn as she has always known her father valued her more, but to hear him say her brother's life means nothing fills her with rage. To her, Ningtu's life means everything. Her voice rises in anger, but her father silences her with a sharp command. He promises to send scouts to investigate the Huang estate, while she focuses on training. But Shuang shakes her head violently. No substitutes, no messengers, and she will go herself. Her father's sword gleams as he levels it at her. Shuang demands an answer in fury. The father's words cut cold. Ningtu's life or death matters little. Her breakthrough is the clan's true concern. She must enter the Divine Ruin's secret realm at once. In fact, perhaps his death is a blessing, and without him to weigh her down, she will finally stop disappointing the clan. Her fury explodes. So this is the clan's truth. Ambition over blood, strength over family. Shuang screams for forgiveness as she hurls herself forward, fire bursting from her body. Her attack meets steel. Her father's sword arcs down, slashing straight at her hand. The clash between father and daughter grows heavier as he accuses his daughter of becoming too bold, daring to stand against him. He raises his weapon at her to take her to the right path. Before the next strike lands, a voice cuts through the heat of their quarrel, asking Ning to calm his anger. A figure appears, mounted on a sleek mechanical bird, a rare grade mount. It is Luo Lixiu, here to escort Ning Shuang to the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Their engagement ties him to the family, and so this confrontation between father and daughter leaves him unsettled. He questions the cause of this sudden conflict. The father explains sharply that Luo Lixiu is soon to be family. There is no need to hide the truth. His daughter has refused to follow orders, consumed by the belief that her brother is dead, and now dares to defy the clan. Shuang clutches her wounded arm, and her fiancé urges her to slow down, but she shakes him off that no one will stop her from reaching the Huang estate and uncovering her brother's fate. Luo Lixiu sighs as he knows the truth already that Ningtu has indeed been killed. He had intended to wait until she broke through to level 110 before telling her. The words strike her like a hammer. Shuang seizes his arms, tears spilling freely. Confirmation tears away the last of her composure. Her brother is gone, and the Huang family must be the culprits. Luo Lixiu respond that their intelligence network is vast, one of the main reasons the Luo clan has risen to a C-tier family in the western borderlands. According to their reports, the Huang clan had nothing to do with Ningtu's death. Shuang demands the truth about the real killer. He explains it was Ye family's domain. The one behind it is not the Huang family at all, but the man now supporting them, Lu Fan. Shuang stares, disbelieving, and her father scoffs immediately. This Lu Fan is barely level 70 yet holds Dragon Pass. Such a figure cannot possibly defeat his son and he must be mistaken. But Luo Lixiu stands by the Luo family's findings. The investigation shows Lu Fan not only aided the Ye family in subduing the Huang and Long clans, but also wields as many as 8 dragon packs. The death of Ningtu required only 3 of those dragons. Shuang trembles hearing about 8 dragons. Her fiancé insists the records are accurate. They know his victories, but how he gained those dragons remains a mystery. Not even their network uncovered that part. Her father frowns that if even the Luo family failed to find the truth, then this man is more dangerous than he first thought. Shuang's grief erupts into fury. Fire roars from her body, engulfing her aura in flame. She doesn't care about his origins, his strength, or his secrets. He killed her brother, and she will end him. She demands to know his exact location. Her father's command thunders back at her. She is not going anywhere except the Divine Ruins. He will handle Ningtu's matter himself. She cries out that her father never cared for her brother's life. The air grows tense until Luo Lixiu steps in once more, urging both sides to calm themselves. He offers a solution. Let Shuang proceed to the Divine Ruins as planned, while the clan prepares their own revenge behind the scenes. Her father considers it. This way his daughter's progress won't be delayed, yet justice for Ningtu will not be forgotten. Luo Lixiu turns to Shuang gently, asking for her agreement. She also agrees, handing over the teleportation stone for the Divine Ruins. Outwardly, she accepts. Inwardly, however, she resolves differently. Before anything else, she must confront our boy herself. Far away, in the garden of the Ye family estate, Ye refuses when our dude asks if she will return with him to Dragon Capital. She explains softly that emerging from the Earth Core cave has pushed her close to level 97, and she cannot waste the chance to advance further. The looming threat of the Ning family also means she must remain here, at least for a month. She presses a teleportation scroll into his hand. Paid for already, it will carry him to the Quan family. Lu Fan asks why the Quan family, and Ye explains patiently. The journey between Dragon Capital and the western borderlands takes 2 days. A standard scroll cannot cross such a distance. The Quan family employs an enhancement master who can stretch the scroll's range and open a two-way portal to any chosen point. If only the Starlight portal could bypass distance completely, such measures wouldn't be necessary. Lu Fan points out that even with this method, she will still be tied down for a month. He cups his face in her hands, her smile soft yet resolute. The family's weight rests on her shoulders, and time cannot be wasted. A month will pass quickly. Lu Fan muses that by then, Dragon Capital Academy's 6th exam will be over, and he may return to Zhanghai with his team during the break. Yi admits that she had considered visiting her hometown around that same time anyway. The matter is settled, and she reminds him to bring back the equipment for the others. It may prove vital in the final exam. Above them, a glowing feather drifts down, burning with phoenix fire. Miles away, Ning Shuang opens her eyes as the feather lands before her. Her lips curl into a vow as she has found her target. From above, the feather descends, spilling fire across the skies. In an instant, the heavens ignite, and a colossal fire phoenix takes shape within the storm of flames. Yez is shocked at the sight as to her, such a beast breaking into their land feels unthinkable. Lu Fan explains that what hangs over them isn't a true beast at all, but an avatar born from a class changer's projection. The phoenix hovers with burning eyes fixed directly on them. Yi feels the immense power radiating from it and realizes this avatar alone carries enough force to crush them. Then the fiery bird speaks like a roaring blaze. It calls for our dude, the dragon tamer of the Ye family, and commands him to show himself. He understands that it is there for him. Ye pieces the situation together. The visitor must be from the Ning family, here for vengeance. A battle could shatter everything they've worked to rebuild, but Lu Fan doesn't hesitate, and if someone dares to strike at their gates, facing them head-on is the only path. You must remain to guard the estate and keep the servants safe. Reaching into his storage ring, he rises into the sky. Ye watches him go with unease. The avatar confirms her identity, then reveals herself as Ning Shuang, eldest daughter of the Ning family. With fire in her tone, she blames him for her brother's death and demands he answer for it. Our boy's aura flares like a storm of flames. To him, her arrogance is no different from courting death. He reminds her that her family was the first to act like tyrants. If revenge is what she wants, she should appear in person instead of hiding behind an avatar. Ning Shuang mocks him that even her shadow here is strong enough to erase him and burn his entire estate to the ground. His mind races that if Shuang's projection alone wields this kind of power, her true body could reduce everything to ash. Fighting directly risks certain destruction. Escape might be the only option. Our boy narrows his eyes as the phoenix brags about annihilation, yet he notices her building up a single skill. To him, one strike is all it would take to erase this image. His hand moves, summoning the Emerald Dragon. Ning Shuang laughs at the sight. Her fiancé's intelligence had already described this dragon as nothing but a support type. To her, his attempt is pathetic. She unleashes World-Burning Flame, a skill that spreads phoenix fire wide enough to scorch everything it touches. But his response is immediate, and with a single order, Xiaofei casts Eternal Guard. A gleaming barrier envelops him, swallowing the firestorm until not even a spark remains. Ning Shuang's heart jolts. Everything she hurled was blocked without effort. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Fan summons the Shadow Dragon. It strikes instantly, weaving from Shadow Strike into Shadow Invasion. Its speed is beyond her reaction. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the same dragon rumored to have ended her brother's life. While he forces out Shadow Concealment in a desperate defense, he studies her carefully, and for all her rage, her skills prove she has earned her reputation. A dragon tamer of his level would expect nothing less. Ning Shuang's fire aura flares even brighter. She admits revenge will not be taken today, but her words carry a promise. Next time, she will appear in person, and when that day comes, his death is sealed. Her projection fades, dissolving into sparks. From the sky, a glowing stone drops into his grasp. That's a teleportation stone for the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Far away, in her true body, she exhales slowly that our boy exceeds even her expectations. She steps into a sealed chamber and pulls an earth core crystal from the ground. Images of the battle replay in her mind. 2 of his dragons had already appeared, just a fraction of the strength he truly controls. She tightens her grip on the crystal, anticipation burning hotter than the flames around her. Within the Divine Ruins, their clash will be inevitable. The crystal pulses violently, cracking under her hold until it shatters completely. When that time comes, he must be there. Lu Fan holds the teleportation stone, realizing that she left it behind for one reason, to lead him straight into the Divine Ruin's secret realm. After she's gone, Ye notices and asks about Shuang's intentions. He assures her that she won't be back and inquires about the Divine Ruins' secret realm. She explains it isn't just any place. It's one of the rarest secret realms in the western borderlands, appearing only once every 50 years. Most people barely know what lies inside. The teleportation stone itself is priceless, dropped only by monsters at the Beast King borderline, and even then, purely by chance. He realizes how much Shuang must have spent. She had thrown a fortune at him just to challenge him. Ye warns him not to go. The timing couldn't be worse. Many noble families will gather there to attempt their first major advancement. Before he can reply, a familiar presence stirs behind him. The Dragon King's voice cuts through, telling him to ignore Ye's caution. He must go. Turning around, he sees her taking form, her aura faint but steady. She tells him she needs something from that realm, the spirit-quenching liquid. Once he completes his third advancement, she promises to reveal where the myriad armor dragon egg is hidden. He wonders when she even woke up and whether she saw what happened earlier. The Dragon King explains that her kind thrives in this kind of environment. With a little more time, perhaps a month or two, she'll fully recover. Our boy presses for details about the Divine Ruins and this mysterious liquid she mentioned. She explains that the Divine Ruins is said to be the place where an ancient god once fell. Treasures of all kinds litter its grounds, but the spirit-quenching liquid surpasses them all. It enhances a person's strength depending on their own base power. Those already strong will grow unimaginably stronger. For some, it could even double their attributes entirely. He can't help but think it sounds like a stronger version of the Fountain of Blessed Light. If he could combine both, his power might skyrocket beyond imagination. The Dragon King smirks at his reaction and asks if he's impressed now. He points out that she's offering a myriad armor dragon egg in exchange, which means the liquid won't be easy to obtain. She admits that it won't be. Shuang's challenge wasn't random. She chose this realm because it's perfect for her schemes. Ye, overhearing, asks what makes it so special. The Dragon King reveals the truth that inside that space, no one can use weapons or summons. Only one's own strength matters. He freezes that his puppet army, his biggest advantage, would be completely useless there. Entering that realm would be walking into Shuang's trap. But the Dragon King brushes off his worry. She reminds him that his Golden Dragon King set and transformation skills will still work. Even though she can't be summoned inside since she's technically his pet, she still urges him to go. She steps closer and cups his face gently. Lu Fan frowns that this woman is sending him straight to his death. If he dies, she dies too. She laughs softly, asking if he still doubts her. Hurting him would serve her no purpose. The spirit-quenching liquid benefits her as much as him. Once he reaches his third advancement and finds the dragon egg, his power will soar beyond anything he's known. By then, Ning Shuang won't even be able to stand before him. Our dude wonders just how powerful that egg could be, but the thought only deepens his confusion. Summons won't work in the realm and wonders about demon kings. Planning. Before he can think further, Ye calls from behind, snapping him out of it. Shuang isn't coming back soon. If they don't leave now, they'll miss the final exams entirely. Lu Fan thinks too much won't help. What matters is getting stronger, reaching level 60 before entering the Divine Ruins. That way, he'll have the strength to face Shuang, find the spirit-quenching liquid, and maybe even tame that dragon egg. The next morning at Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan rushes across the campus. His delay with Shuang cost him the opening ceremony of the final exams. 2 students hurry past, grumbling about the new exam format, arena battles again, and this time, in 5-person teams. Finding 4 reliable teammates seems nearly impossible. He processes the information quickly. So, the final exams are team-based rankings this time. He rounds a corner and bumps into Teacher Gu, almost knocking her over. She steadies herself and gives him a sharp look. Lu Fan immediately apologizes. Beside her stands the principal, surprised to see him. Everyone thought he wouldn't make it back for the finals. He asks if Teacher Gu is doing better. She smiles, grateful to still be alive after the Taiki Kingdom incident. Without the others' help, she would have never survived. The principal cuts the moment short, reminding him that he needs to form a team before the exams begin. Nearby, a male student approaches Jianying, introducing himself as a level 31 dual sword fighter. He asks if she'll join his team. Jianying refuses without hesitation. Before he can persist, Tao Xiaoman shouts at him for bothering her again. Ever since the semester began, he hasn't learned to give up. Q chuckles and tells him they already have a full team anyway. When the group notices our dude, their faces light up. Ko mentions rumors about him skipping the exams. Tao scolds him for showing up without greeting them first. He scratches his head and apologizes, explaining he's been busy. Jianying looks at him, then smiles faintly. With his return and elder sister Han's presence, their team now has exactly 5 members. Tao cheers that they might actually score well this time. Lu Fan jokes that they've probably only brought him back for the heavy lifting. The principal, standing nearby, reminds them he still hasn't explained all the exam rules. Teacher Gu laughs, saying he can let them enjoy their reunion for a moment. Tao assures him that he won't be doing all the work alone. While he was away, Jianying had been training hard in dungeon battles. Both of them have grown a lot since the last test. Jianying mentions that their current strength is close to Qingyun class level. Lu Fan feels relieved hearing that. Q asks if he's looking for Jinju and Chen Tianji. No one's seen them since the group returned from the kingdom. Lu Fan isn't worried. If they're hiding, they'll have to face him sooner or later. For now, he just needs rest before the exams begin in 3 days. Q squeezes Han's hand and tells Lu Fan to take it easy. Traveling back must have been exhausting. As they walk away, our boy can't help but analyze that most of the students in his year are still around level 20, maybe 30 at best. Without Jinju and Chen Tianji, their team has a real shot at doing well this time. From behind, someone calls out, asking if anyone else is looking for a team. 2 men in martial arts uniforms stand proudly, announcing they only accept top 10 ranked players. They just need one more. Tao leans closer and identifies them as Jiang Fengyun and Gu Jing from the Fengyun Pavilion Group. Their showy recruitment style hasn't changed. Q remembers how they went silent after being humiliated and now they're back again, acting like nothing happened. Our boy suggests that they leave as people like that aren't worth the attention. Just as they turn to go, another student suddenly shouts his eagerness to join the Fengyun Pavilion team. The man grips his weapon firmly, declaring he'll join only if the team meets his standards. He aims solely for first place in the final assessment. Jiang Fengyun reminds him that Fengyun Pavilion once tried to recruit him formally, only for him to reject the offer. The man admits that the academy's rules forced him to reconsider. For now, he's willing to join temporarily, just for this competition. Lu Fan studies the stranger carefully, and he doesn't recall seeing him during the freshman trials. Q provides some background. The man's name is Meng Kai, a transfer student who joined during the national trials. Born into a military family, he grew up with discipline carved into his bones. Early enlistment followed naturally, and when he entered Dragon Capital Academy, rumors quickly spread. Many believe he's the strongest newcomer this year. Tao adds that Meng Kai's record speaks for itself. In ranked arena matches, he's undefeated with a streak of 132 wins. Tao gasps. Meng Kai just defeated the Academy's number 3 Fyungan in a single strike. She guesses her next opponent will be Jianying. Jianying mentions she's never entered ranked battles, so Meng Kai likely sees the exam as his chance to challenge her. Our boy realizes surpassing Fengyun as number 3 already proves her true strength. Q urges them to return quickly. Jianying might need to team up with Meng Kai after this. Lu Fan thinks it through. If the team proves capable, he won't need to get directly involved. Tao promises a surprise when the time comes. Meanwhile, his team informs Fengyun about Lu Fan's return. The news spreads fast, echoing across the training grounds. Fengyun looks stunned by the timing. Meng Kai, unfamiliar with him, asks who Lu Fan is and why everyone reacts so strongly. Fengyun explains that he isn't just any student, he's the number 1 dragon tamer of the Qingyun class. With his return, Meng Kai's dream of taking first place just became a lot harder. Meng Kai refuses to accept defeat before the fight even begins. He joined because he believed the pavilion had potential, and he'll never bow to someone's reputation. As he speaks, one of Fengyun's teammates spots a mark on Meng Kai's arm, 3 blood-red plum blossoms. The crowd gasps. It's the emblem of the blood-clad army, the most elite force after the 4 great armies. Some doubt someone his age could bear it, yet the mark is undeniable, symbolizing command over 100 soldiers. Meng Kai confirms their suspicions. He grew up fighting on the border, holding back beast tides when most his age were still in school. His combat profession awakened amid chaos and blood. He became the youngest general in the blood-clad army, a soldier shaped by real war, not simulated combat. The crowd stares, half in awe, half in disbelief. The idea that someone barely older than them has been killed and commanded in real battles feels unreal. Meng Kai explains that ranking first in every exam will let him graduate early and return to the army where he belongs. He extends his hand toward Fengyun, asking if he truly has the confidence to face Lu Fan. Fengyun hesitates for a moment. Having a warrior forged in battle on their team could finally redeem Fengyun Pavilion's tarnished name. He clasps Meng Kai's hand firmly, sealing the deal. Cheers erupt around them. Students whisper that with Meng Kai's strength, the academy might finally have a new number 1. But Xu Jing steps forward and warns him not to celebrate too soon, reminding them he's a national hero who survived the trials. Fengyun waves off the concern. In his mind, Lu Fan's achievements pale in comparison to someone who's fought in real wars. Meng Kai remembers hearing about those trials. He's intrigued by our dude, with several powerful beasts. Yet, he has never stood on a battlefield drenched in blood. Testing his limits sounds exciting. Meanwhile, at Villa Number 2 inside Dragon Capital Academy, our boys arranges several weapons across the table. The girls gather around, their eyes widening in amazement. Q points out that the gear isn't just impressive, it's valuable enough to last them until level 60. Tao nearly bounces in excitement, wondering if all these treasures came from Senior Ye. She jokes that if they're hers, she's keeping everything. Lu Fan shakes his head. These items belong to the whole team, not one person. He adds that Senior Ye also sent a collection of skill books, enhancement, and defense abilities tailored to each of them. Han claps with delight that Ye even thought of her needs. She insists Lu Fan thank you properly. Tao tests Hydro Set. epic quality as well as Riguel if legendary level that becomes her first secondary weapon, and she can't stop smiling. Q picks up judgment from his hands. The weapon's quality surpasses anything her father ever managed to buy. Junying receives the blade set, an epic-grade equipment set with enhancement effects far beyond what she could have acquired alone. Their excitement fills the villa. With these upgrades, their strength has nearly doubled. Doing well in the exams is now mandatory. They all turn to Lu Fan, thanking him sincerely. Junying insists they invite Senior Ye over someday to express their gratitude properly. Lu Fan explains that might take time. Yi's handling family affairs and won't be available for at least a month. Before he can continue, a presence approaches the villa. Our boy steps outside to meet the newcomer. The stranger confirms Lu Fan's name before introducing himself politely. He's Morozov, from the Snow Country, sent on behalf of young Master Andre. His task is to oversee the renovation project for Lu Fan's newly granted territory. Andre works faster, and within days, he manages to bring in Morozov, a famous designer with no national allegiance, who finds Lu Fan and presents him with the island's blueprints. The design shocks him as it's far beyond anything he imagined. Around the island's edge, Morozov places epic-grade Shadow Demon crystal cannons, each strong enough to erase a fourth-tier master with a single strike. The entire resort island reshapes into a fortress. Lu Fan can't help but feel satisfied as the transformation is more than he hoped for. Morozov vows to complete a teleportation formation linking Dragon Capital Academy, the Dungeon Heart, and Shadow Island within 3 days, just in time for the Academy's final examination. Tao and the others volunteer to handle this task. They agree that unless a truly dangerous opponent appears, Lu Fan won't interfere. It's their chance to show what they've learned, and Lu Fan enjoys the idea of watching from the sidelines for once. Before the big day, he takes them for an intense training session. They unleash dazzling Holy Lie, raining magic damage across enemies, while combining it with earth-splitting mountain shaking and water prison. The results are impressive as Tao reaches level 38, Kui climbs to 39, Ant advances to 30, Junying hits 40, and Lu Fan himself breaks through to level 50. After 3 days, the group steps into the Dragon Capital Academy arena. Our boy receives number 8 and wonders who he'll face. Tao's excitement fills the air, and she's eager for the challenge. A nervous student approaches, asking for a selfie and gushing about his performance during the Trial of the Nation broadcast. He smiles and agrees, posing with him. As they part, the student hesitates, admitting with dread that his team holds number 8 as well, and they're up against Lu Fan's group. Fear overtakes him and he insists on surrendering before the match even begins, aware of his own limits. Tao chase after him, warning that running away will force a retake of the exam. He still refuses, arguing that no number of opponents could defeat Lu Fan. She eases his panic, assuring him they'll let him perform before finishing things. Soon the opposing team gathers, that man in front, 2 men and 2 women behind. One girl murmurs to her senior sister, questioning why they must face Lu Fan's team. Tao cuts her off sharply, unimpressed. The student who took the selfie calls for the match to begin and charges forward. Tao leaps to meet him with fierce energy. Kwai moves first, activating light domain imprisonment. 6 radiant barriers rise, trapping their opponents. Tao soars above them, teasing that they've already missed their chance, then casts abyssal coagulation and thousands of water needles descend, piercing from all sides. The opponents raise their weapons in panic. Before they can react further, Kui ends it with starlight annihilation, summoning divine light that sweeps across the field. In the stands, the crowd blinks in disbelief. Some barely had time to process what happened before the 5 opponents fell. Whispers fill the arena that 2 girls from Lu Fan's team just wiped out an entire squad in seconds. Many realize that even without him, his teammates are terrifyingly strong. Standing with Ant and Jinying, our dude watches with quiet surprise. Ant praises Junying's leadership, but she gives credit back to the group, saying it's their effort and discipline that made the difference. Across the grounds, Fyungun turns to Meng with a proposal that he wants to form a permanent team after graduation. He's long admired the blood-colored army and dreams of joining their ranks under Meng's lead. Shujing agrees, calling Meng their role model and vowing to follow him toward true glory. Meng listens calmly and promises that if they defeat Lu Fan's team in the finals, he'll personally recommend them to the Blood Cloud army. As they approach the arena, they overhear talk of Kui and Tao's devastating match. Some students are already betting our boy will win the entire event without even fighting. Kui's mastery of light domain and Tao's fierce momentum have everyone talking. High above, Meng watches silently. In his eyes, Lu Fan isn't a true warrior, just a man blessed by luck, gifted with a dragon he didn't earn. Meng tightens his fist, his resolve burning. To him, real strength comes from surviving blood and death, and he swears that he'll be the one to crush Lu Fan's shining reputation. 6 days later, the arena roars with excitement. Crowds pack the stands, betting on the much-awaited clash between Lu Fan and Meng Jia. One group confidently supports Lu Fan, his performance at the secret realm of the nation. Others whisper about a leaked video from the day before that showed Meng's ruthless strength. When both teams take their positions, the atmosphere turns electric. Talk spreads fast about Meng crushing a 3rd-tier master in minutes. As the match begins, the crowd notices Lu Fan and Meng staying off the field. Whispers spread that Jian Ying's team is outnumbered 3-4, and some doubt their chances, calling the life-type member a dangerous weakness. Up in the stands, Lu Fan watches calmly beside Ant. Across from him, Meng studies him with a cold, calculating stare. On the battlefield, Feng Yun smirks, confident that their arrogance will cost them the top spot. Our dude reminds him to prove his worth, and Feng Yun, burning with pride, orders his team to finish things quickly and restore Pavilion's honor. His teammates prepare to strike. Tao overhears their threat, and Kui urges everyone to focus as there's no room for mistakes. The judge's signal cuts through the noise, and the match explodes into motion. Kui casts Abyssal Coagulation followed by Starlight Annihilation, while Jian Ying shakes the ground with Mountain Shaking. The enemy fires back with equal force, and the battlefield disappears under a storm of light and dust. When the smoke clears, Tao frowns as the opponents are nowhere to be seen. Kui tenses, warning her about a possible ambush. Before they can react, chains of glowing energy whip across the field, wrapping around Jian Ying. It's the chains of sorcery, imprisonment lock, a curse that freezes its target and blocks all skills for 5 long seconds. The pavilion fighters rush toward Kui and Tao while Feng Yun closes in on Jian Ying. His grin widens as he declares the battle over once she falls. He vanishes into a blur of black mist, splitting into 16 shadow clones, the 1,000 phantoms soul-rending kill. 4 seconds remain on the lock. Kui responds fast, blasting her attacker away with Starlight Annihilation. Tao traps her opponent in a swirling water prison, its 4 chains locking him in place. Feng Yun's confidence wavers as he sees his team forced back. 3 seconds remain. He snarls and charges at Jian Ying again, determined to end it before she can move. But with 2 seconds left, light blooms above the battlefield and thousands of feather-shaped petals descend like a storm. It's myriad flowers, and Feng Yun stumbles back in shock that she shouldn't be able to use any skills. He dodges wildly as explosions burst around him. As 1 second left, his mind races, fury spilling out as he curses Xu Jing for his plan that's falling apart before his eyes. Away from the chaos, Lu Fan and Ant sit with tea in front of them. He explains that Feng Yun's strategy failed because Jian Ying isn't relying on skills and her weapon holds its own special power. Ant chuckles softly, unconcerned, and hands him a cup of juice. Back in the arena, Meng watches the fight with a look of disgust. The performance disappoints him deeply. When the chains finally vanish, Jian Ying rises slowly, energy swirling around her like a storm about to break. The ground trembles beneath her. Feng Yun's shadows close in from all directions, but she doesn't flinch. She confidently declared that all their efforts are in vain. Jian Ying draws the frigid water sword, its cold aura spreading instantly across the field, freezing the pavilion members in place. Tao seizes the moment, unleashing Abyssal Coagulation in a surge of power. The arena bursts into cheers. Everyone's amazed by their combined might, and even more by the fact that Lu Fan still hasn't lifted a finger. Feng Yun grits his teeth at Lu Fan's calm detachment, while Meng's patience snaps. Rage burns through him as he storms onto the field, shoving past his teammates to confront the silent observer himself. Our boy rises leisurely just as Ant reminds him about dinner plans. He smiles, promising to take her shopping after the assessment for a proper victory feast. She frowns, claiming she feeds him well already, but he laughs it off, saying tonight's meal will be special. Up in the judge's booth, Teacher Gu and Principal Zhao watch closely as the crowd buzzes with excitement. Murmurs ripple through the stands. Our dude finally stands, and many recall how his last battle against Feng Yun Pavilion left everyone trembling in awe. Meng raises his blade, demanding him to step forward. Jian Ying blocks his path, and she vows he'll have to face her first. She activates her sword's full power, chaining together frigid water, blood-breaking, and army breaker techniques. Energy bursts toward Meng, but he sweeps his leg through the attacks, scattering them effortlessly. He sneers, dismissing her as beneath his notice. Jian Ying answers with Harmaflame Scythe and Myriad Flowers, forcing him on the defensive again. Before she can press forward, Feng Yun intercepts, insisting she's his opponent. Meng turns, sensing Tao's attack from behind, and meets her strike head-on with his sword, mocking her for even trying. She lands beside Tao, frustration flashing in her eyes. Kui moves forward to help, but our boy steps in. He tells them to stay back as Meng wants a fight, and he intends to give it to him. He then praises their teamwork, adding that if this had been a real battle, Feng Yun Pavilion would already be gone. Meng charges Tao one last time, throwing insults about Lu Fan hiding behind women. As Tao struggles to block him, a dark streak flashes through the air that's the arrow of Nether Serpent. It whistles past Meng, forcing him back. Lu Fan orders Jian Ying and Tao to retreat and protect Ant with Kui. Meng shouts for Feng Yun to fall back too, claiming he won't be responsible for friendly fire. The spectators lean forward, whispering about whether Lu Fan will summon his dragons, and if victory that way would even count as fair. Meng's aura flares crimson as he declares himself a true warrior, one forged in battle against beasts. His weapon spins and slices through the air before he hurls it toward Lu Fan, who sidesteps easily, his own energy darkening to black silence. Meng soars upward, invoking breaking the sky, and sends two immense slashes crashing down. He roars a question, demanding why Lu Fan refuses to summon his dragons. His calm voice carries across the arena that seeing a dragon requires surviving long enough to earn it. He gestures for Meng to come closer. Fury consumes Meng as his body begins to twist and swell. His teammates freeze in horror while his form shifts into a towering beast. Fur ripples across his body, claws gleam, and his eyes blaze crimson. It's the berserk blood wolf transformation, his true strength revealed at last. The werewolf's roar shakes the ground, every breath radiating violent energy. Our guy steps forward without hesitation, recognizing the danger, but unshaken. From a distance, he raises his hand and fires another arrow of nether serpent. The glowing projectile streaks toward Meng. Lu Fan warns and threatens him mid-air. He realizes that his mind is gone, and only he realizes his sanity is gone, consumed by fury that blinds him to friend or foe. Lu Fan draws his bow and unleashes the serpent shadow arrow. The creature charges, smashing through the ground as he warns that continuing in this form will turn him into nothing but a mindless killer. But Meng doesn't stop. Instead, he lunges toward Feng Yun, whose terrified voice echoes across the field, pleading for him to come to his senses. Xu Jing reacts fast, conjuring sorcery protective wall in front of Feng Yun and apologizing as he orders Wang Hu and Shen Yang to fall back. The audience gasps when they realize Meng is attacking his own teammates. Panic spreads, people scream, some flee the stands, while others shout for the teachers to intervene before someone dies. Teacher Gu urges the principal to stop the match, but the principal hesitates. Lu Fan has already stepped forward, charging his next attack. His bow glows with coiled black energy as he warns this is the only way to stop Meng before the beast completely takes over. In a flash, he fires and follows with dragon language replication, Leaping Thunder. Lightning crackles across the sky, trapping the werewolf inside a storm of electricity. Feng Yun's scream pierces through the thunder as the current leaps again and again. First jump, second, third, fourth, each bolt chaining from one pavilion member to another. The audience rushes for the exits, terrified the lightning might spread. The principal shouts in alarm, asking if Lu Fan plans to kill them all, but he remains calm and assures the principal he's not killing them, just ensuring they spend a few days in recovery. As the lightning fades, Meng collapses back into human form, his energy completely drained. The crowd falls silent, stunned by how he ended everything with a single skill. Moments later, cheers erupt from the crowd. Teacher Gu announces the exam is over, naming Lu Fan, Jian Ying, Kui, Tao, and their external supporter Aunt Han as the final champions. Kuai beams proudly at Lu Fan's flawless performance. Aunt calls out to him, reminding him of their dinner plans and insisting they go celebrate properly. But he walks toward the fallen opponents instead, summoning Xiaofei beside him. Gasps ripple through the crowd when they spot the little dragon girl. Some wonder if she's the human form of the massive black dragon from before. Others recall his battle with Chen Tianji and whisper that maybe Lu Fan uses dragons to settle grudges. Meng sits up weakly and demands to know his intentions. He stays silent as Xiaofei raises her hand, casting Foundation of Life. Warm light spreads, healing everyone on the field. Shock flashes across Meng's face as his wounds fade. He turns away, telling him to stop wasting potential by sticking around weaklings like Feng Yun Pavilion. Meng clenches his fists, refusing to accept it. He roars in disbelief that it's impossible for him to earn the fastest third-tier promotion in blood-colored army history, defeated by a mere student. Our boy pauses and admits many think he relies on luck and his dragons, but every victory came through effort. He trained hard, seized chances, and faced challenges head-on, just like Meng once did. Tao joins in, reminding everyone that Lu Fan earned his golden emblem from the Griffin Legion for his service in the far northern warfront. Kuai adds that he also carries recognition from one of the three elders of Dragon Country, someone powerful enough to command the blood-clad army itself. Meng freezes that Lu Fan holds honors higher than Blood Army commanders. Feng Yun can't believe it either, wondering how someone who's only been at the academy for a year could have achieved all that. Around them, the crowd buzzes about the revelation, recalling how one of the elders oversees national trials, turning the Taiki nation upside down when Lu Fan's name appeared. The principal exhales in relief now that the chaos is over, and quietly tells Teacher Gu it's time to leave. He assures them he doesn't misuse his rank, urging everyone to grow stronger so their titles match their skill. Later, while the others talk about dinner plans, the pavilion members stay behind in silence. Xu Jing reaches out to help Feng Yun, but she swats his hand away, forcing herself up. Meng grips his blood-clad emblem tightly, realizing that, despite his position, he's still far from true strength. That night, as our boy returns back from Aunt's lavish feast, he praises her cooking, certain that once she masters Ye's scroll, her meals will taste even better and grant stronger boosts. When he returns home, he opens his door and freezes. Jian Ying is asleep on his bed, wearing light sleepwear. He blinks, closes the door slowly, and stares at it in disbelief. Maybe those mushrooms Ant used in dinner weren't normal after all. Jianying stirs awake just as he opens the door. For a moment, both freeze. She blinks in confusion while he turns red, unsure why she's in his room at all. She quickly stands up, flustered, explaining that she only came to wait for him after dinner because she needed to talk. He relaxes slightly and asks what was so important. Jianying looks down, hesitating before mentioning the upcoming holiday break. She heard from Aunt Han that Lu Fan plans to leave Dragon Capital for a few months. He nods, explaining they'll head back to Zhanghai City, with Kui and Tao joining them on the trip home. Then softly, Jianying asks if she can come too. He smiles, wondering why she's being so shy. She finally admits she has nowhere else to go. Her words grow heavy as she speaks of her being part of a respected family in Yunbei province, living near the border city. When the beast tide hit, her parents sent her to Dragon Capital for safety, and stayed behind to defend their home. None of them survived. It happened just 2 months before she enrolled. Despite topping the province's exams, she lost everything. She apologizes for burdening him and suggests she could just remain at the academy and train during the break. He places a hand gently on her shoulder, assuring her no one should face life alone. He tells her that from now on, Zhanghai City will be her home too. She smiles through her tears, grateful and relieved. Far away, deep within Shenggu in Taiki Nation, the divine bones awaken, its power stirring with a single purpose, to hunt down Lu Fan. News spreads fast as Lu Fan's group receives reports of a massive beast tide sweeping across Taiki Nation, grounding all flights indefinitely. Ant sighs, half joking that it feels like everyone is holding grudges against them. Our boy, though, suspects something that the Liu family has taken control since the Jin family's collapse, and though his bounty has been cleared, he can't shake the feeling that unseen forces are moving again. Aunt brushes off his worry, saying what happens there no longer concerns them. It's been too long since they've seen Zhanghai City, so she'd rather think about showing everyone around their new home. Our boy agrees, deciding not to dwell on things beyond his reach. For now, the break should be about peace, not paranoia. Meanwhile, chaos unfolds in Tianshu City. The divine bone dragon descends, reducing everything in its path to ash and rubble. Within the city lord's hall, panic reigns. Lord Liu arrives, bringing the guest requested by the dragon. The massive divine dragon looms over them, smaller ones circling like vultures. Lord Liu realizes the messenger from above has left there. Survival now depends on pleasing this creature. He orders his men to bring forth the person it wants. 2 figures are dragged forward, Chen Tianji and his sister. The divine bone dragon demands the dragon tamer. Liu points toward Chen Tianji at once, declaring him the only one in the Taiki nation capable of controlling dragons. Chen understands that the creature is hunting dragon tamers, and he has to escape. He shoves her away, urging her to run, but the divine bone dragon blocks every path. A suffocating aura fills the air as the dragon sneers, calling him a pitiful imitation of true dragons. It steps forward and crushes a dragon, giving a cruel warning that if Lu Fan isn't handed over, no one will be spared because they are useless. Flames erupt as its power explodes outward. The guards hurry to lift Lord Liu's, shouting to fall back as chaos spreads through the area. Amid the confusion, Chen Tianji slips away and crouches behind the rocks, hiding in silence. Sister's panicked cries cut through the noise. She calls out his name again and again as the monsters surround her, pleading for help and begging him to take her away. From his hiding spot, Chen watches coldly. A bitter thought rises within him. Both he and Lu Fan were dragon tamers, yet only he ended up trapped in this miserable fate. The thought echoes in his mind that it must be Lu Fan's fault. The creature lunges toward his sister, but as she opens her eyes hesitating, she finds out the beasts turn on Chen instead, dragging and striking him down. The creature leans close, demanding our boy's recognition. While trembling, Chen admits the target is Lu Fan from Dragon Academy, now home for the break. Pleased, the beast orders him to lead the way. It then hurls him to the ground, laying down its terms. Obedience earns him the power of an ancient god. Refusal means he'll be dead by him. Desperation outweighs fear, and Chen agrees, demanding for anything that could grant him enough strength to kill Lu Fan. The beast opens its jaws wide, releasing a glowing purple sphere that pulses with malevolent energy. It comments that hatred and unwillingness make fine vessels, then sends the sphere crashing into Chen's chest. His scream echoes through the cave as the energy wraps around him, twisting his form until a monstrous figure stands in his place. Divine Bones Slave, Chen Tianji, level 110. The Divine Bones beast declares Chen reborn as its slave, his life bound to its will. It merges into his pet space, warning that failure to find him will result in instant death. Chen, now trembling with newfound power, bows deeply and vows to serve faithfully. Sister hides behind the stones, frozen by what she just witnessed. Chen's transformation has turned him into something unrecognizable, a being who would never spare her after the way she once treated him. An overwhelming force bursts through his body, filling him with pride and a rush of superiority. He feels invincible now, as if the entire world must bow before him. When the purple glow around him fades and his form returns to normal, Lord Liu approaches cautiously. demanding to know what caused the sudden calm and why the raging beasts have disappeared. Chen coolly answers that he joined forces with the ancient god. Their union has quieted the chaos threatening the nation. Lord Lu's face tightens. He reminds Chen that the same god nearly destroyed their land before. Now that it lives inside him, leaving is no longer an option. Chen then releases a wave of pressure that makes the ground tremble. He asks what authority gives Liu the right to command him and remarks that this is the perfect moment to clear the debt between them. Liu retreats a few steps, fear flashing in his eyes, and pleads for calm. Chen advances but stops suddenly. Someone else is nearby. A figure cloaked in shadow steps forward, armed and composed. He wears a mask and introduces himself as Tan Xiangyu, a level 105 shadow hunter representing the Tan family, here to protect Lord Liu. Recognition flickers in Chen's mind. The name Tan family, he had heard it from Jinju before. They were believed to have disappeared long ago, yet clearly they've been hiding in the dark, pulling strings. Xiangyu catches Chen's look and remarks that he's quick to understand who truly holds power here. He then makes an offer. If Chen allows the Tan family to examine the divine energy flowing through him, they'll help him take the Taiki nation's throne. Chen rejects the idea immediately, forcing Xiangyu to abandon diplomacy. The masked man leaps high, a glowing chain snapping through the air toward Chen. Chen moves aside, his movement smooth and precise, and summons his weapon, the Divine Bones Dragon Lance. With one swift motion, he drives it straight through Xiangyu's chest. The shadow hunter's body stiffens, disbelief frozen on his face before collapsing lifeless to the ground. Lord Lu's cry of horror echoes through the clearing, while Sister stares from her hiding spot, stunned that Chen just erased a level 100 master in an instant. Chen looks down at the corpse, his expression filled with contempt. To him, this man was nothing more than an insect pretending to be powerful. A slow smirk crosses his face that this is what true power feels like. Liu stands trembling, realizing the Tan family's influence has just crumbled before his eyes. Chen turns his gaze toward him, the memory of his suffering flooding back, the imprisonment, the torture, the sacrifice. Liu shakes his head frantically, sweat dripping down his temples, insisting it wasn't his decision and that he only followed the Tan family's orders. But Chen's eyes remain cold. His right arm begins to shift, bone and energy twisting into the form of the divine bone dragon claw. He steps closer, the air thick with killing intent, ready to deliver the retribution Liu once thought he'd never face. Lord Liu screams at Chen, accusing him of forgetting where his strength came from. He begs desperately, promising never to cause problems again if left. But Chen, without hesitation, strikes, ending Liu's life in a single blow. Soldiers cry out in disbelief, shouting about their lord's death. Nearby, the rocks shift, revealing Sister trembling behind them. She falls to her knees, confessing her mistakes and begging for mercy. Chen unfolds his wings and soars into the sky, leaving her kneeling and watching his figure disappear among the clouds. By afternoon in Zhanghai City, Lu Fan and his group finally return home. At the entrance, Sun Ge, the Qin family's loyal butler, greets them warmly. He praises Lu Fan's achievements, mentioning how he watched every match and admired how his opponents never even understood how they lost. He still can't believe he commands a whole group of legendary dragons. Our boy responds humbly, crediting Sun Ge for leading his first expedition into the secret realm and expressing genuine happiness to meet him again. Aunt cheerfully tells Jianying they'll be staying together at Zhongshan Garden, a luxurious residence gifted to Lu Fan for ranking first. Tao mentions missing her parents and wonders if they missed her too. Kuai waves it off, saying her uncle had already called to prepare a royal-style feast to welcome her back that very evening. Soon, news spreads that Taiki Nation's massive beast-tide crisis has officially ended. Reports claim Lord Liu died bravely during the final battle, sacrificing himself to save civilians and lead the resistance. Tao sighs in disappointment, admitting she was half hoping the beast tide would completely wipe the nation, especially off the map. Aunt shakes her head, remarking how the country changes rulers too often. Maybe the throne itself brings misfortune. Our boy quietly wonders if he somehow caused it, thinking that a beast tide strong enough to destroy Taiki is nearly impossible, since Ye mentioned several 5th advancement experts still hidden there. Their car halts outside the Qin family villa. Kui spots her father and uncle waiting at the gate and runs to them with excitement. Both girls are greeted with warm embraces. Kui's father, Qin Shanhai, introduces himself to Lu Fan and Aunt, describing himself as a combat knight and commenting on how much his daughter has grown in 6 months. He thanks Lu Fan for taking care of her during their travels. Aunt expresses gratitude for sending his private car to fetch them, but he waves it off as a small favor. He introduces Tao's father, Tao Shan, known as the wealthiest man in Zhanghai, though he jokes about being just a simple businessman while claiming Qin is the true rich man. Tao Shan's profession focuses on pleasure enhancement, something that draws a playful smirk from the group. Lu Fan greets them politely. Tao Shan compliments him as an exceptional young man, sharing that his daughter often mentioned how he helped her train, guided her in leveling up, and even shared equipment with her. Tao flushes with embarrassment, denying she praised him that much. Qin laughs, impressed that our boy managed to help Kui reach level 40. Tao Shan adds that Tao's class upgrade wouldn't have happened without him either, declaring both families deeply grateful. Our guy responds modestly, insisting they simply helped one another as teammates. Tao quickly cuts in, insisting she didn't talk about him all the time, only a few times, which makes everyone laugh. Qin turns to Jianying, noting she seems quiet. Since the day's been long, he suggests everyone rest for now. The next morning, he and Tao Shan plan to host a welcome banquet for the whole group. Tao Shan invites Lu Fan personally, asking him to honor them by attending so they can properly express their gratitude. Lu Fan agrees with a polite nod. After the brief visit, the group heads back. Qin instructs the driver to take them to Jiangshan Garden. Kuai thanks her father for thinking of their friend and arranging everything. He chuckles, warning her not to say later that her old dad reacts too slowly to her needs. During the ride, our boy apologizes to Jianying for not introducing her earlier. She brushes it off, explaining she's still new to the city. Aunt assures her she'll settle in soon and even promises to show her around. The driver adds that there's little to prepare anyway. Jiangshan Garden is always kept ready since Mr. Qin sends people weekly to clean and maintain it. Lu Fan expresses his appreciation and asks the driver to pass along his thanks. When they arrive, Aunt proudly shows Jianying their new home. Jianying gazes around in awe, calling it breathtaking. The next morning, the group gathers at one of Zhanghai's grand restaurants for breakfast. Lu Fan sits quietly, realizing that agreeing to yesterday's invitation without thinking might have been a mistake. Both fathers are already deep into drinks, each praising Lu Fan while trying to claim him as their future son-in-law. Qin hints that Lu Fan suits his daughter perfectly, while Tao Shan insists his daughter is the ideal match for his. The young ones can only exchange glances. Tao Shan raises a glass to Lu Fan, describing how his calm nature balances Tao's fiery spirit. Lu Fan politely declines the drink, thanking him nonetheless. Qin disagrees, teasing Tao Shan that he hasn't noticed how softly Lu Fan talks when addressing Kui. Tao Shan laughs, insisting his own daughter is cheerful, honest, and incapable of scheming, facing her proudly while she continues eating. Qin grins and reminds him that his daughter has had feelings for Lu Fan since childhood, calling them destined sweethearts whose union seems inevitable. Kui nearly chokes on her food, face flushed red, begging her father to stop before he says more.